Okay. Thank you everybody for joining us for the brand new patch announcement. It is 4:49 p.m. on the 23rd of February 2022. I'm going to be reviewing these new patch notes for as long as it fucking takes without going to sleep because I'm an animal. I will take breaks to go to the bathroom and probably to eat on camera because I wouldn't want to take that away from you guys. But what's very important to know is I'm going to fuck up a lot of things because I'm reading these first impressions and I'm going to misread some stuff and it's not always the most clear anyways. I'm trying to give you a cop-out for me being bad. First off, Primal Beast is a hero, not a new boss on the map. I genuinely was sure that it was going to be a new boss on the map. There aren't that many heroes that get put into Dota lately that are actually like animal-like. They're all very humanoid, and this is also technically humanoid as well, the Primal Beast, but I genuinely believed it would be another boss similar to Roshan. So I'm surprised. It is a melee carry, and it's durable, and it's got to be a strength hero. There's no way. Hatch into existence, that's all lore I don't give a shit about. I don't care. I don't give a shit about lore. Let's demo the Primal Beast. Let's hop into that. Midnight here? Well, no, Frank, I can't wait to see you in the morning, because I'll still be here, I'm pretty sure. Don't give a shit about lore. He's big. Give me the FPS. Come on. Come on. Finish loading. What's going on? Okay, now we're good. A bunch of shit loaded. Now we're up to 140 FPS. Okay. Charges up and then runs in the chosen direction, knocking back enemies and allies alike. Enemy units are damaged and stunned on impact. The longer the charge duration, the farther the momentum will carry him. Okay, so you charge longer, you go farther. Can be canceled anytime with a stop command. Damage is up to 380. Cooldown is 16. Stun duration up to 1.6. Time to max charge is 2. Oh, that's far. Oh, okay. Why is he so weak, guys? Normally he has like 6,000 damage. No way, a strength hero. What's his stat gains? 1 agility gain. Wow, but his strength gains 4.3. Insanely high HP. So that means just leveling, you get a lot of health and a lot of health basically. But your attack speed is gonna be garbage. So becoming a carry on this hero is likely weak. Mana int gain is pretty shit. He's a beast. You know, he's not really doesn't really have the best brains. We have to add some allies. Hero, anti, Tango. So it just does like a little bit of a shove. I was wondering if you'd be able to like really like push them with long distance. It could help potentially, but I don't think that'll be that big of a pain in the butt. But having a stun is great. Hey, eat your food or shut the fuck up. Okay, that's how this works. We gotta do a bigger dog cam today, I think. Sorry. 1 second. No, that's not it. It is cropped. I just can't remember how to uncrop. Let me see. No. 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 What if I remove dog cam? Add. Sorry guys, really just. Tango. Please.
Your middle tower is
this gonna work? No, that's not gonna work. Has to be the dog cam one. Yes, Evelyn, you found the snacks. There we go. She's eating her little lunch over there, and she's suspicious of the other dogs in the room. Anyways. Okay, second skill. Primal Beast stomps over everything. For every 140 units traveled, all enemies around the beast receive damage. Okay, deals base damage plus a multiplier Primal Beast attack damage. Okay, so his low agility gain basically doesn't matter. Whenever you see something that says deals base damage plus a multiplier of its attack damage, that means you have a different way to attack that isn't necessarily based on your hero's attack speed. Another great example is Hoodwink or Ember Spirit. Those are heroes that basically never buy attack speed because their skills are what gives them the ability to do more damage. So that means that just by having lots of raw damage on the Primal Beast, that you're going to be able to do damage with Trample. Now, depending on that, this does damage every 140 units you walk, actually. So if you walk with Primal Beast, it should do a shitload of damage. disarm for the duration of the ability, which makes sense because otherwise you would attack all the time. This is extremely good in terms of damage output. Because this is just going to do, like, an absolute fuckload of damage. Is that magic? Oh, and you have to be moving. Okay. So if you're not moving, it doesn't do damage. So you could, like, root and stun him. But obviously if you do this... But I doubt that it's going to be, like, insane. Attack damage multiplier. Oh, it does 40% of that. Okay. So it's actually reduced. So it doesn't just do, like, full. That's good. That would be, like, way too broken otherwise. But if we do, like, an enemy or something... So it's, like, it's decent damage. Like, he could basically walk. You could, like, chase somebody, and you're doing damage. It doesn't slow. It just does damage, and it does magical, actually. So despite your damage being physical, this actually makes it magical while they walk. So that's another option as well. The AoE's kind of small, but in terms of how this could be viable, is you do something like Orb of Venom. Well, first let's refresh this guy. Well, I guess Orb of Venom doesn't work with it on, because you're going to be... You can't attack. Because, like, I'm disarmed here while I do this. So it's literally just damage. Oh, you can turn. That's cool. It does a little bit more damage, but this is mainly going to be good for killing creep waves. Because you're going to do a lot of shit like this. That part is kind of broken. That I can kill an entire creep wave with one skill point in this. I am a level 5 hero right now, but that part's, like, kind of insane, actually. Like, that's actually insane. You can't... Can you charge if you're rooted? I don't know. We'll find out. I'm not going to answer all of these questions, because, frankly, they're generally going to be a little bit too much. It just interrupts it completely. 1 second. Yep, and it puts it on cooldown. Okay. Interesting to know. So definitely counterable. And it probably is the same as you're charging through, similar to SB charge. So this skill, extremely good at killing creep waves. One other thing I want to know is... Okay, so it's not based on Quelling Blade damage, it just should be your base damage. Yeah, base damage. So you'd have to buy actual strength items for this to go up, for example. Let's see, it does 56 now. So 40% of the base damage that you get is dealt with Trample, which, again, really good for clearing creep waves. It should be fine for damaging heroes. Does it apply modifiers? Is the only other question. I guess it doesn't, right? Because the Orb of Venom didn't work, I don't think. Yeah, see. So it doesn't do modifiers. So it's not as good as something like Hoodwink or Ember, because you can't apply Maelstrom procs to it. It's just a way to do damage. But primarily for farming, it should be really good. I haven't even read all 4 skills yet, guys. It's a little too early for items, but we know that Maelstrom is not going to be good on this hero with Trample. Third skill. Temper passively provides base bonus damage. Okay. Additionally, for every instance of 35 damage or more that he takes from any heroes, he includes stacks of Uproar. When activated, he releases a roar slows surrounding enemies and grants the beast additional attack damage and armor for 7 seconds based on his current stacks of Uproar. So basically, if you take a lot of damage, you are increasing your damage by a lot. So you kind of become... You basically want to run in and be aggressive on this hero, is the clear case. The max stacks is 5, so the base bonus damage is always there, and then bonus damage per stack. How do we know how many stacks there are?
Your middle tower is under attack.
You just get 1 per attack? Oh, 35 damage or more. I see. Okay, so the way that it works is up to 5 attacks. This costs 0 mana, which is extremely surprising to me. But basically, if you're trading hits with this guy, what you want to do is you want to hit him until he uses Uproar, and then you want to run away. But the problem is that if you use Uproar with an Orb of Venom, then you are... That was interesting. Does it slow when you activate it? Is that what it was? When activated, the roar slows surrounding enemies and grants both damage and armor. Okay, so basically, when he uses it, you're fucked, and he's going to chase you down. So if you are trading with them, like stuff like this at times is kind of broken potentially. Think of like Monkey King on release, because there's basically like an exploitable mechanic that you can use to trade really well against somebody. So that's going to be a little bit dangerous, especially at start, especially if, because my initial thought was like, oh well, you just walk away when he roars, but I can like just hit everybody with it, and then I get this like really good slow, and then he's going to be trying to run away, but I have Orb of Venom, right? So Orb of Venom should be quite good on this hero because it gives you a further chase when you have damage bonus. And the fact that it doesn't cost mana is pretty solid. But with that said, I mean, how much bonus damage was it? Again, 15 times 5. So 75, 85 damage. It's kind of a lot. And then obviously you do this, because then your base damage has been put up a lot. With that said, it's not like the most incredible, but what we'll probably see is, assuming you don't necessarily have the best chase advantage, you could probably roar, attack like 4 times, and then use trample and continue running, because that'll disarm you. That's probably what I would do. The duration of this is 5.5. Duration of this is 7 seconds. So yeah, I would probably attack a couple times while he's slowed, and then I would activate trample and walk with him. That would be the obvious thing. The damage increase wasn't massive, because you're only getting 40% of that. It's better to right-click, certainly, but... Alright, Pulverize channels his rage, grabbing the target enemy and slamming them into the ground repeatedly, damaging and mini-stunning any enemies caught in AoE. Lasts 2.3 seconds. What is the cast range? It's very short. Okay. So you basically have to be in melee range, so you're going to have to do shit like this. Lasts 2.3 seconds, so it is a 2.3 second stun, most likely. Let's just do a double check quick. Oh, the cooldown's really low. Yep, can't BKB through this. So it does do a stun. Cooldown is currently only 32. The damage is 150, I assume, per slap. Yep, 1, 2... It only does 3 of those, so it's actually not the most insane damage, but it is a really big AoE, and I would guess that it also AoE stuns and damages everybody else into this AoE. So if I do this against this guy, it should do... That's pretty powerful. That's pretty powerful. I like that it has... It's like Malefice in that it has delays between the stuns, so if other heroes aren't grabbed, those people can press BKBs or whatever else they want to do, Force Staff, Glimmers, things like that. But clearly, the way to play the hero, this hero is going to be basically an initiator, frontliner, gank hero, basically. This hero is unlikely to be a carry, without a doubt. Because, yes, Uproar can be used, I suppose. Like, when it gets leveled up, you're going to be doing a lot of damage. Let's level this up, for example, and then pick up the stacks to 5. So obviously this is a lot of damage. It's a lot. That part could make it carry-like, I suppose. But if your opponents just learn to stop fucking attacking you... I mean, I assume it does nukes as well, though, right? Like, nukes are also going to affect him.
It is not yet time.
Like... Even if he does get nuked, it's going to build up. The real question is, and this is something that's harder to gauge right now, just in a lobby, it's like how many times, how easy is it going to be for him to accrue stacks? If it's easy, then it could be an issue. But again, if you can root him as he's trying to get in melee range of you, then all of a sudden, that was different than the last time I did it. So it seems like if you root them while they're charging, they will continue charging until it ends, and it won't interrupt it. But if you root him while he's charged, sorry, I'm using charge twice. They're 2 different terms though. Charging as in moving. If you root him then, he continues charging. If you root him while he's channeling, preparing to charge, then it interrupts it. So let's try one more test. Well, yes, I know what I'm gonna do. Get this guy this. Okay, that's what I was curious about. So, you can still get hit while he's charging like that, so that's something to keep in mind. And it's probably, I don't know, maybe it's different if you hex him or something, but there are some solutions that you guys will need if you're worried about getting caught. Try with BKB. I don't. It says it does not pierce spell immunity. Oh, okay. Still charges if he's hexed. So roots definitely seem to be the best counter. The most obvious solution would be something like Pit of Malice, because Pit of Malice will root him while he's charging in and limit his mobility. His movement speed is pretty decent right now, but yeah, those would be some solutions against him. All right, what else? So if you hit him, he will get a shitload of damage, and then my assumption is that you basically just shouldn't hit him, because then he just never is going to get enough damage stacks. But if you do try to kill him, this is what's going to happen. He's going to do this, and then he's going to misclick, but you're still going to die anyways. And then he's going to do this. I mean, if you get out of range of him, it's not that bad. And then what you need to do is when he's out of melee range of you and he starts charging, you just need to do this. Oh, he can... Okay, he can aim it. Never mind. All right, maybe that one's not going to work. See, you just get him to dive your fountain, and then he fucking dies. So I'm sure he'll be strong right now, without a doubt. Should you play core on him is the next question. Something like Radiance would fit his playstyle pretty well, because he does run in very often. He does have a way to deal damage just by being standing there, which usually coincides really well with Radiance. And then also, even if you're disarmed, Radiance is still doing good damage. So a Radiance-like build is probably fine on this hero, but it's probably not good, I would imagine, because this is a really expensive item. It's a really, really expensive item. It gives evasion now. Good to know. Whoops. Spoiling myself already. I shouldn't even open the item shop. I'm going to spoil myself. And then talents, let's take a look. Mana regen or magic resistance. And just double check this quick. Oh, okay. I thought that was instant. Uproar armor per stack. How much armor do you get? Oh, 1 to 4. So you could get up to 20 armor. It's pretty sick for just a passive skill that doesn't cost mana to activate, which seems really crazy. I'm sure Soul Ring will be common on this hero. Just pop Soul Ring. That'll offset your mana needs. It gives you armor as well, which is great when you have high HP. Gives you raw damage, which is decent with Trample anyways. So you basically just get Soul Ring and you could probably power farm with Trample. Actually, the cooldown's really long on this. It's only 24 seconds at the lowest. So you actually can't farm that often with this skill. That's going to hurt it a lot. But if it was lower cooldown, it'd be like insane. You could just farm with it all the time. Blade Mail? No, you shouldn't think of Blade Mail that way. Like, if you think of tanky heroes, you think like, oh, well, you're really tanky, so I might as well get Blade Mail, right? But the reality is that Blade Mail is only really good if you can force people to attack you. That's why Blade Mail is amazing on Axe and on Legion Commander. You can force people to attack you. Therefore, they have to deal damage themselves. If you just play a tanky hero and you buy Blade Mail, most of the time what happens is you don't press it at the right time, and when you do press it, they just don't attack you. And you're like, oh, this fucking sucks. What a waste of my money. So you might think like, oh, well, I can get stacks with Uproar, therefore Blade Mail makes sense, because then I'm doubling up on the I want them to attack me thing. But then they're just not going to fucking attack you. What's going to happen in a lot of the fights, most likely, is the Primal Beast will be kited and walked away from, if possible. And then he'll do some damage, but it won't be like the most incredible. Because keep in mind, like, you kind of have a limited amount of spells. Like, these spells are all decent and goodish, but they're not like... I worry about his damage outside of Uproar, personally. Because you're going to be able to charge in, and yeah, the speed is fast, and the distance is long, and the stun duration's pretty darn good if you get it. If you hit if you hit a full team, or you fight like in a choke point, like a ramp or something, you can definitely charge people well. No doubt about that. But if you miss those skills, your hero is probably shit. And if you fuck up enough times and you get behind in net worth, you're just going to be kind of easy to deal with, in my opinion. And you'll be countered by disables, because you can't activate this either when you're silenced, you know? That's not going to be an option. So if you like really fuck up and they get... I'm spoiling myself. I need to stop. I don't know how to build Orchid anymore, guys. I have no fucking idea. Let's keep moving. More armor per stack. Onslaught damage plus 120. That one will be pretty popular because the cooldown's low. Trample attack multiplier. That'll be really, really good. Because the current percentage is 40, so 20% on that means that you're doing 50% more damage with Trample. So if you are trying to kill heroes, then this would be really effective. If only, you know, it'd be like the best thing ever. Can I set this up? Let me think how to do it. I need to get a mirror shield. gonna fucking spoil myself, guys. Okay. Let's get this. Create hero, bat rider, enemy. Level bots 10. Oop. And then I gotta do Hi Tango, I see you there. Oops, okay. Hi Tango, I see you right there. Alright, here we go. AoE's too far. Alright, I thought that would be cool if it worked, but it doesn't. I wanted to see if like he would just take an absolute shitload of damage like Rupture if I got to pull him with me on Lasso. It didn't work. Does he have an axe? No axe. He does have a shard though. Throwing rocks, perfect. Alright, and the last one, spell lifesteal. 50% spell lifesteal. Alright, Radiance has got to be like a late game item option. Certainly, because that's... If you're getting 50% spell lifesteal from that, that's insane. 100% pulverized duration. Does that mean it doubles... Does that mean it... Oh yeah, just lasts twice as long. That's really good. Yeah, Radiance does look pretty solid on this guy. But yeah, team fights like this would be really solid. Obviously, it doesn't pierce spell immunity. It's still magic damage, so he's got an interesting mix of like magic and physical. You could do something like, you know, like go an AC later on him. That way your attack speed is actually reasonable for when you get damage buildups. Like certainly buying even something like a Moon Shard hypothetically could work with like cheese type shit. But again, you have to force your opponents to attack you, and I think a lot of times, or deal damage to you, and a lot of times that might not happen. So... But again, if you do actually try to stop him from damaging you and you hit him with like a frostbite or something, he's going to get a lot of stacks of uproar and he's just going to turn the shit on. And every time you do turn it on, the cooldown is only 7 seconds. So it feels like to me he's just going to annoyingly cast this shit all the time. It doesn't do damage, it just slows per stack. But if he just casts this every 7 seconds, that seems really annoying to me. So maybe this hero is going to be really fucking annoying. He's going to be like hard to kill. Like look at this. I'm level 30 and I have just 4 gauntlets and I've got 4k HP. Oh, JK. I've got 3.7k HP with like very few items. So definitely some really good things about him. But we'll have to see how he plays out. But his mobility is going to be really good, obviously. Look at this charge distance. Like, the distance is the same at all levels. Like, I'm just like he's just Earth Spirit. He's like an Earth Spirit option. That's literally Earth Spirit. That's very powerful. And then after you charge in, you probably just trample the rest of the way, and hopefully the guy that you're ganking dies. But he should work. He should function well as a roamer, I assume. But he should also be strong in lane, I assume, too. But his cooldowns are pretty high, and his mana is a bit low. Like, this is level 30. He's only got 900 mana, so his attack speed sucks. But yeah, he should function well as a support, without a doubt. Because he has a lot of disables. He's got initiation in his kit. He can kill creep waves to trample if he wants to. Not that it's like the highest damage or anything, but it's okay. And then uproar is kind of cool too. Alright, cool. What if you just built all agility items? This isn't really good because that gives you armor and attack speed. Rather than doing that, you'd be better off to just buy attack speed and armor. Without a doubt. 10 armor is 1400 gold. If I want to get 10 armor with agility, I need like 60 agility. It's not worth it. Or 50, I can't remember what the number is. They've changed it so many times. So why would 60 agility is like 6,000 gold. Instead, I could just spend 1,400 gold to get a plate mill, and I can buy a hyperstone at 2,000 gold. So that together is a cost of 3,400 gold, half the cost of buying 60 agility. So it's just way easier to solve these problems with an AC. Just buy a freaking AC. Way better. You can get 20 armor with 5 stacks over. Of course. Yep. That's very good. Check the shard. Yeah, the shard. Thank you. Throw a rock at the target location, stuns and damages enemies. Rock cannot be thrown within a minimum range of Primal Beast. So, 275 damage. I assume this stuns. It does. Max travel time 1.7. Rocks. Okay. Pretty long cooldown at 25. Very dodgeable. Pro players are going to have literally no issue dodging this if they have Yules or Blink Daggers in the late game. But obviously this is very powerful. What's the minimum range? Okay, so it's got a minimum range. What I would probably do is fish for fights. I would do something like this. And then I would grab him. And then they would die. That's what would happen. Can the enemy see the red circle? I assume so. You can cancel that early, I just found out. Create hero. Let's see. They cannot actually. Okay. With that said, though, it is still pretty low projectile speed. The nice thing about it is it's a little hard to tell how far it's going to go. So if you have like a whole team in a line like this and he throws it, you don't necessarily know where it's going to hit, you know? It's not... You can hear based on the sound a little bit, but it's a little bit hard. But certainly this is the goal. Okay, cool. That is the Primal Beast. He looks really fun. I like his skill set. The skills combo well nice together. Not the Hill Troll Priest. Go to the loadout? No, I'm good. Like, as into, like... Oh, I see, like this. Yeah. Alright, let's go to the main. I've never seen this many people on Dota. Just in Dota, by the way, before. This is the first time. Bro, no spoilers! I didn't know there's a plus 40 projectile speed neutral. Please. Please! Please, guys. Okay, here we go. Tango, come here. Tango, did you finish? Come here. Hi. Come here. Hello. Okay. Good girl. Okay. Primal Beast, low skill level. I would agree with that. You can basically combo him with any other disable, or you can go in first and hope your allies follow up. You could probably do some Shadow Blade stuff with him with charge. That would be one good way to catch people if you didn't want to use the shard. You could probably start charge and then use Shadow Blade. And then you charge through invisible, very, very similar to Spirit Breaker. That would be a decent way to initiate if people are a little bit harder to catch. Or you could probably do like a blink and then do a minimum charge distance. Wait, let me double check. Lore! Don't care. Alright, we're going to go back here really briefly because I want to see... Alright, this is very beautiful, Valve, but... Alright, one thing I need to check is, does it stun the same duration at low charge duration as long? Very laggy when we load this up. Oh man, we are laggy. Any second, it'll finish. Okay. That felt pretty short. That looked about the same to me. What do you guys think? Let's level up a bunch. That's about the same. Oh shit. Yeah, this is gonna work. It's very likely to work. Because it's you can use Shadow Blade during teleport, I think, much like other invis things. So let's go back here. So I think the stun is the same. So hypothetically, you could also buy Blink on him. You could Blink next to somebody, then use Onslaught to do a short range charge rather than gambling. But early game, you will likely do long range charges, obviously. What am I fucking up, Valve? See, I clearly pressed back here. This is functioning like a web browser is what's happening. There we go. But there wasn't like a clear way to press back to go back to this page because I clicked on one of these things. I clicked this and it brought me somewhere else. Wallpapers, just an angry looking Treant protector. Ooh, a nice phone background. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. All right, gameplay 7.31 gameplay patch. I would like to point out to everyone that these are all monsters from originally Siltbreaker. I don't know about this guy. Siltbreaker, these two. But they're also very much in Ag's Lab. Siltbreaker is the original Ag's Lab, but Ag's Lab is the better Siltbreaker, I dare say. Okay, Primal Beast's arrival. Oh, is this more fucking lore? All right, I gotta read this one. As imbued jungle creeps ever with newfound ferocity and power. Okay, no longer willing to accept punishment without complaint. These creeps have evolved into deadly predators unafraid to fight back when heroes come calling. Now the jungle teams with new active and passive abilities just waiting to ruin the day of the unfortunate or unwary. Stalk these camps at your own peril. The risk to reward just got a whole lot scarier. Now keep in mind that in Dota 1, it was very normal for creeps to cast spells on you. In fact, they would basically always cast spells. They do now, but it usually requires multiple creeps to be stacked up. Or there needs to be like a something that triggers it, right? Like 3 units near somebody, the Hellbear will clap and the Centaur will stomp. You know, those are the triggers. But it was very normal for these kind of buffs to be here. So the most obvious thing that this is going to tell you is that this shitty ogre has a fucking stun. So that's going to make heroes like Chen and other people that control creeps, it's going to give them more options, which will be really fun to explore for a moment at a time. That'll be really, really fun to like try out some new stuff. But at the end, we'll probably figure out what's better and what's worse. But either way, no matter what happens, I think that's cool. That there's more abilities, and it's going to make jungling just a little bit scarier. It'll be less AFK. It'll be less like I have enough damage and I have lifesteal so I can look around. And it'll be slightly more like you're literally playing Ag's Lab, literally. Where like you actually have to pay attention to what the abilities are about to, what's about to happen. Otherwise, you're going to take more damage. So yeah, make sure you don't take too much damage from these guys. Interesting. That must be a small camp personally. I don't know. Maybe a medium. Team Techies. After losing multiple contracts to potential teammates with a better fit. That's true. They're basically saying that Techies is not, well, look, Techies gets drafted a lot more than a lot of heroes in the game. Like Chen, Beastmaster. I know his pick rate's a lot higher than almost all those heroes, but regardless, the contentious crew of Techies, that's the real reason, have updated in the tools and their blast box to better find business in trying times. They have a bomb-focused brainstorming sessions, dreaming up new ways to inflict joyous pain. All right. Thinking about slacks while I read this. Still has blast off. That's the same. Oh, no longer deals lethal damage. You can't suicide anymore. That means it will leave you at 1 HP, very similar to Double Edge. So that's important. You can't suicide when you gank Techies anymore. So it's like Pudge. You don't have to deal with that shit anymore. So that'll reduce frustration, certainly. Proxy Mines is now his ultimate ability. Plant a deadly mine that only appears visible when enemies close enough for it to explode. So that means Proxy Mines are still going to exist. But assuming that they are the same, that means you can't mega stack them. So they're still going to be powerful, but they won't be like something you need detection to deal with, which I think is another really toxic thing that makes Techies really annoying to play against, is that until you buy a gem, you're not super safe. Obviously, you can still die if you have gem, but I think removing green mines is a good way to solve the problem. Let's see what his other skills do. Lobs a bomb cart onto an enemy area. If the cart lands near an enemy, it sticks to them and reduces movement speed briefly before exploding. Okay, so provides utility while still doing AoE damage and requires a skill shot. And then reactive taser. Techies triggers a zap that provides a jolt of movement speed and temporarily disarms enemies attacking them. At the end of the charge, the zap explodes, disarming enemies in the area. So it will give movement speed to Techies, I assume. So it allows him to gap close if he wants. It disarms anybody attacking him while it's active. And at the end, it also explodes and disarms in an AoE. So even if they don't attack you, it will still disarm. So it's kind of similar to like Dark Willow's third skill. And that you will know that it's happening and you have to try to get away. Or Inkswell, for example. If you land a sticky bomb and a reactive taser, they're going to get disarmed. You could probably do reactive taser into blast off. There's basically a lot of ways to jump in. And if you disarm somebody, by the way, then they can't attack proxy mines. So the goal is probably lob a sticky bomb, reactive taser into AoE disarm. And when they get disarmed, you drop the proxy mine. And hopefully they're too slow so they can't get away. Or you could like blast off, reactive taser, blast off into proxy mine. There's like lots of different ways to use the skill. So that sounds kind of cool. Let's go check out the Techies. Oh, fuck, I shouldn't have clicked that. Where's my back button? I'm going to do it. Yeah, reload, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here. I'm going to click Techies. And we are going to demo him out and see what it's like. Slacks is so sad. I mean, yeah, they took away the green mines, which is fundamentally the hero, but I think that basically no matter what happens, Slacks is going to be unhappy, because the stuff that Slacks likes about the hero is basically the stuff that everybody hates about the hero. And by everybody, I mean the majority of Dota players. Okay, so deals 90 damage, slows 25%, explosion delays 2 seconds, radius is 300, so it does not stun. Okay, I think that's kind of cool. 12-second cooldown, 90 damage for 100 mana. And then it slows people, right? Oh, I see. So it sticks on one hero, basically. Whoever it's closest to is who it will latch onto. I think this is kind of a cool idea. You don't have to be super precise about how it lands. The AoE is pretty... It's basically the same delay no matter how much. But you can definitely dodge this. What if... I assume that if, like... Oh, shit. Interesting. So, it seems like... If he misses... You cannot walk into it. It has to be... You have to land... So basically if you miss the AoE and it doesn't latch on somebody, then it still does explode, which is kind of a nice halfway point, I feel like. Alright, and then the taser one. 15% movement speed bonus. Alright, so it's always Techies himself. And then the disarm is 3 seconds. Does that mean no matter what? Wow, that's pretty big. This skill with Berserker's Call would be really good. That's a really big, really huge disarm, right? And then Suicide. Looks like it does the same percentage of damage. Oh, it actually scales down as you level up, though. Goes down to 35%. The cooldown is still really high. Damage is slightly reduced. 275 at level 1. Can't cast a Leash anymore. Cool, actually cooldown nerfed, so it's even higher at level 1. So it's certainly worse. I mean, the deny was a little toxic, guys. Let's be real. Probably looks the same. But yeah, less damage. That's going to hurt a little bit. The cooldown is much worse. Can't suicide with it anymore, but at least you have a skill that actually does something. Oh, his base damage got massively buffed. That was really needed, actually. Because by removing his damage, they needed to increase his... By making Blast Off worse, they had to increase his base damage, because otherwise he wouldn't have as much threat as a hero. So he actually can trade hits now. You can actually just play the hero to trade hits. If somebody wants to fight you, basically you right-click somebody. If they want to fight you, you turn this shit on, then they run away because they accidentally get disarmed. And then you follow them, and they continue running. And that's fine, basically. But it becomes this like little game. I mean, getting a point of this skill early on is not that incredible, I don't think. It's kind of fine, but the cooldowns are really high, 28. It's still probably worth getting, and certainly you can do stuff like this where you're like sitting and sitting and sitting and sitting, and then you're like jumping in. Because now you're silencing and disarming. I mean, that's very powerful. That's basically like they can't. It's like they're stunned, but they can move. Everything but. They can use items as well, I suppose. They can use items and move, but they can't attack or cast spells. So that's probably the ultimate goal, but right now this skill doesn't seem very good, except for as a tool when they are trying to kill you. Like, if you're in like a dual lane or something and they want to kill you, they're going to right-click you, period. And this is going to like massively limit that. So I guess in that aspect, his dual laning is pretty strong if you are able to get a point of this, but the problem is that I feel like you have to, because it's actually so good if they try to kill you in the dual lane. If they're trying to kill like your carry instead or your offlaner, then it doesn't feel very good. But if you are the easier to kill of the two heroes, then this skill is going to be incredible for keeping yourself alive against like a Tusk or something like that, right? Like, how could they ever go on you? They're just going to get disarmed, and it's going to waste most of his tag team. So you could see Techies certainly as a counter to anybody that has like little bursts of attacking that will kill somebody. So reactive taser is good for that. The cooldown's really high though, so if they force you into using it, they can kill you again afterwards. And then if you skill it, that means you're not getting as many points of like sticky bomb and things like that. Because sticky bomb without a doubt is going to be like the skill that you probably max out. This is the skill you max out. You max sticky bomb first. There's like no way that isn't going to be the case. The cooldown is stupidly low. It is 6 fucking seconds, guys. Like, it is actually so low. Like, look at this shit. If you get an Octarine, you're just like... This is your new playstyle. Like, I think Slacks will like this, personally. Obviously, that's with Octarine or whatever, but... But it's pretty good damage. 360 is not terrible. He hates it? That's fine. It's not exactly the playstyle he necessarily wants, but because he wants, like, mind type stuff and, like, psychological damage. It's, like, more like a regular hero, but... Alright, so... Charge restore time, does it still have proxy mines cooldown? It does. So 19 to 15 seconds per mine. The damage is 400 up to 750. That's going to hurt a lot, because basically his ability to kill a creep wave with one red mine is not there anymore. That's going to hurt him a lot. But he can do this, for example, to kill a wave, if you want so. Oh, and the cast range is really far now, too. Sounds nicer. Let me look at the other things. Debuff duration? Oh, it lowers magic resistance as well. Deals full damage to targets within 150 and decreases up to 50. Oh, okay, so it does less damage the farther away it is. That was 214. Yeah, it definitely does more. So less damage at the edge. Up to 50% less on the edge. And it lowers magic resistance. Yeah, it certainly does. So, you can basically use it to combo your skills for them all to do more damage. That's kind of cool. And it does it up to 20. That part's actually really, really good. So you can use it as an easy way to amplify your team's damage. Like, if you really wanted to, you could go some, like... You go, like, fucking E-Blade on this hero now. I don't even know how to fucking build E-Blade. Okay, so this is the combo. You do... Does Shard still do the same thing? Oh. Let me just double check. So you can still probably... Yeah, so you still can stun. What I would do is this. Let me get a ward. Something like this would be like best case scenario, but... You basically... Throw this. That was a lot of fucking damage. And that was basically just an E-Blade and my Shard. That was a lot of fucking damage. So you throw this, that will slow them. By 55%, by the way. So you throw Sticky Bomb to slow them by 55%. Then you hit them with the Blast Off, ideally. Or you E-Blade into Blast Off, because E-Blade will then buff the Blast Off damage, and then you drop the mine, and while they're E-Bladed, they can't attack the mine either. Or if you don't have E-Blade, you could do Taser. I could do this. And then I would do this. Silenced and disarmed. Boom. Good damage. But obviously when you get the E-Blade, the damage is way higher. Because you're stacking... When you stack magic resistance reductions together, you end up doing a lot more damage. So fishing. That stuns him. See how much more damage that was? That was a shitload. I did 1600 damage as a level 10 hero. With an E-Blade. That's really sick. That is viable, potentially. Like, Techies can actually... Is, like, actually a real hero now. In the sense that Techies can actually directly, with very little time, actually combo somebody. He had the option with Shard before, but it was basically just the Shard into, like, mine combos, or you would have to always follow up on what an ally did, or you'd always have to follow up on what your mines had set up and then walk into it. So you actually have a lot more control over your life as Techies in some ways, because you can actually, like, compete as a hero. Like, getting the magic resistance talent, for example, is going to be way more popular now. Because it reduces the damage you take from blast off, and it means after you go in, you can actually fight a lot better. Because your goal is basically to, like, fish until you can sticky bomb, and then you sticky bomb a guy, and then you hit him with the ulti. And then ideally he takes damage before he gets out, that kind of a thing. That's the goal on the hero right now. And the fact that you actually have decent damage and good stat gain now, like decent base damage and good stat gain, means that you actually can like continuously fight. You could certainly go some like type of Radiance build if you wanted with Reactive Taser. It'd be kind of a fun way to do it, but or some like tanky fight to the death thing. There's definitely different ways you can play him, but the way that Slacks likes him is basically dead. Yeah, unfortunately. There will be some proxy mines, but the damage they do is only 750. I assume you can't stack them on the same spot. Yeah, you can't. So best you can do is like do like one of these where they walk up the ramp and then this happens. But even if that happens, there's no way to root them while they're walking up a hill. So yeah, Techies is effectively dead, but he is a real hero again, which I think is good. He still has some of his core skills. Blast Off would be argued to be, the last couple years, certainly one of his main characteristics in the laning stage, but as the game went on, it became definitely one of his lesser skills in terms of impact. So that got retained. I think that's a fun playstyle to include in the game. But yeah, it might cost you a lot now because you have to be careful about when you use it. You can use it, but you're still going to die, you know? And the cooldown is really long, so you have to use it as like a finisher. But you certainly still get it in the early game. There's no way, I feel like there's no way you don't get this at level 2. Because it does 275 damage for 1 skill point. That's like too valuable not to get. What does the Axe do? Good question. Reactive Taser can be cast on allies and deals 300 damage on detonation. I was scared that I wouldn't know how to build this. I assumed when I saw the skill that it would be usable on allies. But and the cast range is a little bit short, but I mean this is obviously very powerful. It's golden. Maybe it's just the hero. What does it do? And it deals 300 damage. Look, it's going to look a little goofy here. This looks pretty goofy, but keep in mind that this is legitimately a strong save ability. It really is. 3-second disarm when you attack him one time, and when it ends, it does another disarm. Now, when they're BKB'd, they probably can still attack him. But if they don't have BKBs up, and you can give somebody 6 seconds of, like, invulnerability, basically. Maybe not invulnerability, but, like, imagine if, like, Techies puts this on a guy that a PA jumps right before he presses BKB or something, you know? Like, that could be pretty powerful. Let's see if that works. Okay, you can BKB it off. So that part doesn't, ignore that. But if BKBs are down, this could be really powerful, certainly, in terms of its impact on keeping one of your allies alive. Without a doubt. You're not going to buy Ags often, I don't think. But against, in some situations, it's absolutely worthwhile. Like, there's some heroes where, like Void Spirit, for example, it would probably work well against him. Because there's ways that he, like, attacks, right? Boom, disarmed, right? Because he doesn't attack as he goes through. So there's, like, or, like, maybe Ember Spirit, it could work well against him, too. Let's see if it works against him while he's invulnerable. Okay, that doesn't work because you are invulnerable while you attack him. But, yeah, for some heroes that do need, like, attacking is a very normal part of the game, and giving yourself a couple seconds of survivability is really strong. I think you do still get the damage, though, right? Like, the first tick. Yeah, so you take one attack, basically, and you can attack a second time. But you cannot attack very often, that's for sure. Okay. Support Techie is viable? Absolutely. Yes, absolutely viable as a support, no doubt about it. Just his playstyle is different. He's got normal base damage. He's got 51 base damage. He has a nuke that slows for 2 seconds. It's got a very low cooldown. The mana cost is a little high. Starting at 100. It's about fine. It's fine. You got to skill shot it, though. That part's not going to be easy. But you should be able to land it, especially if you combo with allies. That part's going to be tough, getting used to, like, landing on allies. But it doesn't hit creeps, right? So the way you're probably going to spam it most of the time is in creep waves. It'll be like this. You, like, stand in the trees. He's about to get a last hit. You wait until it's about to be last hit, and you do this shit. And he's like, oh, fuck. Boom, and it blows up. That's what you're gonna do, most likely. So setting up for yourself is gonna be tough, because you don't really have that, but it's still better than it used to be, right? I don't know, I'd have to see what it's like playing against a real person, but like you're fighting a guy. I don't know how to test this. Like, see that? I basically started moving before I even shot. Am I doing that right? Let me see. Okay, so I moved the second that... I moved, like, instantly. But if you hesitate at all, it catches you. Like, if you hesitate at all, it's gonna catch you. So you should be able to land this on people. The AoE's okay. It's not incredible, obviously, but you are going to be able to hit people with this with regular boots. If they're faster than that, yeah, it's going to be a pain in the ass. But the range is pretty far. And then if you buy like an Aether Lens or some shit, it should be even easier. The other, it won't interrupt a Blink Dagger either. That part might be a little tough, but it does pretty good damage. The E-Blade combo is cool. I think there's good stuff about this, for sure. It having a stun would obviously make it easier too, but how does it work with Aeon Disc? What do you mean with Aeon Disc? I mean, does it stick through the blink? It should, yes. Yeah, it would stick on him because it stays on him. See, he just brings it with him. And it doesn't do damage, so it doesn't interrupt blink. That could be like a future buff that the connecting deals 1 damage or something. Okay. So I don't know. I'm sure Slacks and other Techies players are sad right now, but this is fundamentally a new hero, so I think that's exciting. I'll play Techies now. I know it's what nobody wants to hear that right now, but any Techies player doesn't want to hear that right now. But I'll play Techies. I'll max out Sticky Bomb. I'll probably get 1 point in Reactive Taser. Get some mana regen, maybe an Aether Lens so you can cast this stuff from farther away. Like, I could easily just drop this shit and blow somebody up. What is it, 1 second? Yeah, it's 1 second. So if I just play Aether Lens or something, it's so easy for you to just, like, fall up on one guy's stun and to do this. Like, that's so easy. That's so much fucking damage, guys. It actually is so much damage. Like, if I'm just I'm level 12 right now, but, like, you just play by one guy with a stun. You just have boots on this hero. And you just like... I messed up my ulti. It's that simple. Like, it's so simple to follow up that damage. And yeah, I took some damage, but I only took 35%, so... Alright, talents. Magic resistance, blast off damage. I would probably take blast off damage every time, because the mana regen that you need is not nearly as high as it used to be. The cost for proxy mines aren't as high. Like, you burned all your mana by like spamming red mines and green mines. That's how you ran out. So I don't think you need the mana regen talent anymore. I think something like a soul ring should cover you. With that said, like, you do spam sticky bomb a lot, but like it should be fine. And then like you could probably put Techies as a mid now, guys. Like, Techies is legit a mid. I genuinely think he's viable as a mid. Without a doubt, he's actually a legit mid now. Think about it this way. He has a lot of mana needs. Sticky Bomb is a great AoE on a super fucking low cooldown. Like, Techies mid is literally going to be the thing. No doubt about it. 360 damage on a 6-second cooldown. Works on creeps. Range is really high. This is once again without Aether Lens. You can basically walk mid. You don't even need like a null talisman to push the wave, because it's already going to kill range creeps no matter what. And then you're going to go walk to side lanes with your boots and your bottle. You're going to have like these items and maybe like a null talisman or 2. And you're just going to like walk from the trees. You're going to say, guys, stun him. And then you're going to do this combo. Boom. And that guy dies because he takes like an absolute fuckload of damage. Or you do it the other way. Stun him. Stun. And you drop the mine. And that guy dies from like a 2-second stun. Or takes a huge amount of damage. And all of a sudden Techies is just in, right? And if they try to kill Techies, he's got reactive taser. So he can just use and run away. This year, I think Techies looks really strong. Genuinely. I think he's a mid hero. I think he could function really well as a mid hero because his mobility is super high. The scaling on Blastoff's kind of bad. The damage only goes up by 75 per level. So maybe you leave Blastoff lower and you get Reactive Taser more or something, but probably not. You probably want the damage max. And you just get like Spell Amp items like this. And then you like rush E-Blade, basically. And then you just like fish for kills. Land one of these. And then you just like fucking kill people. Like this is the build. This is literally the build, I think. And then you get like an Aether Lens. Maybe you get an Aether Lens before E-Blade, but I don't see why you wouldn't just like get E-Blade first. The fuck? E-Blade does some shit now, guys. Alright, the active is the same, but what the passive of the items does, I don't know. So maybe my point about E-Blade is wrong. The price is about the same. I'm gonna assume it's good. Anyways, we'll move on. This is a mid hero, I think. Or a support. You could probably play him as like a core if you really want to, but you shouldn't. It's definitely more of a support. Or a ganker. It's basically a ganker hero that can farm really well, so that functions great as a mid, but it will also work well as a support. Carry? Probably not. No, you shouldn't play him as a carry. You need to, like, a lot of the times, like, sit next to your allies and then follow up on shit that happens. With that said, you don't have a stun until you get your shard, so I think shard is going to be pretty powerful. Does it stun the whole duration? Solo AoE? It only used to stun in the middle, I think, right? Let me see. I think it used to only stun the middle. Like, that's kind of better. That's a lot better. So the shard got buffed, too. So it does, like, a huge AoE stun now. I think shard is, like, mandatory in this hero. I think you'll get magic resistance talent pretty much every time. Because then it means your jump is going to do less damage to yourself. Like, I took 285 damage there. That was, like, literally nothing. Position 4? Yep, absolutely. Alright, and the other talent is the activation delay for proxy mines. So, if we level that up and try it, it probably means we're going to be able to blast like 3 times in a row really easy. And then blast off cooldown, sticky bomb damage. Ah, that's really good too. These are tough. If you're a core, I feel like I would take sticky bomb damage. It's hard to say. These are both really, really good. Sticky bomb damage you're going to use constantly. You're going to push creep waves with it. You're going to nuke heroes. You're going to farm jungle camps. Blast off cooldown means you can use it multiple times in a team fight, which is kind of hard to pass up when it stuns in a giant AoE. But yeah, this basically means we're just going to be able to ulti 3 times in a row. That is going to reset the calculus a little bit about wanting like proxy mine cooldown, because then you can basically do this combo, but you know, a lot more often. Because then I can do... like, very easy to do this, especially when you get, like, a Hex. That's really powerful, for sure. That's a really, really good talent. It's going to be hard to not pick that whenever over damage. It's, like, way too good. Way too good not to get. And the magic resistance probably stacks as well, I assume. No, it doesn't. It does not stack. Just resets it. Okay. It's still really good, though, because it does minus 20%. You could also go Veil on this hero, too. If you're playing support, probably just buy a Veil instead, is what I would do. But E-Blade is generally better because it will disarm them. Because these together will do a lot of damage. So again, you want to combo increasing damage with magic resistance reduction. So that's going to do a lot of damage too. Okay, Veil, E-Blade, mid hero or support. That's Techies now. Okay, and then we will go back and continue the patch. General updates. Base hero gold bounty. Oh, by the way, how long have I been streaming? 1 hour? Okay, we got to run ads right here. I'm going to run ads every hour and delay the day by 3 out of 60 minutes times the amount of hours. Okay. Take a short 3-minute break. Not everybody gets ads. Skip new hero. I did not. I promise you, I did not skip the new hero. I literally talked about him for like 30 minutes. You have missed it. I'm sorry. Look like your dad? Okay, that's cool. I feel like my hair's slightly wrong. This is a great time for me to talk about how much I really enjoy watching the reality TV show Love is Blind. It's on Netflix. It's very good. Huge fan. I think the premise is that all these people are in pods and they can't see each other, so the only way they get out of the pods is by death or by engaging somebody, getting engaged with somebody, or they let them out if they don't get engaged with somebody. But like then they continue the show, and the episodes, like when they get out of the pods, it's less good. But like I firmly believe that the show is like fucking amazing while they're all in still the pods. While they're all still in the pods, it's just fun watching people fall in love with each other. It's very heartwarming. And they finally came out season 2. Season 1 came out before the pandemic. It was really popular, but then they couldn't make it for a while because of the pandemic. But now that they released a new one, they also released a Japanese one and a Brazilian one with Japanese people and Brazilian people. So it's fun to like see the cultural differences and stuff. I'm really enjoying it. Season 1 was ass. Would I describe it as ass? It was like, I don't know. I don't know if I'd call it ass effy. I would say like it was messy. It was very messy at times. I don't like messy reality shows. I don't think that's fun. I don't want to watch like people be trashy and stuff. Even though it's part of humanity, it's like I'm just like like I'll watch it a little bit. I like trash once in a while, but like I prefer more like less trashy stuff. And so far the Japanese one has been like 0% trashy. Probably from cultural differences or something, but I don't know. I really like the Japanese one so far. Season 2 has been good, but a little trashy, but definitely better than season 1. I think season 2 is definitely better than season 1. So I would watch it if I were you. Anyways, ads are done. All right, here we go. 551. Base hero gold bounty increased by 5. So basically you get 5 more gold whenever a hero dies than you did before. All else is the same. Reworked bounty gold streak formula. Oh, that's small. I don't know if you guys are gonna be able to T-Tours this. Sorry about this, guys. But the problem is that like it's still T-Tours. Look how tiny this is. Does this even render out correctly? So what it says is if you have a streak at low amounts, it's less than it was. If you have a streak at high amount, it's more than it was. So it means that, sometimes when you like own your lane, you get 3 kills as a support and you're like, oh, I'm fucking owning. But then the mid comes and ganks you and you're like, fuck, I just gave him a kill streak. That's not going to feel as bad now because you only give 60 gold instead of 100. You have to get a 4 streak now to give 100 gold instead of 3. With that said, in the middle part, by 4 kills, it's basically the same. And up to 10 kills, it's 550 versus 550 for now. And 345 for pass. So you get a lot more gold from killing somebody on a godlike streak. So if you do get godlike, it's more of a punish, which is good because I don't get godlike very often. I fuck up all the time. So this is actually really nice for me personally because I usually fuck up a lot, giving them big kill streaks. And then when we kill them, we're gonna get more gold back, which is pretty fucking sick. I think that's what happens to me, right? Or is it bad because now when I give them killing sprees in lane, once we kill them one time, we're gonna get less gold. Depends how catastrophic the game's been. Depends on how good this is for me. All right, reworked XP streak formula. There's a bunch of math. I'm gonna look at the notes. It is same principle. So if you have a low streak, you're getting less bonus versus later. Thank you for the coffee money. Appreciate it. Hopefully that wasn't infinitely loud for anybody. All right, cooldown reduction now stacks diminishingly. Okay, I'm glad they did this because it kind of made like, number one, it made like custom modes like Ag's Lab a little bit weird because like you couldn't stack cooldown reduction. But you should be able to buy Octarine and Quickening Charm or the other one. The one that looks like a null talisman but isn't. I can't remember. The +6 stats, +4 mana regen, 18% cooldown item, you know. All right. So that's good. Good for Dazzle as well. That's a Dazzle buff as well. If in case you want to buy more cooldown reduction. Move the bounty runes from the triangle to the primary jungle. Okay. So primary jungle for both teams. And remove the Dire and Radiant offlane towers farther away from the base. Okay, so that means that it is longer now to walk back to lane when you feed as an offlaner. When you feed twice in a row as an offlaner. So a little nerf to that. But it's also a buff to them in the sense that if you're not feeding, the tower's a lot closer to you. So if the creep wave's right in front of the carry's tower, you don't have to walk nearly as far to get back. 300 units is like a pretty good amount, but it's not massive. So it should still feel about the same. But it should be a little bit safer to be in a protected zone as an offlane hero, especially if your support leaves. When a hero respawns in the fountain, they're invulnerable as long as there's at least one enemy here on the base until they issue a command. Oh, cool. So counter to fountain farming. When a hero respawns in the fountain, they're invulnerable. So the hero that respawns is invulnerable as long as there's an enemy hero. What does base mean? Base. That means like literally base, like your whole base, like backdoor base. That means that if you're respawning, people basically can't hook you out a fountain if you don't click any buttons. So if you're being fountain farmed, the counter is to not click, but the counter to that is that they just don't let the game end, and then you eventually have to move anyways. But the upside is that if they are doing this, at the very least, you can wait until your whole teams respawn, and then you could fight them 5v5 instead of it being like a 1x1 thing where they infinitely farm you because they're going 5v1 constantly. The meta of fountain farming. So it's fine. It won't solve the problem perfectly, but it will give you a solution if you know about it. Good to know. Anything else that this would do? I'm trying to think of anything else. Respawning. I mean, like, you can't go full agi on morph, and fountain would have never happened. That clip can't be repeated necessarily. Like where you're at like 300 HP and they just sunstrike you over and over again every time you respawn. But that's about it. That's all I can think of. Maybe some global spells. Could you abuse this with buyback in any way? You could like buy back and like wait to start your teleport until after global silence goes off or something like that. Maybe. But that's about all I can think of for an abuse. All right, kill gold information now shows a breakdown of gold bounty for the killer plus proximity gold. I think this is nice because this is like a way to like really help people understand where their gold is coming from. A lot of Dota play is based on feel, and obviously we can all look at these equations, but the issue is that these change so rapidly from moment to moment that it's difficult to like truly understand where the gold that you're getting is coming from. And sometimes you get like solo kills on people and it feels like, oh shit, I just got like a huge amount of gold. Why did I get so much gold? And it might be helpful if it's easier to know like if it's proxy gold or gold bounty. And it'll be easier for like Ice Frog as well to like figure that shit out, because then everybody that looks at individual cases can put brain power towards it. And that way they can like tune whether it's like kill gold or proxy gold. That's like outrageous, you know? Proxy gold is, oh my god, that's a bad smelling fart. Tango. Not mine, my dog's. You could figure out whether because I think proxy gold is based on like how many heroes are there when you die. So if you get like a solo kill, you get a lot more gold, for example. So that'll be interesting to think about as the game continues. Following abilities now consistently reveal invisibility for the duration. Winter's Curse, Aether Remnant. That means that if you use these on somebody that's invisible or about to be invisible, that they will stay invisible. Which means basically that like Glimmer Cape is arguably counter to Winter's Curse in the past, because you could make them invis and then they probably just didn't get attacked. That's not true, because their teammates would still be able to see them, but the enemy team would not be able to. Anyways, Winter's Curse, Aether Remnant, Berserker's Rage, the Ensnare from Troll, Shackles, that's the third skill from Rasta, Life Drain. Life Drain is a big one, actually. You could see them, I believe, but you could not click on them. Very similar. Think of like Spirit Siphon on Death Prophet, very similar, but that's also not on this list, interestingly. Dismember, that's Pudge ulti. Fortune's End is the first skill from Oracle. Sinister Gaze is Lich's third skill. Searing Chains is the first skill on Ember. Enchant Remnant is that Earth Spirits? Ags? I cannot remember. Rod of Atos. It is ESX. Okay, that's what I thought. Rod of Atos would be the root, Gleipnir, and Dark Troll and Snare, which is the neutral creep and snare. So it's basically a lot of like disables, and it does suck in these moments where like you use it on them and then you lose vision for a brief moment. Like, and these are like, they're basically all roots or stuns. So it makes sense to give these like little buffs, I think. Something like Dismember is a shitty ultimate, for example, so that's a nice thing to change. All right, attack and armor types are now represented through abilities. Okay, so what this means, basically... let me finish sentence first so I don't do a fucking typical purge. Most damage remains unchanged with few exceptions in Creep vs. Creep and Creep vs. Tower. So what this means is that, like, Plague Wards, for example, from Venomancer, they deal the same type of damage as a ranged creep. That means that the damage they deal is bonus against creeps, because creep armor takes bonus damage from ranged creeps. But ranged creep damage deals like 50% as much against heroes, for example. And against buildings, it does like even less. So this is just gonna help, like, basically help people understand those differences. Rather than you having to like go on like Dota 2 wiki or something like that, you can actually read it in the tooltips. Let's hope these actually remain visible and not bugged, but I wouldn't be surprised if it falls to the wayside a little bit, but it's fine. Add new ability, Piercing. Okay, Piercing is literally range creep. 50% bonus damage to non-hero units and 50% less is standard. That's why Plague Wards on Veno have always been shit damage against heroes. It's because it does 50% less. So and Serpent Wards as well, or also Piercing. Reinforced units deal 150 bonus damage to other reinforced units. That's siege damage. And reduce damage received from heroes by 50% and from non-hero units. Reinforced means it's a damage type and an armor is what they're showing us. So this is basically siege and fortified. If you played Warcraft 3, it's basically like siege unit damage and building armor is how it works. So non-hero units, damage from heroes by 50% and non-hero units by 30%. So reinforced damage, yeah, it's going to be like siege damage, like catapult damage. Heroes by 50%, non-hero units. So that should mean catapults take more damage from heroes than from creeps, which will be should make it easier to last hit. I think that's new. I think so. Add a new ability. Yeah, and these did always exist. They were just not obvious. They were obvious in Dota 1 because that was a big staple part of the game, was that each hero had different armor and damage types, so you would use that to figure out what the counters were, basically. Runty. Runty units deal 25% less damage to heroes. Okay, so it'd be like small things. 25% less damage to heroes. I think this is nice to add because this means that they don't have to pick they can pick like something in the middle, basically. A Runty probably means that it does 100% against creeps, but less against heroes, which is basically magic damage, actually. You could argue the magic damage is very similar to Runty, because creeps have 0% magic resistance, except for some neutrals, obviously, but they deal 25% less towards heroes who have magic resistance. So Runty is very similar to magic damage, but it'll be separate, so it'll give Ice Frog more tools to diversify damage types and to tweak skills, and just something more to memorize that I'll keep in my brain for the rest of my life, so you don't have to. Don't worry. Piercing, Reinforce, and Runty aren't stealable. The fuck are these? These are spells? New ability? Abilities? What the fuck is this? What does that mean? This means to not steal. This means that I could like become Runty. Can I transform into a Runty creature? Like if I get old, I'll be Runty now. They're passive abilities. You can see it in game. All right, it'll make sense later, but range creeps and their upgrades all have the piercing ability. Duh. All buildings siege units are reinforced. Told you guys already, melee creeps and their upgrades all have Runty. So melee creeps and their upgrades all Runty. Okay. Serpent Wards and Plague Wards have piercing. Already told you guys this. Eidolons, Treants, like wolves no longer have basic attack type. This means they deal more damage to heroes than they used to at similar damage numbers. Basic is now Runty, by the way. Man, there's going to be so many sexual innuendos with Runty, dude. That dude's Runty. It does 25% less damage. So basically these will deal slightly more damage scaling, I guess. That if you want to buff them up in damage or attack speed, they'll do a little bit more damage. So you could argue that something like an AC would be even better on Lycan Wolves, arguably. They could be a bigger portion of your damage than before, where it was still mostly about either the Necro units or your hero. Neutral creeps now all have the standard attack type. Most neutral creeps have had their damage adjusted so that the net damage is similar. So what that means is that I don't remember what damage they had before. Wasn't it the same as heroes? I can't remember. But what this probably means is they probably had a different damage type. In Warcraft 3, a lot of the big neutrals had the same damage as heroes. It was it's like that orange sword. I think it was hero type damage or something. So it did it basically does the same damage to everything except for towers. But apparently they changed that. They must have changed that. So that probably means, I don't know. I'm not sure. I'd have to see the damage numbers to make the conclusion, but basically the damage is similar. So we will take it like that. It might have meant that the creeps did more damage to neutral creeps did more damage to lane creeps. So if you'd actually control them, they would kill creeps faster. It might have been something like that, but I can't remember. I don't know what the previous was. Most neutral creeps that used to have a piercing attack now have a piercing ability. Okay, so they can switch what type of damage they want to do, basically, is what it sounds like. So that means they can decide whether to be better against creeps or better against heroes. What that means is that they are easier to buff. It's another tool. The fact that they're switchable basically gives another tool to Ice Frog, and that's why this is a good thing, because now Ice Frog can say, like, hey, I want the Satyr Tormentor neutral creep to deal more, to be better. I want its win rate to be higher. I want Chens to want that creep. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to increase the amount of piercing damage they get, basically. So he can buff them against creeps, but have them do the same damage against heroes without like upsetting the balance in a big fucking way, you know? That's my understanding of what's going to happen here. Or he can add, or the most obvious thing is he can add piercing abilities to more creeps, probably. So these neutral creeps that used to have a piercing. So basically what this means is that Giant Wolf had a piercing attack. I didn't even know that. Ancient Black Drake, that's the big dragon, and Satyr Banisher. That is the smallest one, I think. The other creep that has a piercing attack is the Vul Assassins, the one that throw those spears that poison you. Those are also piercing. Those ones suck against heroes because it's piercing. But now, if you can turn off the piercing and attack heroes with it, it'll actually be a lot better against heroes. So I assume he also has the piercing ability, or maybe they're not giving him the piercing ability, so he's always piercing. I'd have to see. I'm theory crafting a lot, sorry. It's the same. We can just see it in game. It's just passive. All right, guys, I'll move on. My bad. So it's just an ability in the sense that you can read it. It's not that... Okay, it's not that you can actually turn it on or off. Okay. That makes sense. Thank you. You can probably get hit with break, though, and that will turn it off. How about that? When it says ability, I just like went all deep. Sorry about that. My bad. Okay. Neutral items now show through Fog of War for the team they belong to until they're picked up. That's a beautiful change. Very nice. Neutral creeps now increase their HP by 30. This means that basically if it drops somewhere, you can actually find it until it gets picked up. Creeps now increase their HP by 30. Armor by 0.5. Your fucking creeps level up now? Base damage by 3. Attack speed by 5. Gold bounty by 1. So basically the longer they sit there, the more gold they get. By 5 every 7.5 minutes. So basically neutral creeps will get stronger as the game goes on is what this means. They don't have to be alive. This is very similar to how it works for regular creeps. Regular creeps gain more HP and stuff like that. This also means that Chen creeps will be stronger as the game continues as well. They'll have more HP because there's usually a point of time where like summoned or controlled units end up falling off cliffs kind of because heroes just keep scaling and creeps do not. So this will make Helm of the Dominator a better late game item, for example. It'll make it slightly harder to farm late game too, which could be impactful in some cases if you have a hero that's bad at farming. But more HP, more armor, attack speed and stuff doesn't matter that much. A little bit more gold bounty is good. So just more gold, more challenge, more armor is going to make farming a little bit weaker. No magic resistance though. So if you're farming with something like a Lina or a Maelstrom, the only thing holding you back is either taking too much damage from them or them having more HP. But you should still be able to farm pretty decently with nukes. Last upgrade at 225 minutes. That's pretty funny. Neutral creep base attack time has been increased to 2, and base attack speed has been adjusted to compensate. So they're more resilient versus attack speed slow. Okay, interesting. That is usually the case. I'm glad they spelt it out though. So it should make it easier for like Chens and stuff like that to play against like Shiva's guards and things like that. With that said, it also means that if you are buffing your neutral's attack speed with something like a drum or an AC, that you're going to get a little bit less benefit than you did before. So that's the downside. But in most cases, people aren't getting like massive benefits. You could argue that for a Beastmaster, this is probably a very small nerf, I would guess, because he already buffs attack speed of them. So if they're more resilient versus attack speed slow, that also means that they are less benefited by attack speed bonuses. So this is probably a little tiny nerf for Beastmaster, but I'd have to see the numbers. New Ancient Camp, Ancient Ice Shaman, we saw that one, and Ancient two Ancient Frostbitten Golems. Okay. Oh, Ancient Ice Shaman's by himself? No, he's not. They're friends. Okay. Warpine Raiders are the cones. All right. Ancient Ice Shaman, ranged 500 attack range. 1500 HP, pretty good damage. Movement speed's a little weak. 3 armor, 30 magic resistance. That's pretty reasonable. Pretty good gold. Ice Fire Bomb. Ice Shaman throws a bomb to enemy unit or building, dealing 50 damage per second for 8 seconds. Whew. So that's a 400 magic damage nuke. Deals only 25% of damage to buildings. So 100 damage. Range is 700. Cooldown's 30 seconds. Mana cost is 100. That in terms of jungling, this is fucking terrifying. If he can just use this on you, this really sucks. Because 400 damage is a lot. But if you have lifesteal, it's not a big deal, right? Because he's not going to deal that much damage to you anyways. You'll offset it. But for anybody that's trying to jungle without being really capable, if he can just cast this on you, that's going to be a big problem. Frostbite Golem, 900 HP, magic resistance. Grants 10% cooldown reduction in a 1200 radius. So that means that it will, so if you control this, it'll just give a 10% cooldown reduction to your team, which is kind of cool. So if you do want to control one of these, it will work. And you should be able to, I don't know if you can stack multiples of these. You probably can't, right? Because you can't stack auras. Sometimes you can. You used to be able to stack the magic resistance auras, but my guess is this doesn't stack. But it's still pretty powerful. You could get a 10% cooldown reduction aura for your team. Could be helpful a little bit. But in most cases, you're probably going to grab one of these other abilities or some other hero that's really effective. Here's the Warpine Raider. They have 850 HP, pretty good damage, good movement speed, armor, magic resistance, basically everything you'd want to take it over. It's a level 5 creep. That means, well, this is an ancient, so you can't actually take this with Dominator, but you'd have to get the upgrade or whatever. But these guys are a new camp, right? Yeah, it's a large camp, so this is an option. They do a little bit less damage. They have less HP, but let's see what they do. Throw seed, do a unit slowing 100% for first second, dealing 100 damage, can bounce to nearby image. So it's basically Acorn Shot, very similar to what it was in Eggs Lab. 500 range. It does 100 physical damage, or 100 damage, probably magic, I would guess. Can bounce up to 4 hits, or 3 bounces. So hit, 1, 2, 3. So basically it hits 2 each. So if you throw it on a guy that's cast with another guy, basically, you're dealing 200 damage each. 15-second cooldown. That's pretty good. I could definitely see a lot of value with like getting like 4 of these as a Chen and just like launching, just sending it. You do like 800 damage to 2 heroes. It's kind of cool. And it's 500 range, which isn't that bad. I think this is really cool. Okay, Cobalt Form, and this is the guy with the whip, more armor, more bounty. Base attack time's better, but he gets more attack speed, so again, less weak against Shivas. Yeah, and if this is all of their base attack times, yeah, getting more attack speed is definitely going to make the neutrals a lot weaker, because you want a low BAT when you're giving them attack speed. Cobalt Soldier, very similar stuff, turn rate's better, that's going to make pulling a little bit easier. Steel Weapon, every 3rd attack, Cobalt Soldier will disarm its target for 3 seconds. That's kind of cool. Could steal this on Doom. It's like legit steal it on Doom, maybe. Model size increased by 10, so the little babies are going to be bigger. Oh, the cooldown's 9 seconds. That's pretty long. The attack counter does not increase. Okay, yeah. This would be like way too good on a hero like Doom otherwise, or even like as a creep. He's pretty low HP though, right? It doesn't say. He probably still has shit HP, but you can increase it obviously. It's still kind of cool though. The minimum thing that it'll do is it'll decrease the damage of a wave that's fighting it, and as a result, the Kobold will have a better chance of actually killing a creep wave. Because right now the Kobold wave is really shit. It's really, really shit. It doesn't do anything. Passive ability. Allied heroes within 1200 radius gain 20 gold per minute. Sure. It's not a lot. Thanks for the sub. 20 gold per minute, but with your whole team, that's 100 gold per minute, guys. For a Chen, you know, you could potentially send this onto your carry player and say, hey man, just stand by this all game. I'll sacrifice ever having a creep just so you can gain an extra 20 gold. This isn't worth it, but it's cool. It's not worth it, but it's cool. Every 4 of them, everyone gets their own. I don't know if it's an aura though, guys. You shouldn't be able to stack this. Yeah, and again, you could get it on Doom if you wanted, but 20 gold per minute is so little. You're trading off having literally any other ability. I would take the disarm one instead. Maybe. It's kind of shit, but when you actually do fight heroes to the death, it could be good. Like if I'm leaning against like an Ursa or something, this could be really helpful. Thanks for the bits, Doctor. I appreciate it. Hill Troll Priest. No more mana aura, which is arguably his better benefit. Passive ability, heal amplification. 50% heal amp to all allies. This is really good. This would be really good on a Chen or other hero potentially. I don't know if you'd necessarily want to get like a Helm of the Dominator to use this otherwise or anything like that, but you could certainly... I missed one? Oh, I'm sorry. The Berserker, thank you. Whenever he attacks a unit, applies break to it for 3 seconds. Oh, that's really good. That's really, really good. Whenever he attacks a unit with a 10-second cooldown. That's really solid. Sorry, guys. All hill trolls look the same. You know how it is. But you could use this, obviously, as a solution to counter heroes that have really strong passives. Guys, it's an anti-racist joke. That's the point. All right. It's a mythical creature that isn't real. That's the joke. That's the joke. Obviously, you'd never say that for actual people. That's why I scroll past it. It happens. Fuck you guys. All right. Anyways, 15% heal amp. 15% heal amp is maybe not something you'd buy as like a Helm of the Dominator type thing, but certainly a Chen would be happy to use this at times, especially if you're having trouble like going high ground. It would be great to amp up your mech and your Hand of God, for example. All right, Vul Assassin, piercing homies. Let's see. Doesn't deal 2 damage per second, only lasts for 10 seconds. Hero duration is reduced to 2. That was actually pretty neat, but it does reduce health regen by a lot. It used to only reduce it by, I think, 40% or something. Now it's 75 for 2 seconds. So this is ultimately good. It would suck. I fucking hated watching this in pro games, and I don't blame the pros, but they would come and do a Vul Assassin camp, and then they would bottle like 2 or 3 times because they're about to pick up a rune, but they wouldn't wait the 10 seconds, and they would lose like 200 HP, or they'd like salve while Vul Assassined and lose literally like hundreds of HP. It was really painful, but now they're only going to have to wait 2 seconds to get the heal off. I don't really see any reason you would necessarily want to get this otherwise. You could hypothetically use it on Doom if somebody had like a shitload of regen. That part is potentially viable, but that's cool. Ghost, piercing ability, basically no difference. 1 more armor, still going to be powerful. Fell Spirit, however, silences a unit for 3 seconds. And cooldown's 15 seconds. Range is 600. It's pretty good. This is actually an ability that I could see a Doom getting, without a doubt. Because that actually would give you an option when you initiate on enemy heroes. Jump in, hit him with the Infernal Blade, doom them. I guess you don't want to silence them if they're doomed, but in other circumstances, it should just be 1 unit as well. I don't know. Maybe it's not that good. I mean, obviously, War Stomp is still way better, but this is nice range. So, like, for a support, this could be better. And certainly against somebody like a Storm Spirit or an Ember Spirit, if it doesn't have a projectile speed especially, it probably has a projectile speed, I would imagine. But if it doesn't have a projectile speed, using this against, like, a Storm or somebody like that, really, really genuinely good. There's a lot of heroes that, like, absolutely hate to be silenced. And getting a silence without having to buy like an Orchid would be nice. The downside though is that small camps are not very common on the map and they're pretty spread out. So like actually finding a Fell Spirit repeatedly might be difficult, but that's why it's still kind of good for Doom potentially. Because you could do something like run at a Storm Use this first and then doom him maybe. Because I feel like the doom cast range is not 600, for example. Harpy Scout, take off, gain flying movement, but lose 50 movement speed. Disarmed while flying. Cost 2.5% max mana per second. Oh, so you just can forever. You can take off your game when you're mad. You can just eat a Harpy Scout and you can just fly off the map. As long as you have, you can offset the mana loss. It's obviously very powerful in certain situations, like when you're about to die, run down a cliff, or approach up a cliff, for example. Fly up a cliff, turn it off. If you can just turn it on and off, this seems quite valuable, potentially. But a little situational, certainly. Other than that, it's pretty much useless, right? Like, because, I mean, whenever you see stuff like this, like big changes to neutrals, a lot of it basically affects Doom, and some of them are, that's about it, Doom and Chen, or Helm of the Dominator, but like, nobody's going to like get Harpy Scouts just so their Harpy can fly. Like, well, okay, the only context I can think of is you could use it to like deward cliff spots easier, but you have couriers right now to do that, unless that got removed. But, and even then, you wouldn't want to spend this much money just to fly. It's going to be useful on like Doom sometimes, potentially, because he could fly up cliffs or something, but that's fine. Throw it in the game. Flying Vision. It doesn't say Flying Vision, it just says Flying Movement, and you're disarmed, so yeah. 50% movement speed is a shitload, so you'd only use it to like run up cliffs or something like that. You could like fly over Roche Pit from the other side. Harpy Stormcrafter, Chain Lightning against low health units. Okay, so you're going to see Harpy Stormcrafter start killing people. Does that mean only the neutral does? This probably means that Chain Lightning's exactly the same, but she will try to like steal kills now. So we'll probably see people get stolen from this, which should be fun. Hurl Rock now deals double damage to creeps. Okay, they nerfed the damage a long time ago because it was like too good to like gank with like 8 Mud Golem shards basically. But double damage against creeps will be fine. We'll occasionally cast it at player-controlled creeps because they're too pussy to fight heroes, I guess. Multiple golems won't chain cast their rocks. Okay, that's good. That would be a little bit broken, but it's still player-controlled creeps, so I don't know, like what? This is good against like Beastmaster, if Beastmaster's on the enemy team or something. But it's only against creeps and a single target, so it's not that powerful, but I guess if you want to use it against creeps, you can. Fuck Eidolons. I mean, I guess. Ogre Bruiser. Ogre Smash. Slowly charges a big attack, stunning for 3 seconds. Oh, he charges it for 2.8 seconds. Okay, so it's like Meteor Hammer, basically. Stunning for 3 seconds, dealing 200 plus 8% of current HP as damage to all units in a 200 radius. Cooldown is 12. No mana cost. Now we'll occasionally cast Ogre Smash in their camps. Okay, so why buy Meteor Hammer when you can instead eat an Ogre Bruiser and then do it? With that said, 2.8 is a long time, guys. It's a long time. Thanks for the subs, appreciate it. 8% of their current HP is damage. It's great. Like, it's a lot of damage when it's going to hit. What's the AoE? 200 radius. It's kind of small. It's pretty small, but hey, it'll be funny when it happens, right? Surely. We're going to see some pro players get smashed by this randomly. Maybe not in crucial moments, but possibly. There's certainly more shit you can do where you like actually fight somebody near a neutral camp and you try to get them to like utilize your benefit. That part's kind of fun. Toss people into things, force them into something like this could be fun. No change for the Ogre, just some of the damage adjustments. Satyr Banisher, that's the little one. Can now cast Purge in his camp after 5 seconds of attacking a hero. So it will remove your debuffs and it will slow you, and that's about it. And it won't last that long. But after 5 seconds, okay. Now has the mana aura as well, providing mana regen. Okay, so if you want to use the Mind Stealer to burn people's mana, it's a little bit stronger in terms of being able to continue to spam mana, but also giving you mana regen. I think that's better because the other creep was okay, the one that could give you mana and HP heal, but it certainly makes the Mind Stealer sound better because you basically sit it next to you, gave yourself a buttload of mana regen. 2.5 is insane, and then you just continue spamming the mana burn every 20 seconds or whatever. The cooldown's really long, but at least it doesn't feel as bad now where it's like I'm mana burning them and I'm getting mana. That part's kind of cool. Alpha Wolf, basically no difference. His base attack speed is different which is interesting. Like one of the earlier heroes I looked at went from 100 to 200 with the same BAT change. So this must mean that the Alpha Wolf does a little bit less damage now overall in terms of DPS. But maybe it's because like these do more or something. Intimidate reduces the total attack damage of all enemies within 300 radius, which is pretty small, by 50% for 4 seconds. So it's like Anchor Smash basically. Cooldown is 16 seconds, so 4 out of 16. It's pretty good. Useful against a hero like Morphling, for example. Cast it on nearby enemies when on low health. So he will use this to elongate his suffering, to stay alive for a little bit longer. But yeah, against some heroes it could be good, but we don't really see too many damage reduction skills being used typically. And the radius is small enough that we probably won't see anybody mess with this at all. But all right, Centaur Courser. The hero aura is up to 15 and the creep one's up to 30. So that means it's going to be even harder to kill stacked camps because they will have more magic resistance. And, but if you take control of one, you can buff up your teammates a lot more than in the past. It was only 10 before, which kind of sucked. Having one of these with your Chen is going to be really good now. It was good before, but now it's even better. More magic resistance to your allies and a lot more magic resistance to your creeps. And because creeps scale, this is going to be a big deal, guys. This percentage change. I don't know if it's the same for the potato of the Hellbear Smashers, but if it is, I do like getting one of these sometimes when I play Chen, just because if I'm against a Zeus or some other like high magic damage hero, it can be a really nice way to make your creeps HP go farther. So with them having more HP and a bigger aura, maybe Chen will be a stronger late game hero than the past. It's a lot of buffs and a lot of changes to the game that's only going to affect Doom and Chen and whoever buys Helm of the Dominator, but even though there's only like 500,000 games of Chen played in the world every year, but whatever, dude, I'm down. I like the hero sometimes. Centaur, no changes basically. His attack speed increase was pretty weak, but I guess his BAT was high, was a little bit weaker to start off. I assume the damages are about the same, but we'll see. Tormentor is the same. Smasher, new passive ability, Death Throw Power. When he dies, all allies gain bonus damage for 5 seconds. Literally auto chess / underlords. Basically auto chess. This is auto chess, right? There was a Hellbear Smasher around, and when you killed the red one, the other one would get a bunch of bonus damage or a bunch of attack speed is basically what this does. So when it dies, all allies within 700 range get 50% base attack damage for 5 seconds. It's pretty cool for a Chen type player, or you wouldn't necessarily want it on like a Doom. I mean, oh, he doesn't have Swiftness Aura in it. Okay, yeah. So the neutral's worse to grab now than it did before because having the aura and the clap was really good. It's still going to be fine on a Doom, but for a Chen, not terrible, but it will suck when it dies. I think this will hurt the hero a little bit because Swiftness Aura is really good, but I guess in shit like oh shit situations, it's kind of cool. Obviously, this is a fucking insane amount of damage. You could also hypothetically do something where you get like 3 Hellbear Smashers and then you go Roche with your carry while these tank and die one by one and basically give your carry like a bunch of damage bonus. But it's kind of cool, but I don't really see it as like, it doesn't seem like easy to use outside of like the Roshan situation, or unless you like throw it on towers and give your carry a bunch of damage while you're sieging. So yeah, that's fine. Hellbear itself, he gives attack speed, 100 attack speed for 5 seconds. That one's, I would argue, a little better, but oh, okay. So no longer cloak aura. That's probably good that they separated it. That means killing these camps are going to be easier now because they won't have magic resistance. So that's a buff for any like magic nuke player. But this one has a swiftness aura and it has the death throw of rush instead of power. So attack speed when it dies, and it gives you attack speed just by being alive. So still pretty good creep, I gotta say. The swiftness aura is really strong, genuinely. 15 attack speed for your whole team is really solid. It dying and giving you 100 attack speed is kind of insane, especially if you pair this with Chen's first skill. It's kind of a lot. I still wouldn't grab it on like Doom, but like as a creep that hangs out near us while we fight, I think it's pretty solid. Wild Wing itself has the Tornado, 40-second cooldown, lasts for 5 seconds after the channel is interrupted. Channeling time goes down to 15 seconds. Has less mana than it used to. Whenever, I'm sorry, I'm confused. Doesn't it like push somebody? Whenever it dies to a hero in this camp, whenever a Ripper dies to a hero, he gets mad. Or sorry, a 33% chance that nearby Wild Wings will cast Tornado on the attacker. And if they cast Tornado, you have to like stop fighting, I guess. But it's the same thing, huh? Would the death throws work if you enchant a new creep? Yes, that's commonly how pro players would do with mud golems. They would come gank with like 2 mud golems, and then as they got there with the 2 mud golems, they would throw both boulders. Then they would take control of a creep, killing one of their mud golems, which would spawn 2 shards. They could throw 2 more shards. So you could certainly like come to gank with like a hellbear and initiate the gank and then take control of a new creep. But it's a little bit of work because you don't exactly. It's not easy to like pick. It has to be like whichever one is the oldest. That's the one that dies. So you'd have to like plan ahead on it. But you're right that you could certainly do that with either of these hellbears to do like a big damage increase. So I thought that we saw the tornado like push somebody, but I guess it's this one. Vector target a unit in a direction. Unit will be pulled 400 units in that direction over half a second. This skill's really fucking good. This skill's really fucking good. This is a Doom skill right here that you would definitely potentially grab. 400 unit pull in that direction. You get to pick the direction too. So it's a 400 unit force staff on a 30-second cooldown. Absolutely use that to like gank opponents or like fuck up team fights. And it's either hero, either a hero or somebody else. I would be very happy to put this in a Chen grouping, right? Like Chen, somebody runs at you, blink strikes you, fucking tornado them away for 400 units. Like that's a good way to stay alive. It doesn't do damage, but it is a force staff, and positioning is obviously very important. So I think this is really good. Only being attacked will cast Hurricane to heroes chasing other heroes in the vicinity, pushing them in the opposite direction. This does not make English sense. I mean, so basically the tornado from Wild Wings only happen when Wild Wing Rippers die. It's probably supposed to say only when being attacked. We'll cast it to heroes chasing other heroes in the vicinity. So this means that if you're running past this camp, I believe, you could attack a Wild Wing Ripper, and the Wild Wing Ripper will force staff away whoever's chasing that hero, I think. Chasing, whatever that means. It's probably just going to pick a random hero and push them the opposite direction. This sounds obnoxious as fuck. If I'm about to get a kill and I lose it because of this, like by all means, it's cool like that you can know to do it. But if it's like, it's probably easy to do, I'm guessing. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out. Maybe it's a cool thing, but is it next level save? I mean, there's like a medium, right? That you're like, okay, well, is it a good save, or is it like, man, he got lucky? There's a Wild Wing. All he has to do is attack it one time, and I get pushed 400 units away. You know, it's like technically all you have to do is like time the push until like. I mean, 400 units is enough where like you're not getting Orb of Venom slowed anymore, for example. So like playing near it, if I'm at trading support, it does sound pretty powerful potentially. I guess it goes both ways, but if I'm in a disadvantageous support matchup and I can just like hit a Wild Wing to push him 400 away and get out, that seems really powerful to me and annoying. So I don't know. Dark Troll Summoner, way more armor. 3 is a lot. Most creeps were just getting like 1 or 0. Raise the Dead no longer needs corpses. That's good. That's an old relic from Dota 1. He doesn't have piercing, it doesn't look like. No longer has ensnare. Max mana reduced. The skeletons summoned are increased. So basically, Dark Troll Summoner is way better at pushing than he was before. And he was pretty good before. Not as good as when the Chen Aura would give damage to all creeps. That was really fun. To summon a bunch of skeletons, they did a bunch of damage. But 3 skeletons, you can summon them at the normal rate basically, and then you can use it to push. So certainly a much better pushing creep than it was before, and it having a lot more armor is great. I wonder if they should reduce the level on the Dark Troll Summoner, because right now it's a level 6 hero or creep, so eating it on Doom takes a lot of points of Devour and a lot of points of Chen as well. It's probably fine for Chen to be broken, kind of, because if you could get Dark Troll Summoner earlier in the game, I think you need like level 5 to get it, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't played Chen in a while. But if you can get him earlier than level 5, like if you could get him at level 3, it'd probably be broken. He's got shitloads of armor, and he could summon a fuckload of skeletons, and you could like push like a little bit too hard maybe. So maybe this is for the best. But either way, lots more armor and more skeletons, and you don't need corpses, so that's cool. Skeleton Warriors, very cute little heads. Gold bounty is decreased, XP bounty decreased, passive ability skeleton allies. Within 1200 range will gain 3 bonus damage. That's cool. That's very cute. It stacks. Oh shit, that's fucking cool. I was like, oh, is this gonna stack? I was like, oh, maybe it's just like a cute little 3 damage. Nope, it stacks, baby. So when you summon 3 of these, you get 9 damage to everybody. It's allies too, so that's creeps as well. So this does kind of replace what I liked doing with Chen, which was getting multiple Dark Troll summoners. You spawn skeletons, and then you penitence somebody, and they like beat the shit out of them. Because if you get like 4 of these, you can increase everybody's damage by like almost 50. Like this is very powerful pushing power, or almost 40 damage. Sorry, it's pretty powerful pushing. Literally just summoning skeletons to do bonus damage. I don't know how much HP they have. I think it's probably like 150 or something, 200 max. So they're definitely very killable. But this is a really cool way to like allow Chen to like buff up people that are pushing. That doesn't necessarily have to be the skeletons. That's really cool, I think. I think that's really fun. Does Wraithen get that? Probably not. It's based on the Dark Troll. He probably has a different version of skeleton. But who knows? Maybe we're wrong. Hill Troll. This has Ensnare. That's the smaller one. 200 mana, will sometimes cast an Ensnare to targets attacking it. That's fine. Has Piercing. The big one does not have Piercing. I guess they did change it away from Piercing. This one used to have Piercing, but then they removed it semi-recently, actually. So, okay. And this one does the Ensnare if you want the Ensnare. So you can get Ensnare earlier. That's one upside, that if you're playing Doom or Chen, you can actually get Ensnare a lot earlier than before. Because remember, before it used to be paywalled effectively behind like level 5. So now you can get Ensnare a lot earlier if you want to use it on lane, which is smart. It's a cool way. It's a cool option now that you can use. I like that. Ancient Black Dragon. Magic resistance reduced a little bit. Okay, so you can Ancient a little bit easier with magic damage, and that's it. The Black Drake, though, increases spell damage received by enemy units by 5%. Okay, cool. I would not ever grab this as a Doom. It's good. It's spell damage, not magic resistance, so it'll work against physical or pure base damage, but it's fine. Certainly an option if you want to play with a little bit more damage. These do have cleave. It's got magic resistance now, so it'll be better at staying alive as like a Chen creep. I doubt these stack, so 1 is okay. And, it's 5% spell amp. It's good. It's good, but there's probably better creeps. Granite Golem, basically the same. Less magic resistance. That'll be nice. Much easier to jungle him. Same for the Rock Golem. And this is basically going to allow us to move away from mega stack clearing with heroes that right click. You can use spells a little bit more, which is probably for the best because of the fact that these creeps all have these like annoying abilities now, I guess. This aura is basically useless, I guess. Unless you fight near Black Drakes, I guess. The aura is, I think they said it's like 800 when it's a neutral creep. So if you do fight near these, that's something to keep in mind, I guess. That's actually something I've overlooked a little. That like, oh, if you fight near, if somebody's like doing this camp and you gank them, they're going to take 5% more damage. That's a big deal. As will you. You will both take 5% more damage. That's allies, so that won't affect randoms that are just hanging out. Okay, so there are some dangers to like fight near these, certainly, much like there was in Dota 1. Something to keep in mind. And the little ones have reduces the armor of enemy units within 12 enemy units by 2. That one's kind of cool. That's the smaller of the two. -2 armor is not that big of a deal. It's a 10% damage increase from physical damage, basically, or it's 10% less EHP, approximately. So it's fine. You could hypothetically have this if you have like a PA on your team or a Bristle or something like that, but you know, people have a lot of armor. It's not really, 2 is not that big of a deal, but you know, it can add up. It can help you roche faster, certainly. That's one part. That's probably one place where it's pretty valuable because it's constant. There's a lot of the minus armor applications that heroes have been reduced. At least the ones that are that you can buy typically. So things like Medallion, you used to be able to keep it up all the time on Roche. Now it's only up part of the time, for example. So having like -2 armor is a way to deal with that. But keep in mind that like using a creep slot to do -2 armor, is that better than giving your team 15 attack speed? Probably not. 15 attack speed is probably better in terms of damage. So, but hey, there's more options. That's kind of cool. And it, and the kind of weirdest thing about this as well is that it still counts as an ancient creep. So like, you can't even take control of this until like really late anyways. So like the benefit it gives you is like really small. It really comes down to the fact that largely this is only going to affect fights near these camps. So basically, I think that's actually the scariest things now, is that ancienting is a threat, right? If you're jungling and you get ganked there, you are more likely to die. You will take 5% more damage. And if you're doing this camp, you have 2 less armor. So that's the big deal about these auras. They're not so good that you're probably ever going to want to use them, but if you do get ganked there, you're going to be more vulnerable. That's a big deal. 2 less armor, and even jungling against them. This one doesn't matter as much because not that many neutral creeps just do spells randomly. Unless you stack, of course, then it's going to be scarier because the big frost guy does throw magic nukes, so that would deal an extra 20 damage or something. But if you get ganked, if you jungle it, basically no matter what, you're going to have 2 less armor from the Ancient Rock Golem, which is absolutely going to matter. Okay, and then the Rumblehide, no difference. This one does have an aura. It's the accuracy aura that everyone forgets about, and I think he gives attack speed as well. So it's you can use it as a counter to like evasive heroes. It gives you like 30% true strike or something like that, but it's pretty minor, not that big of a deal. So not surprised to stay the same. So the only offensive auras are the -2 armor and the 5% spell damage received. Okay, cool. Where are we at? All right, we got 6 more minutes. Item updates. Ooh, that's a Vlad's upgrade, I think. This is cowboy boots. I already read the leak, the patch. That's a bloodstone. And this is a skull hat. Everyone knows skull hat. I told Ice Frog to make skull hat. No, I'm just kidding. The boots of bearing, Revenant's touch, and Wraith Pact. You know what we should do actually? Let's make my webcam bigger. That's better. All right, Revenant's brooch. It's not as good as skull hat. Skull crown. What did I call it? I don't know. Witchblade. Okay, Mystic Staff. That's a lot of int. 800 gold recipe. So it's a expensive late game item. A Witchblade upgrade. 40 attack speed. 45 int. 8 armor. 30 projectile speed. Basically the perfect item for a late game right click int carry. Next 5 attacks have true strike and deal magical damage. Can attack ethereal units. Ooh. Another counter to Necrophos. Expires after 15 seconds. So if you don't use them, if you don't use it, you lose it. As we all know, it doesn't work against buildings. Magic immune enemies will take no damage when active. Okay. Causes your next attack to apply poison for 4 seconds. Slowing by 20%. Okay, so it basically... So does this mean that it completely changes your right click to magic damage? Is that what this means? Does this mean you buy E-Blade with Witchblade? You E-Blade somebody, you activate this, and you just beat the shit out of somebody with magic damage? That's what this means, I think. This is very interesting. So this is what Witchblade does right here. That's what the passive is. But the active is pretty sick. So think how powerful this is, potentially. It basically means that you have solutions against carries that you wouldn't have otherwise. So let's say some guy has like 1 billion armor. Like let's say it's like a bristleback or something. He's got like a plate mail and or he's got like an AC and he has a Shivas. Well, now I can say like, fuck it, I'm gonna build into Revenant's Brooch, and then when I attack him, I'm gonna do just a buttload of magic damage instead. To have an option to go a different way. And you can also attack ethereal units if you want. So you can also just build this no matter what and then make people ethereal. So for example, Pugna could fucking build this. Pugna 100% could build this. It's probably bad because I think his agi gain is probably bad. But he gets attack speed. He gets int. And he attacks faster. But legit, Pugna could buy this item. It's not going to be good probably because it's more about using his ulti, right? But if you wanted to go like right-click Pugna with Divine Rapiers, you absolutely can now. Get like 5 Divine Rapiers, buy Revenant's Brooch, you decrep somebody, you turn this on, and you just do like an absolute shitload of damage, because now you're amplifying your damage by 60%. It won't work if they're BKB'd, because you are 100% immune to magic damage. That's not always true. No, you just have like, I can't remember how they changed it. It doesn't put your magic resistance at 100%. It probably doesn't go through BKB. I had to guess. I would have to guess. Dazzle Mid loves this. I don't agree with that, actually. I mean, you love Witchblade on Dazzle because it allows you to... the cooldown is much lower, and it gives you a slow, and it gives you armor and attack speed, which is all really good. And the projectile speed is good. But Dazzle's ulti literally lowers armor on enemies, so... Like, sure, if they have a lot of armor, it would give you another way to deal damage to them. But you already do a lot of damage just with the Witchblade. Like, what's the point? Your hero does literally almost exclusively physical damage, and you get a lot more with your ulti. Why would you want to do this on Dazzle? It's not like you're like mega hard countered by them being ethereal bladed for 4 seconds. I would say that like if I'm playing like OD or some shit, not that OD buys Witchblade that often, but if I'm being countered by like, or if I'm playing, here's a better example. If I'm an Enchantress throwing these monster bomb impetuses on people, I would like this item because I can now attack ethereal units. I could just fucking hit them with it. Your attacks, your physical attacks will do magic damage, and your pure damage will probably still go through. Is probably how it works, if I had to assume. And boy, do I love assuming. So yeah, on some heroes, this could be really, really good. If they have E-Blades, it could be really good. With that said, for like agi heroes, they're never going to want to buy this item. It's 6,000 gold, and it only gives them 40 attack speed. It doesn't give them int, or it gives them int, and it gives them this shit, and a lot of like agi heroes don't want it. So this is just like another item that's going to give it's going to make it easier for int heroes to be carries, which I'm really happy about. I really love that about the way the Ice Frog's going with the game. I think Witchblade was a perfect introduction. It provides literally the solutions for int heroes to be carries. At least ones that, I mean, it makes a lot of int heroes better at being carries. It gives them attack speed, it gives them armor, and it gives them a little bit of slow, which is nice. It gives them options for becoming true carries. That's why Dazzle Mid works effectively, because Witchblade is like perfect for it. So I am a big fan of this right now. I'm probably a big fan of this. I'm sure there's gonna be some hero where it's really broken on. It's fucking annoying. But again, all it really does is gives you True Strike without having to buy MKB, which is perfect for a lot of int heroes like OD, for example, who never wants to buy MKB. For a hero like Storm, who doesn't want to fucking buy MKB, it gives them int, it gives them attack speed, it gives them armor. For heroes like Storm, Queen of Pain, etc., that don't want to buy MKB, this item is great. True Strikes for 5 attacks. You do magical damage, which also counters Ghost Scepters. So yeah, heroes like Storm will probably buy this item in some late games. I don't see them buying it early necessarily to rush like Witchblade into it, because it doesn't give you HP and it doesn't give you mana regen, and there's other issues, right? But for some heroes, it's really good. For like your gank type int heroes who die backlines, I think it's really good. All right, Wraith Pact, which is certainly just a repurpose Vlad's, Point Booster, and a Recipe. Okay. Point Booster and a Recipe. All right. Generic raw HP, mana, auras, good support item, basically. See what else it does. Health and mana. This is more health and mana than Point Booster gives you, by the way. It's equivalent to both a Vit Booster and a Energy Booster. So that's great, because Point Booster gives 175, 175. So here's normal Vlad stuff. And active can be cast within 350 range or create a totem that reduces all enemies' attack and spell damage within 900 AoE by 25% and deals 25 damage per second. Totem can move at 150 movement speed. That's really low, like stupidly low. Lasts 25 seconds or 5 hero hits. That's really good. Literally a totem. Very similar to MMO type stuff. I haven't played WoW, but like I assume it's totems are similar. I mean, they're aura type things that you can destroy, right? Cooldown 60 seconds, mana cost 100. This is basically, it's a support. It's just a support item, right? Literally an item that a support could buy. You bring an end to magic. Oh, thank you. This is great though. I think this is a nice way to give supports a utility item they can buy that are still effective. Things like Drum, and I'm reading down here accidentally, but things like Drum are really effective sometimes for supports to get, as is Vlad's. It feels weird to buy sometimes, but like you don't have to, you can buy Vlad sometimes, guys, if you want to. Very few pros do typically, unless they're building into Helm of the Overlord, then they buy it every time. But it's easy to forget that it is actually like a pretty good item. It does do a lot in those games, I promise. You just don't think about it because it's like a different icon and shit. But yeah, lowering attack and spell damage by 25%. Like slap that shit on a Zeus in a fight. What's the cast range? 350 range. So you have to be pretty close. But you could certainly like initiate a gank on like a Zeus or something like that and drop this shit down. And now you're just taking 25% less damage. And it works on physical damage and against magic. It's going to be way better against magic than heroes. Like it'll be good against like Morphling high stat type heroes, because he's going to have to hit it 5 times. And because he has a lot of base damage. But against like PAs, this isn't good. PA builds a lot of raw damage items. like green damage. So against a hero like PA, this isn't very good. It's not going to do very much. But against spellcasters, this is really solid, which is cool because the item is already Vlad's is already better against physical type heroes because it gives 3 armor to your teammates, and it helps your carries do more physical damage typically with the lifesteal and the bonus damage. But against spellcasters, Vlad sucks. It doesn't do anything. Now it does. If you want to buy Vlad's, but you also want it to be a little bit better against like spellcast type heroes, this is an option certainly. So I think this is cool, but it's definitely a support item. I don't really see any like do shit hero buying this. Like I could see some like utility type offlaners buying it or supports buying this, but I don't really like the idea of anybody else buying it personally. But I think it's cool. I think it's a really cool upgrade option if you don't want to, if you want to still buy Vlad's, but you don't want to feel like it's just like a dead item slot. So I think that's kind of cool. Pitlord buys this. Yeah, Pitlord, it would be good on him because he already reduces damage a lot. So it'd be another way to like further reduce damage that enemies do. I like that idea. And Pitlord means Underlord. It's just a Dota 1 name. I like this. You're right, it is time to run out. So we'll talk about Boots of Bearing in just a second. Be right back. Thanks for watching, guys. Hi. Sure. No. Wait. Okay. Oh no, it fell. It's over here. Tingle. It's right here. Good girl. Okay. Got a minute left. Sorry, guys. You guys want to talk about Love is Blind again? Ads aren't working for you. That's okay. Sometimes they don't work. Just depends where you live. Love is Blind Season 2. Season 2. I'm liking it, but I've liked the Japanese one a lot more. Love is Blind Japan Season 1 is really good. I'm enjoying it. It's like so much less like reality TV show drama shit, you know? It's like they're focusing on like people talking about why they are or are not compatible in a relationship. Season 1 is like messy arguments and shit like that is what it feels like. It's like the editing is made to be less. It's like watching the show. It seems clear that if you watch like the English version, you're looking for drama, and that's what they're trying to serve you. They're trying to serve you like juicy ass fucking messy drama. Whereas in the Japanese one, it's like, let's talk about why we're compatible, and that's all they focus on. And I really like that. It's more comforting. I doubt the Beast Q can interrupt channeled ally channel spells. I have not watched Terrence House, but people keep talking about it. I haven't watched the Brazilian one yet, but I'm gonna watch that one after I'm done with the Chinese one. I didn't know Slax's dog died, unfortunately. Yeah. All right, let's go. Boots of Bearing, Tranquil Boots, Drum of Endurance, and a 1500 gold recipe. 8 strength, 8 int, 65 movement speed, 15 regen. So it's basically Tranquils and Drum. 8 charges, gains a charge every 3 minutes. Consumes a charge to give Drum bonus, 50 attack speed, 15 movement. This is better than Drum. I think Drum is 35 attack speed and like 12 movement. For 6 seconds. During the first 2 seconds, allies can't be slowed by other abilities. Holy shit. Holy shit, that's really good. Does not stack with Drum of Endurance. Active. Passive is 20 movement speed. Okay. This is really good. I really like this item. The recipe is really expensive, but what it basically does is it gives you unlimited charges within reason, which I like. The fact that drum charges run out was kind of bad because nobody ever, I don't think I ever saw somebody rebuy a drum. I rebought it in like Ag's Lab maybe, but that was about it. 2 seconds can't be slowed by other abilities is what you're paying for 1500 gold. That's the primary thing. You're paying for that, and I also need to see if it can be broken. I think I'm going to try this one out because I'm very curious. Because if this movement, if the regen doesn't go away, then it's really solid. It's even better. That's an even better upgrade for like supports who are being chased. So normally what happens, I'm a little bit big this time, sorry. You get attacked, your tranquil boots break, and now you're running at 40 movement, so you lose 25 movement speed when you're attacked. It sucks. But now, if I buy these, let's see what happens. It stays on. This is really good. This is really fucking good. So, yes. Alright, so that's what you're paying for. You are paying for unlimited charges. You are paying for... It's going to jump again. Oh my god, they fixed it. Oh my god, they fixed it. Normally, when you used to go to a different tab and then come back here and click, it would jump you to the top, and they changed it. Valve, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh my god. The best change ever. Holy shit. Alright, so the fact that it doesn't lower your movement speed... Wait, is this more movement speed? Maybe it'll still do it. Hopefully... Let me just double check. I'm scared now that it's gonna 65. Okay, it's the same. Yeah, it's the same. All right, let's see if it does it. Oh. Hell yes, Valve. Oh my god, so happy. Okay. So it gives the same movement speed as Tranquils. It gives you 15 regen instead of like 13, I think. And then it just doesn't break anymore. So now when you get attacked as a support hero, your regen fucking keeps going. 15 regen when team fight starts now is incredible. And I believe, didn't it break as well if you attack enemy heroes? I'm pretty sure. I think it does that too. Or if you're attacked at all too. Both. So it just literally never breaks now. It makes Tranquils actually viable more so in the late game. Whereas in the mid game, Tranquils kind of feels bad, right? Because you're not disassembling into a faster arcane type item or like int type item. That's really, really good. And you're always getting regen. So like, let's say for example, a team fight starts and you get attacked and you die 10 seconds later. Well, now you just got 150 HP. Like, that's insanely good. Donation. Oh no, I'm gonna be late. I don't know what the fuck that said. I'm gonna let that one go. Thank you for the $3. Anyways, if you stay alive for 10 seconds, that's 150 more HP. Not to mention that after the fight's over, you're back to regenning. So this is actually like a really solid mid to late game support item without a fucking doubt. The regen is great. The movement speed's always there. It doesn't go away. It's building with a drum, so it makes buying drum more efficient. Using drum in a team fight is great. This is basically excellent. I love drum in games where like it's hard to catch your opponents. Or for example, like they're pretty mobile, but like you want to run them down after you guys win a team fight. It's a really good way to help your whole team do that. 15 movement speed for 6 seconds is incredible. I don't know what the cooldown is. Can you drum multiple times in a row? I think it has a little cooldown on it, but either way, like Swiftness Aura is pretty solid. I think this is excellent. And pro players are currently buying Drum of Endurance. Crit bought it a few times. I like that he buys it. I think it's a great item in certain circumstances. Great. Now Tusk gives you and your allies attack speed to make tag team better. I am absolutely sure we're going to see Boots of Bearing in the next pro game. Well, not in the next pro game, but we are definitely going to see it this week without a doubt. It's really solid. It definitely makes Tranquil Boots look a lot better. But with that said, you do still have to buy defensive items on supports. You can't just rush this thing. That's not good. If you're playing support, you almost always need either a Force Staff or a Glimmer Cape or a Ghost Scepter or an Aether Lens. You need a way to like be farther away from your opponents or able to escape them if they go on you. Because against any good player, they're just going to fucking kill you if you have Boots of Bearing. And an extra 15% movement speed and the 15 HP regen is not going to save you. So keep that in mind. Does it keep current drum charges when assembled? I'm not sure. You would have to check that out. I don't know. But that's a good point. You could potentially use drum, like a fuckload of drum charges, then upgrade into it and have 8 more charges. That'd be like a fun way to abuse the build up. You just use drum constantly for like 10 minutes, getting a bunch of extra kills and stuff, and then turning it into a new item. But a charge every 3 minutes is a long fucking time. So if you do not get free charges on the upgrade, then it's definitely going to cost you a lot of time to get it back. But I love that they come back slowly. And 3 minutes is a long time, but this is still a decent boot upgrade. Again, 1500 gold is kind of a lot, but making an item slot by combining these two is pretty fucking powerful. 1500 gold is not that expensive to get, even while saving for buybacks. I'm pretty into this. These boots on Doom? I mean, Drum is good on Doom. Tranquil Boots is not good on Doom. So the whole period of time before you get these are bad. They are kind of not good. And when you're jungling as well, the Tranquil Boots are broken. So, I mean, you could argue that, like, if a lot of other regen items get nerfed, that Tranquils are maybe become the item of choice again. But a lot of laning requires you to stand near your opponents. So, like, for weak players, sure, Tranquils will be fine. But at anywhere near the pro scene, I don't really see offlane heroes buying Tranquil Boots. Maybe they'll do, like, Brown Boots and then later on buy Tranquil's Drum and then buy this or something. But I don't think it's very likely, personally. Drum is definitely more of a support item than a core item anyways. So I don't know. Maybe like some core in the mid game has brown boots and they're like, I'm going to spend 3,500 to get Boots of Barian instead of buying BOTs. I could see that without a doubt. That is viable if they go brown boots straight into this in like the mid game. But I don't see them buying like Tranquil Boots early and then eventually buying Drum. And then it's like they're just going to drop the fucking cash and get it. I think that's more likely. They don't break one upgrade. Yep, I know. But I'm saying that until you upgrade them, you've got Tranquil Boots, and Tranquil Boots will get broken and suck. And if you're jungling, it's going to suck. Bloodstone Rework. This needed to happen, in my opinion, because the fact that it gave so much spell lifesteal, but you could also get spell lifesteal in other items, felt kind of weird. It like gave a little bit too much. So let's see. Here's the old stuff. It gave a lot of mana regen amplification. It gave spell lifesteal. It gave spell lifesteal amplification. It was just a little bit redundant with what it did. Let's see what it does now. And the Blood Pact. All right, passive mana battery. Each charge provides mana regen and spell amps. That's the same. Nearby kills provide a charge. Dying causes you to lose charge. Okay, that's all the same. Oh, I'm sorry, that's old. Now requires a soul booster. So 3,000 gold item, Voodoo Mask, and a recipe. So it's much cheaper. Okay, so it's just a spell lifesteal item now. And the active, double Bloodstone spell lifesteal, and also converts the same percentage of damage dealt to mana. Okay. Last 6 seconds. Costs 10% of your health to cast. When cast, is that total or current? It doesn't say. It should say. When cast, grants the drain debuff, ignoring extra blood pack effects for 40 seconds. So you can't basically refresh this. I think this is a great way to make the item work out. It does not give you mana regen anymore, except for when you activate it. Because you can activate it to get mana. So it's kind of similar to the other hat, the Eternal Shroud or whatever. The one that you would activate and damage take, you get mana back, right? We'll see if that's changed later on. I think this is good because it makes it different enough and it makes it a lot cheaper, right? It's way cheaper now. 4,600 gold versus almost 6k. Bloodstone was really expensive before. So even if you wanted like the mana regen, it was just cheaper to go like Kaya Sanj. So that's why those builds were always way more popular. It's like it just did too much stuff. It gave you mana regen. It gave you int. It gave you lots of stats. It gave you spell damage. And it gave you spell lifesteal. And it gave you this heal thing. It was just a lot. Now it's just like, hey, it gives you raw health and mana. It gives you spell lifesteal. 25% is really high, by the way. Before it only gave you about 20. Well, yes. It only gave you about 20 before. Now it gives you 25. Yeah, the ratio is right. And when you activate it, it doubles it. Right? Doubles the spell lifesteal, yeah. So you can get 50% spell lifesteal when you activate this for 6 seconds. Bloodstone is really good on heroes like Death Prophet, typically. You get a lot of spell lifesteal. It makes all of your nukes, makes your ulti heal. Like Bloodstone on Death Prophet is going to be excellent right now. The only thing it doesn't give you a lot of is mana regen. It gives you raw health and mana, which is great. It doesn't protect you against like silences or stuns like Yule's kind of does, or Roots, but you know, spell lifesteal arguably is a lot of health. So I could definitely see Bloodstone be popular on those tanky type of damage heroes. Heroes like, can you spell lifesteal on the passive for Necro? I can't remember. I don't think you do though. But yeah, you could do this with like a Radiance would be kind of good, or you could do it with like Death Prophet would be really good. Bristleback. Bristleback, surely. Yep, it'd be good on Bristleback too. Raw health, raw mana, lots of spell lifesteal. I would say the only downside on Bristle is it doesn't give you magic resistance. Eternal Shroud in some ways is just way better because it also builds from a hood, which you already had probably. But the fact that this can double the spell lifesteal is really powerful, and it gives you mana. I guess it's kind of similar. But keep in mind that you can also just activate this to jungle with it if you want to get mana back. So I'd have to feel that out. It's only 5% spell lifesteal on creeps, right? So if I do a 300 damage nuke against a creep, let's assume the creeps have 0 magic resistance. Let's say there's a 4 creep wave. I activate it. I throw a Crypt Swarm that does 300 damage while doubled. So that's going to be 30 per creep. It hits 4 creeps. That's 30 times 4. That's 120 mana. So if I activate this and throw it, I can throw 1 free Crypt Swarm every 40 seconds, which is fine. So for farming, it's fine, especially if you use like 2 nukes. It basically means that if there's like 4 creeps, you're going to get your mana back for a regular nuke. So if you had this on like a Lina, you could probably land a Light Strike Array and a Dragon Slave on a creep wave and get all of your mana back for what you just threw. If it's a big creep wave, you can make mana back. So against creeps, it's okay for mana. But it's more about like fighting to the death on heroes is where it'll be really useful. And I like that it also is based on you having to be able to do shit. You can't just like click a button and get healed for like 600 HP no matter what happens. It's like you actually have to like, I press it and I'm able to cast spells and lifesteal. I think that is better for the game because it requires you to be able to do something. It's not just an oh shit button. So I like this. I like that it's cheaper. There's certainly some heroes that could build into this. Let me just get a quick overview. See if there's any other ones. Techies, genuinely Techies. Techies legitimately could use Bloodstone because he does so much magic damage. You could build it on like Skywrath Mage if you wanted to, potentially. Something like Pudge would actually be really good on Pudge. It doesn't give you Hood though. Eternal Shroud's still really fucking good on Pudge, I gotta say. But the fact that you can get up to 50% spell lifesteal is like insane on a hero like Pudge and some like danger modes. Enigma with Midnight Pulse would be insane because you'd be healing for like 3% of their max HP per second per hero. It's kind of crazy. What else? Not really a tiny item. There's probably lots of int heroes that would kind of work on, but most of these heroes don't have net worth because most of them are supports anyways. Let's look at mids. Queen of Pain it would be really good on. It could work really good on Pugna. Does it heal before or after Techie's Suicide? I'm not sure. You'd have to check server stuff, I guess. Storm Spirit, maybe. You don't really need spell lifesteal on Storm, so it's not a Storm item anymore, unfortunately. Zeus, certainly. It'd be really good on Zeus. Activate the Bloodstone, use your ulti. You deal damage to 5 heroes. That'd be a really good way to heal. So Bloodstone on Zeus if you're getting fought to the death. I think that's the cool thing about it. It's actually a really good item for these like spellcaster type heroes who have trouble getting away from enemy heroes. It gives you, it's going to be great on Leshrac, certainly. If you want a little spell lifesteal on Leshrac, it'd be excellent on him too. Heroes that are trying to kill you, turn on the Bloodstone and hopefully your damage is being dealt and that's what's going to heal you. Who else? I don't really see Alina buying it necessarily, but hypothetically you could. Death Prophet for sure. I would see people buy it on Death Prophet, Leshrac, maybe Necrophos, Zeus for sure. It would be good if you're worried about dying. Pugna, Quap, Shadow Fiend. You could use it on Shadow Fiend if you wanted, but not really traditional to go spell lifesteal on this hero. It's generally easier just to go actual lifesteal or something, or get survivability items. Maybe Sniper, but probably not. Could work on like Bristleback, certainly. Could work really good on him. Still kind of expensive for what it gives him, but there's Death Prophet again. Yeah, Timbersaw. Definitely Timbersaw. It could be good on, really good on Timbersaw. Help keep him alive. Potentially. Sand King. Yeah, just like a couple. Venno. Certainly Venno, actually. Venno would be kind of cool. A lot of spell lifesteal. Drop a big ulti, then turn it on. I would like that. I think I like it best on Venno. Not out of all these heroes. It's certainly best on like Leshrac and Death Prophet, but that's cool. I think that's a really good addition to the game. Okay, cool. Heroes that don't have the best mobility, that do a lot of magic damage, are usually going to be happiest with this. It allows you to hard commit to a fight and then stay alive. Very cool. It does cost you health to cast it, but as long as you do a good job, you will get your health back, without a doubt. Orchid Reworked. No longer Oblivion Staffs. Now requires Blitz Knuckles, so it's attack speed, damage, and mana regen. So that means as an item, it is no longer much better for int heroes. Still gives you pretty good mana regen, still gives you damage and attack speed, but it gives you more attack speed and less int, so that means it's just like infinitely better for non-int heroes. And still does soul burn. Surely there's another nerf. No, really, that's it. Okay, so it's just cheaper as an item now, just straight up cheaper. So one thing to keep in mind about this change, it gives you way less mana regen now. You might think, oh, it's only 1 less. No, it's actually 2 less. Every 10 int is half mana per second. So this means you're losing 1 mana regen from the int and 1 from this. So it's actually giving you 3 mana regen right now instead of 5. Orchid itself gives you 5 mana per second. Or did. Now it only gives you 3. But for carry heroes, it's infinitely better. It's not infinitely. It's better. It gives you 5 more attack speed. I'm sorry. Gives you 15 more attack speed. And that's it. So it gives you 15 more attack speed and it costs less money. That's all you can say. 300 less gold to build the item. Claymore, Blitz Knuckles. This build-up's pretty good. These are all valuable. Voidstone. I think this item's fine. I would argue that this is a ranged swap for... like if you're playing a ranged hero and you want the same thing that Echo Saber gives you, it's perfect for that. Lots of mana regen. Pretty good amount of mana regen, attack speed, attack damage. It's like a decent mid-game build-up item to like a first item before BKB or something like that. Seems fine. All right, Bloodthorns reworked. Let's see how this changes. Orchid, Mage Slayer, and a recipe. So still pretty expensive, actually more expensive. Now it gives 20 int, 60 attack speed, 50 damage. So a little different ratio. Less attack speed, better damage. Similar int. Gives you 5 mana regen. So basically same mana regen. Gives you magic resistance now because it has Mage Slayer. And then Soul Rend is probably the same. I love that they're putting old and new. This is great. Very effective. And then debuff when you attack enemies. Yeah, so it's basically, it's Mage Slayer and Orchid. So if you do want to buy Bloodthorn, it's still possible. But the nice thing is that Mage Slayer is built into it. So you don't have to worry about losing an item slot to Mage Slayer. So buying Mage Slayer is going to feel way less bad if you choose to purchase it. And... yeah, still pretty fucking expensive, but certainly an item that you could potentially get, and it gives you more mana regen than regular Orchid. It will give you 6 total instead of the 3 that Orchid gives you. So if you need more mana regen and you have an Orchid, that's an option. But ideally you also want Mage Slayer. But I could see like people still buy Bloodthorn commonly because they want the crit or they want the True Strike. That's not uncommon. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's the same. Yeah, and it still does True Strike. Okay, so the crit and the True Strike is still the same. And hi, Tango. And yeah, but there's also a Mage Slayer. So kind of interesting to see the blend, but that will be good for a lot of carries if they want a little bit more protection. It's just 30 less attack speed, 20 more damage. Should be about the same. The attack speed's probably better, but still expensive. But an option for spellcaster versus spellcaster setups. AM will love that. I don't know about that. Are you saying that AM will buy this? I mean, it's good on Slark type heroes certainly because you get on the back line and you hit them up. But like, an Orchid's definitely. I think Orchid is quite good on Slark now. I would agree with that. It's very cheap. You just have to get on top of them. Amplifies your damage, gives you attack speed and damage, gives you mana regen. Like that. You're right. That does cover a lot of the bases. Echo Saber is really good too. It's going to rely on you pouncing your opponent. That's the downside because you got to pounce them to disable them to like stop them from moving so you can keep attacking. But you're right that there's some good benefits potentially for Slark. Good for Spectre. Yeah, good for Spectre. I like the magic resistance idea against him. And the Mage Slayer against heroes is kind of helpful too to make your longevity, your HP longer. But it doesn't give you any HP. I guess it gives you magic resistance, I guess. It's pretty good. I don't know if we'll see about that often, though. I think we'll probably see some int heroes buy. Maybe not, because I think it depends more on what you're playing against than who you are, personally. Because it's more about magic resistance and having the Mage Slayer passives. It's going to be more indicative of whether you buy this. I think people still buy Orchid at a large amount, but I don't know if... I think it'll be very situational when they upgrade to Bloodthorn, personally. All right, E-Blade is reworked. New takes a Kaya, a Ghost Scepter, and a recipe. 25 int, 5 ag, 5 strength, so no longer is it a good agility item, without a doubt. So it's just straight up better. Total cost is higher than it used to be, but now that it has a Kaya, it's actually a very good aspect of it's really good, actually. These stats are great. The base stats suck for almost all heroes. That part is no doubt. So it doesn't give you survivability, it only gives you 5 strength. But it's not like it's that much worse than it was before, right? You're losing like 5 strength, 5... you get way more int. You get 5 less strength. You get way less agi. But for most heroes, this doesn't matter. It gives you spell lifesteal amp, which is basically the forgettable part of Kaya almost always. It gives you 12% spell amp, which is 4 more than a Kaya itself. Keep in mind, Sanj Kaya or Yasha Kaya is 16 spell amp, I think. Is that right? I think that's right. I think it's 16. And then this is 3/4 of a previous Bloodstone, not counting the actual charge mana regen. But previous Sanj Kaya gives you 50% mana regen amp. So this is actually more than Sanj Kaya gives. So this is a very good mana regen amp item. It is still a little expensive, and let's see what the Ethereal Blast does. It appears to be exactly the same. Cooldown's 22 seconds. That's the only difference. Enemy targets are also slowed by 80% and take 1.5 their primary attribute plus 50 is... Okay, so here's the difference. It's based on their attribute, not yours. It makes it good against Morphling, for sure. This one says takes 1.5 times your primary attribute. This says theirs. So that means it's good against strength heroes, typically. And I mean, basically all attribute-based heroes that buy a lot of attributes. It's going to be really good against int heroes too, guys. Like, you could legit just like... This is like a comeback item, basically. This is like you buy this item and it's good against people that are winning, legitimately. It's like actually good against people that are doing well. Because they're going to have more attributes. They'll have more levels and they'll have more items that also increase their attributes. So a lot of int heroes are going to be a little bit worried about this. But, you know, if some int hero... It's going to be against Silencer. Obliterates Pugna. Yeah, that's true. You could definitely E-Blade Pugna to do a lot of damage, but I don't know if that's gonna make that big of a difference though. Like, it's obviously gonna be really good against Morphling, by all means. If Morph has like 300 agility or something, he's taking 450, 500 magic damage. It's good. It's good. It's not gonna be like massively game changing. I think even though that change is there, I think what's important to remember is that and this is gonna fuck up Morphling a lot, actually. I think what's important to remember about this is that it's not going to probably feel as good, this whole their versus your thing. It's not going to feel as good as you want it to, because it works really good because you could build around it a little bit. Like, it worked really good on Morphling, like insanely good on Morphling, and it worked good on a lot of other spellcast heroes. But I think what's cool about it, I guess in some sense, is that it's going to be fine. I don't know. It's not going to be like the craziest thing ever, but I don't think it's going to do like an absolute shitload of damage unless you're against a Morphling. Or unless you're against like illusion-based heroes that buy a lot of attributes. But even those heroes probably don't get even up to 200 agility or whatever. So it's going to be fine, but it's not going to be that noticeable. It just basically means you can't abuse it as hard on heroes like Morphling to get like insanely high attributes to make your E-Blade combo like insanely higher. With that said, like, it's still going to be a really good int spellcaster item. It doesn't give you survivability, which is really important, but it does give you spell amp and mana regen, and it gives you a lot of int itself. So this item alone will be a great mana regen item if you want it. That also gives you the utility of being able to amplify your magic damage by 40%, which is huge. It's a huge way to increase your damage. So E-Blade as a way to amplify your damage is great. Like I said, on a hero like Techies, this item is excellent. I don't see why you wouldn't just like rush E-Blade now on Techies as a mid player. Because it's going to cover all of your mana needs, because it's going to amp all your mana regen. You just get like Kaya, or you get Null Talismans, you buy an E-Blade, and you just go do E-Blade combos on people. I could see this like being a popular item to pub stomp. It's the only thing that scares me about it. It's like the perfect pub stomping item. It doesn't have defensive options, but it's going to be great for like just getting kills all the time. You just E-Blade people and use your spell combos, and they're going to fucking explode. They get slowed by it too. Like, hypothetically, you could use it on like Lenas and stuff. Of course, that's assuming they don't like disable you first, and obviously you still need cast range. But like, you could definitely buy this on like Quap or something. Go like Treads, Null Talismans, and E-Blade, and just like blast people. Although this is magic damage, so it doesn't amp your ulti. So maybe it's not that good on. What did I press? Did I press page up or page down or something? I have no fucking idea. Oh, I just scrolled a little bit. You can't have E-Blade and Kaya and Sanj now. You can, it's just they're not going to stack very well, yeah. I don't know if that matters, though. That's the thing. Like, the Sanj is very good, and the spell amp is very good. Or the magic, or the status resistance is really good, but this covers the mana needs, basically. You could cover it in other ways. You're basically making a trade-off for more damage. It comes down to the Ethereal Blast. Do you want more survivability from Sanj Kaya? Because you're only losing like 4% spell amp. That's not a big deal. And you're losing the raw HP. But you do like when you do actually E-Blade combo somebody, you do 40% more damage, which is huge for being able to get kills on tankier targets. So it could be good trade-off. This and Bloodstone, yeah, exactly. Like Bloodstone with this could be really, really good. You also get more spell lifesteal amp here, 24% more, right? With if you pair this with Bloodstone, like on a Death Prophet or something, it'd be really good. Although it would stop your ulti from attacking, I think. But in terms of like your third skill would be good. So if you use this with Bloodstone, you would be getting like 62.5% spell lifesteal or something, which is good. All right, Aghanim Stride now purchase the blood 15 minutes instead of 20. Okay, cool. That's interesting. For low level games, this is huge. It's basically going to allow people to do a lot of big things earlier. I'm thinking like core type supports that get their shard to do good things. A is the most obvious. A getting shard at 15 minutes. If you're playing a core would be great. Who else? Heroes like Necrophos potentially could be really good. But keep in mind that the shards don't always like provide like they don't provide stats. They just make one of your abilities better or give you a new ability. So there's probably some heroes that's not that great on, but Disruptor. Yeah, Legion is I think Legion's a great example of like a really impactful ability thing that is going to be up ready. What does Enigmas even do? I don't even fuck. Oh, that's right, the black hole pull. Chaos Knights is pretty good. Bounties could be argued to be really strong early. Like some of these are pretty solid, but Necrophos. Maybe like Warlocks, for example. Maybe Winter Wyverns could be seen as quite good. Liches, I could argue, is like a support shard that you might want to rush, because then you could get these really nice Chain Frosts. But because like Chain Frost is like kind of weak once they get like 4-stat BKB Glimmers, so maybe you can get it at a time that's like early enough. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's not right. Jakiros I could see as potentially being valuable. Maybe like Dazzles if he's a core. There's some. Techies. Techies, yeah. I would agree with Techies. Getting a stun on that one is really good. Pango is better before BKBs. That's a good point. Yep, Pango's a great example where it might be really worth it. Rubik, I don't know about that. Wraith King, maybe. It's 15's pretty early to buy that, to rush that. I can't really see that as being ultra valuable, but yeah, there's certainly a couple. Trees could be really good, potentially. I don't necessarily think we'll see a lot of people buy it at 15 minutes. Maybe like Venos, potentially, but Venos is quite good. If you're playing like Venos support, I could definitely see somebody rush it really, really early, but Sniper. I like the Sniper idea. That one I actually think is potentially pretty good. Space Cow, no. You'd probably just rather buy like a Shadow Blade or something. NP. Nature's Prophet, yeah. I think maybe, but there's some. Witch Doctors, yeah. If you really need to protect yourself at 15 minutes, I could see that. Arcane Blink no longer grants cooldown reduction, now grants mana cost reduction and debuff amplification. Okay, I think this needed to be changed. I said from the start that I thought Arcane Blink was the weakest of the three, and it saw a little play. It was obviously very good with Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend is by far the best Arcane Blink carrier in the game, but considering that there was so much competition already with cooldown reduction, I think it's fine that they remove this and now change it to mana cost reduction. So it'd be really good if you do like double Ravage Refresher plays, basically, or double Black Hole Refresher, or double, but Blink with some of those. It's probably fine. But debuff amplification, this is pretty good. So this means your stuns last longer. So if you wanted to blink in and do a Ravage, your stun is going to last 20% longer, which is quite good. Especially if you have Refresher Orb. So it's basically like big teamfight ultis that stun or slow for long periods of time. Or I guess Global Silence would probably work too, but that's usually debuffs. So stuns are probably going to be better. But for somebody like an Earthshaker or a Tidehunter, this could be an option, certainly. But I think this sucks, actually. I think this kind of sucks, personally. Like, there are some cases where it's good. Mana cost reduction, I think, is mostly irrelevant, personally. Well, all right, think of it this way. Over the long course of, like, 10 minutes, where you are blinking between camps and farming, that part is really good, okay? Like, if you're, like, jumping around the map, farming, and keeping your mana up, Arcane Blink's going to be really good for that. The debuff amplification is good in some situations, like Blink Ravage type shit, or Blink Doom maybe, but I don't know if this is a lot of fucking money to get these two things, guys. You're spending almost 4,000 gold to get 20% longer stun. That's like a lot of money. So like it keeping your mana up is fine. If you have a refresher orb, sure, getting some mana cost reduction can be good, but it seems really overkill to me for what it provides. I think this is something where they add a new mechanic in. Basically, they allow you to buy Timeless Relic to increase your disable duration, and they have to slow play it. I think this sucks. I assume this sucks right now. Like 20% stun duration is a lot, but like Timeless Relic's 25. That's a neutral item that gave it to you, you know? And like people still didn't always use that. Like obviously they'd love to have it on Earthshaker, but a lot of times people would use Timeless Relic just for the spell amp. So spending 4,000 gold just to like have some mana cost reduction, which is like generally like by the time you're buying Arcane Blink, your mana problems are fucking solved almost always. So like this part is irrelevant to me for the cost. It's not worth that much money. And this part is very selectively good. So I think this currently sucks, and they're going to buff up the debuff amplification to give you like another solution against like status resistance, which is good. But outside of like Doom or something, or Ravage or something like that, I am not sure I like this that much. I don't think it's very good. Bane, sure, it'd be great on Bane. How the fuck are you going to farm that? How are you going to farm that? Good on Storm. Storm's not going to want to buy Arcane Blink. He's Storm Spirit, dude. That doesn't make sense. Fixes the SF cheese. That's true, but does mana cost reduction apply to Dusa? Not sure. Could be cool on Jakiro with Timeless. I mean, Jakiro's about being long range more than like blinking in, but he doesn't need to get close, so the blink is kind of irrelevant on Jakiro, but... And yeah, he stuns for 3 seconds, so it could be up to 3.6, but you're still spending 4,000 gold past a Blink Dagger to get an extra 0.6 stun duration, which is good, but not worth 4,000 gold. I think this is bad. I don't really see people buying this in almost all cases. People are going to try it out, obviously, but I am... Outside of like ultra late game scenarios where you have a refresher, so you can do 2 ultis at higher duration, I don't really see it being very good, personally. Enigma, it's not going to work on Enigma. Enigma's stun doesn't do raw stun. It's based on Black Hole being there is the problem. So it won't even work on Enigma's Black Hole. It's literally only good on like Earthshaker, Tidehunter type heroes. Tinker mana reduction. That's a really good point. That part is really good. I forgot about that part of the mana cost reduction. 25% less mana for Tinker means that he gets like 33% more spells, which is really powerful. That part is very true. Very good on Tinker. But other than that, there aren't that many other heroes. Like, I guess... Well, okay. All right, so I talk shit about the Storm thing, that you don't want Blink on Storm. That's absolutely true. But reducing your mana cost by 25% could be valuable, certainly, because it means that then... Because Storm's like one of the only other heroes that gets like infinite damage if he has infinite mana, basically, more or less. So hypothetically, Storm could use it, but I doubt it's worth it for 6,000 gold or 7,000 gold or whatever it is, because you're buying a Blink, which is basically useless on your hero, and you're buying it just to lower your mana cost. It's probably not worth it. You'd be better off just buying like a Hex or some other fucking item that doesn't cost as much money. So it's probably not good on Storm, but you were slightly right. Cast point reduction is still there. Oh, okay. So still is going to be good on potentially like SF then, because you could like Blink ulti for a longer ulti disable. Okay, that could work. All right, Armlet is going to be nerfed. So nerf to Armlet, making it less effective as a hero on like all strength heroes. That's when it's active. So five more mana or HP loss. Blade Mail is cheaper now. It is basically not built on almost anybody right now, so it makes sense. BOTs is nerfed. I think that makes sense. Oh, they're fixing something. BOT is very, very common to purchase right now, and it kind of feels like a mandatory item for a lot of mid heroes that have mobility issues. Additionally, reduces TP channel time by 1 second. Okay, give another reason to buy BOTs too. I think that's great. Certainly valuable to be able to escape easier or to back up your allies easier, especially because you're teleporting to allies. I think that's a nice encouragement to actually spend the money on this. Personally, in some cases, because there's cases where you could like, this isn't going to be common, but you could like stun somebody and TP out, for example. But in most ultra late game scenarios, it's maybe not as important. But the ability to like disengage from a fight by like force staffing up and then TPing force step up a cliff or through trees, then TP. That could be really helpful. But I think largely it's going to be better for the fact that you can TP somewhere to react to something happening faster. I think that part is kind of cool. We'll probably, I don't know if we'll still see it get bought, because I'm thinking about the other really cool things about it that nobody cares about. Like I almost never see BO. It's just the issue is there's so many items you can buy right now that go past being 6 slotted that I just don't necessarily see people justifying the money when they can instead be like, I'm going to buy an egg shard upgrade and then replace that with another item. That's like way more appealing in almost all cases than buying BOTs too, I think. It is currently 7:29 p.m. guys. I got tons of time left. All right, bottle. Using the bottle removes the lingering fountain buff. You can only use it once for free once you leave the fountain. So this is a slight nerf to bottle crowing, or sorry, TP bottle refills from teleports. Normally what happens is when you TP in, you have a buff on your hero. It's like above your icons, and it says, oh, you're being fountain healed, and it lingers for a couple seconds. They don't want to remove that. But now when a bottle gets placed on you, what's going to happen is the bottle will still be refilled. But normally what happens is you click the bottle like twice. You might click it on yourself once and then your opponent or your ally, or you might click it on your opponent like twice. You can click it, I believe, at least twice on an ally. So by losing the, but it's fine to do this because the buff is still on you. So even though you just made them drink out of the bottle, your hand having magic on it refills the bottle. So you can basically like dump 2 extra charges out before and the bottle refills again. Yeah, I love bottling my opponent. So what this means is that basically there's only going to be one. Once you refill a bottle, it gives you 4 charges now instead of 3. Instead of like 5, or it was more like 4.5 to 5. I would say probably. You could definitely do 5, guys. I know it's out of date. Thank you. You could definitely do 5. You could bottle yourself and bottle your ally, or you could bottle your ally like twice, maybe 3 times. So, but now for sure, when you TP in, at most you're getting 4 bottle charges. So this is basically a nerf to bottle refills, which is seen as it's a very mandatory thing in most pro games right now. It's really abusive to make Storm better, for example, because basically Storm will gank a lane. He'll run out of bottle charges after he succeeds the gank, and then somebody respawns, TPs to his lane, fills up the bottle, and they spam bottles on Storm, and all of a sudden Storm has a full bottle again, and his mana pool's up to like 40 or 50%, which is like close enough where he could basically do another gank. So it's going to limit heroes like Storm a lot, and it's going to limit some spellcast heroes who basically use it to help offset disadvantages in their lane or get harassed a lot. So this is a really good change for the game that's going to really help ensure that that abuse that is currently being abused is a little bit less strong without having to completely remove it and upset the balance of the game. Bracer, doubles its bonuses after minute 25. That would put it at 10 strength, 6 damage, 4 agility, 4 int, 2 regen. It's kind of cool. It's not uncommon to keep. It does happen sometimes where you keep these items in after 25 minutes. So I think this is really cool. Ooh, nerf to Null Talisman. Null Talismans are really good. They give you 0.9 mana per second. They gave you 3% spell amp. And they also give you some raw stats. So a little bit of damage. Raw mana pool. Tiny bit of armor. So losing 3 spell amp is kind of a big deal though, actually. This is a really, really big deal for mid players. Mana cost reduction is still good, and certainly a hero like Tinker is going to be really jazzed about this. Tinkers will buy Null Talismans now, probably at least one, and I'm sure mid players will. And if anything, Null Talisman is like, in some ways, it's a better item. It's a worse item, but it's a better item. Think of it this way: it still gives you a shitload of mana regen, not a shitload, but a healthy amount of mana regen. It still gives you 0.9 mana per second. So if you buy 2 of these, you get 1.8 extra mana per second. And now it also gives you mana cost reduction as well. So in terms of like throwing spells, it's just better now. If you buy 2 Null Talismans, you're spending 92% of your mana instead of 100. Yes, it does 3% less damage than it used to, but your ratio of damage per mana is basically about the same. So you're still, in the course of your mana pool, doing about the same damage. But what's different now is that you are less able. The biggest negative change to this is if you are a mid player, you cannot just nuke the enemy range creep from range and it dies. You buy Null Talismans because there's a point in time where creeps go from 300 HP to 310. Almost all nukes especially for mid players, do over 300 damage. They do 300 damage, or they do like 310. And once creep HP gets too high, you need your nuke, your one nuke, to just kill the range creeps without having to attack them. Because if you have to attack them, you have to like get into the river, attack them once, then nuke. That's dangerous. Pros don't fuck around with that. It's not worth it in almost all cases, because that's like 400 units where like a guy is going to jump and gank you, or they're going to initiate on you, and you're going to have like 400 less units to get to your tower, and you'll often die. So they stack null talismans partially so that they can clear range creeps and creep waves faster. It's mostly about the range creep more than it is about the melee creeps, because the melee creeps usually attack them a bunch until you nuke them down. But the range creeps are farther away by a couple hundred units. So with null talismans, you want to just kill them. So you should be able to nuke, but it's going to basically mean that's going to be a little bit harder to sit in the mid lane and to push out creep waves safely. It's going to be more likely that you're ganked there. That's all stuff that we can infer by losing Spell Amp. That was one of the reasons that Coddle mid ended up being really effective, because your level 2 Illuminate used to do like, with you when you had enough null talismans, it was like you were like level 3 on Coddle with like 1 or 2 null talismans, and you could just blast the whole wave. The range creep would die when you were level 3 hero. It was crazy good. You'd basically guarantee 2 last hits and harass a hero, and then just like chakra magic and do it again. It was like, that's one of the reasons it was so strong. So they nerfed it in the way that like the level 3 or the level 2 Illuminate when you're level 3 didn't kill range creeps as much. You would need like a little bit more damage. They like reduce the damage from probably like 325 to like 300 or something, I think is what happened. Around there approximately, I'm just guessing. What about 4 times null on Tinker after minute 25? That's a good point. So yeah, after minute 25 it'll be better. It'll be 8% mana cost reduction. And you're right, if you have 8 times 4, that could be really good. I'd have to see how the math works. Let's test it out. What's the mana cost of this? Okay, good. This will be a perfect example. Oh, but I don't want to time scale it. That's fine. We can test it with just null talismans and extrapolate. We don't have to be after 25 minutes. So, Magic Missile is 100 mana. You can see that here. When I buy 1 null talisman, it should be 96. So the real question is, if when I buy another null talisman, does it become 92? Or is it 4% of 96? It's probably going to be 4% of 96. It's 92. It stacks. Okay. So, this means that late game null talismans could potentially be really strong. But if this is your inventory at 25 minutes, guys, what else you got here? You got a blink on Tinker, and then you could probably buy, like, this potentially could be a really good Tinker build without a doubt. 8, 16, 24, 36. Was that 25%? Calculator. 84 times 0.75. No, it's actually raw. Okay. That's really good. So these also stack. So that put your mana cost down to 59. Well, and this could be better than that, actually. 8 times 4 equals 32 plus 25. So if you get like 4 nulls after 25 minutes and you have a Arcane Blink, you would be reducing your mana cost by 57. So yeah, it would like massively increase the mana pool of a Tinker by a lot. So certainly you could potentially abuse this on Tinker if you want really low mana costs. But keep in mind that only means that you spend more time on the map rather than teleporting back to Fountain. And I don't think that's that big of a deal. Like, it definitely matters for like long drawn out fights, but like if you have Hex with this shit, like obviously I could like blink Hex rearm like almost infinitely, but it doesn't. But even if you can like laser missile semi-endlessly, it still means that your actual capabilities are not quite as strong. Shiva for the last slot, yeah, and you could sell one and get a Shivas or something, but maybe a danger. Could be something cheesy. I think there's something reasonable there to worry about. But with that said, I think outside of like Tinker or maybe like Storm, I'd be a little surprised. We're definitely going to see Storms by null talismans now, because mana cost reduction again is broken on that hero. As it is, it's also very good on Tinker. And doesn't Storm have a? Does he still have a mana cost reduction talent? Is the real question. If I could find the damn guy.
I am Storm Spirit.
I'm sorry, he hasn't had one in a long time. Excuse me. If ever, did he have one briefly? No, Tinker. I'm confusing him with Tinker. I'm sorry. Tinker definitely has one. Yeah. So Tinker still has an 8%. Why get that talent when you could just have a null talisman after 25 minutes, guys? Come on. But nulls on Tinker are definitely going to be quite good because of the fact that you don't buy boots anyway, so you actually have the item slot. So, very interesting. We'll see how it affects his win rate. Wraithband doubles, that is 10 agility, 4 strength, 4 int, 10 attack speed, 4 armor. That's fine. It's going to be like a 5.5 armor item after 25 minutes. That's kind of good. It could be helpful on a couple heroes, but it's going to make it a lot harder to sell this over wands now, actually. I think that's one thing. Most people sell one of these rather than sell their wand, but maybe in some cases, wand is going to feel better. What is going to feel worse now? Like wand versus having 8% mana reduction. This feels better. Having that much less mana reduction. That just feels like a much stronger item. And it's also giving you 1.2 mana per second instead of 0.9. So I like null still seems a little bit better for the post 25. Wraithband, maybe the best, but it's still not that much attack speed. Actually, it is. It's 20 attack speed. So Wraithband goes from 10 attack speed to 20 at minute 25, and it gives you an extra like 3.5 armor or something. That's okay. Bracer's fine, not that great. Bracer's the weakest. Doubling regen at minute 25 is kind of useless, but armor and mana cost reduction are always going to be good. So maybe short end of the stick for Bracer. Maybe you should just buy Bracers on supports now. You just get a free 100 HP at minute 25. Makes it look a little bit more appealing over a fluffy hat, actually. Much more appealing over a fluffy hat. But with that said, fluffy hats are only 125 gold. So until minute 25, fluffy hats are definitely better. All right, Crimson Guard. What are the intention behind these buffs? They're just trying to make them like have better longevity. And I think this is a fine way to do it because they are popular as early game items, but they fall off later. So it's going to allow you more build diversification where you could actually justify buying lots of these genuinely, because at minute 25 they all of a sudden become better. And especially with the mana cost reduction, I think this one's really cool because that could also really help some save some mana on like a support. Like it just sounds better to buy one of these items because you know that at some point it's going to be a little bit better. It helps justify the value. That's all. They're just making these better longevity because right now, like basically they didn't want to. There's basically this. There's always like a battle, a push and pull battle in Dota where you're like, what is the best fucking item I can buy? You're always thinking about that, and that's why pros buy the most efficient item builds they can because they know it's going to give them a little tiny edge, and like. If these are all too bad or they're too good, you either buff them or nerf them. And it just kind of like swings the pendulum a little bit back and forth. Is it good enough? No, then you don't buy it. It's good now? Okay, we'll buy it. That's like what ends up happening. But now they can do it in a way where it's like, okay, we're not going to fucking change it. The pendulum will stay exactly where it is. But now it's like, oh, but it's also good way over here. Where normally it was like only ever good in this like one little moment. Like early game into mid game, if you have slots, you keep it or whatever. But you sell it definitely. But now it's like, oh, well now there's like some builds that are going to be potentially an option. Like it's going to have better late game energy now without like upsetting the balance of the early game. It's just like a different way to like balance stuff. And when you diversify, when you allow items and heroes and stuff different ways to balance themselves, it just makes the game more complex in a smart way, which allows for more creativity. And I always will be happy about that. Okay. Crimson Guard, cooldown reduced a little bit, damage block increased slightly, so just a little buff to Crimson Guard because it's not very often purchased. Deso less damage, now gains +2 damage if an enemy hero dies with the buff, so it actually scales up. Very cool. Up to a maximum of 25. Okay. Wait. Okay, that means maximum it can gain 25 damage. So it can actually, it's another example of an item that is going to be buffed to scale. Where, just like Bracer, Null Talisman, Wraithband, Deso is sometimes not purchased because it doesn't scale very well. Deso is great early in the game. It's good against Roshan. It's good against low armor heroes. But as you get into the late game, everyone just has more armor. And as a result, minus armor becomes less effective. It's easier to afford like a plate mail or a big armor item. So just allowing it to scale slightly is a nice change. It'll also make it a little bit more snowbally or whatever, but you need to get like 2 kills just to even. I mean, it's like so little damage, 2 damage per kill. It's like kind of not even worth thinking about, frankly. But I think this is cool. It basically it makes it a better late game item, right? Like you're looking at Deso that gives you 55 damage and minus armor. Why would I want a Deso in the ultra late game where I'm slot limited when I can have a Daedalus, you know? But if you're in the late game and Deso has 75 damage, that feels a lot better as like a comparison to Daedalus. It actually helps it. Plus 2 stacks per kill. Plus and you get 1 per assist. Okay, that's cool. That's much better because then you don't have to worry about stealing kills and getting mad because you're still getting some damage accrual, right? So 2 kills and 1 assist that you participate with Deso, and boom, you've already justified the value. So I think that's cool. It's really not that much of a damage change, but it will certainly help and allow it to be feel a little bit better as a late game item. The other solution that usually comes from this, guys, is they say, okay, let's build it into something else. You'll say, okay, Desolator plus Crystallis equals a new item. That's what they'll do. That's how they like allow items to be better late game, where they'll say Wraithband builds into something else, or they'll be like, hey, Vlad's and drums now becomes a brand new item. That's the usual way that they've been doing it in Dota forever. Or they'll say, hey, yeah, Tranquils and drums, Vlad's and Point Booster. That one's a little weird, but still, the Vlad's one. It's like if you want to upgrade Vlad's, you had to do the Helm item. That was the only way before. Now they're just like, hey, slap a Point Booster and it does something else. That's a cool way to buff Vlad's. That makes it better late game rather than it being like an item sink in the late game. That makes it a better late game item or a mid game item because you can build up to it. That's cool. But yeah, this is a cool way to like make Deso become better without necessarily having to force it to build into something else, which maybe it does. I don't know. Can it be cast without interrupting channeling? Okay, that's cool. I like that. So you could cast it while you are using Freezing Field, Black Hole, Death Ward. It probably doesn't buff Death Ward, if I'd assume. If it does, that's sick. What else? Anything else? Upheaval. Yeah, I like Upheaval. That's a really cool one. I like the Upheaval one. Because then they're being slowed and... there he is. Upheaval's a really good one. You could use it with Meteor Hammers. You could use it Shadow Shaman. You could use it while TPing. Sure. Yeah, those all sound pretty reasonable. Yeah. It's all right. Fiend's Grip, Shackles. Yeah. I think it's fine.
Greetings.
Dust of Appearance, especially because of the... I mean, if you're going to upgrade the Tranquil Boots, that's actually a really good point. What probably happened is like old people testing the patch will probably started buying that Tranquil upgrade a lot in late game situations, and then there was a couple heroes where it just sucked on, where they like want to have the item, but now it's like, oh shit, well I have to use it before I use Death Ward, otherwise I have to interrupt my ulti, and that's a hard decision to make, you know, sometimes. So I think this is just a nice quality of life change that is just gonna like make the game slightly less frustrating to play and not feel like some heroes just can't buy that item, or you know, where you fuck up your ulti or something. I think that's cool. Legion during duel. That's true. I like, does that count as channeling? I'm not sure. Not sure if that counts. Dust does 25 damage to enemies revealed when cast. That is to interrupt blink daggers. That's a great solution, because normally what happens is you're running around with a blink dagger while invis. You get dusted, and you just blink away. You don't necessarily have to see your opponents. It could be like when they're smoked and they dust you or something. So now you just see the dust icon, and you're like, oh shit, time to blink. If this is specific about its enemies revealed when cast, I think it's very helpful. If it just does 25 damage, it's broken, because then you could always buy a dust to break a blink dagger. But if they have to be invisible for it to deal damage, I think that's the correct way to do it. So I like this. And now we'll probably see some examples of people killing people with dust. The whole enemy team just dusts you till you die or something. But yeah. All right, we got to run ads. Thanks everybody for watching so far. We only have 70% more of the patch to go, and it's almost 8 p.m. So we are going to be up late. I'm going to go run an ad. I'm going to go get some tea. Should I do that now or later? I'll wait. Next break. This is a bad time to read Twitter. Shouldn't do that. Definitely shouldn't be doing that. Okay, let's go. I feel like I need to fix my hair. It's doing this like weird curve thing here where it flops down. I didn't tell it to do that. It was not part of the deal. Can I shoot water out from between my teeth? Probably, yes. Okay, here we go. We got 46 seconds left. That'll cover most of everybody. Do I look forward more to patch notes reading and Theorycraft or actually playing new patch? I love reading the new patch, but playing new patch is the most fun for sure because everyone's bad and I could just like fuck around and do whatever I want. It's so much more fun. All right, here we go. Diffusal Blade is reworked recipe-wise. It's just one Blade of Alacrity and Robe of the Magi and a more expensive recipe, so it's cheaper basically. It gives you 15 agi and 10 int. I know. And the melee illusion burn damage goes from 12 to 8. So basically, PL burning you with his melee illusions is going to be less significant, 66% less mana per attack. And most importantly, the item itself is still pretty solid. So this basically opens Diffusal Blade to be more used by heroes that aren't carries because the raw stats that it gives is less and it's cheaper. So if you want to just buy a Diffusal Blade and use it to gank, you can. Something I checked while we were waiting is the mana burn that Diffusal gives you is still pretty significant. It's 40 mana per attack, and it deals 1 physical damage per burnt mana. So that means that if you attack with Diffusal Blade, it gives you at least 40 damage per attack, which is pretty significant. 40 damage item against heroes until they're out of mana. And if you're an int or an agi hero, it still gives you a lot of damage. So that's 55 as agility heroes and 50 damage on int heroes. I am here in the year 2022 potentially recommending you buy Diffusal Blade on an int hero because it will give you a little bit of damage and it gives you some attack speed and armor. It could be seen as more of a option compared to Witchblade. Witchblade is probably still infinitely better because it also provides a slow and it gives you armor and it gives you attack speed at better rates, but Diffusal Blade is quite a bit cheaper right now. Where's the Witchblade? 26? JK. They're basically the same price now, but this is an option, I guess. 600 range, 15-second cooldown. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. I mean, having mana burn potentially on an hero could be good, but Witchblade surely is just the better version of that. 35 attack speed gives you 6 armor, way more armor. The slow is a 9-second cooldown, gives you much more damage just from like one attack. It's probably not good to buy on int heroes compared to Witchblade. Unless you like really needed a way to like break Lincolns or something. I don't know, it's probably not worth it. But for agility heroes, you certainly can justify buying it a little cheaper. Maybe even like a hero like Juggernaut or some shit could buy it as more of like an action item. Use it to like win your lane. Just buy it like stupid fast or something. I don't know. Like drain the shit out of somebody's mana. But it's definitely a little bit weaker on illusions, but it's still going to be fine. You love Diffusal Jug? I don't think I've ever tried it, but it probably works fine. You like spin attack, and the problem is you won't farm as quickly as something like a Maelstrom gives you, because it's a little bit cheaper than a Maelstrom, but by 200 gold. But you could certainly kill heroes. On Ricky, it's still really, really good. I would say Diffusal Ricky is back on the menu. Not quite as much agi, but you can buy it faster. You can use it to get kills. You don't usually rely on your illusions anyways, so it's really not that bad on Ricky at all. I would say buffer Ricky. It's still fine on PL if you want to buy it, but no, Ricky Diffusal is better. Again, it's a little bit less damage because losing the agility is tough, but getting it earlier is powerful because then you can better gank people. Like if you just go like Treads Diffusal or something on Ricky, that shit's pretty powerful. Or like Treads, Wraithbands, Diffusal. It's pretty good damage. Tied to Anchor Smash Diffusal, oh, you're onto something here. That one could potentially work. It's not good, but it could work. Diffusal Troll or Ursa like this? Yeah, for sure. I would say it's really solid on Ursa. Losing 9 agility on Ursa is not a big deal because your attack speed's already really high from your second skill. So definitely really solid on Ursa. I like it on Ursa. You get it faster. Doesn't delay your next items as much. Lose a little armor, but it's fine. Tusk Diffusal. I don't like that one. I don't like it on the strength heroes, guys. Definitely not. I don't know if I like it on sniper either, but it could be potentially good. Draining mana can be good for a certain part of the game. Good on Pango. Yeah, I like it on Pango a lot, actually. I think Pango's a good idea. He doesn't need the agility that bad because he's not attacking that often, but it would proc well with your jump and not be too expensive. So certainly if you wanted to use it to like drain mana from opponents, it could be good, but it's probably not that valuable. I mean, a lot of Pangos don't buy damage items these days anyways. It's a pub thing to do, but in pro games, Pango rarely buys... I feel like they don't even buy Maelstroms that often either. It's usually... Not that I've seen much Pango at all lately, but usually they buy like Blink, Yules, things like that, so it's probably not worth it, I would imagine. What about Hoodwink? Hoodwink maybe. Not that good though, because you wouldn't. It would be really good against heroes, but not against melee creep because they don't have mana. So probably not that great on Hoodwink, but certainly some like Ursa or Ricky type heroes like agi carries that want to gank, it could be good. But lowering the cost is nice. It just gives you like another like gank option. Orchid, Diffusal Blade, etc. If Orchid's cheaper, it should make Diffusal cheaper too. Wind Ranger, yeah, Wind Ranger it's not bad on Wind Ranger. I'd rather buy a Diffusal Blade on Wind Ranger over Witchblade. That's a good point. That one's actually good. Get a slow, land the shackle, drain all of their mana pool with Focus Fire. That could work. The problem is that once Focus Fire is over, you're not dealing much damage, but hey, at least their mana's drained. Support Weaver. Diffusal Weaver's not bad, yeah. I could see that one work. But support's almost always better buying Spirit Vessel instead of something like Diffusal, but Carry Weaver maybe. I could see that where you get active a lot. Ice Scotty, less stats, more health, more mana. So a little nerf to it as a solid carry item. Force Staff cooldown is reduced a little bit. Gem as an active gives it a true sight over a 300 area within 300 range for 4 seconds with a 12-second cooldown. Does not grant vision on the area, just vision of invisible wards or units. No longer reveals invisibility when dropped. So basically they're removing the fact that you could drop gem and it gives you vision on cliffs. Instead, you can use the active to give you vision for 4 seconds. So it basically means you don't have to put your gem on the ground. You can, which I guess is kind of goofy anyways, because the gem is still in your inventory. It like still drops if I was going to say like, oh, well now it's protected, so no one's going to pick it up, but it's like they just kill you and take it anyways, right? But the upside is that, I don't know, like it just feels like more, it's like basically they added an active that makes it do something in a traditional way instead of it being like this like slightly weird workaround that the average player doesn't do enough. And you can't necessarily deward an area as quickly, but 4 out of 12 is still really low. I don't know, this just seems like they're trying to make things legitimate is all. That's fine. For controller support. Is it? That you might be right, yeah. Cooldown increased for Ghost Scepter by 2 seconds to match E-Blade. More magic resistance on Glimmer. Sure, hell yeah, I'll take that. Healing Salve does more heal. Or it heals for longer, but it heals less. So, and it does slightly less heal. So that means that you are out of combat for longer for Salve. So that's going to hurt carries just a little bit. Because they are not able to get last hits when they salve, which is really tough for them. Because now when they ask you to salve them and they take a salve and go back to get last hits, they get even less health from it. So it may actually, this basically buffs. This is actually a nerf to people that are losing the lane, is how I would describe this. So I'd say this is good for the game, because if you can be losing a lane or you can power through the harassment with salves that are supplied by your 5 position, then it means that making a mistake or having a weaker lane is harder to punish, right? But now, if salves still cost the same amount, they heal slightly less, which is basically irrelevant, but you're out of lane for longer, this means you're more likely to miss last hits, and you will be more punished by losing your lane or losing health or making mistakes. So this is going to make laning slightly harder for players that get nuked out of range or need to be healed up to sustain. So I think this is good. This is all around good for the game. And in the average game, it's fine too. It doesn't matter that much. The average player won't worry about this much. Bonus mana reduced for Holy Locket. Why? I don't know why. Maybe they're trying to nerf Holy Locket in other ways so that they can buff it in other ways or something. But the only person that buys Locket consistently right now is probably Io. And Io does have a really good win rate in programs right now. So, sure. Baby nerf to Io, I guess. Hood nerfed. 18% magic resistance. Oh, how'd they fall? Barrier block increased. Mana cost reduced. I like the mana cost reduction. 75 was kind of a lot. Losing 2% is a little tough, but I'm curious why they did this. I mean, there's that Vlad's upgrade, right? That lowers damage. So maybe it'd be like too good to have like the same magic resistance values with the other new ways to lower and amplify damage or something, but kind of interesting. Maybe it's just they're thinking like, oh, this is a way to buff pipe, like encourage people to upgrade to pipe, which is 25% plus the 10 aura. Might be it, because people do just buy hood most of the time and they just fucking leave it. They don't upgrade to pipe. I upgrade to pipe sometimes, but very, very, very few pros upgrade to pipe right now. It's not seen as valuable, but maybe this will encourage it to happen. And there's some like offlane heroes that just buy a hood and they're like unkillable, like Tides. So with that said, he's one of the few outliers. Most offlaners buy armlet right now as a solution. Hurricane Pike buffed cooldown wise. Cast range buffed. Enemy cast range increased, so it's just easier to use. Gives you more attack range. This is probably just Hurricane Pike and not the Dragonlance. Dragonlance does 140, so Hurricane Pike will be slightly better. And the ally push speed increase. So if you force staff yourself, it'll be faster than normal. I don't know what it is for force staff speed-wise, but maybe it's better. They're just trying to make Hurricane Pike more appealing. Very few people buy it. They'll just Dragonlance and then sell a late game. Kai and Sange, bonus stats resistance reduced. Yeah, this is one of the value things about Kai Sange. Got removed. Meteor Hammer mana cost reduced by 25. Unit damage per second reduced. Stun duration decreased. Impact radius. Okay, so bigger AoE, way less damage against heroes. I mean, it used to do 150 plus 90 times 5, I think. 90 times 5 is 450. So it did like 600 AoE magic damage. 60 times 5 is 300, so it does 140. So it does 25% less damage. It's kind of a lot. Stun duration is less. And mana cost is less and the AoE is bigger. So it'll be easier to use it. That's the upside. But it's just going to be a little bit weaker against heroes. It's going to be worse against creeps as well. That's the big one, actually. That's the really, really big one. The ability to Meteor Hammer a creep wave and it do 600 damage instead of 450. That clears creep waves, guys. Whereas now it's not going to clear the creep wave. The melee creeps are going to be alive. So you can't basically like cheese clear creep waves as much as you could in the past. It's still going to be really good against buildings. In fact, it'll be better because the radius is bigger, meaning that you can cast it from farther away. You could argue this is a 42.5 cast range increase for Meteor Hammer. So that part's good. Stun duration being lost is not that big of a deal, I don't think. But the unit damage is a big deal. So, hey, for killing buildings, Meteor Hammer is still going to be really good. But cutting creep waves in a dangerous way is going to be tougher. It's an OD kill. An OD nerf. That's true. Very true. Definitely a nerf to OD. Harder to get kills with it. Harder to farm creep waves with it. But we'll see if they buff OD in other ways. I think it'll still be playable, certainly. But Nullifier no longer pierces magic immunity. No longer slows the enemy. No longer has a mana cost. Okay, I think that's pretty fair. Well, it probably is going to feel very different without the slow. Most of the time you get nullified, it's like you're absolutely fucking screwed. There's nothing you can do. But the fact that the slow is being removed, I think is nice. It's like if you don't have BKB and you get hit by it, you're just dead, is what it feels like. But now it's like I could potentially walk away if they also don't have a slow, you know? I think that part is nice. It's like you need BKB, you need to dodge it, or you're dead. So now you could potentially just walk away. Can't be like surged or something, but like if they don't have a disable to pair with it, it would be weak. Taking the mana cost away is fine. Did it really pierce magic? You could use it against a BKB hero. It just wouldn't do anything, right? It wasn't bought very much before, but I mean, it's certainly a nerf. It's actually not that expensive. It's like 47 something. But I think it was a little annoying as a support to play against it at times. Yeah, you missed Techies, sorry. Pipe, magic resistance or buff. So they nerfed Hood, but they made Pipe even better. So hell yeah, I'm ahead of the curve or something. I bought it when it was not as good and now it's even better. So I'll continue buying Pipe. Quelling Blade cost reduced by 30. Battle Fury is cheaper and the quelling damage is reduced again. It only does 8 damage versus 4. So one thing this does, and it's going to make your starting items a little easier, number one. But Importantly, the biggest thing that Quelling Blade gives you is a ability to last hit against somebody that's trying to deny you. Because Quelling Blade is a very cheap way to increase your damage. You're increasing your damage by 12 as a melee and 6 by a ranged. And you can't buy a Quelling Blade equivalent that's going to allow you to deny the same damage. To get 12 damage, it's like 500 gold or something, right? So it helps make sure that people won't be able to just power deny you with a damage advantage. And now that it does less damage, even though it costs less money, it's going to mean that it's easier to deny somebody that has a Quelling Blade, a melee hero especially. Ranged hero, maybe they'll stop buying Quelling Blades, but it being 100 gold instead of 130, probably maybe still bought. Being able to cut trees is still good. So this could mean that better players are more likely to win laning stage with superior last hitting. That's one thing we'll probably see. It could mean that melee heroes will do worse in the mid lane, I would say. Because not only are they going to be vulnerable to being attacked, but also they will be less able to outlast hit. But melee heroes usually have much more damage than ranged heroes, but I don't know. It's like a very small thing, but it will certainly matter in terms of pro games. Definitely. Nerf to profit. Why? Because less people buy Quelling? How's that or more? How's that better? How's that a nerf to profit? It's cheaper? Oh. I guess. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, I guess I could buy... If I buy it solely for the purpose of countering profit, it's 30 gold less, but largely... In some ways, it's better for profit because his ability to deny against melee carries is going to be better. And his treants are going to die less fast because they're going to take 4 less damage. Like, I would say it's definitely a buff to profit. It's a buff to any ranged hero, I feel like. Because melees always buy Quelling. It's a buff. It's probably an overall buff to profit, I feel like. In my opinion. Radiance Rework now requires Sacred Relic and a Talisman of Evasion. So basically same price. Can now be disassembled. So you can make Nullifier late game. Or Butterfly. Or Rapier. Okay, cool. So Radiance into... The disassemble is huge. Because there's some ultra late game scenarios where Radiance just isn't that good. Where you're like, I kind of wish it was something else, you know? But now it could be a Rapier or a Nullifier. So Radiance into Nullifier is certainly a viable option against the right heroes. Or the opposite, Rapier. It's like, oh, we're about to lose. Let's go for one last Rapier fight or something. That's cool. And it grabs evasion. The blind effect is reduced, so now it gives you 15% evasion and 10% mischance, which I think is a better way to do it, personally. Because the blind was good, but the hero itself is usually the one that wants a lot of evasion. So I'd say it's certainly a better item for heroes like Alk. Because this would reduce your attack down to 90, and then of that 90, there's another evasion you have to get through. So I would do 90 times, or well, technically like, yeah, whatever, 90 times 0.85. So instead of Radiance being a 17% evasion item, it's now a 23.5 evasion item, assuming they don't have BKB or something. So it's an okay increase of evasion. It's weaker for people attacking your team, but for your hero, your survivability just went up by an extra 6.5. So that's pretty good. And can only be toggled on or off when the owner is out of the game. Oh, I see. Like if you're disrupted. So that means Shadow Demon will be a better counter. Because before you could disrupt him and you could toggle off Radiance, and that way the illusions when they came out wouldn't have Radiance on them. They would be passive. So basically just across the board buffs to Radiance. It still has some danger, but it's more survivable. And that's it. You could also buy a Talisman Evasion earlier if you wanted instead of a recipe, and that could actually give you benefits. So if you're having, there used to be times where people would buy like a Radiance recipe when they're about to die, and then you just have this recipe that does nothing. I haven't seen anybody do that in a long time because most of the time you didn't have the net worth or the reliable gold to justify it. But now you could get a Talisman Evasion semi-early if you wanted to. It's better later when you have more HP typically, but 15 evasion could help potentially. If you really wanted to, you could buy that early. Expect a symbol for Nullifier and Butterfly. True. Yeah, I forgot about the Talisman comes out as well. So yeah, you could buy like Rapier Butterfly. That'd be a really cool way to do it. Radiance Rush, and then later Nullifier Butterfly. A lot of damage, a lot of attack speed, or Rapier Butterfly. So tons of damage with attack speed and tons of evasion. It's kind of cool. I like it. Refresher Orb mana regen reduced. Yeah, this was kind of broken. The 12 mana regen was like insane. There was a long period of time where nobody ever bought Refresher Orb. It just didn't seem justified. And then teams like were looking for marginal advantages, I feel like, in their Dota games. That they just started buying Refresher Orbs to get like double BKBs and stuff like that. That became more of the meta. And double Chronospheres and things like that. For like team fighting carries, Refreshers became even more common. And having 12 mana regen certainly didn't hurt. So reducing that by its like astronomical levels of 12 to 7, I think is super reasonable. That is totally reasonable. And then cooldown increased by a little bit too. More status resistance reduced for Sanjasha. Cooldown on Satanic increased a little. That's fine. I think that's good. Oof. Oh, sorry. That was not as much as I thought it was. Fake oof. Fake news oof. That was an extra 20 gold increase for the recipe cost of Soul Ring. Okay, sorry. Zoned out a second there. We're in hour 3.5. Swift Blink active no longer grants attack damage and attack speed. Instead, you just get 35 agility. Okay, so this is a pretty big nerf to Swift Blink. Because it used to give like 50 attack. It used to give like 50 damage and 50 attack speed, something around there. It was like 45 or something. So what this basically means is that, number one, even if you're an agility hero, you still get less bonus from it because you're only getting 35 damage and attack speed. The upside is that you get armor now, so you could argue that your ability to fight to the death is a little bit better because you have like 6 more armor or something, 7 more armor, 6. It's like 6. But the reality is that as a strength hero, buying Swift Blink now is going to suck. It's way less effective than it was before. You used to get 50 damage and attack speed. Now you just get 35 attack speed and some armor. That's not good for strength heroes. So yeah, no more Swift Blink. Probably for a lot of strength heroes, the movement speed is still really good. But losing the damage, I think, is going to be a little bit too much for like your Wraith King type heroes. I don't think we're going to see Wraith Kings buy Swift Blink anymore, maybe. I think they're more likely to go Strength Blink now. Since they already put a Eagle Song into it, you know? So it's like, it's already a 25 agility item, but now that it's like a 60 agility item, that's like a lot of attack speed and armor, and strength carries want more damage than that, I feel like. But I don't know, maybe not. Maybe they'll still buy it. Especially when they get rid of their boots. We'll see. But basically every carry bought Swift Blink. They very rarely saw the strength one. Trusty Shovel, nerfed, less health. Arcane Ring, bonus int reduced. That's 0.1 less mana regen per second. Tumbler Toy cooldown is reduced, so buff to Tumbler's Toy. Okay. Broom Handle. Oh, I was like, buffed? No, just armor increase, damage decrease. Yeah, Broom Handle is like insane damage. Pretty solid item though. A little better defensively, so like some of your offlane heroes are going to be happy about this, or heroes that are ranged I think are going to be happier about this. 4 armor with a level 1 neutral item is really solid. That could be really useful at times. Because some heroes will have to use this and they don't really deal that much right click damage, so it being a little bit more armor in the damage I think is good, and it's going to make it harder for carries to jungle and last hit and shit like that. So movement speed bonus decrease, so it now only gives you maximum of 6 instead of 8 movement speed. Aquila damage decreased massively, so 4 less damage. A lot of neutral item nerfs. Mana regen for Essence Ring is nerfed. Growbow attack speed increase. This is needed. Growbow's almost always, with the exception of some like rare cases, if you're like Sniper or Viper or like some like ranged hero that really loves the magic resistance reduction, Growbow is basically always the worst item if you are a melee carry, and just giving it more attack speed I think is good. It's obviously a buff to like those Sniper Viper type heroes that love it. Jakiro loves it, Wind Ranger loves it, for example. But giving it more attack speed is going to make it slightly more viable for other heroes that aren't necessarily those ranged people. Like you could potentially use it on some melee carry that does a lot of magic damage. I don't necessarily have an example, but you could more justifiably buy this if it gives a little bit more attack speed. So I think this is fine. Brigand's Blade, damage bonus per missing health increased. So this is just a straight buff to Brigand's Blade, which surprised me because I feel like all carries use this item consistently. They're going to buff Pupil's Gift as well. These weapons have bad win rates or something. What's going on? I'm surprised. I mean, Quicksilver Amulet's really good. That one makes sense to be nerfed. Aquila is pretty much always prioritized by agility heroes. That one makes sense. But more buff on Brigand's Blade. All right. It's like an extra 15 to 20 damage when somebody's low. So But yeah, Pupil's Gift is still amazing. Giving another stat is like incredible. 15 strength, 15 int on agi heroes. That's like so good. So good. And Fey Grenade, damage per second increased. Active no longer grants vision to both teams. But why? Like, it gives vision of your opponent, but what does it mean both teams? What does that mean? It would sometimes grant vision for Roshan. Oh, okay. Or neutral items, or neutral creeps, actually. So if you use it on neutral creeps, it would actually give vision. I did not know this. I have used it on neutral creeps before. Okay. That would take me a long time to figure that one out. I'm like, what does this mean? Of course, but you already have vision of your allies, is what I was thinking. I am serious. I am still on items. There's a lot to talk about. Come on. Bonus movement speed for spider legs decreased a little bit. Duration is longer. I like that. Enchanted Quiver, more range. More damage, less range. I like that. Better on melee heroes if you want it, but still really good on ranged heroes. I would say this is overall maybe a buff on the item. I don't know. Depends on the hero you're playing. If you're like a more traditional like mid-range range carry, this is a buff. If you're a melee hero, it's a buff. If you're a mega ranged hero, maybe still good. Depends on the game. Quickening Charm, cooldown reduction reduced to make it worse because it stacks now, but regen goes up. I think it's still good. 10% still really good. Bonus mana on Robe is reduced. That's fine. The item's amazing. You pretty much always want to carry it. The amount of mana it gives you is kind of overkill anyways. Headband's worse. It's like your push range reduced. That means it is... You have to be closer to cast. There are times where I will cast this in a team fight, and I'll be so fucking far away. So reducing this to 600, I think, is balanced. Paladin Sword nerfed. Almost always the prioritized target at this tier for carries, so it makes sense to nerf it. Telescope's going to be worse. Radius on Blast Rig is higher. Damage is reduced. I think that's fine. Item's really good. Aesthetics cap is buffed in regen. Okay. Item's pretty popular in pro games from what I've seen. Relic debuff is reduced to 20, so same as Arcane Blink now. Leveler less attack speed, got a little overbuffed maybe with all the armor and shit. Spell Prism, wow, mega nerfed. 12% cooldown reduction. Again, you can buy it with Octarine Core though, so maybe they're worried about being too busted, I guess. It's probably what it was. But that shit used to be like 22, remember? More attributes. Ninja Gear, more agi, nice round, beautiful 25. The active movement speed from smoke when it's up is more, though, than regular smoke. It's a special ninja smoke. 20 attack speed from Witchbane. This item actually did need a buff, I think. Like, there were some games where you do the math, you're like, oh, it's actually a lot of damage. But there's a lot of other ones where you're just like, why would I fucking use this? Like, if I don't want the Dispel, it just felt kind of weak. But it giving 20 attack speed is helpful. It makes it seem better than an item like... What's the one before it that does the blue sword that silences? I can't remember what it's called. But that one gives like 25 attack speed and 25 magic damage. Witchbane, some games it's like, okay, sure, it does like 60 magic damage per attack, but Mindbreaker, thank you. This will help it compete a little bit. Witchbane amazing against Emperor. Yeah, you can dispel his Flame Guard. That is true. That's like a lot of damage if you deal magic damage to him instead, but it's true. I definitely don't value this item enough, but I think pros also don't value it very much. So, Book of Shadows, massive buff. Fallen Sky, yeah, this gave way too many stats. Damage per second from buildings increase, so it's better than regular Meteor Hammer, but it will also be nerfed against heroes. 15 movement speed for Pirate's Hat. Okay. Mega Shield only affects heroes. That was the one that like reflected damage or something. Now it's better. 40%. I don't think there haven't been a lot of 60-minute games lately from what I've seen. Game ends reasonable time right now. All right, let's start heroes at 8:18 p.m. Abaddon. Strength gain reduced. Base mana regen increased. Rework the shard. That's probably needed. Nobody bought it. Causes Miscoil to deal Abaddon's attack damage on impact, applying on-hit effects, and increases the base of Avernus Curse of Avernus base slow by 10. So it still does the slow by 10. That was there before. Miscoil still applies the passive like it did before. It was Miscoil and shield though, keep in mind. But the important thing is that it also does an attack. So if you buy a rapier on Abaddon and then get a shard, you can throw your rapier attacks on people to also apply slow. So this is just going to make it much more appealing as a core Abaddon, because now you can attack, throw a shard, attack to get like multiple attacks in. Or you can use Orb of Venom with it to apply that, or you could use Maelstrom, or you could use what else? Deso, for example, as an option. And the cooldown's pretty low on it. So it's very appealing with Ags, to be honest. Because now if you're like a carry in the late game and you're playing like AoE mist coils, and those AoEs are attacking people like constantly during like big damage, you could do like insane physical damage. That's really cool. And not just, I mean, mist coils are good too, but if you're also doing an attack on top of it, you could like actually scale better with a right click. I still don't think it's like that incredible, because I'm thinking about like the extra right click you're applying. It's like you're still basically applying mist coil at like the same speed. If anything, it's worse now because you don't get the shield one, but it does allow you to do like more damage to ranged. Like you could better justify buying like a Daedalus, for example, because that's probably one of the better items you could probably get if you're playing like 3 Abaddon or something now, maybe, because then you can just like potentially crit some guy for like 400 physical. I think that part is good. Yeah, and you can buy Shard of 15 minutes. I know this, but the issue is that like I think that's the best place that it could be. That like you just get a lot of raw damage, whether it's like Deso Daedalus or something, and then you just like miscoil supports without having to get in melee range against them. So you don't have to like commit as hard to killing them. Like you can still apply the curse to them, which is good, but if you want to, you can just like poke for damage until somebody dies without having to overcommit. So it seems okay. Radiance on it, yeah, Radiance could work certainly. Definitely makes like your Radiance build better, because then you're you've already got a lot of raw damage from Radiance. That's a good point. Yeah, this could definitely make like core Abaddon stronger without a doubt. Miscoil healing is slightly nerfed. The AoE nerfed a little bit. This is exactly what I was talking about. That would have been really good. Unstable Concoction, movement speed while charging. I like that a lot. Damages creeps within the radius. That's great. That means you could charge it just to nuke creeps if you wanted to. And this is going to make it easier to like run down your opponents. Just generic buff to Alchemist doesn't necessarily help either one more or less. It could better justify maxing out Unstable Concoction early if you want to, because you could use it to counter push a little bit, like throw it on a hero that's pushing a creep wave, does damage. I still don't think support Alchemist is going to be viable or anything, but I mean 20% movement speed is quite a lot. It's like 60 movement speed, but yeah, support Alch is still likely never going to happen for a long time. Just doesn't work. Okay, range disable with Bash. I don't know what that means. Oh, you're talking about Abaddon? Yeah, you could get like Basher with this is kind of a good idea. That's all right. That's an okay idea. Yeah, I kind of like that. Offlane Elk doesn't sound too bad. I mean, the movement speed's fine. I still don't really recommend it. Like, it worked for OG when they did it because they channeled it into an Ags that allowed them to open up a win condition. When OG did it, they would basically put it on like the most broken possible early Ags person. So, for example, they put it on Monkey King when his ulti could spawn and just solo Roche. It wouldn't aggro Roche, so he could just solo Roche at like a stupid early time in the game. And then with that Aegis, they could take a fight with Aegis like way earlier. He was basically like, he became the power of Ursa of getting a fast Aegis, right? That's how they abused him. And that was a way that I didn't imagine at the time. But other than that, he's still the same offline type hero. He still spends a lot of time farming to potentially get items or an Ags. They used him with Ags upgrade. Maybe there's a way to like justify items on him that do something really good. Like fast team fight items or something that protects his team. But the problem is that his skills still have a lot of issues in terms of like team fight impact compared to other heroes. Alchemist is still a lot about items. He's almost entirely about items. His skills are not that great, and more movement speed on the Casca is nice because if you make a mistake, you're gonna be better able to catch up or retreat. And maybe that will change his death amount by like 1 per game, but it'll definitely give him a win rate increase. But I don't think it's gonna massively change the hero. That's all. It'll make him better before he gets like blink, which is maybe a point in the support category, but I still think he's a weak support compared to a lot of other heroes. Ancient Apparition Cold Feet now deals damage in half-second intervals instead of 1. That means that he's going to be better able to interrupt blink. Doesn't it do a point? Didn't they change this recently? I can't remember. But half intervals instead of 1 is fine. The nicest thing about this actually is probably breaking refraction. So against TA, Cold Feet's like insanely good now because it's going to do double as amount of damage ticks as it used to. Is there anything else? Less likely to break a raindrop because the ticks will be half damaged than what they used to. Is there anything else? That's about it. Just more consistent on damage, I guess. They changed the damage to be instant when cast on the ground. Does more damage if you break early. That's a good point. Yeah. Slightly better chance. Like, you'll do slightly more damage, like, before they press BKB or Force Staff out or something like that. So just a tiny baby buff to the skill. But the biggest one is certainly against Refraction. Slow rescaled to be better early, weaker later. Magic Amp is rescaled to be better early. Yeah, they over-nerfed this a little bit. Like, Ice Blast was really good, and they kept nerfing Vortex to compensate. But they're going to put it back to where it was. So a little bit better at level 1. The 12% increase was really mediocre. Cooldown on Chilling Touch is reduced a lot, so much better at level 1, 12 instead of 15. Damage, mana cost is way better late, which is good, and the damage is about the same. Slightly less early, but still good because it's like you're applying it from range. So I think this is good. Ag's A is slightly more viable because you're spending less mana per throw late game, but still probably not that good. But maybe more viable now that you can buy Shard at 15 minutes. Really, that's what changes A core a lot, is that you get the Shard at 15, and now you can AoE farm. That's going to be really powerful. So that could definitely better justify playing A as a core, is because once you get that, it unlocks your ability to farm really well. You're pushing creep waves without being in danger, and then you can jungle and stuff like that. Whereas before you get that, you basically need a free farm lane or a lane where your opponents can't contest, and that's difficult to get all the way up till 20 minutes. But like farming up until 15, then buying Shard, that definitely could open up A much more as a core. A anti-mage, excuse me, AM, less base strength. He can mana break with the Fusel. Okay. And now additionally slows enemy movement speed for a little bit of time when it burns all the target's mana. Okay. So basically when you finish burning somebody, you're going to get a visual, possibly audio, tell that they are completely burned. Oh, this could be really powerful. I got to test this out. Because if you are gaining mana, you're always gaining mana, right? Does this mean that you're basically perma-slowing somebody? Because this could basically mean that you're perma-slowing somebody. It's a perma-slow, right? Because like you're getting mana constantly, right? I'm getting 0.6 mana per second.
Yes.
Prepare for battle.
Now let's go like boots and this.
Onward.
That's pretty powerful.
The true path.
I mean, it's a 40% slow, guys. It's not everything, but it is kind of a lot. So this is pretty big for anti-mage, because a lot of times the issue with AM is that you basically need like Scotty or Basher to solidify kills on heroes. Because what happens is you end up blinking on them like this. You're like, blink, you do this, you hit him a bunch, he gets mana drained, and what happens is they just run away from you, and then you start doing this like thing where you're like, attack. You like attack, and you walk a little bit, and you attack a little bit, and you walk. But now it's just like, you just like take your hands off the keyboard, and you're like, die! So it's going to make it easier to play him for... his win rate at low levels is going to go up by a lot. It's going to be a lot easier to play. And it's going to be easier to not have to buy either Basher or Scotty as a result of this. It's going to help justify getting like the max mana burn mana talent because they're getting drained faster. It could potentially encourage you to buy Diffusal Blade. It's going to make AM without a doubt better against strength heroes because they have a lower mana pool. So that means he's going to drain them really quickly compared to anti-heroes. And then they're not going to be able to walk away. And Storm Spirit's gonna fucking cry because he's gonna get, when he does get to 0 mana, he has literally no salvation. So I think with that said, that was like an egregious case because I bought Moon Shards on AM, so I attacked so fast that the slow was really powerful. But if your attack speed is slower, it's gonna take longer to do an attack, and there's gonna be a little bit more of a gap between their run, so they might actually be able to get some more distance. But certainly good. I think it's fine if they want to make AM a little bit more like that, though, personally. Like, AM is a hero that everybody kind of hates playing against at times, but his win rate's not the best right now, and I think this is a nice way to, like, make him a little bit better at battling, which is something he's so bad at that you have to, like, it forces you to build items, right? Like, you have to wait till you get Basher or Scotty to feel really good. Now it's like, oh, you could actually fight earlier. You know what that means, guys? That means that people might actually buy fighting items on Anti-Mage, and they might actually fight instead of split push. And I think that's good, personally. He's worse to play against now? I mean, sure. But at least he could play more aggressive. Anti-Mage could be a more viable hero in that other way. He doesn't have to be a split pusher. Yeah, his stats are pretty weak. No, his BAT stats are really good. Actually, AM and Jug have really good BAT stats. So, illusions apply slow. Okay, that's reasonable. I think that's a reasonable criticism that you could, like, put the illusions. Like, I could put an AM illusion on a Bristleback or some other strength hero and just walk away while doing other shit. That part's really good. That's a reasonable nerf, I think, if this feels to be too annoying. But I like this change. I think it's nice. Arc Ward and agility gain increased to make him a better right clicker. Spark rate damage buffed in the late game. Tempest Double has a 50% attack damage penalty if more than 2,000 units away from Arc Ward. Okay. So he's going to carry a little bit better, but if you teleport the Tempest Double on the map, way less likely to get a kill. Is this raw attack damage or is this all damage? And 15 talent, instead of armor, he gets flux duration. That's your first skill. It's not terrible. And 35% life steal replaced with Tempest Double has 50% cooldown reduction. So the double would have less cooldown. I mean, this is another example of what I would say about Anti-Mage and topic-wise. I think the way that people play Arc Warden is fucking lame, personally. I think it's boring as fuck. It's cheesy. You just split push. You send your Tempest Double somewhere. You push out waves. It's fucking boring. Make people fight. Make people actually do shit. Because the problem with the cheese build is that, like I don't blame pro players for doing it because it is by far the best way to play. It's safe, right? It's like it's the same reason that illusion damage against buildings got nerfed so much. It's because OG abused it to win tournaments. And people abuse the strongest thing to win games, the safest, strongest things. If they can do those strats, they do them until they get nerfed. People play Arc Warden that way, and I understand that, but it's fucking boring. I want people to play Arc Warden, and I want them to micro 2 Arc Warden illusions like all the time while they fight. I think that's cool. And now, like, he gets an agility gain buff, so he's going to do more raw right-click damage. And if he plays somewhat close to his main Arc Warden, he's going to do more damage. And most of the time, people do play near their main Arc Warden. This isn't really, like, that rare, actually. It just means that teleporting somewhere else on the map and pushing a creep wave is going to be a lot weaker. And let's just double-check if it's all damage or if it is just physical damage. Because if it's just physical damage, he's still going to be fine. Because a lot of your damage is Maelstrom anyways. Or Spell. Or Mjolnir. Yeah, 50% cooldown reduction is definitely really good, obviously. Because you can, like, spam spark rates and whatever else, but... So, let's do this. Oh shit, that's a bad example, because you don't get that damage anyways. So we legitimately, it's 350, and now I'm doing, yeah, half of that. So it's literally 50% of all damage. But, final test. That was weird. Oh. Poor guy. Can't fucking tell. There's too many numbers. What if we do a dummy target? Actually, the easiest way to tell is just with something that isn't Maelstrom. 255. It's getting real fucking annoying, I gotta say. It's probably just right click. Like your nukes will still do the same. So it looks like so basically like you can still push with Maelstrom and nukes if you want, but basically the actual right click of your hero is just gonna be a lot less. So okay. So yeah. Oh no. I accidentally clicked on it. Like, I love this screen. It's very cool, Val, but I legitimately, every time I click on it, I regret it. Every time. All right. So, yeah, Arc Warden way worse at split pushing massively, but you're going to be a little bit better at fighting. This is probably, I don't know. If you, like, play with your team and you, like, buy items and fight, it's still going to be decent, but the hero still has a lot of issues, right? You're still very slow. Fighting can be iffy. You're going to want to hit creeps a lot. It's safer. Unless there's like a new item build or something, he's probably going to lose some win rate here, but Orchid sounds crazy for him. I guess it is cheaper. That's true. Try backspace key. Okay, next time I'll try that. Anyways, yeah, 50% cooldown reduction is really good. It's only for your Tempest double, but your Tempest double with 50% cooldown reduction is still really, really excellent. You can stack that with other items too. So yeah, that could be really powerful for like late game scenarios. All right, Axe Battle. Backspace doesn't work. I'm sorry, guys. Do not click anywhere here. Axe Battle Hunger now deals physical damage. The damage is rescaled to this plus Axe's armor, meaning that when you use Berserker's Call, it increases the damage. And no longer grants movement speed to Axe. Now only slows enemies as long as they're not facing Axe. Okay, so if they're fighting Axe, they're not slowed. If they're running away from Axe, they're slowed. If he calls them, they're not slowed, but that's fun because they're attacking him. And the slow is rescaled to be fucking huge, 35%. And the duration is still really high. And buying armor items on them now gives you a lot of damage. So if you get a plate mail, you get 10 extra damage on Battle Hunger. And it deals physical. So lowering their armor is also really good. Okay, interesting. I mean, the slow change is going to be the biggest one. Getting more points in it in the laning stage makes more sense because the scaling was like pretty weak, right? But now, if you really want to slow, if you want to play more support, like this is a buff to the hero, I think. The damage is probably just weaker, without a doubt. It's definitely worse damage level and worse slow. So maybe Slacks is going to be sad about this. I mean, we'll see what happens when we read the rest, but it's probably a nerf to support Axe, and Slacks is the only person I know that plays it. But for core Axe, it's definitely a buff because you can get more battle hunger if you want to like run people down. You don't have to like call and kill somebody right there. Because normally what happens is like if you don't kill somebody in like the call chop, the hero kind of feels bad. Or if you don't like stun and your allies follow up, he kind of feels bad. But now you could like actually scale your battle hunger a little bit. You can actually like get a good slow out of battle hunger, so it's going to provide utility, whereas before it did not. You'd cast and you'd be like, all right, they're taking damage, but it's only 15% slow. It's pretty shit. But now if you like slap this on a support in the mid game, that's a big deal. For like 16 seconds at 35%, you just run them down. You just actually run them down at 35. That's a big mobility advantage. So that's good. It's going to make him way more effective without Blink Dagger. That's a really big deal. And allow him to scale this up in a carry type way. So you can core on Axe better. You can like carry better on Axe without having to like land blink calls with Blade Mail. So killing support's easier. Especially in like spread out fights. I like that. Countering Shard debuff now reduces total attack damage taken by Axe from the affected hit. This makes Blade Mail deal full damage back since the outgoing damage isn't reduced. Okay, so their attack damage is still like 100%, but it's basically like he has Bristle back. So that's good. I think this can stack multiple times too, right? So this is kind of cool. Makes him a little bit better when he does like Blade Mail blink calls. Is it still good? I don't know. That's okay, I guess. Against some situations, it could be really good. Culling Blade, killing an enemy hero grants a permanent armor bonus to Axe. Ooh, I like that. Don't kill him yet, I need to chop. The cooldown's going to go up a lot, so if you fuck up, goodbye. Sorry about that. No chance for a while. So that's probably nice for balance. Mana cost is going to be tough for him, but at least it's cheaper later. But yeah, 100 mana is kind of a lot. Movement speed bonus rescaled. Attack speed bonus rescaled. Damage is now pure and pierces magic immunity. So that means this doesn't. I mean, if somebody's low with BKB on, it would kill them before. But this means that if you use it on somebody that's BKB'd, you still do damage, which is fine, and they increase the damage. So if you fuck it up, the cooldown's longer, but the damage is more, and it does pure damage. So it's a little bit more viable outside of them being low. And getting permanent armor bonus is cool because that's more damage with Battle Hunger. So getting a couple chops here and there is really solid. I mean, it's kind of really, really solid. Like, imagine some, like, 3 Culling Blade team fight. That's 6 armor for the rest of the game. That's really cool. I like that. It's always funny. 450 damage is crazy. I mean, it's a lot, but this isn't the... Keep in mind, this isn't the Culling Blade threshold. This is the damage. The Culling Blade threshold is irrelevant from how much damage you deal. The damage is only important if you use it and it doesn't kill them. So the damage threshold should still be the same, I believe. Because I think the text is something like, if they're below X HP, they die. It's not like... It's not...
These must be made.
Am I wrong?
Axe or fists, it changes nothing.
Maybe I'm wrong. Threshold equals damage now? Okay. Okay, I get why they did that. Because before, when it did magic damage or whatever, they had to do a threshold because if they had higher magic resistance, it would be kind of goofy, right? You just had to look at their HP and then whatever it is, that's how you kill them. This means that Culling Blade is worse against people with damage reduction. And we are saying Spectre and Bristleback. Let's test it. Because if it doesn't kill them, it doesn't kill them. So if somebody has 40% damage reduction like a Bristle, chopping them is going to be weaker. So by changing this, it's worse. Is it not working against Shallow Grave? Yeah, maybe it doesn't work against Shallow Grave now too. So it is weaker in some ways. Let's do Bristle first. Oops. Strength Heroes, Bristleback. So we want to get him, let's level up to 12 so it's a little bit easier. We want to get him below 350 health. Guess I don't need to. I want him at like 300 health or something. Need a little bit more health than that. Is my math wrong? Did I not skill Bristleback? I didn't skill Bristleback. Okay, let's try it again. Still died. Try one more time. Guess I'm wrong. Let's try to get even closer to 350. It might just kill. Okay, it just kills. I was wrong. Glad we checked. So damage reduction does not make it easier. Threshold is threshold. I guess, but it doesn't say threshold anymore, so I was just checking to see if it changed. Because threshold before, like the fact that they changed it to pure and it doesn't have a threshold anymore, means that it's basically still the same, but it just does, it's the way I originally described it. It just does pure and pierces magic immunity, so if you fuck it up, it still does damage. But, how did they change? They changed his talents too, right? Because you used to have like a bonus damage from your chop. So movement speed instead of magic res. Movement speed replaced with battle hunger slow for slacks. Regen replaced with +1 permanent armor from Culling Blade. This is retroactive. That's cool. And 20 talent. Culling Blade threshold replaced with... Oh, it is actually still there. Damage / threshold. They're just... Yeah, they're making it slightly more clear. Okay. So still pretty good. And that's a 20 talent. Pretty solid. And then the Battle Hunger DPS replaced with 2 times Battle Hunger armor multiplier. So more... Basically, based on how much armor you have, you can do a lot more damage with Battle Hunger. 2 times. So double the armor. So if you have like 50 armor or something, then you get an extra 50 damage for Battle Hunger. So, but keep in mind that when you call, you get 30, right? So, I believe, or is it 40? It's 30. So you get 30 armor for 3 seconds. That's like an extra 30 damage from Battle Hunger when you Berserker's Call. I don't know. I think it's interesting. We'd have to see how it plays. Lane-wise, he's basically the same hero. Battle Hunger is going to be weaker at level 1. But buying something like an AC is going to improve the damage in a lot of ways, actually. Lowers their armor, and it gives you 15 armor, therefore it does 15 more damage. So, but people have a lot of armor usually in the mid and late game, especially Agi carries. So Battle Hunger against Agi carries is going to be worse without a doubt. But against like supports, it'll be better typically. And generally against int heroes, it'll still be really good. So it's probably fine. I think it's cool changes. Makes him more viable as a support, like I said. Gives you better control, less about like blink calling. I think these are all overall like really good changes. Makes him more of a core without like having to do that shard shit. Because we haven't really seen Axe since that shard carry stuff. Enfeeble no longer reduces cast speed, thank God. It was like really legitimately difficult to see the value. Keep in mind, Bane's a really good hero right now in pro games, so it's probably not going to get nerfed. Now it reduces cast range by 30%. I think that's great. Damage reduced for Fiend's Grip, that's fine. Basically a baby nerf. And then 25 talent. Brain Sap damage per heal is increased to 200 instead of 150. I don't think anybody gets that one because the other one's like Fiend's Grip plus 8 seconds or something. Everyone gets that one if it happens in games. Thanks for the subs, guys. So reducing cast range by 30 is really good against the right heroes. Against supports, it's great. It's a great way to approach cast Enfeeble, and now their 600 cast range spell is now 400. I think that's really solid. It makes it easy to like walk up Enfeeble, then Nightmare them. Or you could walk up and Nightmare them, of course, but Enfeeble first is an option, certainly. And there's a lot of heroes that's really going to fuck up. If you're ever ganking somebody, Enfeeble just seems really solid. Cast range is a really big deal. It's kind of similar to mobility, so throwing it on some heroes is going to be really obnoxious. I like it a lot. I think that's cool. It's going to crunch Omnia. Yeah, that's a great point. Enfeeble against these like defensive heroes that want to save their allies, Shadow Demon, etc. Cast range reduction is going to be really powerful. Absolutely. I like it. So I would say this is overall a buff to Bane. Cast speed reduction, supposed to do the same thing, but cast range is so much more direct. So, and losing a little Fiend's Grip damage is no big deal. It's 60 damage loss. I think buff to Bane. Okay. Good for Bane. Batrider base armor increased by 1. Rework the shard. Flaming Lasso no longer disarms you. I'm sorry, what's going on in this sentence? They reworked the shard and it's just not here? Is this an update or something? Flaming Lasso no longer disarms you. That's your ulti. But shard is the flame break that does... This is the shard? Oh, okay, this is the new shard. Okay. Alright, maybe this is clear. I'm just being stupid. So when you buy the shard, Flaming Lasso no longer disarms you. That means you can attack while you're lassoing somebody. Your attacks apply 1 stack of sticky napalm. So now you can buy like attack speed on Batrider, lasso somebody, and like attack a couple times to get extra sticky napalm. So basically it allows you to stack sticky napalm to like ridiculous territories much faster than before, which I think is good because the flame break build was really powerful at times. As a support, I played against it last night as well, and it just felt really obnoxious. Just got stacked up a lot. He could like nuke me so safely from long range with low committal, but now he's gonna have to like commit Flaming Lasso to get me, to get these stacks up. And he's also gonna have to build attack speed, which Batrider does not want to do. So this is it feels like a nerf to me for Batrider, without a doubt. But it's going to allow him to solo kill easier when people don't have BKBs, if he does end up buying it. But most of the time people lasso, they're not about damaging. It's like, I mean, that's not necessarily true. There are a lot of lassos sometimes against like heroes that are vulnerable. Like BKB carries, your team kills them, but it's a lot of like lasso and pull somebody far away kind of a thing. So I don't know. This seems like a pretty big nerf to Bat to me, but still going to be fine in laning stage, but the shard strength in the mid and late game is going to be worse. Napalm Radius instead of 5 spell amp, sure, that's fine. Armor replaced with Flame Break knockback. Health talent replaced with Lasso cooldown reduction, that's pretty good. And then 5 sticky napalm damage replaced with 25 movement speed, that's pretty good. 25 movement speed, definitely good on the hero. And then 30 movement speed replaced with 2 Flame Break charges. Okay, so Flame Break charges are just the 20 talent now. That will be extremely valuable to get because now you can get movement speed and Flame Break. You just won't get +5 napalm damage anymore. And then JK, here it is at 20. Magic resistance replaced with that. That's hard. Flame break and napalm damage. And then Flame and Lasso cooldown replaced with Flame break applies 2 sticky napalm charges. Okay, so basically, they're still going to have the Flame break thing. You just talent into it instead of Shard. So Shard will allow you to Lasso build. I feel like nobody... Oh, your attacks always apply stack? Oh, it's not when lassoed. Okay, I'm sorry. I misunderstood this. So your attacks always apply 1 stack. So you buy this and you're just good to go. Your attacks are always napalming. So you're just like, even if you're not ulting, you're just attacking people now. So this seems quite good. So this is a lot better than I thought it was. And then you can still get like the napalm, the flame break stuff as you level up. You can get movement speed at 15 if you want. 10 talents kind of suck, I think, but then you get flame break charges at 20, and then at 25 you can get flame break applies sticky napalms to like stack those up really, really fast. You basically like double flame break and attack people, and instantly they're up to like 6 or 7 charges. So despite napalm doing less damage, you can stack it up a lot faster. So having dispels or BKBs can be pretty powerful or pretty important against Batrider late game. Beastmaster, huge win rate, very popular in pro games. Base damage reduced by 2, sure. That'll make it harder for him to counter ranged heroes denying against him, I guess, because his quelling got nerfed as well. It's a 6 damage swing for him versus ranged heroes. That could matter. Or him versus other carries or something. Level 15 talent, 30 movement speed replaced with 25 movement speed Beastmaster controlled units. Okay. That seems fine. That's sometimes needed in like big summon type units, or summon lineups. Bloodseeker, new scepter ability, Blood Mist. Bloodseeker sprays his blood in an area, taking 5% max HP and pure damage every second, while dealing 5% of a unit's max HP to enemies within a radius, and slowing his enemies by 25. While Blood Mist's active thirst is increased by 50%, so more movement speed, more lifesteal, or more heal. Cooldown's 4 seconds. Cannot be turned off while on cooldown. Okay, so once you turn it on, it has to stay on. So you're losing 20% of your max pure damage. But if you put it on a tanky boy, you are dealing 20% of that unit's max HP to enemies within a radius. So basically, if there's like a really high HP guy standing in the middle, like a Year Beast or something, or not a Year Beast, a Ancient Beast or whatever the hell he's called. What's he even called? Primal Beast. If there's a Primal Beast with a buttload of HP or Centaur, you cast Blood Mist on him, and he's gonna do, you're gonna do like, let's say they have 4,000 health. That is 800 HP in an AoE. I don't know if it's pure. Blood Seeker. It does not say. It's probably pure because you do a lot of pure damage, right? It's probably pure, and you take pure. Can't turn off while on cooldown, but it does last longer actually if you want to. That's kind of the cool part. So the scary thing is that you're losing HP as well, but it's doing so much damage that there's a good chance you kill everything else, right? Because if somebody has 4,000 HP, you're doing 200 damage a second, right? For 4 seconds? Yeah. 200 damage a second. You're going to kill creeps and shit and start healing, and you're going to get extra heal. So, and you're going to be fast. So hypothetically, you throw this on somebody while they're ruptured, and they just die, actually. Because you could just cast it on somebody and rupture them. Technically, they will die at the same time as you, sort of, right? Unless you get heals, right? Because you're going to take the same max HP damage as they will until you turn it off. So you need to get heals, but it is a great way to kill really tanky people. It's cool. I like this a lot. I think this is a really interesting way. It's going to be a really interesting item. I think it could be very useful on... It's like good on utility type heroes. Like you don't necessarily have to deal damage. You just want to make sure that they die first. You throw it on an enemy that's really tanky. It's going to help you kill them. It's going to be good against like Spectre type heroes, kind of. Spectre will kill you first because she'll reduce the damage a bit and then kill you back, kind of. But like very tanky heroes will be good. And then 20 talent. Okay, spell lifesteal will be great. That way you can spell lifesteal some of this damage and offset that. And then Blood Right cooldown replaced with 2 rupture charges. So you can just double rupture at 25. Cool. Eggs abilities, magic damage. Okay. So it being magic damage means that you will definitely die first. So you definitely need to get heals off or whatever. Fuck, I did it again. Is this... No, this doesn't. No, this doesn't work. Legit hate it. Like, it's so cool, and somebody spent a lot of time making that look nice. But does anybody use that? Maybe new players. That's about it. Yo, we're overdue for an ad. It's time for an ad. Why can I not scroll? Let's run some ads. I'll be right back. I think it is time for me to go get some tea, because I have hours ahead of me. Blood Mist works like Rot and Radiance. Yep, that's what I assumed. Rot on the person you cast it on. All right, running ads, grabbing some tea. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Sorry, that took so long. Let's go. Blood Mist works like Rot on yourself, not on target. What? Oh, that's what you meant? Oh, it's his blood. I'm sorry. I thought you put it on enemy hero. My bad. Okay. That is helpful. Thank you. Sorry about that. So regardless, definitely dangerous, but if people are dying, then it will kill them. 450 radius is really big. It's gonna be like a big part of the screen, and it slows, and you get more heal. Okay, that makes more sense. Cannot be turned off while on cooldown. Okay. Yeah, spell lifesteal. Would you blood? You could probably bloodstone with this. Really good, actually. I feel like bloodstone on this would be insane. Until they get BKBs, I guess. Yeah, percentage damage based rot, but you die a lot faster. But if you're against like squishy supports or something, it could be really good. But hi, I know you want me to be done. Do you want a treat? Come here. Oh, so you jump up the moment I say the word treat, huh? Okay. Little whiny dog. Almost done. Need to go back. Okay. Okay. Alright, you want a big one? Give you half a big one. Okay. You get it? Okay. Good girl. Okay. Alright, let's move on. Bounty Hunter, movement speed buff by 5. Cooldown for Shadow Walk is better late game, so this is a nerf to Bounty Hunter that doesn't have many points in Shadow Walk. And level 10 talent, the Shadow Walk slow duration replaced with 10% Shadow Walk slow. That's the amount of slow that you're hit by when he attacks you from Invis, so it's going to go up. I think it's like 30 or something. The extra time was, I always thought was kind of bad. Yeah, it's 40%. So it'll be up to 50%, so instead. Wait, it says plus 30? What? Did it say 30 just? Okay, the text here is different than in game. So if this is not, it just said 30% extra Shadow Walk slow. If that's the case, it's pretty good. Which is probably why, maybe why they changed the number. Oh fuck, that's not what I wanted. What did I click on? I clicked right here, and then it... Everywhere I click is ruining me. I'm trying to click heroes? Alright, we'll move on. What if I can now? Okay, I just had to really double click heroes fast. Okay. So here it says 30%. This makes sense. 10% extra for a level 10 talent. Felt pretty garbage to me. But 30% is really good. So that means a 70% slow for 4 seconds when you break invis. That sounds really good to me. It's going to be hard to abuse it with the double slow thing, but you could. You could like hit them while you're going invis with maybe level 1, level 2. Level 1 for sure, level 2 probably. Level 3 is a little hard if you don't attack fast enough, but you could apply like a 50% slow, 55% slow for 4 seconds, then hit him a second time to get a second slow. That's an option. Anyways, yeah, but he has 5 movement speed faster. That's pretty good. But yeah, a little bit of nerf with the Shadow Walk, actually, especially because of the fact that duration is 20. Yeah, so you don't have much overlap now where you need to press invis again. That's the other nerf to the hero. So if you're running around trying to get like slows as like a low level bounty hunter, it's gonna be tougher. But I think bounty's a better core than support right now, anyways. Personally, Brewmaster Cinderbrew also now drenches Brewmaster himself. He doesn't get the negative effects. But why? Oh, okay. Reworked. Brewmaster gains 3 stances based on his elements that he can freely switch to. Stances have stronger effects if Brewmaster is affected by Cinderbrew. Earth Brawler stance grants armor and magic resistance up to 7 and 20%. Effect is tripled if Brewmaster is affected by Cinderbrew. Okay. So 60% magic resist and 21 armor. So no more. Oh, still evasion. Storm is evasion and movement speed. And fire is critical hit. Okay. So fire when attacking. Storm when evading and movementing. This is very interesting. It's not super straightforward, right? But generally armor and evasion is like more straightforward, right? As the same thing. What are cases, I guess if somebody's like, what are cases where you want evasion instead of armor? I gotta demo this. I'm gonna read through the rest. Shard no longer grants Brewmaster attacks procs to the Void Bruling. Shard no longer grants Void Brawler stance. Shard now grants Void Brawler stance, which gives him status resistance and a 25% movement slow for 2 seconds on attack. Effects are tripled. Okay. It's got 4 fucking stances now? Guys, he always had like a shitload of evasion. I don't know why you're freaking out about him having 90. He had a lot before. He had like 75 or something. He used to have like 80. Yeah, and you would want evasion against like silencer or OD, yeah, or like impetus or something. Like that makes sense. But like for the vast majority of other cases, you would probably just want armor. So, armor and magic resistance, movement speed and evasion. I mean, this looks fun, I gotta say. 30% evasion, 11% movement speed. And then fire is damage. It's really obvious what he's doing. You can see the ore on the ground. There's like effects. Okay, and then fire is just chance to crit. And then if you get the shard, you get the fourth one, which is, you still get the void bruiling, status resistance, and slow. It's fucking weird, dude. I like the idea, but it's fucking weird. So, basically, if you don't have ags, you are probably... It really depends on your items and what you want to do, right? Like, if you are worried about being initiated on or alphaed or whatever, you probably want armor and magic resistance. Unless you really want status resistance, like against stuns, that would be the other option. But generally, you're probably going to want green, magic resistance, and armor, because that's usually going to be a better way to survive. In late game, the status resistance is probably better. I mean, except for when you, like, if you want to do this, Cinder Brew or whatever, then you get 60 status resistance. That's insane. But in most cases, you're probably green or blue, I imagine. I guess if you know they're disabled, you don't really need blue at all. Like, blue is mostly good for the movement speed, is probably why it's there. Like, that's why I was confused about evasion and armor. It's like, why are they separate, you know? But blue is basically like, I want to run faster, I get blue. I guess it's run away too, right? Evasion, like running, you run away when you're dying, right? So you want movement speed and evasion. If you're chasing, you only get movement speed. So that part's a little bit of a waste, but there are things like you're running through creep waves and shit too, you know? So dodging some of these attacks is not bad either. But 10 movement speed, like, skilling this a lot just for this wouldn't be worth it, but... You can get a crit, I believe. And then fire is obviously just like farming. Unless you'd prefer to dodge 30% of attacks or 7 armor. 7 armor translates to a lot more survivability than the evasion, actually. So if you're jungling, green is probably better. 7 times 6 is 42 EHP against physical damage. So green is better, certainly, for taking damage for like fighting heroes, without a doubt. Level 1's kind of shit though. I don't know, this is like cool. It's gonna give you something to do, that's for sure. I'm definitely gonna try this out. There's probably some like Radiance type builds that you can do that are kind of funny, fun with this, I imagine. Huh. 75% chance to crit, that's basically the same as the old one. And now basically your cooldown is based on Cinder Brew, which is good. So what if we do like Octarine Core or something? Get a lot of cooldown. It's going to lower the Cinder Brew cooldown. There's no other way to lower the cooldown. Oh, duration goes up actually. That's actually really good. So if we up the duration, this is where things get kind of crazy. Because now the duration is, oh, it's only 6.5. But still, we get 6.5 out of 8.3 with Octarine. Not saying that you necessarily want to do this. It's probably not worth it just for the Octarine. Not that cooldown's not good with your ulti or whatever, but it's just way better to buy Refresher, right? So, if you really want to fuck around on this, you would be casting Cinder Brew for extra movement speed. Wow, it's actually so much movement speed. It's 33%, right? It's like actually so much movement speed. Running around at 412. Or I could have a basically 72% chance to crit. Or I can have insane status resistance. 60 status resistance the whole time, which is basically like bulldoze. It's basically like bulldoze. Or I could have freaking 21 armor and 60% magic resistance. Man, why did they change Techies right before this came out, dude? Brew would have been like the best mine clear for 5 seconds at a time. Run in, clear some mines, have like insane magic resistance. Like just casting this before you get initiated on is like godly. Look at that magic resistance. It's like tankier than anti-mage, dude. So, and then once we split, it's just gone, right? Like it's not there. It's all just the same. So, what's kind of interesting about it is that it certainly makes Brewmaster himself more viable, and you have like way more tools. It increases the skill cap of the hero to make it even higher, which I'm down because I like playing the hero. I think it's gonna make it more fun. It's gonna make playing him without focusing entirely on your ulti certainly more viable and more fun, because now you basically like part of the problem with the hero sometimes is like it felt like you have to get survivability because you have to deal with the bursts that somebody would use. They'd use it to orchid against you or whatever, and they try to kill you. This is usually solved by just getting ags so fast that your raw HP is high, and then you could just always split twice and buy refresher with blink or whatever. But now you could like more reasonably go some kind of fucking weird build where like you buy radiance and then you just have a shitload of armor and magic resistance, something like that. It actually looks a little bit viable, kind of, because you can adjust so easily based on the game, right? It's not just evasion and crit chance, whereas before, like that's what it was, right? It's chance to attack for more damage and evasion, and against magic damage that was useless. Against disables that was useless. It didn't give you movement speed. It just feels like you have a lot more options now. Basically like blue when you're chasing, red when they're standing still, and green when you're slightly worried about dying. That seems really fun. It's not a glass of milk. No, it's well, it does have milk in it, but it has black tea in it. So technically, it's a chai latte. It's good, but I just poured it. I bought this like big thing at Costco. It's like 4 things, and it's like half black tea and half milk. This is my coffee equivalent. I mean, I don't know why you guys are making fun of me. Most people drink half milk in their coffee anyways. Anyways, that would ruin you. I'm so sorry that you cannot eat dairy. The Drunken Brawler Crit Strike talent, that was for I think the Red Panda or something. I can't remember. Oh no, that's the bonus damage. Replaced with Cinder Brew, applies fear when ignited. Lasts 1.5 seconds. That's very good. So that would be like, yeah, you throw Cinder Brew, your Radiance procs, they're stunned for a second and a half. That's really good. That seems very viable. I am definitely start the Heroes to Playlist, and Brewmaster Carry is definitely going to be on that list. Let me tell you. Skill build wise, I'm not quite sure which way I would go. I don't know if maxing the passive is that good, but it's probably worth it. It's probably really worth it. Because once you get those skill points up, I mean, you'd still want to max like Clap certainly, and you'd probably still get at least one Cinder Brew, but buying damage items on the hero is just certainly going to be way better because you just have way better stats. I think that looks really fun. I'm very, very into that. Bristleback. Base movement speed increased by 5. Strength gain reduced. Warpath max charges increased. Mana regen talent nerf. Spell lifesteal slightly worse. Warpath stack buffed. Basically the same hero. The strength gain's going to hurt him certainly, but this is probably because of the Bloodstone change if I had to guess. Nerfing the spell lifesteal just a little bit. The mana regen just a little bit. Brood Mummy. Spinner's Snare. Oh, I forgot. I've seen this like in one game, but I haven't tested it myself or been against it. Can only be cast anywhere there's a web regardless of cast range. Okay. Spiderling duration reduced down to 40 to 50 seconds. And Spiderling damage increased from 14 all levels to scale. So it's a better late game. Poison Sting no longer deals damage per second and instead slows different. So Poison Sting's going to be a little bit worse. I mean, the damage per second from Poison Sting is kind of irrelevant. Because most of the time you're being attacked by like a fuckload of spiders anyways. I don't think it did that much damage, right? Didn't it only do like a couple, like 6 or something for 2 seconds or something? And the slow is going to be a little better, so that was the compromise, is what it looks like. I don't think the poison scaled. I might be wrong though, because it's not like the spiders leveled up or anything. So basically the spiders do more damage late game. They do more slow late game slightly. They do worse slow early game. And they don't do damage over time anymore. So, what'd you say? Brood's still awful? Brood is not awful. Are you fucking crazy, dude? I mean, I don't know if he's picked in all regions, but NA definitely picks him, and I've seen EU teams pick him as well. Brood is not awful. Brood is totally fine. He sets tempo really well. As in, he like pressures towers and then makes it easy to dive towers. That's where his value comes from. Brood is not bad. Promise you. 10 agility replaced with +3 spin web max webs. 30 attack speed replaced with 16 agility. And plus 50% spider building damage replaced with plus 15% silken boa slow. At 20? That's his third skill. I mean, the slow's not bad. Huh. Those are probably just talents that nobody gets. No, I don't charge my headset overnight. It's got 2 batteries, and you just swap between them when they're out. Centaur strength gain reduced. Base armor increased by 1. Good for him. Literally unkillable. Hoof stomp more damage. Better to new creep waves. Shard now applies the strength bonus before dealing damage. Oh, okay. So the shard normally, when you use it, it increases your strength. But what it means is that, like, let's say that, what does increase your strength by like 15% or something? So that means that, like, if I'm starting at 0 uses, it will now increase my strength and then deal the damage. So it'll increase my strength by 15 before calculating how much strength I have for double edge. So that means it's going to be better to use it. So you could argue now that the shard on the Centaur shard is useful even if it's just one off now, because it's going to increase your damage by 15%. Well, not exactly. 15 per hero hit. So minimum, using it against a hero means that you have 15% more strength. And the strength damage, yeah, so it does increase your damage by more than 15%. So it makes your double edge quite a bit better. Especially if you get the double edge strength damage talent, the 40%. That means your double edge at level 4 will do 160%. So it actually is increasing your double edge damage by a lot. So it's more like 22% more strength damage. So whatever your strength is, 22% of that is how much your first double edge does, more than previous. Which could be like, I don't know, at most stages of the game, somewhere between 22 and 50 more damage. It's not massive, but it will help a little, certainly. Yeah. Scepter damage reduction decreased to scale. Scepter now leashes affected enemies for the duration of the debuff. Okay, that's really good. Leash is very similar. It's basically like puck coil, or what's the other leash? Slark leash. Slark pounce you can force out of. I guess you can force out of puck coil as well, but the problem is that you get stunned. So this probably means that basically it is going to be a lot better. This is one of the issues of Stampede, certainly, was that like you'd basically buy for damage reduction. You could run over trees, but that part was kind of irrelevant. I think this is good because it gives better utility now. So against these like really squirmy heroes like Storm, Void Spirit, shit like that, you can actually like leash people to stop them from using their fucking annoying skills. So you could buy Ags to like run over people to make it harder for them to escape. Because slows alone, stuns were too good, and slows alone were like really mediocre in the late game. So I think this is really nice. Set of 5 armor replaced with 15 strength. The 5 armor talent was quite good, but most people prioritize the double edge damage. I think I like the 5 armor sometimes, but a lot of pros play strength. Centaur is like an initiator, a tempo lane winner, and then an initiator. So they didn't care about the armor, they just cared about damage. Because it's not about like staying alive against somebody, it's about like initiating, being kind of hard to kill. But the 5 armor wasn't that justified. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Centaurs just pick up the strength talent instead, because that's also going to increase their double edge damage. But not to mention their HP and their passive damage reflection. But It's a powerful talent. And then 20 talent, retaliate damage nerfs slightly to compensate probably for the strength difference. Does it leash you to the ground or the centaur? Probably the ground. It probably leashes them where they were. I don't know what the range is, but I should probably test it. It's not going to be commonly purchased, I don't think, unless it's really good, but it might provide some like really good team fight for centaur, actually.
Who dares challenge? With steel and strength.
Prepare for battle.
Okay, so they're not exactly leashed. They are leashed. They're invisibly. They're leashed to the ghost of centaur. They're leashed, but they're just slowed. They just can't use like blink daggers and shit like that. It's very minor, but they can't blink. They can't use like get out of jail free shit that a lot of those heroes have, like Void Spirit. He can't dissimulate probably. Puck probably can't jump to his jaunt. Pango can't begin his rolling boulder. He would have to use a shard first and then use it. So there are some like use cases where it'd be useful to leash people. It's just making the slow and disable aspect of Stampede a little better. So that's fine. All right, Chaos Knight. Bonus damage to creeps with Chaos Strike. Okay, this is a way that they're trying to offset a lot of heroes for being weak at farming is by making their passives better against creeps. They did it for Wraith King a long time ago, similar with his crit. They made his crit do double damage to creeps. Famously used in the Boston Major Finals. Lone Druid was very popular, and OG, then this was like on a fly, no tail, that era of OG, I think. And then maybe Moon Meander and Crit. I think it was that one. No. I can't remember. Anyways, they picked Wraith King against it, who at the time was not a good hero, but his crit did double damage to creeps, and that countered against the bear, so they used it to just kill the bear a lot. It was really cool. Anyways, that was a tangent. Chaos Strike, dealing extra damage to creeps, is certainly going to increase Chaos Knight's farm speed without necessarily having to buy farming items. So he's going to be able to be still kind of like the lane winning carry that he is, the big single target damage carry that he is, but better able to farm, which is ultimately good for him. Battle Fury could still be really good with this change. It's not good on him now, but this is a big deal. It's a 50% damage increase when you do crit, so that could certainly help you crush creep waves really, really well. You can play CK offline, you can, yes, but it has issues. Because like ultra late game Chaos Knight illusions are just kind of dealt with in a lot of different ways. There are ways to kill them and deal with them, but if you can't like ulti and then jump on a guy or two and kill them, then Chaos Knight sucks. If Chaos Knight gets initiated, like if you ever there was a game where I watched I don't know who it was. I think it was RTZ. I think it was the regional finals. EG actually picked Chaos Knight, and Bryle was playing Invoker against him, and it's like Chaos Knight ultis, he tornadoes him. His illusions are just in the air for like 3 seconds. They come down, they all get Deafening Blast, then they're disarmed for 4 seconds. And it's like, oh, that's your whole... And then they meteored them, and they all got like close to dying or disabled. And it was like, oh, that was your team fight. You can't BKB them, you know? It's like, if you have AoE control, CK illusions can really suck. But if you go first, you can kill almost any hero. Chaos Knight's damage is huge. So the problem is that like it's hard to like play the tempo sometimes. So it's either you're really ahead and you're finding all these initiations and crushing the game, or you do okay, but later on you get out carried by like just the realities of like trying to team fight with illusions that are like you either works or it doesn't work out and now you're on cooldown kind of a thing. So this will help him farm faster, remain relevant without necessarily having to buy farming items, or he'll buy farming items and farm really fucking fast because Battle Fury with Chaos Strike would actually crit really well because you'd get bonus damage. So we'll see what happens. Line AoE Hex, I believe, doesn't work against CK ulti. His illusions got changed so they don't get one shot by Dagon and Glimpse and shit like that. So that actually used to counter him, but it doesn't anymore. There's still a lot of good solutions though. AoE roots, AoE disables, that kind of thing. All right, Chen, Holy Persuasion, bonus movement speed increased. So his creeps that he's controlling are better. Keep in mind that a bunch of neutrals got changed and there's more tools. They're not necessarily all better, but there's more tools. Heal has been reduced by a shitload. Oh, and it now applies a heal per second for 10 seconds. That's cool. All right, I like this. One thing that's really cool about this, obviously the burst heal is worse. It says heal per second. I don't know if that necessarily counts as regen. I hope it's heal per second. If it's heal per second, that means that your Holy Locket will still amplify it, as will any other heal amplifiers. If it's regen, those won't amplify it. So you don't want to buy a Holy Locket if you're like using Legion press the attack on allies. But if it's a heal, it's good. Overall, this will be more health now, because now it's dealing 400 plus 400 health. So more heal, and at level 1 it's 475. This is also better because sometimes what happens is one of your allies is fucking dying and you want to heal him, and you do, but then the rest of your team gets this like heal and they're all full HP. But the team fight continues and then they start taking damage. So what's going to happen now, it won't do as much burst heal, but you will get some trickling regen over time, some trickling heal over time, which is pretty good. Obviously, this can be countered by other things like Shiva's or Spirit Vessel, but it being over 10 seconds seems pretty good. I like this. I think this is a nice change to the hero. You will have to be on your toes to press it at the right time, and I am often really bad at that. I always hesitate or forget about it. But yeah, I think this is a nice change. And then the Hand of God heal replaced with basically similar things: a bunch of heal, more regen. So, or heal over time. Very cool. Clink's channel time increased for Burning Barrage. They meant decreased. It's decreased at all levels. So you can cast it faster. 10 talent. That means that they're going to come out quicker. It's going to be a little easier to like, you don't need as much disable basically. Like you can put it on directly on top of somebody and you'll probably get at least one extra Burning Barrage that hits them before they walk out of the range or something. So this is ultimately good. It's going to increase his farm speed a little bit, that kind of thing. It's all good. No more mana regen at 10. That needed to happen because you really didn't need to buy a lot of mana regen on this hero to justify, to get away with like casting your spells. They replaced it with Searing Arrows damage, so it's a 20 damage increase. Keep in mind the arrows applies to Burning Barrage, so that's pretty good. And then they replaced magic resistance with -3 skeleton walk cooldown. Most people probably get this one. This was the 15 talent. Skeleton walk is really good if you get the shard because you spawn the skeletons. But maybe people will just go damage. I'm not sure. If you plan to go shard later, then this one's better, most likely. But either way, skeleton walk cooldown reduction is really good. But 15, instead of Searing Arrows, is replaced with Death Pact gains creep abilities. Oh my god, Clinks and Doom got buffs this patch. Only steals their first ability. Hopefully it's not piercing. So now Clinks also is going to grab abilities. You know what that means, guys? We need to do a tangent. We need to do a big tangent right now. The first creep I'm thinking of is the creep that does -2 armor aura. Can you death pack those? No, you can't. Are there any other creeps that do -armor? I'm going to have to go back and look, genuinely. And then death pack health. This is pretty good. This is basically 250 to 400 extra health when you death packed. So that's a pretty valuable talent. And then this one is replaced with Burning Barrage damage. This is pretty good because keep in mind Burning Barrage does damage based on the percentage of damage you have. So a 25% increase means it's going to do shitload more damage. I don't know what the numbers are like in here. I played a lot of Ags Lab with it, so I think in Ags Lab it was like 60 or something, but yeah, it's 65 here. So increasing that damage by 25% is pretty big. That's putting it up to 90, so it's pretty close to your true damage. So you can do a shitload of damage in 2.4 seconds. All right, and now let's go. Can you select if it's, can you like toggle it like Doom or not? That's my next question. Because Doom, you can choose which creep ability to take. Is it, because it's very common you death pack to creeps that you just needed creep, right? You obviously don't want to use it against like shitty ones, but you need the skeletons, dude. That 20 GPM per minute. Don't mind me. We're just scrolling back up, guys. Let's think about Clinks in the context of all of these neutrals. I don't think you can do Ancients, so we'll ignore those. Kobold Foreman's, that's movement speed. This is the Disarm. Could be okay. Every third attack. Not bad. This is the GPM one. This is the Break. This one's excellent. Hill Troll Berserker would be a great one to grab. Keep in mind, though, that its HP is low. So that would suck. You'd lose damage and HP, but you'd be able to break for 3 seconds every 10 seconds. Really good against potentially a Bristleback or other hero. So that one's kind of cool. Heal Amp is useless. Health Regen, this one could be okay, but It's only health regen. It's not all heal. So probably not that important. But could be nice in the laning stage. Potentially. But by the time you hit 6, it's not as much like harassment and regen. So silence units for 3 seconds. Sure, it's okay. You could use it potentially. But again, you don't really want to ulti these ones. Harpy Scout. You could fly as a Bone Fletcher. Cool. Chain Lightning. Hero Golem is useless. You could eat an Ogre Bruiser and you could Rock Smash. You might be able to do this while invis, by the way. That would be fucking sick. Eat an Ogre Bruiser while invis. Start channeling an attack. Does that work? Can you channel attack while invis? And then just get a big stun? No, but you can cast. I don't want to test that. I'd have to load into a regular Dota game. Go find an Ogre Bruiser. That's going to take like at least like 4 minutes. That's not worth it. You could get Dispel, which could be okay. Mana Regen Aura, sure. That doesn't do anything. This is the damage reduction one. That's not that good. Magic Resistance, not that good. Satyr Tormentor stuff. I mean, you could get like Centaur Stomp. I guess those ones are the same principle applies as regular creeps. A Centaur Stomp would be one of the best ones without a doubt, because you could begin your gank invis and you could stun. So that's probably the best one without a doubt. 2-second stun. Hit him with the Burning Barrage or the whatever. Hellbear Clap would be fine. Wild Wing, push a hero, could work. Summon Skeleton Warriors, gain 3 bonus damage, 6 bonus damage, 9 bonus damage. Ensnare could be good. That's it. All right. So basically the same shit. The break is an option. The disarm was disarm one. There's a silence. There's a break. Maybe there's a disarm. I think there's a disarm after 3 attacks, which you could hit pretty easy. So disarm, break, silence. Those are probably the best ones. Okay. Fun little tangent. And I believe that was a 15 talent, right? Yep. Okay. So it's either that or you get Death Pact health. I have a feeling most people are just going to grab Death Pact health. Because the minus armor aura was the ancient one, right? And you can't Death Pact ancient creeps. So that I thought that would be the one that you'd really want. But and maybe it just like jumps around. Like you don't necessarily always use the one that you want. But I have a feeling you're probably still always going to hit the big creeps no matter what. Because it's more about the HP and the damage than it is about the utility. But in some cases, the utility will be nice. All right, Clockwork, Rocket Flare damage talent replaced with Power Cog's leash units inside. Okay, so giving Clockwork better control against those annoying heroes that just like jump out. Like catching a Pango, for example. Hookshot Pango, cog him, and he just jumps away. A lot of heroes jump away. Potom would jump away, for example. A lot of heroes just jump out. So that's a talent option that will make him a little stronger. I don't know what the other 20 talent is. Can't remember. We'll take a look. I haven't been good at Clockwork in a while. I just like do dumb shit all the time. It doesn't go well. Rocket Flare True Sight. I feel like everybody's gonna get the Power Cog's leash, personally. Rocket Flare True Sight's not bad either for dewarding, stuff like that. Man, talents are so bad for ability draft now. That part sucks. Crystal Maiden, let's get them buffs. Attack speed slow, massively increased for Crystal Nova. 75 attack speed slow. That's really good. So that's one of the best things about Nova that people really don't understand is that the attack speed slow on it is really massive. The movement speed slow is good too, but the attack speed slow is incredible. Arcane Aura now also grants mana to all allies within 1200 radius whenever Crystal Maiden casts a spell, but not items. That's cool. Based on how many points you have. So if you have just like 1 point in Aura, you're getting 6 mana to your allies every time. That's kind of nice. I am aware it's out of date. Thank you. That's kind of nice. Just another way to give you mana, but most importantly, to make your lane stronger, if that is what you are considering. And you do cast Nova pretty often. Very interesting. And all allies, that includes you, actually. I mean, I'm trying to see if I could abuse this as a core Crystal Maiden, and the answer is almost surely no. But I mean, it is giving you a little bit of a mana discount. This is like very low, but I guess if you got like null talismans or something, this would really lower your mana cost. But it's just overkill is all. Doesn't like line up quite well enough for core, but for support, you do cast spells a lot, and this would certainly give your teammates more mana to spam. So Does the stat give you cast more than one spell? Yep, every time you cast a spell. And most of the time it's just going to be Frostbite and Nova. So, hey, free mana to your allies, to your carries, or whoever else to help them win their lane a little bit harder. It's always been one of the benefits of Crystal Nova is more mana for everybody, but she hasn't really seen that much play. The issue is basically that the utility of her skills are not as good as a lot of other heroes. Her mobility is garbage, very slow, pretty low HP. Her ultimate is very situational. The only really good skill that she has in mid and late game is maybe Frostbite, but it's never going to protect you against BKB type cores like Storm or Ember or whoever else like jumping in and fucking your life up. It's very difficult for you to Frostbite those heroes if they're played by good players because they will anticipate that and they will kill you most likely before you get out. And the utility of your skills aren't nearly as good as something like Glimpse or AoE stuns. So you could the best thing that Crystal Maiden does is she wins lanes. She's very good in the lane in terms of like harassing your opponents using nukes and giving everyone on your team mana, and then they use that mana to win their lanes harder and to spend less money on mana items. So you could argue the best mana gainer in the game is without a doubt Crystal Maiden for her and all of her teammates. But most people haven't justified her to be picked for that purpose, and maybe this is going to make a slightly bigger difference. Certainly in the context of like a tri-lane, CM's looking pretty good because now your team can spend more money on other items that aren't mana because she's going to be just giving everybody fucking mana. Like every time you cast Nova, you're giving a tri-lane 18 mana across 3 heroes, which isn't terrible, but I don't really see like. And you could also do some like mid-game shit where you've got 4 points in Arcane Aura and you can like nuke the ground to give your ally like 48 mana. That's kind of cool, but like, I don't know. Like the Tranquil Drum upgrade thing is kind of cool in CM. I kind of like that idea personally. But she also needs survivability. I don't know. But she's like very much a tempo hero. You want to like roll the laning stage a little bit, and then you want to like go pressure the map with your like disables that are good early but very weak mid and late game. They're like very weak late game and they're like just okay mid game. You have to be careful about the BKBs. But if you lose the laning stage as Crystal Maiden, you're kind of just fucked because she's not good. Once everyone gets BKBs, they just kind of like kill you. So they're kind of like all laning her on her path that she's already on. Make her better at laning, more or less, in the ways that she already has to make her as like a unique option, more or less, if that makes sense. So that's kind of cool. But I don't know if it's going to up her win rate a lot. The attack speed slow is good at least. All right. Health Talent buff. 250 health at 10 is insanely high. And then 6% Arcane Aura magic resistance replaced with plus 20 Arcane Aura mana per cast. So at 15 instead of the magic resistance one, you can give your team even more mana. 44 mana per spell cast, which is like bonkers amount of mana given to your allies. I just don't know if it's good enough is the problem. Like, I guess against like some kind of like, all right, here's one place that I think this could be good. Against your EMP Invoker, I think it's good. Give your team a fuckload of mana to offset mana drain. Against your mana burning illusion heroes, I think this could be kind of good to like help ensure people have mana. But like in your like high ground sieging, killing towers against mana burn, against your Nyx assassins, I could argue that this is pretty solid to help offset that problem. But in almost all cases, I feel like it's a little bit overkill in what it provides in terms of giving your team more mana. And yeah, there's times where your team needs to like pop clarities and shit, and like getting mana regen is not super easy to come by right now. It's good, it's easy with Kaya's generally, but and maybe like a hero like Storm is pretty happy with this because you could certainly fill his mana pool up a little bit faster, but she's useless endgame. She has some issues, certainly. Yeah, I agree with that, but I haven't played too much CM lately. I'll definitely try her. I think this is very interesting. She's still gonna be an ass core, no doubt about it. Every time I try to play her, fuck me. Every time I try to play her as a core, last time I did it was really bad. The time before that I did that, it was okay. It wasn't like solo ranked or anything, so it was against like weaker players. But oh, sorry guys, we're on C's, we're not D's yet. Got a little bit more time before the ad. Does it give mana to herself too? Yes, it does. So she can get a lot of mana. What's the other 15 talent? I don't even remember. The Crystal Nova cooldown one. I'll be very curious to see what the winner it is. I can't help but assume the Crystal Nova cooldown's better. I actually usually like rating the Crystal Nova AoE, but maybe the health is the way to go. Maybe there's some kind of like a raw health Crystal Maiden build that'll really justify her, where like you're ahead and you've just got like 1500 health at level 10. You buy like bracers or some shit. Tranquil boots, bracers, 2 bracers, get a magic wand, and then you build like a glimmer cape or something, and you're just like a monster, and then it hits 25 minutes and you become an even higher monster, like an even bigger monster. There's definitely some like that's kind of where you need to get the value from your hero's health, I think. Fluffy hats with her, yep, exactly. Oh my god. Oh, we're not. Oh wait, we actually did do Alchemist. All right. Darkseer. Strength rescaled, more base, less late game, int decreased. Darkseer has had some success recently. Duration for Ion Shell is weaker early, better later slightly. Scepter bonus duration reduced a little bit to basically be the same. Can now be cast on creep hero units. Okay, so this means Darkseer plus Lone Druid is now viable finally. You could not cast Ion Shell on the Lone Druid bear because it was too strong. Because basically you could just put it on the bear and it had like so much HP that you could just run people down with it endlessly, and there wasn't that much you could do about it. It wasn't like so much damage, but they're putting it into the game finally, and we'll see what happens with it. But level 1 Iron Shell doesn't do that much damage, so it's probably fine. But Visage Birds, yeah, you could do it on Visage Birds too. There's probably some other cases. Creep hero units, Forged Spirits maybe. I don't know, anything else? Tombstone zombies. Warlock Golem, I like that. Beastmaster Hawk, yeah, potentially Lycan Wolves. I like Lycan Wolves, that one's really good. There's definitely some that are pretty strong. Bro, if you need to slip, if you need to sleep, then you need to go, because you're not going to make it. Tango, I'm sorry. I gotta keep going. This is why I walked you 2 circles at the dog park before you ate shit. You bad dog. Okay, and then normal punch illusion reduced by 2 seconds. I think that's fine. A lot of people are buying that when they play Darkseer right now, because it does give you a stun. So, all right. More regen for Dark Willow. Deals 50 damage every half second at all levels. Okay, so they're basically making it like Frostbite now, where it's just like it's a little bit more straightforward. It's like, oh, this is how much damage it does per second. That way they don't have to put all these numbers out. Now provides true sight over rooted targets. I think they clarified that earlier. But I guess that means that Bramble could be on the ground, Invis heroes could run into it, and you could get vision of them from that. So that's kind of cool. Shadow Realm now is a fade time. Okay, that's kind of needed, because it basically meant that Shadow Realm made... So one of the things that was annoying about Dark Willow, especially, there was that TI where she was popular. I think it was TI... It was, I don't know if it was TI 9 or TI 10, but she was just really annoying because she was so hard to gank, because she would just Shadow Realm and she would get out if you didn't have an AoE ground stun. So putting a fade time on it is fine. It's going to mean that you can't very easily just like dodge stuns with it or dodge projectiles, whereas before you always could. So easier to stun her with things like Magic Missile or whatever else. Any single target ability or stun. And attacks, same thing. Shard no longer reduces cooldown by 2. I really like that Shard build. It's fine that they're nerfing it. It was too good in my opinion. And then Bedlam, seconds per evolution decreased. So if it's spinning faster, that means... Is this a good thing or a bad thing? If they're central on you, it doesn't matter. It should be the same, right? But I don't know if it's a nerf or not. I mean, it's going to be out the same amount of duration. It just spins, it just rotates around you faster. Its orbit is faster. So I would argue that it's going to spend less time attacking on each pass if they're all only on one side of you, but it's going to spin more times. So it's like, it probably offset. It should be about the same. It's a buff. It's not going to increase the damage burst, I don't think. Will it? They fixed it for me? Cool. Sometimes when I was on a far orbit, but the thing is that it doesn't do damage per... It attacks at a certain speed, right? Like, it only attacks so fast. It's spinning faster doesn't increase the damage. Outside of, like, it being in range of stuff. It attacks every 0.25 seconds. It's irrelevant how fast it rotates. If you're standing directly on only one unit, it's still going to do the same amount of damage, no matter how fast it rotates. It just means that, like, if somebody is far in front of you and it only attacks them sometimes, it will attack them less that time. But if you keep with them the whole duration, it should probably still attack them like a decent amount of times. Makes it more easy to get the damage on the unit you want. Is that true? I don't know. I'm not sure if that's true, but maybe. 25 talent and less attack speed. So yeah, just basically it's a lot of nerfs. I mean, you get more regen. You get True Sight from Bramble Maze. Bramble is worse at level 1. Shadow Realm has a fade time now, which is worse. Shard no longer reduces cooldown by 2. Bedlam is, they did this, which is, right, you guys think it's a buff. I'm not sure. I'm not confident. It might be, might not be. And then damage is reduced for Bedlam. So just, I don't know, maybe it's worse, but it just seems like they just straight up nerfed Dark Willow, but I feel like I haven't even seen her played. It's all like a lot of little small changes, but, and she has more base HP regen or whatever, but feels like a lot of nerfs. By Yules anyways, so shard change doesn't matter. That's not necessarily true, because you could spam it quite a lot. Alright, Dawnbreaker. Dawnbreaker is one of the strongest laning heroes. Like, she's a monster at level 2. So let's see what they change. Mana cost increase for Starbreaker. Like, her 2 skills, Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker, it just does so much fucking damage at level 2. Mana cost increase is good. Swipe radius, reduce sightly, smash radius, that's the big one, is upped. So it's harder to swipe, but it's better, easier to smash. You could swap that out with one of my dating videos and it would be literally the same. Harder swipe, easier to smash. Swipe damage increased, so it does more damage late game. The smash damage is decreased, so basically it's not as loaded up on the end. So this did 50, 100, 220 damage bonus on your physical, and now it does 70, 140, 210. What did I say? 220. So slightly less damage, but generally it's easy to swipe twice. It's difficult to get the third hit. Usually by then people have 4 staffed or BKB'd. Tango, I know you're bored, but I'm sorry, I gotta do this. It's very important. I'm sorry, come here. I'll pet you, but I know you don't want that. You want me to go pay attention to you. I'm sorry. Shard now also grants free movement to Dawnbreaker, so you can... Okay, so you could basically start it, but you could walk backwards, for example, or... Yeah, or you could walk back and forth if you wanted, but you would still be swiping that direction, kind of a thing. Okay, so basically you can't spam Starbreaker as much. What's the damage at level 1 difference? 40, 70, 50, 75. So basically it's the same skill at level 1 more or less. The swipe radius is smaller. The smash radius is high, equivalent. It's basically consistent radius now, and the mana cost is a lot more. It's 25% higher. So you're not going to be able to spam it as much in the laning stage, which is a nice advantage. That's going to make it harder for Dawnbreaker to just bust your chaps in the laning stage. Celestial Hammer fire control radius and projectile radius increased, so easier to hit people with the AoE. Return impact radius is reduced though, so now they're going to be the same going out and coming back. Allied healing percentage increased. Yeah, this, I don't know, Luminosity feels like a fucking bad skill, I gotta say. Like, if you get a lot of damage, you can definitely heal, especially if like your swipes hit like 4 creeps or 5 creeps or like a bunch of heroes at the same time. But the ally healing aspect of Luminosity felt really underwhelming in almost all cases. Maybe this is just because Dawnbreaker is not really played as a carry anymore. So she doesn't build like a lot of damage items, but it's always felt a little bit underwhelming. But it just might be one of those things that I just don't notice, because a Dawnbreaker does it in a team fight. I notice her ulti obviously, and she's probably doing it, but maybe I just don't notice the heal. But my assumption is that most of the time they're just Starbreakering to do damage, not necessarily to Luminosity heal. And this gets level up so late that maybe it happens, but they're not like landing these like monster Starbreakers for the purpose of healing somebody with Luminosity, so you don't see it. So it's fine to buff it maybe. But these are basically buffs. Like, Hammer is effectively even, if not better, because it's better on the way out, which is arguably more important than the way back. And then Starbreaker, big mana increase, but pretty much the same. And then talent-wise, swipe damage replaced with 25 swipe and smash damage, which is nice because before it only added damage to the first 2 hits. The third one did not get increased. So this is now, instead of 60 damage increase, this is 75. So that's a buff. And the 15 talent luminosity crit buffed as well. So they're buffing carry Dawnbreaker. So basically not nerfed, which is fine, right? She's not played in pro games at all, and she's been available since TI. So sucks to lane against, but other than that, small buffs to the hero, I would say, in summation. Dazzle. Two ultimate abilities, good Juju and bad Juju. Rework the Scepter, good Juju, now also reduces all of Dazzle's item cooldowns by 50% and can be cast on an ally to reset their item cooldowns. Excuse me? That's a BKB. Or that's a refresher. That's a Ex Machina. 250 mana cost, 3-minute cooldown. Reduces all of Dazzle's item cooldowns by 50. Okay. All right, let's see what good Juju does. Passive, whenever Dazzle casts an ability, all of his abilities' cooldowns are reduced by 1 to 2 seconds. Okay, cool. So you spam your abilities to lower your cooldowns. Bad Juju, whenever a unit is affected by one of his abilities, they lose the armor. The armor values have changed a little bit. I think it used to be like 1.5 to 2.5 or 2.5, something like that, for 8 to 12 seconds. Can be activated to deal damage to all enemies and heal all allies by this much within 1200 radius. Cooldown 15 seconds. Okay. Oh, mana cost is pretty high though. So basically, as a heal and as a damage skill, Bad Juju's very underwhelming, but what it does do is give you another way to apply Bad Juju, number one. And it also gives you another way to apply good Juju to lower cooldowns. You press it, it costs a lot of mana. Cooldown's pretty reasonable. And whenever you press it, it's going to also lower the cooldown of your abilities. This looks very spammable. You might actually have a lot of mana issues on this hero now. Let's go check the other stuff. Cooldown reduced to be lower to compensate. So basically, if you buy Ag's Scepter now, it reduces your item cooldowns by 50%, like Bad Juju used to do constantly. So you have to buy Ags now to get that benefit, which is sad because Ags itself doesn't get the benefit. But this is probably a good thing because it is going to potentially allow Dazzle for more changes to like actually be a more viable hero, because he's been held hostage by the fact that cooldown reduction ultimate is broken and fundamentally makes the hero a little bit constrained. So okay, now grants the target incoming heal amp for each 10% HP missing. Wow. Okay. Wow, that's really cool. So if you grave somebody and they're at 0 HP, they're either missing 90 or 100 HP. So we'll do 80, so 80% heal amp or 72% heal amp. So when you hit them with your mech, they're going to actually get like 400. Oh no, it's more than that. It's like 500 something HP from your mech instead, and your Shadow Wave will also heal a lot more. Mana cost reduced for Shadow Wave, yeah, because its mana cost with Bad Juju, it's probably a lot harder. Cooldown is basically the same. Okay, interesting. So early game, he's basically the same pre-6, except mana cost. Shadow Wave is lower mana cost, and the cooldown is better. So Shadow Wave is better early. Shallow Grave is better early. If you grave somebody and heal, they'll be better. Incoming heal amp is going to work for things like Wand as well. So if you do a 20 stick, instead of healing for 300 HP, you're actually getting more like 450. So Wand is fucking godly on Dazzle, as is Holy Locket. Holy Locket also will be really, really good on Dazzle. How did they change the Locket again? Sorry, I gotta check. Didn't it give... Oh no, just bonus mana, that's it. Okay. So many heroes we have not done yet. Oh, I forgot to run an ad. We'll finish this first. Okay, so basically, if somebody gets down to 0 HP, it's much easier to heal them. I assume that Axe still kills through Grave. We didn't check that, but I assume that's still the case. You're definitely going to be pressing a lot more buttons when you play Dazzle, though. You already pressed kind of a lot if you're playing like a supporty heal type build, but playing like the carry Dazzle is less viable now, I feel like, because you don't just automatically get cooldown reduction, right? So like Witchblade isn't broken necessarily. It's still going to be fine. I don't know, maybe it's still going to be okay. I assume Bad Juju does it do magic damage or physical? That's the real question. It's going to be great for stopping Blink Daggers now. That part's kind of cool.
Where my shadow falls, there falls my foe.
It just doesn't say. Oh, it says physical. They're going to have to change the tooltip, but 30 to 50 physical damage, lowers armor. And when you cast spells, it'll lower the cooldowns. Wait. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Good Juju does lower item cooldowns already, but if you buy the Ags, that will allow you to refresh an ally's item cooldowns. Okay, all right, so let's think about this again. Sorry, I fucked up. So that means Core Dazzle is still sick. Is that just 50 at all levels? Is that just always 50? Does that mean you got 50 right off the bat? How's that? Oh, fuck, I did it. I did it again. $50 is only after Ags, so it's a tooltip issue. It's probably just bugged on tooltip because it says item cooldown reduction 50% here. Tooltip's bugged. Okay. So I didn't get it wrong. So if you buy Ags, you get 50% cooldown reduction on items, and you get to refresh your ally, which is still really solid, obviously. Fuck. I did it again. I'm gonna have to wait to press again, because otherwise, later on when I click the Heroes tab, I'm gonna be... I should just click Learn tab. Alright, so... Core Dazzle is worse, I would argue, in terms of the fact that you do not get item cooldowns on either Midas or Witchblade or BOTs or whatever. As soon as you buy it, you have to buy Ags to justify that. Bad Juju, like your ability to lower armor on enemies is stronger. I could definitely see, rather than a Witchblade, that maybe people buy Deso instead. Go back to like the Deso build, perhaps. Witchblade's really good though. Attack speed, armor, projectile speed, lower cooldown. I mean, Witchblade's probably still fine. Maybe you do like a Witchblade into... But it feels bad to have to buy Ags just to get the cooldown. That doesn't seem worth it to me. I feel like Dazzle is... Dazzle mid is certainly going to have a worse win rate. I just can't imagine it's as good. I think as a support, it's better, no doubt. You're definitely a better support. Especially with like... If you have like Arcane Boots... on Dazzle, I think you're just a better support now because your ulti actually does something. It still lowers armor. It can do AoE damage and heal your allies, and it lowers the cooldown of your other abilities. So like Dazzle support is definitely better here, but Core Dazzle is worse because you don't get to benefit from the item bonuses as well as you did before. And you can still buy Ags later as a support with the goal of like lowering your item cooldowns, but also being able to refresh or Ex Machina one of your carries who has a BKB. That part's really good, especially if the cast range is good. So I think Dazzle support's better. Dazzle Core's worse. No doubt about it. He's being pushed more towards a support, which is good because that is kind of like how he's supposed to be played. He does still have some issues in terms of like lack of disable and stuff, but his goal of the hero has always been about healing somebody and keeping them alive, and being able to apply incoming heal amp is still really, really solid, especially if you get like a Locket and a mech. So if you go like Locket mech build, stand behind your allies, they get gone and you save their life, Dazzle's still great. But yeah, you're definitely like an AoE healer. You're gonna have to cast Bad Juju like multiple times in the team fight if possible. Yeah. Ags doubles the Witchblade damage. How's it double the Witchblade damage? Because it's lowering the cooldown? Is that what you're saying? I mean, Mana Boots is going to be worse. My point is that Bad Juju is very high in mana cost. I guess only 50 at level 1. That's not too bad. But I'm saying that you're going to be spamming Bad Juju. You're going to want to cast spells more often now just to lower the cooldown of the spells you actually want. Yes, I know it procs twice as much to get Witchblade. I'm not saying that Witchblade on Dazzle is bad. It's really good. But the problem is that Dazzle yesterday, or at 4 p.m. today, with Witchblade was godly as soon as you get it because it already lowers the cooldown. Now for Witchblade, a 2,600 gold item to be good, you have to buy a 4,200 gold item for it to be really good. That's a huge gold investment. At 4 p.m. today, you could buy Witchblade and then you could buy literally any other fucking item you wanted to. And Witchblade would still keep getting better. That's the difference. That now you have to spend money to make your Witchblade good. That makes Witchblade worse. Mid Dazzle is not going to be close to the same thing. You could still buy a Witchblade if you want to, but the reality is that the hero is just not as good. Like, good Juju literally makes your skills good. They make Dazzle's skills good. They make Dazzle good. They don't make Dazzle's items good. That's a huge difference. The only way they make Dazzle's items good is by allowing him to cast more spells, which lowers more armor and does more physical damage. So if your items lower your opponent's armor, Dazzle is arguably better. Like a medallion on Dazzle is probably better now than it was at 4 p.m. today. Because now you can really lower your opponent's armor and you can cast your abilities more often. So 15-minute shard on Dazzle versus Naga or PL. Yeah, that's a great point. You could deal with Naga a lot easier with Dazzle in this game, but Dazzle is definitely being pushed more towards a support here, or you'd be a core that can heal a lot. I will probably play both versions because I like Dazzle and I want to make him work in the ways that I want him to play. But mid Dazzle looks really fun. I didn't play it and it's gone, which is fine. I don't feel too bad. And then Shadow Wave heal and damage at 15 talent instead of strength. That's going to be harder to survive. The other one is attack speed. So you either get attack speed or you get Shadow Wave heal damage. I will probably always get Shadow Wave heal damage now, because that is also going to increase the heal on shallow grave targets if they're really low. And because they're always going to be shadow wave healing grave targets. And making that higher is going to be a huge bonus if you can, because this ends up being like, 75 extra heal or something. Does he have Dazzle talents memorized? Oh, let's see. You got 50 damage talent or the mana regen talent, I believe. At 15, it was strength and attack speed. 20 was grave heal or poison attack damage. And then at 25, it was bad juju minus armor or poison touch slow. I just played him the other day, though. I wouldn't describe bad juju necessarily as a built-in mech because it's only 50 HP. That's pretty fucking small, but it's certainly not bad. You're just going to keep pressing. You basically want to just keep pressing this during a fight repeatedly to make the hero good. You also could definitely buy like an Octarine core on this hero, lower the cooldowns. That would be kind of good too. Probably. You could spam a lot more. Maybe it's too many buttons to press. I don't know. Death Prophet, Shard for your activation time reduced by 1 second, so a little buff to Death Prophet. I did see a support Death Prophet buy this recently, or maybe it was offlane, can't remember. But that'll make her Shard better, but she's still played a lot. So no change to her, basically. Thunderstrike. Oh, I gotta run ads. I gotta do that. I'm behind. Let's run them ads. Thank you, Juwu Weon, for the reminder. I am drinking black tea with milk. It's like 50-50. Oh no, I don't want to read Russian news. Oh no. Oh god, is that real? Alright, let's go read the depressing fucking news. And hopefully no Dota stuff. A lot of Ukraine tweets. Oh no. Oh, so depressing to see tweets from Ukrainian Dota players. Here's from Ghostic, long playing offlaner in Ukraine. Damn, I just want to play Dota on the new patch right now, but no, of course we won't live in peace and military fucked up begins. How can this be allowed? Dude literally just wants to play the Dota patch. Ukraine is a peaceful country with great people. How can the Russian people allow such actions of their government? It's incredibly simple. The problem is that Putin has a strong grip over their country, so they basically can't, but it's fucking depressing. So awful. Ugh. Fucking Putin, mafia king of the world. Is the Russia-Ukraine legit thing? Yeah, it's real. So I've read a lot about the Ukraine politics situation in the last couple weeks. And basically what everybody says is that basically Putin like forces everybody, every large business in the country, he puts some of them in jail like a decade or two ago. He said like, if you don't give me a cut of your business earnings, then I will put you in jail, because he uses the country to like jail people that are against him or whatever. So he basically demands like protection money on every business. So he's extremely fucking wealthy. Then he takes this money and he gives it to friends of his and said, hey, this is basically mine, but I'll give you a little bit of it, right? So basically he's like stealing money from every industry in the whole country. Then he runs the country as like a mafia lord. And then the next issue is that he wants the USSR to exist again. So when the Soviet Union broke up, all these other countries separated, some of which had Russian assets, you know, like war stuff. Crimea, for example, was like a Russian naval base, but it was part of Ukraine the whole time. Basically, he wants all that shit to go back to normal. So he does shit to try to take over countries again, with the explicit purpose of like basically reforming the USSR, because it's a democracy that's close to Russia, and undermines his power because it like shows people that like. And then he basically uses all this propaganda in the machine of the whole like mafia state that he controls to influence people and to force all the elections to be corrupt. So basically there's no real elections. He's just a fucking dictator, and now he's throwing his weight around because he's fucking insane, has conspiracy theories, and he's doing whatever he can to try to get more power. And they just keep saying shit like, well, the West is provoking us, but he's the one that's like invading countries right now. He sucks ass. Do I know that most Dota players are in Ukraine, Russia? That's false. Most Dota players are actually in China, but Ukraine, Russia are a massive amount of players, yes. And that's part of the reason that it hurts more, because there's been so many Ukrainian and Russian Dota players in all of history, and just thinking about how it affects them is insane. I mean, Dendy's Ukrainian, for example. Kyiv is near Chernobyl. Actually, if you guys didn't know that, it's the biggest city. I've been there a couple times. And there are so many Ukrainian Dota players that you know by name. Funnick, No One. Who else am I missing? Ghost Stick. Let's go to standings. Go to Eastern Europe. I mean, players on Team Spirit are Ukrainian, I believe. I think Collapse is Ukrainian. Yotaro's Russian, I think. Baposhka's Russian. Mira's Russian, I think. Maybe they're all Russian. I can't remember. Puppy? No, Puppy's Estonian. I don't know as much of these players, but Solo is Russian. Lil, he was on VP a while ago. He's Ukrainian. Art Style, yeah, Dendy. Mira and Yotora are Ukrainian. Okay. Okay, I had it wrong then. But Shiva is Dutch. She's definitely not Ukrainian. Iceberg. Yeah, there's so many Ukrainian players. And legitimately, this fucking scary thing is that like some of these players might fucking die, guys. Like they legit might die if there's a war. It's fucking insane. And basically there is a war. There's the eastern part of Ukraine that's basically been occupied by Russia since 2014, but it basically stayed there for a long time. And then like yesterday, the Russian government said, hey, this is actually Russian territory. And he's been doing shit like offering visas and like passports to the citizens there. And then he's using that as justification. Oh, they want to be Russian citizens. So then he says like, well, it's our territory. So he's stealing it basically. And now if he invades the rest of the country, what's probably going to happen is the Ukrainian people are going to have to fight, and nobody else is going to help them, because if they do, it's going to start World War III. So it's unlikely World War III is going to start, but the Ukrainian people are very likely to be conquered if Russia invades. It's fucking depressing. And literally people are going to die. It's fucking fucked, dude. Literally fucked. If we can't class Russia because they would nuke back. That's the problem. So everything's fucked. Hopefully nobody dies. Are they bombed? Oh god. All right. Let's go back to the patch. It's too fucking depressing. Way too fucking depressing. I know people have died. I'm sorry. I've been looking at this for like 6 hours. I haven't read any news. So. Like I just think about like one more comment. I just think about all the Ukrainian Dota players. I think about WePlay, the people that ran the Animajor. They're fucking in Kyiv. Like what's gonna happen to their business? You know, shit like that. What's gonna happen to their employees? What's gonna happen to all these like Ukrainian Dota players? It's fucking insane. There are 50 gifted subs. I didn't see that, but thank you. I really appreciate it. Let me scroll up. Who did this? Liberius Liberation. Thank you for the 50 subs. I appreciate it. Octarine plus Prism, 10-second grave, 11-second grave. That's great. Turn on the sub noise. I don't know. It tends to get annoying. I'm going to pass for now, but really thank you guys. I appreciate it. Kiev is how they pronounce it, so that's why I say Kiev. That's all. Octarine Prism does stack now. It did not stack earlier today, but now it does. They don't stack directly. It's diminishing, but still. All right, let's talk about video games while the world goes to shit. Disruptor Thunderstrike. Damage per strike is reduced at all levels. This is a nerf to a hero that is decently popular. Shard can no longer target allies. Now causes all allies within the radius of the Thunderstrike to gain 50 attack speed and 25% movement for 1.5 every strike. So this means Shard is no longer something you can just spam on your carry while they siege. This is one way that they buff Disruptor to make him better at sieging, because at the time, like sieging, like having a support that could make your carry better while they hit buildings was really important. Was really, really important. And now it still will give you a benefit, but it's more like if he uses Thunderstrike on an enemy hero that your carry is killing, they will get a lot of movement speed. This is way more... Is it more movement speed? I feel like it's more movement speed than you got before. And I feel like it's more duration than you got before. It was really good for movement and attack speed, but it feels like this is really a great way to help kill a hero. And the radius is pretty big. So you just need to be where the Thunderstrike is to gain the bonus. You could also use it on like a creep. The creep dies and it continues zapping. So it's still probably good for sieging. It's just not going to be as like you stand back like 800 units and zap your carry once every 10 seconds. So less, maybe a little bit less of a coward's shard is how I would describe this. Glimpse mana cost, much better at level 1. This is going to vastly justify getting it earlier. And there, wow, look at the cooldown increase. Wow. So this is really what justifies buffing the hero. Like he does a lot less Thunderstrike damage, but now Glimpse being a 24-second cooldown with 55 mana, that's like very easy to spam this. With that said, this works better if your opponents can't just fucking kill you. Normally that's the issue with Glimpse, right? It's not, you're not necessarily in a 2v1, you're in a 2v2. So yeah, you can Glimpse somebody, but if he fights you to the death, the Glimpse point is useless. But if they go on you, you could use Glimpse more often, and it won't cost you nearly as much in mana, which is good because Thunderstrike does cost a lot of mana. So being able to offset some of that missing mana cost with like a low cost spell is fine. Like you're not going to run out of mana as fast with both of those. I have been streaming for 5.5 hours. Doom Gold reduced down to 200, just basically 10 less at all levels, and now grants him armor while digesting a creep. Okay, so straight up buff to him. Let's see the other stuff. Burn damage rescaled. So it does more raw by just a little bit, and the percentages are worse. So here's the negatives. Infernal Blade is just going to be straight up a weaker skill. I mean, it's probably about the same early on, but losing 1% late game is kind of a shitload, I would say. And then Doom mana cost is worse later on. But getting armor bonus is pretty solid, I would say. This is going to help a lot. I played a Doom game the other day where I was pretty far behind, and I actually was dying through BKB, so extra armor would have been really nice. So that's kind of cool. It's not that much armor early on. You're not getting quite as much gold. Infernal Blade's a little bit weaker, but I would say overall this is a buff to the hero. One second, let me see. Guys, please don't make me deal with this shit. Please just behave. All right, no more Ukraine talk. Only I'm allowed to talk about Ukraine. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Good call on the slow mode. Thank you, Wolfman. All right, Dragon Knight. Damage rescaled for Breathe Fire, better later. This is going to make it easier for him to last hit range creeps. Remember what we said about null talismans? This is actually pretty good if you max out Breathe Fire fast. With that said, most Dragon Knights don't do that. They go a lot of armor points. But that got nerfed a lot. Fireball, DPS increase, that's better. And then Elder Dragon form range buffed. I haven't seen a Dragon Knight in a while, actually. I think he maybe got nerfed a little bit too much, or he's just seen as not valuable enough. There's just so many better mids. Dragon Tail AoE buffed, but these are all pretty irrelevant. Like, you can farm faster with Breathe Fire, I guess, but why bother? There's just so many better heroes, and your damage is so weak on Dragon Knight. It's like, you do provide some tactical advantage for like pushing towers and stuff, but I don't know. Draw Ranger base strength reduced a little bit, little nerf to her. Multi-shot range multiplier is worse, so you can't multi-shot as far if you get like a Hurricane Pike. They probably did it because Hurricane Pike gives you more attack range, maybe, or something like that. So you just can't like snipe people with multi-shot anymore. Gust provides 10% movement speed bonus to Drow for 3 to 6 seconds. All right, I like that. Just a way to make Gust less garbage, because it's pretty garbage. You could basically Gust forward and run an extra 30 movement speed now if you want. I like this. Nice change. And even if you like Gust somebody and they BKB afterwards, you still get some bonus. I think that's a good thing. Does she have cooldown reduction talents, or is it all just duration? She's got that wide Gust. I know about that one. Love that one. She does have a Gust cooldown talent, 4 seconds less, so you could have that better uptime. You could have 6 out of 9 seconds with a 10% movement speed if you cast it, which isn't terrible, but the other one's multi-shot damage, which basically everybody gets. And there isn't like a Gust duration. The Gust blind is irrelevant, basically. Gust width is not going to give you more movement speed, but hypothetically, you could go Gust cooldown to just have more movement speed. That wouldn't be terrible. It's like, hey, do you want 30 more movement speed after you use Gust for 6 seconds? Not the worst. I don't think it's the worst. Earth Spirit strength gain decreased from 4.4 to 3.8. Base HP regen increased. So he's going to be better at fighting heroes, but worse at raw HP without items. So this is a lot of regen, certainly. I mean, over 60 seconds, we're looking at like 45 HP or something. Thanks for the sub. Appreciate it. Boulder Smash damage increased, so better at level 1. Unit knockback distance is more rounded. Cast point reduced to actually 0. So that will mean... What are the main benefits? Usually this is really good because you can do things like BKB out of Disruption or something, or that kind of thing. Or out of Yules, you can do it faster. So it's just going to make it a little bit faster Boulder Smash. It might make it a little bit cleaner in some cases to play the hero, is my assumption, but I'm not entirely sure why this is that big of a difference or deal. Not sure. Mana cost for Rolling Boulder has gone up. Roll delay reduced, so it'll go faster. Speed increased, so it's going to be easier to hit people. Stone speed multiplier. Okay, so basically rolling without a boulder is going to be much easier. So this is going to be noticeable. The roll starts faster as well. And the speed multiplier when you have a boulder versus not is going to be a lot very different. So it's going to be easier to do rolling boulders without having to worry about connecting. This is probably why the mana cost has gone up, because it's much more viable without stones, so they need to punish that a little bit, is my assumption. And the damage is rescaled to based on your strength. Okay, and that's another reason they reduce the strength gain. So 30 plus 100 strength. I don't know what starting strength is. Cast point on Geomagnetic Grip has gone up, so this one's harder. So they made it faster to cast Boulder and Boulder Smash, but it's going to be a lot harder to do a quick Geomagnetic Grip. So actually catching heroes like Storm or somebody else as you roll in is going to be more difficult. Once you're within range, it's going to take like a brief moment to throw it out. So it'll be easier for those heroes to protect themselves with Phase Shift or whatever else, what other skill. But mana cost does go down. Rolling Boulder for AD, good point. Yeah, that's all about ability draft. You're definitely right on that one. And then cast point on Magnetize is way higher. Holy shit. 0.2 versus 0.01. Big difference. So much harder to cast Magnetize. This is going to make playing the hero as a insanely high skilled player, it's going to be weaker. It's going to be easier to counter because it's harder for you to Geomagnetic Grip before people react, and it's more difficult for people to react to Magnetize. But most of the time Magnetize is like not that big of a deal. But like pressing all of your skills really quickly, like you'll be less effective as like a really high skilled quick cast type player you won't be able to like throw all your shit out nearly as fast. It's going to feel really sloppy, and I'm sure a lot of Earth Spirit players are going to be mad. I'm thinking about Crit right now because that was the one thing he asked for. After when he was asking for the patch, he did an interview, and he was like, dude, I just need a patch so bad. Just give me like a little Earth Spirit buff. He's going to look at this and he's going to feel fucking sour, I think. But with that said, like in the Rolling Boulder, it's going to be easier to hit people with Rolling Boulder, but like actually pressing all your buttons might bother him a lot. I think any Earth Spirit player is going to be mad about this. Okay, and then cast range for Enchant Remnant is better, and then has 500 cast range when cast on an ally. Okay, that's cool. So this is Enchant Remnant, that's the Ags upgrade. It's going to be way easier. Because the cast range used to be like 125 on allies and enemies. So now you can actually cast it on allies a lot easier, which is a good thing. So it's going to be much better as a defensive skill than before. You don't have to like Rolling Boulder or blink onto your ally to save them. You can just be like, you there, you're a rock now, that kind of thing. So that's really good. All right, Earthshaker, level 15 talent, plus 25 movement speed replaced with bonus enchant totem damage. All right, that's cool. That's going to make a core Earthshaker even better. Because any strength you get is going to give you half a damage per enchant totem. Base mana regen for ET is buffed. Add a second sub ability for Ancestral Spirit. Move Ancestral Spirit. Moves the spirit towards the target location. This is equivalent to selecting the spirit and move clicking that action. So this basically means that you don't have to click. You don't have to click your hotkeyed spirit. If it's equivalent, isn't this basically the same? I'm not quite sure why they're doing this. Is this a hotkey on Elder Titan, or is this a hotkey on the spirit itself? If it's on the spirit and I already select it, then what's the point? What is that? How does that like really help me? I'm not sure. Is it more noob friendly? Like if I find ET somewhere, if my headset would turn on offlane array, like is there a new ability here, or is it like when I throw a spirit, the spirit has a new hotkey? So you don't have to click off ET. That's my assumption, but maybe controller friendly. Yeah. Because watch, when I throw this, do I get another sub ability? Okay, dude, this is what I expected to happen. I thought it would be here.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, because then now you can do... Because now basically I can do this. And then I don't have to click off. Whereas before, you throw it, you go this, and then you select it and move it while you're fucking around with your hero. Whereas instead, you still have to do this to bring it. Oh no, you can press there. Sorry. Yeah, so it's definitely gonna be easier to control. Oh, this is a lot easier. A lot easier. Okay. Definitely more newbie friendly. And maybe it's not so much about like controller plays, it's about the Steam Link or the new, is that what it's called? What's the new Valve handheld thing? We got to play it a little bit at TI, but it was still pretty early. We just like tested it out. That was kind of interesting. But Steam Deck, yeah, it's probably more with the Steam Deck in mind. They're probably just like cleaning up a couple of heroes, so it's like is my guess. I don't really know. I'm not sure. That's right. I got it wrong. Steam Dick. Very, very correct. That's definitely it. Buff to the attack speed talent at 10. That's actually an insane amount of attack speed. That makes all aspects of ET more viable because you can jungle better with it. And then 10 talent. 50 move speed replaced with 2% bonus move speed per hero. Okay. Sleight of Fist no longer deals reduced damage to creeps. Okay. Cooldown decreased. Bonus hero damage rescaled. This is just all buff. Cooldown's decreased. Bonus hero damage is higher early. Slightly less later. But it's only the reduced cooldown early, I guess. But still, like in laning stage, this is better. Most people still max Sleight of Fist pretty fast. But no longer reduced damage to creeps is really surprising. Because this is what made Battle Fury really broken on the hero. You would Battle Fury and you just do like insane cleave. Creeps would die really fast. Not that anybody goes that build, because Maelstrom's obviously really, really good. But maybe that's why they're like, Maelstrom's so good that why would anybody go Battle Fury? Maybe that's what it is. I'm not sure. We lost that right when Ember came out. Forev played it. We didn't think he was going to play it because he was their offlaner, but he played carry that game. And he just built Battle Furies and he fucked us up. Because it did like so much damage. You could stack Battle Furies. You'd just buy like 3 or 4 Battle Furies. And it did technically pure damage at the time. It was very good. Anyways, Flame Guard now absorbs 70% of magical damage taken instead of all. The absorb amount is reduced. Shield disables after receiving this much damage. So basically you can still deal magic damage to Ember. If Ember has 1 HP and he uses his Flame Guard, he will die to the next magic damage. But I mean, it blocks less, but the benefit is that it can take slightly more damage technically, but it absorbs less. So you have less HP from it, you have less survivability from it, but it will stay on longer. So it's better for dealing damage. With that said, if you're super low, it's obviously worse. But this is kind of good anyways in some ways, because if you're full HP and you activate Flame Guard, it's good to take a little damage, typically, because that means you're going to start regenning, you could argue. So I don't think this is bad. And frankly, I'm a little confused. This is the big nerf here. Cast point increased for Fire Remnant. So that means it takes you time to cast Fire Remnant now instead of 0 time. They're basically removing the like mega skill cap. They're lowering the mega skill cap to make it easier to actually catch people. Because now if you get stunned, to survive, you need to be not stunned for 0.1 seconds to throw a Fire Remnant. If you don't have 0.1 seconds, your Fire Remnant doesn't come out. Because usually what happens is you initiate on Ember Spirit, you throw a stun on him, and if he doesn't get stunned for a brief second, he throws a Fire Remnant, he instantly Sleight of Fists, becoming invulnerable, and then when the Fire Remnant gets far enough away, he jumps to it. So now, if you aren't stunned for 0.1, if you're stunned for like less, stunned or silenced for more duration, it's difficult to throw the Fire Remnant out. It may delay you even throwing the Fire Remnant out, and therefore not surviving. And sometimes what might also happen is you try to throw the Fire Remnant out, the stun happens, you don't throw it, then you use Sleight of Fist. But it's all like the cast point was also low that people would basically just be like, Remnant, Sleight of Fist, jump away. And they'd use that survivability, much like Toronto Tokyo did at TI, and many other players have on Ember Spirit for years, that it was just like, he just like, even if he's countered it at times, it just seems way too fucking good. So, but with that said, the Sleight of Fist, no longer dealing reduced damage to creeps, could make him viable, and maybe him playing as a carry is more possible now because of this, because you could better actually just like build damage items to farm. But I assume we'll still see him played in the same way, is my assumption. But he'll probably have more creeps, and he'll be less reliant on something like Maelstrom to be able to kill creeps. Is that the throw the Fire Remnant or go towards a remnant? I believe that is the throw the Fire Remnant. Activate Fire Remnant is the other one, is what it's called. So this is throw the remnant. It will take, also keep in mind, the other thing that's actually really important, here's another way this is a nerf. Sometimes you would throw like 4 Fire Remnants on a guy to try to kill him. Now that's going to take like 3 to 4 times as long. So if I want to throw 5 remnants on somebody, it's going to take a whole half second. That's a long ass time. And then if I refresh and want to throw another 5 remnants, it's going to take another half second. That is a big nerf. So if you're using Fire Remnants to burst one guy, much worse as a skill. That's a lot of time. Half a second is huge in terms of Ember Spirit time. So this is going to be a big nerf. No, my dog is chewing a bone. She's chewing on a bone down there. I can maybe show you guys. That's right. We're looking at you. Can you see it? It's kind of hard. My arm is only so long. Sorry. I'm back to the Tango cam. Oh, you should definitely go to bed if you need to go to sleep. We're not gonna make it, dude. This shit's going on for a while. Okay, sorry about the Tango chewing. She is bored, and thus she will chew. Enchantress, agility gain, more attack speed, slightly more armor, impetus, less mana, deals double damage versus creeps and illusions. Okay. It's going to make Ags a little better, but Enchantress as like a right clicker is pretty weak. But hey, abilities doing double damage to creeps and illusions is good. But I wouldn't exactly say this is like, you can use impetus against creeps, but like the primary way to farm is certainly to enchant a creep, like a range creep, and use that to deal damage. That's by far the best way to kill creeps rapidly on Enchantress. But again, if you do use Ags and throw out some impetuses on like creeps or units that you don't necessarily want to, that dealing bonus damage is fine. But like I can't really see myself being like, yeah, I'm just gonna spend like 100 mana to kill a creep and then spend 100 mana to kill another creep. That seems a little bit ridiculous to me. More viable as an offlaner? I mean, yeah, but this is a lot of mana, guys. Impetus is a lot of mana. And it's not even like the damage is really that high. Like, it's good against heroes. Like, let's demo it really quick. I'm pretty sure the damage is not going to be that incredible.
Okay.
So here I am, level 1 hero. My butt is stuck to the ground. My butt is stuck to the courier. Nope, it's stuck to the ground.
Let's race.
Alright, so here's my attack range. Like, it's a lot of damage. It did 98 pure double to 200, but like yeah, I can last hit with it, but it's still like 50 mana, you know? I would say here's the best benefit. The best benefit to this change is being a enchantress in lane and being able to impetus for range creeps. That's like the best thing. Because if it's doing like 200 pure damage, you're always going to get that range creep, right? So for pro players, this might seem like opaque or small to you guys, but like it's very important that you hit level 2 before your opponents, because pro players will do something where like if you lane better, get more last hits and denies than your opponents do, your lane hits 2 before them, then when you try to force a fight on them, you have 2 skills and they only have 1. So it's much more likely that you get a kill or trade regen really well. So securing range creeps or securing creeps even is really important. And impetus doing double damage versus creeps now is a really good way to secure creeps. That's something that justifies the mana. But in terms of like a 3 position hero being like, wow, I can farm faster now, I don't think that really flies, because the mana cost for impetus is going to be so much that it's not like you can just sit there and like impetus every single creep until you're farmed. I don't think that really works out. But in terms of securing creeps, sure, it's going to be good there. And in terms of like killing illusions a little bit faster, that part's going to be good too. Against like TB illusions, not so much like PL ones. So it's okay. It's not incredible. And then Nature's Attendance mana cost is being reduced. So just all mana things cheaper. Enchantress did get quite a few nerfs to make her weaker in terms of her early game, but hey, agility gain will help a little bit. Okay. Enigma Demonic Conversion. Idle on turn rate improved. The attack point is improved, so they attack faster before you can start moving with them. So it's going to be easier to attack move to chase people down. Their attack range increased as well. So yeah, they're going to be a lot better at like attacking, moving, attacking, moving, attacking, moving. Midnight Pulse now deals damage based on current HP instead of max. Damage per second rescaled to up to here. So that means it is going to do more damage at the start of the Midnight Pulse, more so than the end, at least when people are full. And when they're low, it's going to do less. So it's going to be basically, you're not going to get kills with this anymore, but it's going to like help lower people's health. So like Black Hole does damage as well. So if you Midnight Pulse Black Hole, you're going to have to kill them with like Black Hole damage kind of. So it's going to be harder for Enigma to basically like jump in Midnight Pulse Black Hole, kill people solo. That part is going to be worse. Because it's not like they just run out of HP. It's more like you can get them low fast with Midnight Pulse, but after that, you're going to need something to finish them off. But with that said, 12% is still a fuckload of max HP damage. And the AoE Midnight Pulse, I wouldn't be surprised to see Enigma get played more just by, you get the 15 talent for Enigma where Midnight Pulse becomes big, and you just slap that baby down on the team fight, and you're dealing 12% of current HP per second. That's like an insane amount of damage. It'd be great with Faceless Void, yeah, exactly. Or other team fight disables from your teammates. I think that part is really good in terms of damage output. So that's pretty good. I mean, yeah, you could maybe criticize it not being so good against like Huskar or something, but like, and is this even a nerf? They buffed Eidolons, so they're going to be more viable as attacking. The Shard on Black Hole is a little bit weaker. I think this is like a nerf where I would say like, this is a nerf that's good because it's going to allow the hero to be buffed in different ways. Like the cheesiest way to play Enigma is to like BKB blink Black Hole with Refresher and do a second one. And it's like so good at killing heroes that it needs to be made a little bit worse. And once that happens, they can buff them in different ways. I think that's a good thing in the long term of the hero if you like him. It doesn't necessarily have to just be that like BKB blink Black Hole Refresher, BKB blink Black Hole. That doesn't need to be everything the hero does. Black Hole's still godly as an ultimate. Midnight Pulse is arguably better for skirmishes and counter pushing than it was before. Like it's just straight up going to be better at like lowering creeps. You're not necessarily going to get all the last hits with Midnight Pulse, but the purpose of Midnight Pulse is to like chip away at high HP heroes, not necessarily to like wave clear. you can wave clear with them on a conversion, you know? Like, it's a safe way to do it, but I think this is ultimately fine for the hero. Avoid more HP regen. His win rate has suffered a little bit. He does get picked sometimes, but this will help him a little. Stroke of Fate, base damage is reduced. Damage per unit hit is increased by a little bit. Cast point improved, so it's easier to cast it, and projectile speed reduced. So worse. Grimstroke has been pretty popular right now. EG's been playing it. Probably other regions as well. I mean, the silence is always good. The root is excellent. It's a great long duration leash. Is another reason it's very popular against Storm and Quap type heroes. Those like very mobile heroes. The Grimstroke ulti is godly against them. I think that's, and Inkswell is really good too, of course. I think those are the main reasons that Grimstroke has been popular again. Nerfing Stroke of Fate is fine. It'll be slightly better anyways once you use it later on. The cast point being better is great. The projectile speed being lowered a little bit is probably also fine. So if you play him core or something, he's probably just as good basically. So this is not going to hurt that much, if not better, because of the cast point. Gyrocopter homing missile damage is rescaled, so it's even better once you level it up. Stun duration is the same once you level it up, but worse early. So they're basically nerfing like carries that just get 1 point. And then flat cannon cooldown rescaled to be the same at all levels. Maybe to, I mean, basically, this is just a straight up nerf to gyro carry. No doubt about it. I don't know if it was being picked in other regions as much, but my assumption would be yes, based on these nerfs. Acorn Shot initial projectile speed increased, so it is going to set up the tree faster. No longer benefits twice from cast range bonus. It was benefited twice? Really? I mean, I know that Acorn Shot, the cast range is increased by cast range and attack range. I knew that. I don't know if it means that, though. It was bugged, yes, the whole time? Damn. So, like, if you got a Aeon, or if you got a Aether Lens, it was giving you, like, 400 range for it? That's insane. Hey, Tango, you're getting a little loud. Hey, can you go somewhere else and do that? Scurry buff though, 15% with just 1 skill point. That's pretty solid. I just want her to eat her bones somewhere else. That's all, guys. She's like really over there chipping her teeth. So Scurry's better with 1 skill point, which is decent. 20 talent minus armor is buffed. Replace the magic immunity sharpshooter with bushwhack radius. Okay, that sounds pretty good. That's probably very big AoE. So it's going to be much easier to tie people to trees with this talent. The other one is 2 acorn shots. So that'll be interesting. In some ways, like, this one was kind of bad anyways, because did it still do pure, or did they change it so it's only magic? Because when you go like E-Blade, obviously the sharpshooter does like an insane amount of damage to the boomerang, but Huskar getting a little nerf, 1 less strength, slightly less gain. He gets magic resistance to Berserker's Blood now. Up to 25% based on his current HP. So when he's low, he's going to have a little bit more magic resistance. This is a pretty moderate amount. It's going to definitely make him a little bit more viable against like magic bursters when he's kind of low. So I think this is a nice adaptation to the hero that makes him, like, he's not a terrible hero. I think his win rate's actually quite high. It's going to look weird now probably, but yeah, he's like way up here. Divine and above, he's 8th highest. He's not bad, and he's actually played pretty commonly, 7% of games. That's not bad. So I would argue this is a buff, because you get Berserker's Blood pretty early. And it's not, again, it's not the most magic resistance, but it will certainly help a little in those moments where your HP is low and somebody tries to kill you. So I like it. Invoker getting a buff to movement speed. They are 1 to 7% to 0.8. Oh, that's attack speed and movement speed. Well, bonus movement speed decreased. Is that level 1 versus the max one? I'm so confused. This is like worded very weird. It's like very weird. As you leveled up, okay. So slightly less at the start and slightly less later. Alacrity is more mana. That's going to make farming worse. Ice Wall is buffed because it's not used that often. Armor reduced per hit rescaled. So it goes up with Exort now, which is kind of cool. And Melting Strike no longer has a 20 armor max cap, instead has a 20 stat cap. So that means if you get there is a talent, the minus armor one, where is it? Oh, they reduced it. They removed it. You could do extra armor reduction, but now they're giving attack speed. That's actually really good. That's going to mean pushing side lanes is going to be a lot easier if you get that. The other talent at 15 is Cold Snap cooldown, I believe. So 50 attack speed on your Forge Spear, that's like really solid. That's like really, really solid. So pushing side lanes can be easier. Like when they nerfed Alacrity, that's one of the combos, right? You Forge Spear, you Alacrity one, and you let them push. But now them just having 50 attack speed extra is going to really help increase your farm speed. So that's good. And with that attack speed, they're going to be able to lower armor more. I feel like we really haven't seen too many like Forged Spirits be used to lower armor on heroes. I see it vast majority used to kill creeps and push creep waves. But with them having attack speed and more armor reduction later, maybe we'll see it a little bit more, where we do see a little bit more minus armor from Forged Spirits. So I think that's kind of cool. Bonus movement speed rescaled for Ghost Walk. So basically it gives you far more negative movement speed if you use it early and you don't have much quas levels. Or is it the Wex? I think Wex actually increases the movement speed, but basically you are less slow when you use it now, but the max movement speed is also lower as well. So if you are invisible early with low quas, you are less slowed, and if you use it in the late game when you're maxed out, then it's not going to give you as much movement speed bonus. So you won't be able to like escape just by the nature of being super fast, which is probably good on both sides. Because the low movement speed was kind of like garbage anyways. It's like they have the detection or they don't, kind of a thing. I don't know. It's fine. Less movement speed overall. But he's got more movement speed here. He's got 10 more base. So that probably offsets a lot of these changes. Like these Wexes, these are probably the same. Obviously, when you get the triple... Oh, it actually buffed it. Okay, here it is. The passive effects to 3 times. So you actually get more bonus. I'd have to do the math on this, but I would assume that the end movement speed is probably about the same when you get this. It's just going to be weaker before then. Slightly. Probably just makes it like less extreme when you're ghost walked, basically. So you won't be able to roam. I think this is going to hurt in the sense that it's not going to allow you to roam the map as efficiently. Probably. Or to get from place to place without teleporting is my assumption. Okay. Maybe push more. No boots your max movement speed pretty much with 3 Wex at 25. Okay. Yeah, so definitely going to help a lot in terms of the movement speed category. IO rework shard. It was very good. It gave you a stun in case. So a lot of times what happens is you blink in, you get in the tether and you get instantly stunned. I saw a lot of games be lost because of this. It's pretty annoying to play against, it looked like. Now it grants IO 10% spell lifesteal, increases overcharge spell amp by 10, and causes it to also share IO's current spell lifesteal with any tethered units. Okay. So if you get a lot of spell lifesteal, you can tether to somebody, amp their spell. So basically it makes you a lot better with tethered targets that do spell damage. So Gyro, for example, is a perfect example. Giving him spell lifesteal and spell amp is really good because he does a lot of magic damage. So that could be effective. Or you could tether to somebody like an IO, give him, or a Zeus, give him more damage and spell lifesteal. It's kind of cool. It'd be really good with like Death Prophet, especially spell damage, spell lifesteal. Kind of cool. Heal transfer rescaled, slightly more early, slightly less later. So far he's going to be better at regenerating earlier by just a little bit. Scepter now also causes spirits to apply a slow, so they do slow again, but it's only 15% slow. Used to be a shard, I think, right? Shard used to slow, and then they removed it, and now it's back again. Cooldown increased for overcharge, so a little bit longer, and then spell amp is reduced. So overcharge worse early, but same later. Slightly same, less spell amp, barely. All right, let's look at the talents, because right now this is like other than the shard difference, it's basically the same here in terms of ability to like stabilize your lanes and stuff. I mean, longer cooldown on overcharge or whatever, but it's like about the same. 30 damage replaced with 15 damage to tethered units, meaning that whoever you're tethered to would get 15 damage, so that's kind of cool. And then the other one what was the other one? I don't even know. I'll look later. Spell lifesteal replaced with 6 tether movement speed. 300 spirits max range replaced with 45 spirit damage. So those are your choices: more tether movement speed or spirit damage. Then 20 spirit damage replaced with overcharge max HP regen bonus. And 25. Health replaced with 400 health to tethered units. Okay. Definitely very support-like. But the thing is, like, these talent changes, I don't think they're really that big of a deal to me. Oops. I don't think they're really changing that much in terms of the hero's viability, so I don't really think this solves much. Health regen versus attack damage to tethered units. I think people always got the regen. And then tether movement speed, I assume people will get over the spirit hero damage. They usually get relocate cooldown, but maybe this time they will get overcharge max HP regen. Yeah, they always get relocate cooldown. They would almost always get the other one, which used to be something else. And yeah, they always get health regen. But maybe they will, they're basically trying to force people to get the other ones, you know? Like, oh, maybe you guys should take these. These are really good, you know? But with that said, Io's win rate is still like fucking super high. And almost all teams still pick the hero heavily. So I'm a little surprised we didn't see any changes. But, I mean, the shard being different is the biggest change. But no one really cares about Scepter. I don't think that's going to change much. The heal is slightly better, but worse later. I guess that's kind of a big deal. You're getting 10% less heal than you used to. So that'll help a little. That'll affect things a little bit. But other than that, just the shard change. So basically the same. Holy Lock, it gives less mana, but that doesn't matter. So I don't know. This seems like almost no differences. Some shit going on in chat right now. Alright, Jakiro base strength reduced by 2. Ice Path cooldown. What the fuck? 21 seconds on level 1. Holy shit, dude. But it does a 1.6 second stun. So it's a much better 1-point skill. It's kind of like Hex now, basically. They're trying to encourage people to get at least 1 point. But it scales much worse, but the cooldown becomes good. Isn't the shard nerf massive? Yeah, I mean, the shard is really good on IO by all means. But, like, I don't know. I found it, from watching games, it seemed most valuable to me in moments where people would blink initiate onto IO tethered to somebody and be instantly stunned and not be able to BKB. That seemed really, really big. But there's probably also times in fights where it would stun people and I didn't notice. So maybe it's a bigger deal than I thought it was. But IO still has a lot of value outside of the shard, is what I'm trying to say. Like wins lanes and stuff like that. Okay, anyways, Ice Path being more Hex-like in the sense that it does more value at level 1, but it has a really long cooldown, I think is fine, because you don't really Ice Path that many times in the early game. It'll be like, I throw an Ice Path and I'm happy with the results, and then I run away, or we get a kill, you know? So it being longer cooldown actually doesn't bother me much. The higher duration looks nice, and it makes it feel better to skill and use it, and spend the mana to use it, in my opinion, if you can use it at the right time to save somebody or get a kill. Because 1 second stun was like, kind of felt bad. It wasn't that much time. With that said, having 40 less HP is a little bit rough. Dual Breath now deals 10 instances of damage instead of 11. So, does this mean it was nerfed? Or it was accidentally buffed? Because it did damage earlier. It does damage on the first breath, but maybe they accidentally added more damage. So it's the same duration, but maybe this means it was doing too much damage. I'm not sure. Or they spread the damage out to offset it. I'm not sure. It might be a tiny nerf. Liquid Fire cooldown decreased. So a little bit better early on. And then Macro Pyro cast points better. Scepter duration reduced by 5 seconds. So I guess, I mean, it's a buff. Like Liquid Fire, you use it all the time for free. So 1 point, always mega value. So I think that is good. Even like down to 12 seconds or 8 seconds, I think is these are like really big timing decreases. They might seem like small, but in the terms of like a tower not attacking for an extra like 3 seconds at full speed or 2 seconds is a really big difference. Like 8 seconds is like close to perma, right? Because it lasts for 5 seconds. I think it's 5 seconds. So 5 out of 8 seconds attack speed slowed, whereas here it's 5 out of 10. That's half the time. It's like a big difference, I feel like. So this is good. I would say overall buff to Jakiro. The stun duration on Ice Path is good. Less HP, but like you're going to impact more in the laning stage. I think this is cool. More damage, basically better stun duration. Slightly less HP, but lower cooldown Liquid Fire. This is overall buff, I think. You're definitely stronger pre-6 here. All right, Juggernaut mana cost on Healing Ward is buffed. Better late game, or better as you level up. Omni Slash cooldown reduced. 15 talent, attack speed replaced with extra second Blade Fairy duration. That's pretty good. More BKB when you try to TP, that kind of thing. 8 armor replaced with 40% Blade Dance lifesteal. Okay, so they're making him a much weaker raw right-click carry, but better as a spinner. 40% Blade Dance lifesteal. So 40% lifesteal based on your Blade Dance damage. This is going to certainly make the Shard build more effective. Like, in a big way. Certainly. Maybe Diffusal Blade Diffusal Blade Juggernaut is the way to go. Diffusal Blade with Blade Fury spinning. Something like that. I don't know. 20 talent and slight nerf to the Blade Fury DPS, but these are talents that most people don't get. I think they kind of moved away from the Shard build. But I don't know, these buffs are pretty nice. Not too bad. Blade Dance is right click. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. Thank you. That's not Blade Fury. All right. So that means less armor, but when you crit, you get 40% lifesteal. So very similar to Chaos Knight. That's actually a huge amount of lifesteal, actually. And Juggernaut pretty much never buys lifesteal items. It's very uncommon because you have Healing Ward, so it feels overkill. But I mean, a 35% chance to lifesteal for 40%, that's really big. So let's calculate the average. 0.35 times 0.4, because you're getting 40% lifesteal. That's a 14% lifesteal on average. That's really good. For a talent, it's like free lifesteal. It's on crit, of course, but it's still pretty solid. I mean, it could just say 14% lifesteal or whatever, but this is more fun, right? Getting lifesteal on Blade Dance. And the armor talent always felt a little bit irrelevant anyways. Like, yeah, sure. Like, he's already got an okay amount of armor typically. So, obviously against a TA or something, it's going to be a little bit weaker. And you're going to be worse at sieging. That part is pretty significant. Because you can't as easily just tank tower. So I guess, like, spin sieging is going to be worse. But little lifesteal isn't the worst. It'll make him a little bit better carry. And he's also going to heal a lot when he ultis too, which is kind of cool. I like that part a lot. So you're going to attack a lot and get more lifesteal hits. And then, yeah, that was nerfed a bit. All right, cool. All right, it's ad time. I know it's only been like 30 minutes or something. That's because the last one was old. Let's run them ads. We are currently 10:50 p.m. and we are on K. See you guys in a bit. Oh, I'm reading some shit, let me tell you. fuck. Oh my god. Oh, fucking. Social medias. I don't even know what to say, dude. I'm drinking black tea with milk. It's like half and half for the caffeine. I haven't got to Kunkka yet. We are on Keeper of the Light. He's up next. All right, let's get back to it. Sorry, I'm reading news stuff and it's depressing. No, I think the patch is great. I'm having a good time. Got lots of ideas, lots of little hero changes. All right. Whoa. No. Let's not do subs only. I don't want to do that one. Slow mode is fine, but I don't want to do sub only. All right, here we go. Hi, Tango. Keeper of the Light, illuminate radius increase, so it's going to be a little bit wider. Cast point reduce, so you can better cast it quickly. It doesn't take like a wind up to begin channeling. Max vision is going to increase. Spirit form cooldown reduced. 5. Come here. Tango, come. Tango, come. Let me pet you. Sit. I'm petting you, okay? I'm sorry, Tango. I'm in the long haul. So basically Blinding Light, more pushback, basically about the same. It's gonna make it a little bit easier to cast your spell, and more Spirit Form. I haven't even seen people play Cuddle in a while, to be honest. Kunkka X marks the spot. This hero probably needs a nerf. He's very popular right now as a mid. Rotates in and out pretty easy. Cast range increased on early X marks the spot, which makes it better with low skill points, but the cooldown's higher. And then 15 talent, the 16 strength replaced with 25% X marks the spot movement speed. Affects enemies negatively and allies positively. This is something that existed in Ag's Lab, actually, that you could make yourself faster or make them slower. So you can use it basically to get to where you want to go faster. So basically, if you want, what you can do is X and run farther to go do your combo stuff and then send yourself back. You can't cancel it from working unless you're like Yulesed in the air or something like that. So it's not exactly like you can use it in Axe Lab where it like just doesn't go off and you're just always faster. But reducing the movement speed of enemies is not the most useful, but it's probably fine because it keeps your opponents there longer. And it means that the time before you pull them back to do the combo, they're less likely to be really far away and slightly less in danger. So I would argue this is a buff. Oh, that's a talent though, if you want to get it. 16 strength is very valuable. The other one, so that part is a nerf, certainly. Because everybody wanted the strength. They pretty much always got it. And the other one is torrent damage. This is on new patch, so I assume we'll see torrent damage instead, consistently gotten. And if that's the case, maybe people will prioritize the torrent spells a little bit more, but we will see. But I assume that will decrease his win rate a little. But other than that, X is basically the same. I guess the cooldown's a little bit longer, but Legion Commander rework the Shard. Legion Commander gains 4 armor for every hero hit with overwhelming odds and half an armor for each creep. And increase the duration by a second. So no more like banishing to save allies. That's going to put Legion back towards being Legion instead of being like a save hero. The BKB on cast was pretty broken in a lot of cases, especially things like against like Disruptor Ags and stuff like that, or other like AoE disables against him. It's like, oh, you got BKB, that gives you the invulnerability to be able to like escape with your mobility stuff. So I think this is ultimately good for the game because it was just a little bit too annoying to play against and too good maybe. And 4 armor per hit. Yeah, it's just going to make you a little stronger running in and actually carrying, especially against like physical carries. Land this on 3 heroes and you're going to do have a lot more survivability. Also justifies buffing or skilling overwhelming odds and getting more talents, and then base damage is rescaled a little bit, does more damage at base, and the hero damage increases as well. So they're just trying to make the skill better. I don't know if I would grab the Shard that often playing him. Certainly against a Meepo would be really good or whatever, but the duration going up by 8, that part is really solid, because if you do get a good one, then it'll stay on a while. And then replacing the movement speed with... Okay, so the spell immunity is at 25, which is fine. Remove the AoE. They put it here at 20. Remove the movement speed talent. So let's go take a look at his talents really quick. And look at the... That is how you spell Legion. So duration is 7, so that would put it up to 15. So it's basically perma actually if you get the Shard. 15-second duration, 15-second cooldown. So you'd be running around faster. Quite a bit faster. Which is part of the reason you don't need the movement speed talent anymore maybe. So either get moment proc chance or 250 AoE press the attack. Which is still really good because you can hard dispel your team from an AoE stun, which is quite good. And getting it 20 is a little bit earlier. So... the skill's still effective, obviously. But makes the overwhelming odds radius look a little better, I gotta say. Because you can actually like jump into it a bit quicker with the Shard. Could be quite good. Damage per hero can be buffed up to like 200. So you could do like an absolute shitload of damage with this overwhelming odds, I gotta say. Alright. Buffs for overwhelming odds, less about just like Shard buffing your allies. Leshrac base damage increased by 3, good for you, Lesh. Better as a core. Support 2. Nihilism, Leshrac gaining magic immunity no longer ends Nihilism. Alright, that's good. So you can now like BKB and buy Ags with this hero. So that means you can be magic immune and ethereal, basically immune, more or less, against almost all damage. No? But that's fine because you're spending a lot of money on Nihilism anyway, so... That'll make this a little bit more effective, because before you couldn't both BKB and use it. Now it doesn't completely destroy the item build if you want both. Lich base agility increased by 2. Intelligence gain decreased. Turn rate is increased. So pretty small changes, but a little bit of armor attack speed kind of stuff. Less mana pool. Attack speed slow increased. Okay, that's really good because this Frost Blast duration is you can keep it really high with the cooldown. So that's pretty powerful. Helps justify you maxing it out faster too. Almost always on Lich you only get like 1 or 2 points of Frost Blast, even though it's like a very good laning skill, but as the game goes on it's just better to have stun from your ulti usually. Or your third skill. But now against the right lineups, if you can just keep Frost Blast on a hero, kind of similar to CM, the attack speed slow that you're going to be outputting is going to be really powerful. So if they have like tankier, kiteable strength hero type stuff, then attack speed slow will be really good. And that plus the physical damage reduction that Frost Shield applies means that Lich is going to be even better against heavy physical damage heroes. So that's kind of cool. Assuming you use the skills correctly and you don't get just like jump bursted right away. Frost Shield now does it first take the damage slow almost immediately after casting, which is going to make it easier for it to interrupt blink daggers if you get on top of people. And then Chain Frost mana cost is reduced at all levels, so that's nice. A little easier to do like refreshers and shit if you want to. Still probably wouldn't play him as a core, but yeah. Little buffs. Frost Blast kind of a cool option. Definitely makes it a lot better late game, because like the slow and the damage that it does is fine in like mid and late game scenarios, but now like if their BKB's gone and you actually frostblast somebody, it's going to feel a lot better. Because it's like, okay, it doesn't need to stun him, it doesn't need to like kill him with damage, but like just lowering attack speed is really significant in some late game scenarios when BKBs are down. So I like that they're adding more of those to the game. I think that's fun. Doesn't Frost Shield change make it worse against blinks? I don't think so, because normally it takes like, it's longer than 0.1 second. Because you put the shield on somebody, and then it waits a second, and then it goes boom. It's like shield, boom. Now it's like shield, boom. Shield, boom, instantly. 0.1 seconds. So it'll explode faster. Total damage and duration is unchanged. So it's better at doing the slow instantly after you cast it. Alright, Lifestealer Rage cooldown is worse until you skill it up. Open wounds. When a target inflicted by open wounds is dealt 500 damage... This is the shard, keep in mind. The wounds will fester and spread to a random other enemy within 700 radius. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. Does open wounds still do...
Whatever they want, it won't be enough.
I get my claws in you.
Oh, fuck, they changed it a little bit. Slowing their movement speed and allowing all allies to regain health for a percentage of the damage they deal. So that's similar to old open wounds. And then all damage dealt will steal life, including damage from spells. Okay. The victim recovers movement speed over the duration. Deals 2% of the target's max health per attack on the target from real heroes. After receiving 500 damage. Now, so basically it does more. It can spread. So it's pretty easy to apply this on more people. I think this is cool. It's like a nice team fight option. Because even if you open wounds like one guy and beat the shit out of that guy, it's now going to spread to other people, and it's not difficult to deal 500 damage in the course of a team fight, right? And then it's going to spread again, potentially. So at the least, it's going to apply some nice slow, and in some ways just apply AoE heal to your team, right? Because if you land some like AoE nuke, and it happens to be on 2 people at the time, you're going to get a lot of heal from it. So that's kind of cool. It's like a utility way it's going to make Chachi's carry lifesteal a lot better, or support lifestealer a lot better. That's for sure. But don't do that. It's not very good. And you can get it 15 minutes. Okay, but that's a lot of money for a carry to buy that at 15 minutes, let me tell you. That's like half of an item or something completion. That's almost always better. Lina rework shard. Lina's spells. Ah, man, her shard was so cool, but it was just so bad. Lina's spells deal 10 more damage for each fiery soul charge. Max charges increased from 3 to 7, okay. Stack duration increased from 12 to 15. Movement speed bonus per charge reduced. Attack speed bonus per charge reduced. Now gains a charge whenever a spell damages an enemy. Okay. Yeah, she's definitely very different. And then they changed to 20 talent. So what this basically means is that playing Lina as a cast 3 spells and deal a shitload of right click damage is gone. It's not going to be the same. An enemy probably also counts creeps. So in terms of jungling, this should be fine. And again, the duration is pretty high, right? So it's not going to be impossible to keep your charges up, but it's going to be, you're not going to be able to just like Light Strike Ray Dragon Slave ulti and be like slamming damage into people. So it's certainly going to kill her right click builds, I think. And that's, I think, the purpose here is that she was effective as a BKB hero, but she also translated well as like a BKB into Daedalus, into physical damage, satanic type. Maybe that, like the one time you got that rampage off of like 1 HP or whatever. Seems hard to get stacks for smokings. It absolutely will be, but I think this is another one of those cases where they're like, they have to change the hero because fundamentally she's too good at right clicking, and they have to change Fiery Soul in that way. Now, what are the maxes, by the way? So max is 7% with 3 charges. That's 21, right? Now it's 3 times 7, which is also 21. So harder to hit the max movement speed because you have to hit, well, that's not necessarily true. I mean, if you do a Dragon Slave that hits like 3 people, boom, you just got 3 charges anyways. So that puts you higher than what it was before. And then 40 times 7 is 28. 3 times 90 is 27. Yes, 90, 180, 27. Yeah. So Slightly more attack speed in the end. Movement speed's the same. Stack duration's higher, so it's easier to keep it on. If it works on creeps, then you can get up to your high attack speed pretty fast. It's just in the context of heroes that's going to be harder. Like if you are jungling, if you're doing a concerted effort to jungle, you're going to keep the stacks up. The downside is that you can't just throw a dragon slave on the ground. You have to actually hit something. So that's one of the big negatives. So having your stacks up and going for right clicks is definitely going to be harder. So I think casting spells is going to be more relevant to the hero now. But with that said, assuming you're going for right click or whatever, but yeah, I'm sure this is going to be a big nerf to the hero. I feel like. Because just to go the same, you have to land spells on heroes or units. That seems difficult to me. Seems more difficult. Max from stacks is much higher. Is it not? I thought I just did the math. Did I do it wrong? 3% movement speed. I'm going to do 3 times 7. That's 21. 7 times 3 is also 21. So the movement speed max is the same. Movement speed's the same. 40 times 7. This is for attack speed. Becomes 280. 90 times 3 is 270. So they're basically the same. The attack speed bonus is now better if you're maxed out. However, you can gain charges. Like you can land a beastly dragon slave that hits 5 heroes and a couple creeps and you're maxed on charges. That part's cool. Using one spell over and she's to top passive spell. Yeah, like I said, you can get there faster, but in terms of like running around the map at like max charges easily, that's not going to happen. It's more like you have to land spells to be effective. And if it's just one hero and you're just like light strike, dragon slave, ulti a guy, your ability to kill that guy is so much less because you're only getting up to like 3 charges if they're by themselves. So her solo gank potential is definitely worse if you're expecting right click out of her. So it's going to force either more of a spell play style or people are going to have to be more less right click heavy, I think. Like you're still going to right click, but like it's not going to be as much of a priority. Can't fresh stacks when BKB carries jumping you. That's a good point. Yeah, so you're going to likely have less mobility. And then stack wise, you would get 6% from fiery soul movement speed at max. This gives 7. And then attack speed wise, this is 90 versus 105 probably. So slightly more attack speed and slightly more movement speed now if you're maxed out, but might be harder to build it up. You'd have to play it to see how it feels basically, but I'm sure it's going to be worse and it's going to be harder to rely on just like BKB, high movement and attack speed. If this affects her win rate, I think it's good because then they're going to buff other skills and then they're going to make Lena more of a spellcaster like she kind of was originally. But right now she's just so efficient as like a spellcaster right clicker that it justifies buying raw damage items, and it's made her play style a little goofy in my opinion. I don't know. All right, Lion, Finger of Death, mana cost reduced very slightly, basically the same. Ag Scepter cooldown reduced. So if you buy it earlier, it doesn't hurt you as much. It reduced 60 seconds at all levels, I think, is what something around that. So it'll be a lot better if you get it super, super fast. If you play like a core line, still not necessarily good to get. I would say it's still not good to get until you get much, much later in the game, but it's definitely better. And Mana Drain now reveals invisible units. Okay. So if you drain them and then they go invis, you still see them. So that's a nice little solution for a line against some invis heroes. Lone Druid, Summon Spirit Bear. Spirit Bear base damage increased by 8. That's pretty helpful for last hitting. Untangle duration rescaled to be better early and a little bit weaker late. It's fine. Entangle damage interval reduced. So that means it will break more refraction charges, which is fine. And then Entangle now deals damage immediately when applied. Okay. And Entangle damage per second rescaled from 60 to scale. Total damage rescale reduced. So it does less damage early, but it disables longer. And then late game it's the same. So basically, most of this shit's kind of irrelevant. 8 bonus damage is huge for last hitting. And better disable early, weaker later, but that's fine because 2.8 versus 3, I think it's worth the trade-off of having your root be actually like a decent duration early on. I think this is ultimately good for Spirit Breaker or Lone Druid. Spirit Bearer. Spirit Link now also shares Lone Druid's armor with the Spirit Bear and vice versa. Interesting. So this is like a cool way to make your items more effective, right? Because now you wouldn't necessarily want to like buy a plate mill on Lone Druid himself, but this is just free armor for the bear now, right? Because the Lone Druid is going to have armor. His agi gain is pretty bad, but he does have agility, right? So his armor is going to go up over time. And as a result, that armor will apply to his bear. Do you get armor from this? You also get armor from True Form. So when you transform to True Form, you're getting an extra, up to 3 armor at level 18. So you're getting a little bit more armor for your bear. If you buy an AC, it's even better for the Lone Druid bear because it's giving 5 armor to Lone Druid. So that's an extra like 1.25 armor. So basically the bear is just going to have more armor across the board. Lone Druid himself is going to have more armor because of any armor that the Spirit Bear gets and vice versa. So basically like AC is going to give the bear who holds it, it's going to give him like 16.25 armor. And it's going to give Lone Druid himself 5 plus whatever 25% of 15 is. So it's going to give Lone Druid, if you buy an AC, it's going to give Lone Druid himself 8.75 armor instead of 5. So he's just going to have a lot more armor. That means Lone Druid against physical damage carries is going to be just way better. Or physical damage at all. It's going to be better at sieging as a result. That seems pretty cool. That's when Spirit Link is maxed out, which is generally pretty fast. So I think this is really cool. Yeah, against physical damage is going to be better. And keep in mind your ulti also gives you a lot of magic resistance. You're still going to be fucking wrecked by pure damage. So like OD is still going to counter you, certainly. OD Orb is really good against Lone Druid because he gets all this magic resistance and armor. But he doesn't give a shit about pure damage. And your raw HP is higher, but like I've seen some ODs like really crush the hero. You don't think AC active is going to give the bear more armor? It will, because it gives 5 armor to Lone Druid from the aura, and any armor that Lone Druid gets gives the Spirit Bear armor. So he gets 25% of that 5 armor. Same thing if you buy Vlad's. It'll give both 3, and then it will each give the other one 25% of that 3 each as well. So they'll both get like 0.75 more each. So any armor aura that exists will give more armor to both Lone Druid and his bear. So if your team has a Vlad's and a Greaves, or God forbid if they use fucking Warcry on Sven. Alright, we gotta show you. I gotta show you guys. I hope it works like that. I'm pretty sure I'm right, but can put Iron Shell on the bear. Yep, you can put Iron Shell on the bear. I should play more Lone Druid. I actually did really like this hero, frankly. And then, oops, that's wrong.
Prepare for battle.
So here I am with 6 armor. I'm giving 1 armor to the bear. The bear has 6 armor. If I buy a plate mill, gives me 10 armor, and it's going to give the bear an extra 2.5 armor, basically. If I have create hero Sven, and then I give us 15 armor, it's more than that. See? It's actually giving us closer to 20. Or 19. It gave us 19 armor. Approximately. Because it's like 3.75, which rounds up, I guess. So, yes. If I get an AC, it's going to give everybody more. 5 armor aura over here. See how it's, I'm getting like closer to 9? Because I'm getting 5 plus 3.75. So, yeah. AC is even better now. Extra almost 4 armor from having an AC. And then if I buy a bunch of agility on this hero, my bear gets more. That was not actually very much. Or was it? 17? It's like 8 extra armor. Off of like 20 armor. Or something like that. Or 25 armor, which makes sense. Okay, cool. Also, it's plus armor, which means against Elder Titan, Lone Druid is just better now. Or against Drow Ranger. Or is there anybody else that does damage outside of armor? Those are the 2 mainly, I think. I think those are the 2. Try reducing with debuffs. Why? Why is that going to matter? Oh, because then if their armor gets reduced? I assume that it works based on armor that you give, not armor that is taken away. So I assume the armor buffs are going to be the same. Like, if his armor becomes 0, it's not going to reduce the armor of Lone Druid. That doesn't make sense. I'm going to do this because I want you guys to be wrong. So that means if it works the way you doubters think, it fucking works that way. God damn it. Yep. Alright, so if you lower the armor of one, it lowers the armor of the other. But that's just the bonus, so...
Yes.
What if I don't have any bonus? What was it before? 31.5 plus 10. So it's only the armor bonus, yeah. What about if I do like this? Legitimately lowers his armor. Legitimately lowers it. So even though he's not losing any... It seems... Oh wait, I should drop all these and see what happens. It's a little interesting. So he was only got like 7 armor to work with, but now if I do this... It legit lowers my armor a little bit. I mean, it's not that much, right? It's only like 2.5, but still, it's kind of goofy. God forbid this asshole has a shard. Oops. And then does this on both of them. Then they really lose a lot of armor. So AoE minus armor, very good against Lone Druid. That seems like something they might want to fix. To me, personally. Maybe it's too good otherwise, but... Because they get the bonus of positive armor, but they wouldn't get the negatives of minus armor. But it seems kind of insane to me, I guess. But it makes your minus armor 25% better, I guess, against the opposite guy, you know? Dazzle and Slaughter hard counter. Very true, yeah. Legitimately. I don't know, that seems kind of goofy. Huh. Alright. Now we know. And then dying while casting True Form does not put the ability on cooldown. Oh, that's nice. I like that a lot. Makes it less scary to press it if you're in a shit situation. Because like it either goes off and you get HP and maybe survive, or you die and it doesn't go off cooldown. So that's good. I like that a lot. Shard now will target the nearest creep of no hero starting by, very, very similar to Lightning Bolt on Zeus. Nerfed this talent because everyone gets it. Buffed to Eclipse talent because it sucked. It was only minus 20. And then Global Lunar Blessing now also grants 200 bonus night vision. I was talking about this. I actually think this talent is actually really good. The other one is Lucent Beam damage, which is really solid, obviously. But giving your team 1,000 extra night vision for the rest of the game when you're alive seems really good to me. And now it's even 200 bonus on top of that. So your night vision would now become 2,000 for you and everybody on your team during nighttime, instead of 1,800. That seems really fucking good. Or is it more than that? I think it's 800 night vision, right? That's what it used to be back in the day. Like, that seems really good. I don't know. Let me look at the win rates. They're actually very similar win rates, unfortunately. I thought it would be better than that, but... I mean, it also gives 35 damage to your teammates, too, but... Almost everybody gets Lucent Beam damage. I thought there might be an offset, but... I guess they're about the same. Lunar Blessing damage talent makes sense. And that would make... If you get Lunar Blessing Global and that one, it feels better. If you have, like, other right-clickers of any kind on your team, but... These first two make perfect sense, right? Mini Stun plus Lucent Beam cooldown, but... Yeah, maybe the Eclipse cooldown's a little better. Minus 25 is getting better. 95 versus 100, whatever. Alright, Lycan damage decreased for Frail Impulse by a little bit because the Wolf damage got buffed, remember? Duration reduced a little bit. Lycan is still played a little. Not that much. I saw him a little, though. Worse Summon Wolf's damage because they got buffed. Frail Regen replaced with 20% Howl attack damage reduction. That's actually quite good. Howl is actually a really good skill. I think it's a little under appreciated. How much... What percentage is it? I've got an ability draft for it's 40%, so it could be up to minus 60. It's pretty solid. against the red heroes. Look at his fucking win rate, dude. Jesus. But it's either that damage or wolves damage. But against like morphling and morphling type heroes, this is really solid. Limit creep waves, stuff like that. I guess the creeps don't matter, but can be quite good. Shapeshift critical chance reduced to plus 30. Okay, just rounding the numbers to make them a little nicer, that's fine. So that's the crit, howl damage reduction. Basically these talent changes are not that different. Maybe the wolf damage is a lot better now or something like that, but I'm sure his win rate's still good. Rework Scepter Shockwave, basically nobody bought it. Increases shockwave range by 150 and radius by 50. Shockwaves now erupt after 1.5 seconds, dealing an additional 50% shockwave base damage and applying a debuff that slows and reduces base armor by 50%. Does that mean that a shockwave that hits somebody explodes after 1.5 seconds, dealing additional base damage? So it's basically like you hit them with shockwave, and after 1.5 seconds, it pops again to slow them and reduce base armor, which obviously is very good because you increase damage with Empower. So it would be a nice counter against high base armor heroes like Morphling or agility carries. Affected units recover over 5 seconds. And then health replaced with shockwave damage. I gotta see what that looks like. It's hard for me to be sure without demoing. Would I buy a whole scepter for this? Yeah, it's kind of expensive, but if it does 50% more nuke damage from shockwave, it could be valuable, right? Here is normal shockwave, normal laggy shockwave. Oh, it is like Earth Splitter. But I assume it's pretty easy to hit somebody with this, right? Because it's always gonna like vacuum people in. It slows for a brief period. There is a shockwave slow duration talent. Looks like the armor recovered like right away. Yeah, it does recover the armor slowly. I mean, it's a really good team fight, certainly. Like, the other one was a little bit goofy. It did a lot of shockwaves, but in terms of, like, affecting single heroes, this is way better. Like, it applies slow, it gives you utility, it reduces their armor a bit. Like, it's going to be easier to, like, poke without having... We crashed, finally. It's going to be easier to poke without... damn, we have to update now. Where was I, Magnus? It's going to be easier to... poke without having to commit to like blink horn toss type stuff. And now next update. That should be the shard and horn toss's scepter. Nah. I mean, horn toss is good, but it got nerfed a lot. You can protect against it with like BKB and Yules now. What was the extra damage? 50% of the nuke, right? Updating 0.17 gigabytes. Valve finally forced me to update. That's a good idea. Let's run a 1-minute ad break. Wolf, you're telling me that Luna's talent is only for her on the aura? Really? But the aura gives vision. Oh, I see. It says Luna and nearby heroes. Luna is also blessed with increased vision range at night. Okay, so the aura on Luna gives night vision. I didn't realize that. Okay, so that's why the talent is weaker than I thought it was. I thought it gave everybody night vision, but it does not. I just made an assumption. But now it does give 200 extra night vision. I was going to say that would have been too broken. Like, why would that not have been better? All right, thank you for the correction. Okay. Oops. Hey, it doesn't load every time now. Hell yeah. This is bigger too. This looks bigger. Much bigger. I fixed this literally hours ago. Lycan, Magnus, and 50% of shockwaves base damage, so you can do more damage now. So yeah, 50% damage increase by buying eggs on the scepter. Looks fine. A little bit of slow utility. So you could do better like shockwave blink skewers too, most likely. Okay. Marcy, add egg scepter. Reduces unleash cooldown by 10. When it's active, her abilities trigger unleash pulses 2. That's pretty good. So you're basically just adding more damage to your other skills. Rebound will do an AoE nuke. And then added shard rebound can be set to autocast to throw the target instead of rebounding off of them. Does that mean you could rebound? Probably means that you could rebound to, you'll basically jump to a hero and instantly throw them. Oh, or actually throw them. Like the rebound you would have done, the jump will be them jumping instead. Is that what that means? Like tusk kick? So it sounds like it's, instead of you jumping away from them, you'll jump onto them, then throw them the direction you stay, they fly. Okay. So it basically turns rebound into her first skill. But she still also has her first skill. Thank you for the subs. Sploozy Doozy, I appreciate that. 10 subs, thank you. Okay, that seems pretty good. And then pulse damage is reduced at all levels. To make her ulti less valuable, I guess. Huh. And getting Ags reduces the cooldown by a little bit, but gives her like a better item to aim for. Because she can use it to increase her damage when she actually ultis, if you want to do such a thing. Alright, I gotta try the shard, I think.
Prepare for battle.
So normally, oh, that's right, you can't target enemies anymore. Which is good. That shit was fucking busted. So normally you do this, right? But now, still can't do it. Wait. Oh. Still can't. So you use it to save your allies. But you can't use it on enemies. And then if you get like this, then so basically it's like a swap basically. It makes the utility Marcy even better. That's typically how she's played, either as a 3 and a 4, she works best there. And you just get Aetherlands, and then when, you know, you do some shit like I'm initiating, you jump in and then you like fucking, oops, I didn't mean this. I meant to do this. You say like, I'm initiating, you jump in and then you're like, haha, sucker, you throw him back to your team. Or you do some shit like this, where you just like, this guy's in trouble, you toss him way back. But Aetherlands definitely seems to be the best Marcy item, and then occasionally you do some shit like this, where you just fight. Okay, seems like a great item option for support or utility Marcies. I don't know if I would buy it as a carry maybe, but Hey, at least they nerfed her ulti damage because it was pretty strong in the late game. Oh no, it's back. It's back. It was fixed temporarily, but here we are. Some bug. Valve didn't fix it. It was just a bug. So Unleash worse at level 1. Moderately worse as the game. I would say largely worse as the game goes on. But not being able to rebound on enemy units is huge, huge, huge. That means your ability to solo chase somebody is just completely vastly different. Because before you could use rebound to like actually catch up to people without too much trouble. Was the problem. And now you actually need an ally around or a creep wave or an enemy. Actually, you can't even do enemy creeps. You actually need ally creeps. That's going to hurt it the most. This one here, the no longer target enemy units is huge. So if you're diving hard, you can't be there. If you're near creep waves or you're playing with an ally, then that's fine. But no enemy units, it means you can't even do it on neutral creeps, guys. So you can't even rebound to kill creeps anymore unless your allies are there. So like you legit can't farm unless you're near creep wave. It's actually really rough. It's really fucking rough, actually. It works on enemies? It says it doesn't work on enemies. You can't target enemy units anymore. What are you talking about? It doesn't work. Won't work on neutrals and it won't work on enemy heroes. You literally need to rebound off of an ally. Like that like really fucks the hero. Because like she already had trouble farming. She's kind of like a lane winner. You buy BKB and then you go around the map like fucking people up. Or you play 4 and you fuck people up in the laning stage and you buy Aether Lens, you become like a utility hero to save your allies. Yeah, I just tried to cast on enemies. It didn't work. It doesn't work. It got fixed. So yeah, that's going to hurt her a lot. It's going to mean that running deep back to base is going to keep you a lot safer against Marcy. She kind of needs like allies to be around for her to be effective. Otherwise, like she can't just like see somebody and be like jumping in. She has to jump off an ally to go in. So it's going to make her initiations way less frustrating if you play around it. It does make your ally bonus movement speed better. Your ulti's worse, but she still should be viable. She's just going to have less tools now. You have to have shard and quick cast and work. I mean, maybe you're right, but I doubt it. If that's the case, it will be fixed most likely. All right, Mars strength gain is increased, so buff to him. Spear cooldown increased by 1. Arena blood damage is decreased a little bit. Can no longer be escaped vertically, so just straight buffs to Mars. He's actually been picked and banned. They banned him against EG a little bit, but he's fallen off a little bit. But this is not a little baby nerf here. A little buff, a little nerf. I guess it is nerfs. Nerfs with buffs, but buffs. Can't leap out of it anymore. That's fine. I think that's fair. Vertically is like Mirana leap. You could Mirana leap over it. What was another way? There's some like vertical things that you can get over things. Marcy rebound, yeah, she could jump out. SK stun, does that count? Slark could pounce, yep. Storm could ulti through. Storm can probably still get through it. Hoodwink ult, yeah, okay. So there's some heroes. Zeus star jump, yeah. There's just like a couple things that have some vertical. Like for example, there's a tournament that I worked once where people heard a rumor of being able to like 10 and 15 stack an ancient camp, and everyone was like, how the fuck can you do that? Because at the time it was like, yeah, you could stack it a lot, but it was really, really hard to get that many. And we were wondering if we would see it at the tournament. Nobody ended up picking it, but it was Kunkka Torrent. You would torrent the creeps. They would be raised in the air, and the spawn box actually had a vertical limit. It was like a cube, right? So you torrent them so that the creeps would go above the box, and technically they were outside it, so you could actually stack it like way more than you could a normal camp. They never ended up actually doing it, but at the time it was like a new thing that we thought we might see, but it didn't end up happening. Sing leaped out with Mirana earlier today, so you don't think it's fixed yet? Yeah, it's possible. Maybe it's something that's kind of hard to fix. I'm not sure. All right, Medusa Mystic Snake. Mana cost is reduced, so a buff to that. Cold-Blooded is now disabled by break. That's fine because it's a passive. No longer activates if the spellcaster is further than 2,000 units away. So that means it's no longer as hard of a counter to Spiritbreaker, because that was one really good solution. It's like you get this shard, and then if you have Ags, it will stun, right? So then if he charges you at all, your snake comes out, and you know that he's charging you, and it's going to stun him before he gets to you. So it's kind of a nice solution there. Any other global ones? I don't know. There's maybe like some glimpse examples or something like that, but against charge, that was the best way to know that you're being charged. Replacing attack damage with attack speed. Everyone always gets evasion. Okay, they've removed evasion. It's replaced with mana shield damage per mana. Mana shield damage per mana. Should be like mana shield. Okay, yeah, I guess that is right. It just sounds weird. This is how much mana shield. It's 0.5 mana shield the skill damage per 1 mana. That's what it means. It just sounds very weird. It absorbs more damage per point of mana. Exactly. So it will probably give you semi-comparable survivability, much like evasion did, but now it's you don't just naturally get evasion. Keep in mind that mana shield damage block is damage that is blocked before reductions. So this means that Dusa is actually better against magic nukes than she was, because evasion doesn't apply to magic nukes. So against like a Zeus or some other nuker, she is going to be more effective against them than she was with that talent. So, I mean, against physical damage, she is probably less good. I would imagine 15% evasion is more EHP than the 0.5, because I think what's her shield do? Like, my dog wants me. She's down there. Yeah, 2.5. So it'll be a little bit better. But I would assume the evasion is better. See, it's back. Damn it, dude. Why can't we just remember our place? Where's M in the alphabet, guys? Anyone help me? Meepo, strength gain increased by a lot, agility gain increased by a lot, int gain increased by a lot. Clones no longer benefit twice from power tread stat bonus. That's because any agility or stat that Meepo has, any stats that he has will give it a bonus for his Meepos. But they also had treads, so they'd get a bonus from Meepo and a bonus from themselves having treads, because the boot duplicates, right? And clones no longer benefit twice from level attribute stat bonuses. Same thing. So that's why they're getting attribute bonuses here, because buying treads on Meepo is basically not going to be as good, but they gain more stats naturally. Okay, so probably means that if you buy treads fast, it's probably better at that moment, but now later in the game, Meepo will be stronger. Basically, you're going to get less benefit from treads, but you'll have overall more stats later on in like the late game. Is that true? Yeah, probably, because you're gaining more. Because you're gaining an extra 0.8 agility per level and an extra 0.6 strength per level than before. So that's the trade-off. So you're going to be weaker at the period where you buy treads, but you'll be stronger in mid to late game, without a doubt. Without even doing the math. Except for like stat attributes, that part probably gave Meepo a lot of benefit. That like all those attribute levels, so like the 16 to 25 range, you might be hurting a little. But with that said, like, I don't remember how much bonus you got anyways. Can anyone in chat tell me how much stat bonus do you share? Is it like 60% or something? Yes, boots of travel is more common, certainly, but treads is also potentially good. Meepo plus new boots for unlimited drum. It's probably not bad, actually, because you get pretty good movement speed. You get a buttload of regen. That part's going to be really good. It's 100%? Is it? It used to be less. Okay. So if it's 100% stat sharing, then the double attributes is really good. So basically you're losing like 10 agility or 10 strength from power treads, which is pretty significant. And the attribute bonus is big, but... And attack speed? You got the attack speed. Yeah, 10 damage, 10 attack speed. You're right. But the stat gains are probably pretty reasonable, I would assume. Shard filling mana costs. I don't know much about Shard. Isn't it like, it looks like Sven stun or something. Divided with passively grants magic resistance to all Meepos, so you're going to be more effective against magic damage. That's pretty nice. But it's pretty small numbers. Earthbound mana cost is better. I don't even remember what dig is. God, I don't know Meepo enough. 20 base damage replaced with poof damage. Poof damage replaced with Earthbind grants true strike on targets. That's nice. You can better kill like PAs. I gotta look at the hero page. As you can see, I'm a level 1 Meepo. Dig is the Ags. Channels and digs in the ground for 3.5. Dispelling him, causing him to be invulnerable, untargetable for 4. Restores 60% of his max health. Okay, so yeah, it's basically like save one of your Meepos and it comes back up. And you fling with the shard. Okay. Looked at the bar this time. Well, they're making dig worse, but it heals a lot more. Okay, so that's the big difference. So it's going to be a lot better. 60% heals pretty good. You're going to have magic resistance as well. Hypothetically, an Axe is okay. Poof damage is pure right now, I think. I don't know. We'd have to see feeling, but he's certainly going to be better against like magic nukes. Magic resistance will be effective. More generic stats just by leveling. But the power level between like 16 or 17 and like 25 is probably going to be a little, make you a little weaker. Is he really that much worse? I'm not sure. It's hard for me to understand. There's like probably a lot of feeling to it. But he certainly is weaker when he gets treads. But it also means getting treads feels less mandatory. So now you can be more flexible on boots, I guess. That part's probably good. Meepo plus Wraith Pact. That's true. Buy Wraith Bands, guys. Buy Wraith Bands, get to minute 25. Do monster damage. Monster stats. That part sounds kind of fun. It's not that good. It's just like 5 extra agility per Wraithband. Not sure. All right. Before we do Marana, let's run some ads. Thanks for watching, everybody. I'll be back in just a short moment with Marana. Dude, new shit. New shit is crazy right now. Ah. Did I really only look at that? Was that 60 seconds? No, sorry guys. I was just playing ads. Whenever I play ads, I don't want to talk because I don't want people to miss it that watch ads. That's all. So I usually just wait. Did I really just press that 30 seconds ago? 60 seconds ago? That's really not very long. Just I've been reading Twitter because a lot's going on in the world right now, and yeah. Okay, let's continue. Marana. Agility rescaled to be higher base, lower gain. Base armor reduced by 1, so same starting armor because he lost 6. So 6 armor is going to be the ratio. Base attack speed reduced by 15 to compensate for some of the increase. So he attacks a little slower, and base damage decrease, average damage increased by 3.5. So higher base damage for Marana, slightly lower attack speed, slightly lower agility gain. Armor is the same, but more damage. So what is the benefit here? Armor's the same, gain is lower, damage has gone up. Why is it so roundabout? They lowered the agility gain, increased the base. I mean, better as a core, I guess. Is this the plan? Damage is up, but it's through agility instead of base damage. Seems kind of overkill. Starstorm mana costs way less at level 4. Certainly Starstorm is still going to be good as a support, but maybe as a core it's better because it's going to be lower cost. Is that an argument to be made? And then Shard reworked, grants +1 leap charge, Sagan pounces, dealing damage in a forward cone to units within 500 range of Marana, and slowing them by 30% for 2.5 seconds. So every time you leap on people, it does damage, and it slows them. It's just going to be easier to like it's, you might think it's weak, but it's definitely going to make support Marana better, right? Because the Shard before was like only for right-click damage. So if you're not right-clicking, it's certainly worse. But is this not just a buff to the hero? Am I missing anything? Oh, I'm sorry. She only lost 5 attack speed. She actually gained more. Lost 5 attack speed, gained 6. So attack speed is basically the same. Her long-term agi gain is worse. Her base damage is increase. So she's just better. Maybe she wasn't played that much, but I did see some teams play her. Starstorm mana cost is less, so you're going to be able to farm easier. And then if you want to buy the Shard, you can. And it could be used to slow people for a little bit. And extra leap charges. Forward cone to units within 500 range. It's pretty big. Okay. So Starstorm mana cost buffed. Slight damage increase. Basically everything else the same. Worse agi gain. But probably still viable. Okay, Monkey King Tree Dance Perch Vision reduced to make it a little bit less vision control-y for Monkey King, so that's going to hurt a lot when he's trying to spot heroes. Wukong's Command Scepter now also gives soldiers the ability to increase their Jingo Mastery stacks. Ooh. So if people do commit to fighting in Wukong's Command, you're going to do a lot more damage. So it makes it harder for people to like all in. It's going to make support Monkey King a lot better, I feel like. That's the big one. Because if it's like core Monkey King, most of the time you don't want to fight into Wukong's. But support is like less of a big deal. But now if you get hit like 4 times, it does take a long time to do that. Actually, this is really fucking good. It's not about the... Well... Okay, so... If the soldiers are increasing Jingu Mastery stacks on the person they're hitting, right? So hypothetically, but how does it work? Is it like whoever does the fourth hit, does that one get the Jingo Mastery stacks? Or do the Jingo Mastery stacks stack up on every hero? And then like your main hero could hit that guy and get Jingo Mastery. Is that how it works? Yeah, this is probably worth testing. Because this could really change how effective. I mean, the same feature fits in that Monkey King, like Jingo Mastery is just going to increase his damage or whatever, but...
Let's go.
And this one needs to die, basically. Okay, so the stacks go on the monkeys themselves. So instead of the stacks going on the hero, they go on the monkey himself. So it will increase damage. So you can still control your Jingo Mastery, but if they take too much damage, they're going to have to worry about all the bonus damage. And Jingo Mastery damage becomes even better, because you can get like 260 bonus damage from your clones. The attack speed is actually pretty solid on these, because they buffed it a little bit, because they come out a little slower, and do they not have buildings anymore, I think? Is that the other thing? Oh, no, they do still have buildings. They changed a couple other small things I can't remember. Your ult is also 5. Yeah, I figured. So if we do some shit like this, then... That's certainly going to increase the damage a lot for like moments like this, right? So even if like one support procs it or something, it's going to mean like a lot of damage output increase. That's really going to make your ulti a lot better. It kind of makes like the Ags just make the rest of your hero a lot better instead of just like making some clones, you know? So I think that's cool. I like that. It's going to make core Monkey King certainly better. Does Echo Saber work on the images? No, they removed that, I believe. Am I wrong? I can't remember. I think they removed it. Morphling, rework Scepter. Replicate steals 20% of each stat from the replicated hero. If the replicated hero's primary attribute is strength, it will also steal status resistance. If it's agility, it's attack speed. If it's int, spell amp. Reduces replicate cooldown by 20. Okay. Replicate cooldown? What is the replicate cooldown? Isn't it morph? Isn't the ability morph? 20% of each stat, status resistance, attack speed, or spell amp. It's not permanent. It's probably while you morph into them. 100 int equals 20 spell amp. No. It's going to steal 20% of all their stats, 20% of their strength, 20 of their agility, 20 of their int for the duration. If the replicated hero's primary attribute is strength, you also get status resistance. If it's agility, it's also attack speed. If it's int, you also get bonus 20 spell amp. I think they just use replicate instead of morph, but it means morph. They just used the wrong word, I think, for some reason. It used to be called replicate. Before they reworked it into morph. So I think it's just a word choice issue. A little mistake there. But yeah, you should still be able to transform into heroes. Well, no, you shouldn't. Oh no, that's just Scepter, sorry. Didn't Scepter just like... But Scepter was the one that allowed you to transform into allies, correct?
They will fear me.
It used to just allow you to turn into allies, and it gave you like bonus attack range and shit, right? So no more ally transforms. Okay, so you can transform only based on your enemies, so you can't do like morph strats with your allies, but you can still do morphing into enemies if they have good spells, correct? Because you're still replicating into other heroes. No more shotgun morph? I mean, yes, E-Blade is nerfed on the hero. You could still do it, it's just not going to be as good. The E-Blade itself will do far less damage than it used to. But the Adaptive Strike will still do a lot of damage. So you still could do it, it's just not going to be nearly as good. You don't know what the hero does anymore? The hero is just not going to E-Blade anymore. The hero is just going to be conventional right-clicker, which is still a way that Morph is played. The hero is not dead, guys. At all. It's just some of the cheesy things that you could do are less good, right? You're not going to be able to plan around transforming into an allied hero and not playing Morphling. You're going to play Morphling. Well, you're going to still transform into enemy heroes, but it's not going to be like, man, we're picking Earthshaker and Morphling so we can do this like Enchant Totem cheese with Ags. It's not going to be that anymore. You're still going to have Morph, it's just different. You're going to turn in an enemy hero. It's going to give you bonus stats. And it's going to give you other bonuses as well. You can still toggle into them and back and forth, but you're stealing stats. So you'll have more HP, more damage, more mana, more armor. Morph is dead? I don't agree at all. It's literally the same. In some ways, it's better. Am I crazy? Like, think of it this way. If you're not buying Ags, isn't the hero just fucking better? Oh, I'm sorry. That's only if you buy Ags. If you buy Ags, you get those bonuses. So what's the difference? The only difference is whether you buy Ags or not. That's the only difference. You can't E-Blade, yes. E-Blade is not as good. So you're probably not going to buy E-Blade anymore. But Ags is basically gone. It's just different, right? You're getting extra stats when you replicate an enemy hero. You can no longer replicate your allies. So that's gone. But it's like the hero is still played. The hero is literally still played in like many regions. The builds are varied and diverse. Sometimes you get Lincoln. Sometimes you go like Manta style with a Mask of Death. Then you get like Scotty or some shit and BKB or other items. Like there's lots of item builds that work for Morphling. He is still a very good right-click carry. You don't need E-Blade for his nuke to be strong. Waveform is still really, really good. No more E-Blade because E-Blade doesn't give you agility anymore, and the damage it deals isn't based on how much agility you have. It's based on the stats of the person you're hitting it with. It gives mostly, it gives almost all int items. It's like Kaya as well, I think. So it's not good on Morphling anymore, basically. Stats are only taken if he's in the other hero's form. Okay. That part kind of sucks, obviously. Why is it only in the replicated hero? That's a little surprising to me, but I mean, you could use it, get status resistance or whatever. Well, think of it this way. What it basically is like a noob's version of like, what does each hero do? Strength, agi, int, right? This is a way for them to like make the hero you transform into better. The way they did it before was cast range. And was that it? Cooldown reduction or something? I can't remember. You used to have lots of cast range, right? So your fissures were really long distance. You could jump really far with Enchant Totem. Now if you turn into a Zeus or another int hero, a lot of the times int heroes are about casting spells. So if you're going to cast Zeus's nukes, they now do 20% more damage than they did before. If you turn into an agility hero who typically do right-click stuff and you want to use their abilities, you're going to do... it says steal. Does that mean it reduces 50 attack speed from your opponent? That's kind of good. And also steals Spell Amp. That part's pretty good too. It's more negative than just stealing their stats, actually. That part's pretty cool. So it should reduce the enemy's spell. I mean, we'll do it. But yeah, it should reduce the enemy's Spell Amp by 20%. If they're int, it should reduce 50 attack speed if they're agi. And it should reduce the status resistance against strength heroes. So that's pretty cool, actually. I think that's kind of cool. Only for 20 seconds, but that's fine. It's a team fight. So let us do a... Where is my boy Zeus? I can't find him. That is why. I found him. Here's our Spell Amp. Or sorry. Okay, there it is. Spell Amp 0. And now if we do this, he's got negative 20% Spell Amp. Yep. I've got 20%. Here's my bonuses. I still have... Yeah, you're right. So you only get the stat bonus when you are them. He actually didn't lose that much. Unless... Was it working? Yeah. So you only get the stat bonuses when you're them, but no matter what happens, the steal that you steal from them always applies. So I've got... Or sorry, it only applies when I'm this, but they still lose it. So if I pick a Centaur, for example, and I pick a Drow Ranger, for example, if I turn into Drow Ranger during the fight, she has 50 less attack speed for 20 seconds. That, I think, is kind of good. If you want to use, like, detrimental effects. Obviously, the Spell Amp one against, like, Zeus or some other carry is insanely good. 20% less damage is a fuckload. If I want to do Centaur, he's got 35% less status resistance. So if somebody hits him with a 1 second stun, it's now 1.35. If somebody hits him with a fucking grip or something, this guy is stunned for like so long. So long. So, watch this. See how that said like 7.5 seconds? That's because it was increased by much. I thought it was gonna be more, to be honest. Was that almost? It was basically like 8 seconds. So yeah, against some like strength carries, that'd be pretty effective, right? Your stuns last longer. Use Enfeeble as well. Why? It reduces cast range. It doesn't amplify stun duration. It just limits heal reduction and cast range and attack damage. It doesn't actually counter. It doesn't increase this. If you trance back mid spell, will it shorten? No. The negatives stay on them the whole time. So I get 20% if I stay as Zeus. But if I transform back, I don't have the spell amp. Zeus does still have the spell amp reduction. So you can basically use it to debuff your opponents if you want to. I can transform into Zeus. I can nuke a little bit. I can transform back. He's still limited on damage for 20 seconds. So this is an option. If you want some offensive thing, I think the strength thing is potentially really good. If you're trying to deal with some strength here, that's really fucking annoying. Like a strength carry or something, I could see that being really optional. If you have a lot of disable on your team, that can work. The stats you steal otherwise, kind of shitty. But I would say the agility, I don't know, like you can outcarry some agility person by stealing 50 of their attack speed, but you're probably not going to want to live in their mode. So I think against agility heroes, that's kind of shitty. I think against strength heroes, it can be good if your team is disables. And I think against int heroes, it can be pretty decent. I wouldn't necessarily say I would want to ever buy this, because the stat, I mean, you're reducing more than just 50 attack speed. You're reducing 50 attack speed and 20% of all of their stats, which is kind of good. It's certainly going to be easier to kill them. I mean, it's like using Whirling Death. Whirling Death is really good against strength heroes, right? Well, you're reducing their stats by 20%. That includes strength. So it's basically like using Whirling Death on every hero in all stat categories. And you're also taking away some other like cool status things. So it's probably going to be pretty good if you're ahead in terms of net worth, because you can just jump and replicate them and kill them faster. It's probably going to feel okay. Maybe not better than buying a damage item with that 4,000 gold, but it's probably going to be okay. Especially if you steal status risks. But again, you'd be transformed in them to have it. So, I don't know. It might be okay. Alright. E-Blade and Morphin into an int hero. Yeah, that would be pretty good, because then your int... Well... Yeah, I mean, if it's like a Zeus, you could morph into him, E-Blade him, and then using your 20% spell amp, do better lightning bolts. Like, sure, that's true, but that part probably could be okay. But my assumption is that is going to be less common. I don't know if E-Blade on morph is still going to be that great. 4,200 to steal some stats in a low cast range seems bad. Yeah, but like I said, Whirling Death does make it easier to kill people, so you should probably assume that's actually going to do decent damage, and it's lowering armor and stuff too, but you're not wrong. I think it's probably going to be a little too expensive, but for when you could just buy a Mage Slayer, for example, or you could buy an SNY instead, or maybe we'll see it buffed more later. But again, it's just Ags. Morph's Ags has basically been reworked, and it might be weaker, but it's fine. Morph is still going to be played. Alright, Naga Siren damage rescaled. 40 to 70. No longer triggers on random chance. Okay, now triggers every 5 attacks on an enemy by Naga inner images. Okay, so if you and a lot of illusions are hitting, you're going to proc more often. So if you have you and 4, you attack once everybody, and the next attack will proc. So that's kind of cool. A little bit more reliable, less RNG. Damage is better early on. And then Riptide damage instead of illusion. Exclamation S : bonus damage. And then 20 talent. Riptide chance replaced with -1 Riptide hits. Okay. Which one is that? 20? -20 Riptide hits. It's supposed to be 1, but 1 out of 5 is 20%, so that's probably just rushed a little bit. I gotta say, you guys might be upset about all the bugs and like little errors like that exist, but I'm just glad Valve gave us a day personally. And when they give you a day, the reason they don't want to give you a day is because if they're not ready, they just don't want to push it. And now they're forced to push it and it looks a little bit sloppier, but I think it's been good for everybody, especially me, knowing that we know what days it's coming so we can plan to play. And we don't have to like necessarily wait for an unspecified amount of time. I think it's better to have a date, even if it's a little bit buggy when it comes up. I'm going to shut my door 1 second. You're okay, little dog. You're all fine. I just wanted to shut the door because my brother is probably close to sleeping, and we are not done anytime soon. Okay. Nature's Prophet. Turn rate improved, so better to attack and move, especially when you're running away. So there's a little buff to like range type heroes like him that right click a lot. Nature's Call, bigger mana, but damage is reduced. So basically Treants suck earlier, costs more mana. Not that it's like the worst to spam it a lot, but a little bit less damage. What about late? Basically less damage at all points. Did these get buff damage? I can't remember. So remember like the change to Lycan? I can't remember if that applied here, but I assume this is damage reduction. Basically just nerfed to Nature's Call. Wrath of Nature, mana cost is reduced by quite a lot at all levels. More damage to heroes, so maybe same damage. Yeah, that's what I think maybe happened here. -8 Nature's Call cooldown. Okay. It's either that or Wrath of Nature base damage. Ooh, this is going to hurt Nature's Prophet as the best ability draft model because he got free 20 damage every game. He still has 25 attack speed. Sprout mischance increased to 100%. I like that. I think that's nice. And then 20 talent plus 8 armor replace the Sprout leashes, so another nerf to Nature's Prophet and ability draft. That's good. The hero's still going to have a really good model, but his talents were certainly... The fact that you had damage, attack speed, and then armor just made you a really strong right clicker no matter what. Look at the top, so these should be more damage to heroes. I don't know what that means. Anyway, Sprout leashes. Basically, Sprout becomes better at 20. You must use it. Sprout leashing is great. Better disable, basically can catch some heroes. Mischance can be good too, though. Leashes against spellcasters, basically. Mischance against carries. Kind of cool. Reaper's Scythe no longer increases enemies' death timers. I think that's for the best. That was kind of annoying. Killing an enemy with Reaper's Scythe now grants Necrophos, regen, and mana regen permanently. Okay. That's pretty cool. So further means buying regen on the hero is a waste. It always has been, but that's one way that you can make your hero much tankier and more likely to survive. That said, like anti-healing stuff against Necro is still really good. And Sanjkaya is quite good on this hero too, because you increase the regen that you get in both categories. From the last hits you get more HP regen and more mana regen. And with Shard, it's kind of similar to the Quap build. It's like you get a Shard that gives you more utility and damage. And then you buy Sanjkaya to amplify that damage even higher. I could see Bloodstone as being kind of good on this hero though. Because even if you don't get the lifesteal from Heartstopper Aura, which is his best skill by far, even like increasing like Death Pulse and Reaper Scythe damage could be good. Because if you're getting like, if you pop like Bloodstone and then you Reaper Scythe a guy, and you get 50% of that lifesteal, of that damage you dealt in that moment when he's like below half health, it's basically saying like 25% of his total health you're getting in heal. So if they have a lot of HP, like 4,000 or something, that's like, you're getting like a 1300 HP heal before you get a heal from the other stuff. So that's kind of a cool idea to potentially get like spell lifesteal on the hero. Bloodstone's a little expensive, but I guess if you had like a Radiance build or something, maybe it could be more viable or something like that. But either way, the cooldown of Reaper Scythe is still really high. But getting like 3 extra HP regen for the rest of the game is kind of cool. But it's just nice to add these into the game, in my opinion. It's not really going to change the game very much, but it'll be more fun to like accrue them. Do the stacks you get increase when you level up? That's a good question. That was the case for Axe. It didn't explicitly say it for Necrophos. So it could be just that they didn't write it consistently. I mean, I guess we could test it really easy. I'll just ulti a guy and then level up instantly and see how much it gives me. Thanks for watching Nowhere Man. I hope you enjoy your night.
Yes. A galloping infection.
For battle.
Whoops.
Unexpected end.
First blood.
I thought myself.
That's a 0, guys. Okay, there it is.
I'll play.
It says 3. I wasn't looking here though. But because it says 3, that makes me assume that.
Pus in your eye.
And this cruel life.
You plagued me long enough.
So it looks like it's based on what level you get the kill. So it doesn't just like become better. Still really good though. I mean, that's only 2 kills. And I've got 9 HP regen, which is pretty sick. 3 mana regen. That's going to help a lot regaining mana outside of combat. I don't need to level up my other skills. What's the point? I'm checking this. It's like duel, yeah, just like duel. So the axe one is different, which I think is fine. That's cool. Necrophos. Okay. Night Stalker, agility gain reduced by a tiny bit. Crippling Fear cast point reduced, so it's easier to like blink Crippling Fear against good players. Void talent buff, Dark Ascension reduced a little bit. Dark Ascension damage reduced a little bit. Crippling Fear cooldown increased, so you can Crippling Fear more often. 10, basically 7 out of 10 seconds. That's good. And Hunger Knight attack speed buffed up because everyone gets Dark Ascension. So basically no changes to Night Stalker other than Crippling Fear being better, and very slight talent changes. So more or less nothing different, just Crippling Fear. Gonna be, you can instantly cast it. So better chance you cast it before people react. So fine. Nyx getting Impale nerfs because people were generally maxing out Carapace instead. So making the cooldown higher is pretty reasonable. Mana burn being buffed, but worse late game. Mana cost is much less earlier, so it's gonna be a much better low point skill. Most people don't skill it until later. Oof, and that's why they're making the int damage multiplier even worse early on. So much worse level 1 skill if you want to cast it, but I mean, this is only going to drain like very low mana. If they're not an int hero, this is going to do like nothing. It's like 40, 50 mana or something like that, which is really not very much, but it'll still be really solid late game. But yeah, weaker. Nyx still pretty picked. I didn't see much in NA, but maybe in other regions it was popular. Shard now increases targets incoming spell damage by 17 instead of reducing their magic resistance. So if they're taking pure damage or whatever else, it's going to be more applicable. So just a big amper on spell. And Shard now applies the debuff before the damage. That is very helpful. Does this count as spell damage? Deals bonus damage. Does it count as spell damage? Because normally when it's like this, it's like, oh, well, it'll increase the damage that you do, but maybe it amplifies the Vendetta bonus damage that's dealt. I guess something like that, maybe. 15 talent, 20 movement speed replaced with max mana burn damage multiplier. Okay, that's a 15. And then 25, 80 agility replaced with 300 AoE mana burn. I'm sad, that agility talent's really cool, but like with Vendetta, with Nyx playing as a support, you basically never see it. So 300 AoE mana burn, kind of cool. Very effective against the right lineups. Ogre Magi, gonna probably get nerfs. Fire Blast mana cost goes up later. Ignite cooldown increase slightly. Be a little bit less spammable. Health talent nerf slightly. Strength increase because most people get attack speed from Bloodlust. And then 20 Bash chance replace, thank God, with a 17% Fire Blast chance on attack. That's very cool. I like that better because the Bash chance is like, it's fine, but it's like, the fact that it just makes a Fire Blast is cooler. You're probably always getting Fire Blast damage, I feel like, personally. Because if you're upping that damage up to like 500, which is insane, and that quad cast, that's like 2,000 magic damage. It's insane. And yeah, like more Fire Blast chance means you have a better chance of like chain stun somebody, but like, I don't know. Fire Blast is just more damage, that's the thing. And it probably multicasts, right? If there's a chance to Fire Blast, there's a chance to do like a shitload of damage. So I haven't tried an Ogre Core in a long time though. I haven't even like bothered. I tried a little bit with like an Echo Saber and Phase Boots once, but I don't know. I'm not really sold on it. They changed his int gain a lot, and he just becomes a little bit weaker in that sense, but I don't know, maybe it's viable somehow. Seen some Ogre mid. I mean, getting to 25 is tough. I guess with Midas, it's not that hard, but I just don't see why like going Fire Blast damage with like Octarine and Ags is not just way better, because you just like blast people from range. Why even fuck around with the right clicking? The right clicking just seems unnecessary. Your ability to like increase your raw damage is just not that easy, so it just seems silly to focus on right clicking at all when you could just like sit back and spam spells and like dance in a circle until you cast again, that kind of thing. Yeah, you can increase your attack speed a lot with Bloodlust, but it just seems kind of irrelevant. Omni int scale is better. Rework shard grants degen aura. Hell yeah, they removed degen aura. Thank God. It needed to happen, guys. It needed to happen. Slows enemies within 400 radius by 40%. That's pretty powerful. It's finally gone. Degen aura. Omni Knight is finally being fixed. Unfortunately, we just got Immortals that make Degen aura look cool, and I just bought one. I bought a red one to make Degen aura look cool. And now it's just not useful. It literally just came out. Literally just came out. And now it's a fucking shard. Just buy the shard. I mean, Sax is crying because he'd like Degen aura to like right click people down, but I'm sure I can already tell you it's going to be better because now he's going to have multiple ways to nuke. Heavenly Grace no longer grants status resist. It's now also applied to Omni if cast on an enemy. Grants additional strength and HP regen for each debuff dispelled. Okay, so it's a counter to pressure on your allies. And it gives you, so it's basically a save ability instead of like a buff your allies while they kill buildings thing, which I think is good. It still probably has a hard dispel, but it just doesn't provide status resistance anymore. It used to provide 50, which again is kind of like a siegey cheesy thing. And now it's more of like you're playing a Dota game instead of like throw it on your ally while they hit buildings and it's really hard for your opponents to interact or initiate. I think that's good. I don't know how much strength you're gonna be able to give, but hypothetically you'd have to play to see just how much strength it feels good at. The leveling it up may feel weaker. This tooltip's it's additional strength. Okay, so it still gives a lot of base strength, so it's still good to level it up. But you get a lot of additional strength. You could legit give your ally like 100 strength. If there's like, I guess 10 debuffs is a lot to get 60 strength or whatever, but like you could give your ally a fuckload of strength with this. Like some Sven, if they're like really in trouble, to remove some debuffs. If they like earn medallion plus like other skills the guy and you remove them all, like give your carry like 50 strength or some shit. That seems pretty good. So still a really good skill. Degen's now a shard. I don't know if we see Omni's skill this that much, to be honest. Let's read what Hammer of Purity does. Basic skill, mana cost is 50 to 80, no longer is an attack modifier. Now is a 350 cast range. It's a projectile, so you're throwing a hammer. 350 cast range, 1200 speed, cast point. Damage rescaled from 60 plus 115 to 50 to 125 plus up to 90% base damage. No longer grants damage reduction, slows the target, Debuff duration from 4 to 5. So it's basically a nuke and slow. So Scepter no longer grants regen, it now grants status resistance. That's pretty good. So if you want status resistance, you have to buy Ags. Let's take a look at the talents quick. Instead of 10 HP per second repel, it's +4 Heavenly Grace buff duration. So it lasts for 14 out of 14. So you can basically keep it close to uptime, permanent uptime. And then movement speed replaced with Guardian Angel cooldown, which is pretty good. Puts it down to 90. And then Degen Orange Slow replaced with +4 Heavenly Grace strength HP regen per stack. So that means the amount of debuffs you get could be much higher, and then go from 6 to 10 basically, which is kind of a lot. So if there's a lot of like debuffs on your opponent or your allies, then you could give them a bigger buff. And then Heavenly Grace cooldown replaced with -4 Hammer of Purity. What's the CD on this? 10 seconds. Okay. And then 25 talent Guardian Angel cooldown replaced with 75% Hammer of Purity. All right, we got to see what this looks like for sure. Thank God I just bought these red shoulders that are now going to tank. I'm sure those are going to be worth like half the price now. They do look cool, I guess. So Hammer of Purity throws it out, does damage based on your bonus base damage, slows the target for 5 seconds. Oof. 50 mana, huh? I mean, I don't think it's that bad. How much damage did that do? 85. I mean, look, your movement speed is still really high. You got 350 move. Like, in some ways, it makes him a more traditional hero, right? The damage is pretty, or the cast range is obviously really weak, but it basically hits people right away. You can probably increase it with Aetherlands is still going to make this better. The slow is pretty good. It gives you more offensive potential, whereas before, your hero was like the most boring motherfucker in the entire world, right? It's like, I can actually go like damage now or some shit, right? Like I can be like fighting a guy to a death and I have 2 nukes. Like, that's cool in my opinion. 194, huh? Does it heal you? It doesn't, right? It just does pure damage. So you have two ways to do pure damage now, which is pretty cool. 193. So even if I am a level 7 hero with no damage items, it still does 200 pure damage, which is pretty solid. It's like close to 300. So between these 2 nukes, you actually do a fuckload of damage. Like, this is a lot. 300 plus like 200. Let's give this guy some HP before he dies. So 500 pure damage, one of which is an AoE. I don't know, that seems really good against some heroes. Obviously without Aetherlands, your movement speed and your cast range is going to be pretty important, so you can actually like get in range of this kind of shit, but the slow is quite good. 5 seconds of 38%. It's pretty solid. So your goal now as a hero probably is going to be playing near your allies. Maybe you don't max this out right away because the damage doesn't scale well at all. You're only getting 10% of your base. The skill's pretty shit, basically. It scales pretty shit. You're getting 25 damage plus 10% of your current base. So if you don't have damage items, that's base damage, by the way, not plus damage. So like a rapier is not going to do anything. But if you have more Heavenly Grace, for example, then it'll deal more. But you probably shouldn't get that many points of this. If you're using it as a support, 1 point is definitely needed in the laning stage, without a doubt. 50 mana for the like 80 pure damage is really, really good. Like, I am sure this is a skill you get at level 1, I feel like, because it's going to do damage. And I mean, Purification's good too, I guess, but it's 80 mana, so it's a little bit more expensive. But as a support, you could use it to last hit. You could use it to harass. It's going to slow people, so it'll give you guys a couple hits like this. It's definitely going to be the better first blood ability than Purification. And then you basically sit near your allies, casting Heavenly Grace and Purification. Like, I don't see how this just isn't better for Slacks. He can play almost exactly the same. He can't, like, cheese high grounds with status resistance on Heavenly Grace, but he can buff his allies' regen and strength even better than before. The talents are now better for Heavenly Grace duration. And he can kill people easier. So it's less about like buffing his allies and some more like counterplane, which he's really good at. And now he's also got a nuke, and he's definitely still going to get an Aether Lens. So now he can just do this from farther away. I don't see why this isn't just like better. I don't know. And he just buys like a fucking Octarine core or something. And then he just has this all in like a lower cooldown. Guardian Angel cooldown or Purification. I'd probably get Guardian Angel depending. It's pretty good. Yeah. 90 seconds level 3. Unless I get this, then it becomes 67.5. I mean, that's pretty good. 67.5 on ulti on this range. You can global 40% status resistance. You can't get regen, but I don't know. This seems pretty sick. I like this change. This needed to happen for a long time. Omni's passive needed to be destroyed. The hero as a support was fucking boring. The hero as a core was goofy and kind of weird. I'm really happy about this. There's cool outplay potential if you Heavenly Grace at the right time. Sure, there isn't status resistance, but it's making it more skill-based and more like save your ally rather than it be like preventative, good luck fighting us suckers. Which definitely makes sieging easier. But, I mean, Slax is good at casting spells and reading team fights, so I don't see why he's upset about this personally. And then you can hammer Purity more often. And either way, no matter what, this is like pretty good disable duration.
The all-knowing one protects us all.
Okay, I like it. Base damage does help hammer, yes. So if you use Heavenly Grace on yourself to increase your strength, then it will increase the hammer damage. And also if you buy strength items on your hero, then it will increase the damage too. Alright, I'm happy about that. I'm down to play Omni right now. I'm going to try Omni. I'm putting it on my list. Omni, support, or core. He'll probably work okay as both. Like an armlet would be really good on him probably. You could turn on armlet, throw the hammer purity, turn it back off. Kind of similar to Tidebringer on Kunkka. Because that gives you... I mean, it gives you damage and strength though, right? So maybe it's not quite as good on the hero. When you turn on it, gives you 35 damage and 25 strength. So it's not quite as good because you're only getting the damage from the strength. So maybe armlet on Omni is not the best. But certainly something like Echo Saber would be pretty solid. Sange, that kind of thing, yeah. Bracers will be quite good, yeah. Bracers, treads. Echo, maybe. Alright, where are we at next? Oracle, Fate's Edict, cooldown increased slightly. Duration is buffed, so it's going to be easier. With level 1 Fate's Edict, you can double Purifying Flames an ally. They reduce the mana cost of that as well. So, you could argue that Oracle at level 3 could... Nah, you're always going to get the first skill. It's too good not to get. But yeah, 1 Fate's Edict is going to be a little bit better at giving 2 heals on an ally, which is good. And even using it offensively to stop attacking is not bad either. Mana cost reduction on Purifying Flame is going to make your fighting at the early couple levels a little bit better. Reign of Destiny is a new scepter. Brings forth rain on a 650 unit area for 10 seconds. Enemies standing in the area receive 50 damage per second and have minus 25% heal amp. So they gain less heal. Allies heal 50 health per second and have 25% incoming heal. There's a lot of heal amp right now. You know what? This is going to be a really nice... there's so much heal amp right now. I feel like... and anti-heal amp, it's going to probably make Enfeeble a little better on Bane. Because Enfeeble is good against heal strats, but they nerfed Holy Locket. So it became less good, but now that there's more heal amp, maybe it'll be better. Anyways, 50 damage per second for 10 seconds. And you heal 50 per second. So it's basically, it's a little too similar, in my opinion, to the Dawnbreaker ulti. It's basically the same. Heal per second, damage per second, heal amp reduction. I mean, there's heal amp reduction, there's heal increase, but cooldown's 40 seconds. That's really low. That seems really, really low to me. I mean, the numbers aren't that massive, but keep in mind that, like, they're getting less regen and you are getting more heal. So the AoE is really big too. That's a really good point. This just seems really good to me. If a support can buy this, it's definitely going to feel really awesome. Most oracles can't afford an Ag Scepter, but this looks like a really good way to help keep survivability up. But almost always, mana cost 150 seconds. That is a lot of mana. That's a really good point. A lot of I don't necessarily think a core would wanna. I mean, core oracle is maybe more viable with this, but that's still 40 seconds. You can't really use this to farm is part of the issue. What shard do? I think it's the invis when you ulti a guy, I think. But yeah, in team fights is obviously really solid when you're trying to heal somebody. It's kind of interesting though, because it's not like your heals are necessarily like as, I guess it's kind of cool because heal amp, a negative heal amp means that if you purify and flames your opponents, they're going to get less heal. That part's kind of cool. So you don't necessarily have to dispel as much. You can just start throwing out your nukes. That part's kind of good. And then if you get the purify and flames cooldown talent with Ags, you can basically just like Ags ulti the ground and just start blasting people without as much worry. Because as long as you're fighting in it. I mean, it's less lifesteal stuff too. That stuff is definitely not under, should not be underappreciated. So I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. I don't necessarily see a support oracle buying it at lower MMR. Certainly, I could definitely see them picking up. And it is gonna apply some nice damage, and the heal swing will be kind of nice. It's cool. I think it's cool. I just don't really see it fitting into like support players, how they play oracle and value the hero. OD, current mana is damage reduced from 16 to scalar. So it is less mana, current mana is damage. So it does less mana or less damage early by 3%. It'll deal back to normal damage as you level it up. Because a lot of ODs will leave it at like 1 point until like 8 or later in levels. So it's going to be a little bit weaker in terms of harassment and laning stage. Essence Flux max mana restored is reduced by 5% at all levels. Okay. Pangolier. So basically, that plus, I mean, the biggest nerf is certainly the Meteor Hammer, but you can harass a little bit with Arcane Orb, so this is going to hurt the hero a little bit. Keep his mana a little bit lower at all levels, so he'll do slightly less damage. So these are just like little single target damage issues for him. Pangolier's swashbuckle damage increased, so more physical damage. Armor reduction rescaled to be worse early, but better later. So 1 point in Lucky Shot is going to be weaker. And the duration is rescaled to be better early, worse late. Which is probably fine, because most of the time you want to like burst him in a short period anyways. But, yeah. Weaker early when you have less skill points, better later. Sort of. Yeah, because the duration's not that big of a deal. It's about like you swashbuckle, get the proc, and do a bunch of damage usually. So maybe it's harder against Roshan because the duration lasts longer or shorter. That could hurt. Could hurt his Roshin a bit, but other than that, I don't know if it's that big of a deal. 20 talent buffed, 25 talent unbuffed to swashbuckle, -3 instead of 2.5, so 5 seconds for a jump. Tiny buffs, basically, I would say. OD busted with new Ethereal and Witchblade upgrade. That's a good point, actually. That's a really good point, actually. Yeah, because you're getting Spell Amp, so that means your Arcane Orb does more damage. You can E-Blade somebody to do more ulti damage. And then once you get the Witchblade upgrade, and I have seen ODs by Witchblade before, when you get the Witchblade upgrade, then you can E-Blade somebody and still attack them through that while using Arcane Orb. So that does sound pretty good. With that said though, Witchblade or E-Blade is magic amp, so it won't amp the orb damage, but it will still amp your ulti. So it sounds pretty okay, but it doesn't perfectly work. Same with Jakiro 3. Yeah, it definitely seems like a pretty solid item for these like int right clickers. All right, the Witchblade upgrade with it. But it's still all countered by BKB, certainly. And it doesn't increase their raw survivability. So if the hero needs survivability, I don't think it's going to work very well. We'll see though. PA mana cost increased for Phantom Strike. Lifesteal buffed. People don't grab that very often. And -3 armor corruption replaced with plus 20% stifling dagger damage. Okay. That's probably fine. Limits your single target damage a little bit, but at least your dagger is effective. Makes tripling and stifling dagger a bit better. PA still picks sometimes, certainly. Phantom Rush on PL is buffed early and same late. 15 attack speed replaced with Phantom Rush bonus agitation. That's really good actually, because it doesn't last long. It's only 1.5. I don't see why people wouldn't grab that all the time. I guess 15 attack speed's a trade-off though, right? You're getting 40 bonus agility when you charge in. And if that lasts for 4 seconds instead of 1.5, that's like a big difference. It's lasting for the full duration, right? It lasts for 4 seconds. So you're really getting like, for 3.5 of those, or 2.5 of those extra seconds, you're getting 40 agility you didn't have before, which probably ends up being the attack speed difference, right? So if you're standing still and fighting somebody to death, your overall attack speed is worse. So in terms of jungling, it's probably a bit weaker. But in terms of dynamic team fighting, your agility is definitely going to be higher. So I would argue this is a buff. And the cooldown is, I mean, you usually maxes out pretty fast, but you don't know if he's nerfed or buffed. I think for AFK jungling, where you're not paying attention, he's going to be worse. But in terms of team fighting, he should be stronger. So fighting to the death, or at least like the 4 seconds that you run in, you're going to be a lot stronger, I feel like. And your illusions are going to do a lot more damage to you. That's actually probably the biggest part. Because your illusions losing 50 in attack speed is going to mean that you maybe spawn your... If you're not microing your illusions, you're maybe going to spawn less illusions rapidly. But your illusions running in with like 40 agility for longer is really good. Because that's where they get most of their damage anyways. Diffusal cheaper. Shard can be bought earlier in UPL timing. You could diffusal plus shard at a reasonably early time to be like support, like, yeah, certainly. It'll be better at skirmishing heroes at an earlier time, yes, but it could really limit your farming in other aspects of the game. So I'm not sure that you'd see people buy shard into that early, maybe, but yeah, it could work nicely, especially with the extra bonus restoration. Perhaps. Phoenix strength gain increased, agility gain increased, basically just tiny baby buffs. Movement slow from Icarus Dive is worse. Fire Spit cooldown rescaled to be lower later when you max it out. Mana cost reduced, so you can fire spirits more often. And then 10, basically tiny nothing buff. Icarus Dive cast range replaced with max health sunray damage, so more sunray damage rather than heal. That's fine. Most people didn't really grab the Icarus Dive cast range. It was pretty uncommon. And max sunray health damage at 25 got replaced with the dive. Okay. Does that mean the dive was good? Or they just don't want people to cheese with like Meteor Hammer or something? I do not know. Or did they want to get the max health sunray damage at an earlier time, or at 20? Is maybe the other thing, and so they just swapped the two. Most pubs got the dive, really? I don't know if pro players do. Interesting, but the biggest buff is certainly the Fire Spirit's cooldown at level 4. Once this is maxed out, you can use it way more often. This could actually really justify you playing Phoenix Core more often, I feel like, because the cooldown's going to be a lot lower. So it's going to be way easier to like farm creep waves with this. Activate it, throw, like, because if you use 4 in a row, right, that lasts for 16 seconds of burn, and it's only on cooldown for 4 more seconds. So you can basically throw this shit all the time. Throw Fire Spits all the time to farm. It's going to cost a lot more, less mana actually. It's only 100, so I feel like he could just use this way better. So I feel like Phoenix as a core is going to function a little bit stronger, is my impression. All right, Puck max phase shift channel time is increased, so it's better at level 1. Basically just better. Rework Shard causes phase shift to attack all enemies. Okay, so Shard no longer does Waning Rift extra pushback and silence, duration, and damage. So now it's the phase shift attack within attack range plus 200 radius. So AoE phase shift. Waning Rift cooldown is buffed. Rework Scepter. Waning Rift now has 150 extra radius and range and knocks enemies back. 400 distance over 0.5 seconds. Non-interrupting. Reveals invisible enemy units and wards in the area for 5 seconds. I mean, what's the break distance? 600? Does it say the AoE? Like, you could buy, like, yeah, dewarding, that aspect of it is really good, certainly, because you could lower the cooldown a lot, but, like, I don't really see it as something that you wouldn't really, like, play support puck just to buy ags to deward, I don't think. Revealing enemy units, sure. I like that one. The wards, sure, I guess. 150 extra radius is pretty big. Like, you should be able to AoE silence your opponents pretty well. The knockback is fine. But an Ag's cost for that? I don't remember what the old shard used to be in terms of wrist distance. So maybe it's going to be much better. Like, maybe it's going to be really easy to break coil. And it's kind of cool in the sense, like, if it does work well, you could potentially, like, blink coil, Waning Rift to push them and break them right away. So if they don't react within half a second, they get stunned. So that would be an okay solution. But Puck Ags, making you, like, an effective late game hero, is going to be gone, right? Like, that was one of the things that made Puck good. You could buy Ags, and then your ulti still ends up being really, really good against a lot of these heroes. So they've removed Puck's way to do it, to counter BKBs and whatever else, but there's a lot of other heroes that have roots and things like that now. It's just Puck's Ags upgrade is going to be different and counterable by Yules and other shit like that, I think. Cooldown reduced by 5. Do I need to? Oh, okay, I see it's a talent now. All right, anyways, illusory orb distance replaced with cooldown. Phase shift attack replaced with -10 dream coil. 12% spell amp replaced with waning rift damage. So making it more of a skill specific rather than all damage. Orb cooldown replaced with 1 dream coil break stun duration. That one seems pretty good, up to 4 seconds to make your ulti better if you want. Or the other one is the waning rift cooldown, which I feel like with Ags being the way it is, maybe people will go that more now. Hard to say, especially with the waning rift damage. You probably want the cooldown there, maybe. Because right now people abuse like they abused orb low cooldown to like farm really well. That'll be a lot harder now. And then finally, Dream Coil rapid fire frequency improved, so that gets buffed, and up to 10 attacks during Dream Coil. Does it get increased if you increase the Dream Coil break? Oh, sorry, that's stun duration, not duration of Dream Coil. Sorry. And then finally, the Waning Rift AoE talent and range replaced with Dream Coil versus spell immunity. So it'll be like the Ags equivalent. So once you get 25, which is kind of justified at that point, it feels fine to give it to you. But being able to buy it earlier was definitely really powerful at times. So against like evasive heroes, Puck is countered by BKB now, without a doubt. Again, and you can't have a solution to that until you hit 25 now. So that part kind of sucks. You lose spell amp, so that's going to hurt some of your other stuff. You're still going to have damage from your nukes, but maybe the Witchblade build is a little bit weaker. You can go shard build a little bit easier if you want. What's the other? Orb distance is reduced, so you can't necessarily farm multiple camps as well. You can't necessarily orb as far. The hero probably still is fine. But you're going to have to rely on like multiple spells to clear creep waves better now, I think. Because your orb is going to do less damage from spell amp. The cooldown's a little bit worse on it. I feel like everything's fine. Maybe it's worse. I don't know. You can go E-Blade plus Witch upgrade. That's true. Very true. I feel like we talk about E-Blade all the time now in the Witchblade upgrade. Pudge base armor reduced by 1. Okay. Int gain increased. Flesh Heap no longer grants magic resistance again. Bonus strength per death. Per kill or per death? Bonus strength per death probably when like Flesh Heaps basically is reduced to 2 max. Can now cast to grant 5 to 20 damage block against all types of damage for 7 seconds. So does that include Rot? Mana cost is 50, cooldown is 30 to 15, can be cast while channeling. So basically, if there's a lot of damage over time, Flesh Heap is going to be really good. Like insanely good against damage over time people, especially ones that do like damage at half. And Shard cooldown reduction reduced from 10 to 5, so Shard is worse. They also reduce his base armor by 1. It's only 5 damage block. I gotta see what this is like. This is kind of interesting. What was that, 7 seconds with a cooldown of 15 for Flesh Heap? Is it 7? Yeah, 7 seconds. Let's do Jakiro. But yeah, let's do Less Shrek. Let's, oops. So yes, against damage over time heroes, it's insanely good. Let's do that in this.
I'm under attack.
And then we will do this. Taking 18, so it's going to be 0. So for 7 seconds, you can run for free. Interesting. So what this basically means is that for 7 seconds and 50 mana, you can run for free, which means you can do stuff like this. If you do want to farm with Pudge, you can now do this. This is a really big deal. This is a really, really big deal because it basically means that you don't need to buy like a hood just to like lane stabilize this Pudge. So if you are playing support Pudge, obviously the downside is what's the ratio? There's probably like a ratio, right? Because if this does 14 per tick, you probably need the same ratio of Rot to Flesh Heap to take no damage. If I had to guess.
Was it something I... Hey? Hope they're hard of hearing.
So, 0 damage. So if you have the same levels of Rot as Flesh Heap, when you activate Flesh Heap, it will stop the damage. The downside, of course, is it does cost mana, but like if you want to like farm on Pudge, you could better justify doing some shit like this. And then as you level up, you just do this and this, basically. Like, you level them equally. If you want to take 0 damage. With that said, though, because I like the idea of having maxed Rot and Flesh Heap, certainly. And level 1 hook is still pretty fine. But if you want to fight to the death with Rot, this is a really good way to do it. Like, I can't see why you wouldn't get a Flesh Heap at a pretty reasonable time in the early game. Because the problem with Pudge right now is, and has always been the case, you take equal damage of Rot that your opponents do. So if your opponents just fight you, you will die faster than they will. But now, you can force people to fight you because, or like when you do Rot fight somebody, you can at least offset the Rot damage you're taking. So once in a while, I can do some shit when I'm trading with somebody. If I hook someone, and they start running away, I can at least do this, and they're taking damage and I'm not taking damage for 7 seconds. Which now becomes a really good trade, right? Because now look, I have much more HP than he does. So now I've done a Rot trade. All it cost me was 50 extra mana. So that part's pretty good. So as long as you keep your Flesh Heap levels the same level as your Rot, you're going to be fine. Or if you really want to, you could even like do something like this. So that when you do Rot, you're still taking damage, but you're like reducing it by a lot. Now I'm only taking half damage from Rot instead. And that's going to make things like Hood be a lot more appealing. But maybe it makes sense for you to... I don't know. Maybe it makes sense for you to max them out equally. Or to... It probably doesn't make sense to max Flesh Heap all the way. Unless they have a lot of damage over time abilities. If you're against like a Jakiro or something, it'd be better. But I can't really see why you wouldn't do a skill build probably like something like this. Or to do them equally. Go 3-3 or something. That's if you are trying to farm. If you're trying to farm, that's going to make it much easier for you to kill creep waves. 7 seconds times 30 is 210 damage. So you couldn't kill a whole creep wave, but once you get up to like level 2 or level 3, you basically can. 90 times 7. 630. Okay, so once you get level 3 rot, you can kill a whole creep wave with it, which is really powerful. So you'd have to be level 5. So hypothetically, you could rot in a creep wave every time the creep wave comes and offset that with Flesh Heap, which is quite good. Or you could use it to fight, one of the two. And that's why they reduce his armor a little bit, because now you're going to trade much better. So this is kind of a cool way to make the hero work. Again, it costs mana, but like, if you can do this without the enemy hero touching you, and look how little it like threatens me. That's just level 2 Flesh Heap. Like, I took very little damage there. And then once you max this out, it gets better and better. Like, see how fucking little damage this is? Taking 3 damage. So yeah, definitely max out rot first. Get more Flesh Heap. Does this make it better? Now I'm taking 1 damage instead of 2. So if you have more magic resistance, it's going to make it better. So it's just a cloak and like 3 points in Flesh Heap. I can reduce my rot damage to basically nothing. So I would argue, I don't know, maybe you don't even need a fucking hood anymore. Because this gives you 15% magic resistance, right? This with rot basically means I take 0 damage. So with the exception of killing like some creeps in there, why bother? And then you can regen with your ulti. So why would you need hood? Try the vessel? Well, with I'm vesseled? Of course with vessel would be rough, but check with tranquils? What does this have to do with tranquils? I mean, yes, it gives you regen. I don't know what your point is. But this definitely, it basically makes core Pudge much more viable, because you basically have ways to like kill creep waves without losing a lot of HP. So you could play Pudge mid, much more likely. Because now you actually can just do shit like this. You can AoE without costing yourself a lot of HP. You just cost yourself this cooldown and a little bit of mana. But if you have a bottle, that's going to be refilled really, really easy. You seeing old tranquils? Soul Ring? Yeah, Soul Ring would be good. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't just do some, like, boots, cloak, and then, like, bottle or something as, like, a mid-hero. Some shit like this. Maybe a bracer or something, but maybe Soul Ring's a little overkill because it's only 50 mana or whatever, but if you want to do, like, ultis and things like that, obviously Hook would help. The only downside is that your single target damage is going to be weaker, but this is going to be a really good way to farm. So if you want to farm as Pudge, this is going to be a huge, huge increase. You're still going to take a lot of damage from creeps because they do more than 20 damage. But in terms of your damage to creep waves, it's going to be infinitely better with these points in Flesh Heap. And if you don't want to play that playstyle, you still can go like more meat hooks or whatever. But at least 1 Flesh Heap is probably decent. You're going to get less overall strength, so your raw HP totals are going to be weaker than they were in the past, but you're going to be able to farm and keep your HP higher. And when you do commit to kills, you're actually going to be healing from rot ultis instead of like keeping your HP the same, so that part's really good. The same problem still exists, that you're still going to be like dying or being interrupted with your ulti, but maybe you can farm a little bit faster on the hero to compensate for it, so it'll be worth it. I'm not sure. Armlet self-damage. That's anti-regen, is it not? So I don't think it's gonna... You're not actually taking damage, right? See, still take the same damage. You're not taking damage, it's like anti-regen, basically. But I gotta say, Pudge is doing a very good job fighting against this. Why is it so good? I guess it is going down. Okay. So, exciting. Pudge farming creep waves is better. Pudge jungling is better. You just got some mana costs. You can hook neutral creeps. You can rot attack them. Clearing stacks on this hero is going to be way, 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 way better. Especially if you get Flesh Heap maxed out a little bit faster to reduce the cooldown. So that's pretty cool. Exciting. Because a lot of the time, a lot of the damage you're taking is rot anyways, especially if you get like Ags. I guess that's one downside, is that if you buy Ags, the damage block is weaker. Because the rot damage like doubles, so you're going to take damage from Ags ulti stuff more, but it's still going to be way less than before. And we should check this really quick. Let me see what it's like if you get a hood. Because without Ags, just 4 points in Flesh Heap will offset the rot damage. But what if we have Ags? How much is it going to offset? So obviously without this, it offsets at 0 damage. But when we get Ags, now we take damage, because now it's doubling, right? Or sorry, it's 100 bonus. It was doing 33. What if we get a hood? Now it's doing 27, so it's only gonna do 7. So if you get a hood, it's better. And what if you get a full pipe? 30% magic resistance. God, that's so much extra. Now I'm dealing 20, and now it's back down to 0. So if I have a pipe with Ags, this still ends up producing 0 damage on me for 7 seconds. 7 out of 15. And even when it's active, it does a lot less. So this is actually like a huge way to make Pudge Core more viable. Because your rot damage is just so much higher. Buying Bloodstone is incredibly good too. 25 spell lifesteal. Obviously the hood upgrade is decent too. How much does that give? 20. 20 spell lifesteal. But this shit's crazy, dude. Wait, where's my charges? Oh, it doesn't give charges anymore. Wait, I thought it gave charges. No? No, I was confused because I remember I was reading it wrong last time. So I got this, and I can activate this to get like crazy mega lifesteal. Because that'll put it up to 50. It does cost you 10% of your current to use it, but I don't know, maybe Bloodstone's bad. How much does this give you? 20. This gives you 25, and you can increase it. But I think if you go Ag's Pipe is probably better. Just because it decreases your rot damage by such a huge amount. I don't know, that seems really cool. Get stacks and see the effects. What, Flesh Heap stacks? What is that? It doesn't do anything. Does it? I mean, it's just going to give you more strength. When you get kills, you get strength. That's all. Okay, where are we at? That was cool. Pudge Core is back on the menu. Pudge with Flesh Heap. Because now you can farm a lot better. Okay. One less strength is big, though. Yeah, it's going to be less dismember damage, but so your overall heal is going to be weaker. But I don't think it's that big of a deal, because the amount of survivability you have is going to be better. Because a lot of times when you're playing like Pudge Core or Pudge at all, you're rotting a lot. And rot ends up, whenever you check like the kill, like the damage taken counter, rot is a lot of the damage usually. So being able to reduce that for like half the uptime is really, really good. And one less armor is insane. I mean, it's a lot, but the rot damage is a shitload too, guys. Like, if I can just offset rot damage with Flesh Heap, that's also really good. Because now for 10 seconds that I'm trading, yes, it costs me a skill point, but for 10 seconds that I'm trading, I'm taking like 300 less magic damage. It literally, one skill point of Flesh Heap will turn an equivalent skill point of rot into a nuke that doesn't deal damage to me. That's huge. That's really, really huge. That's really big. It means rot is actually an offensive skill instead of a trade. So having one less armor is offset by the fact that I'm not damaging myself with rot. That's big. Way better for man fighting. Yeah. Weaker to harass. What by? I mean, it's just better for trading. Period. The equation is gonna be better. I have 6% less EHP, but I don't take rot damage now, so that's overall way more HP. If I have 700 health and I'm not losing 210 from the rot damage when I use Flesh Heap, that's better than me having one more armor, without a doubt. That's why they had to reduce his armor, because his trading is just better now. Alright, Pugna, mana cost from decrep, increased from 60 to 80, can now be cast while channeling. Oh, that's cool. So you can use it while using Nether Ward. Or, sorry, while you're doing your ulti, if it runs out or if it comes back off cooldown. So that means if you buy Shard, you can keep doing decreps, actually, which is really cool. You don't have to, like, stop life drain, decrep, and redo it. That'll save you mana. Nether Ward no longer heals 2 hits whenever an enemy casts a spell, or reduces enemy spell damage. Okay, that's really powerful. So it just reduces their damage. That seems really good. Deals damage per mana. Doesn't decrease their mana gain anymore. Reduces their spell damage, so it just makes Pugna even better against anybody that relies on spells. If they can't kill the ward, it is going to be a problem. Rework Shard, Life Drain. Oh, that's changed. Life Drain can target another ward, causing Life Drain to refract to all enemy heroes in range of the ward for 70% of its damage. Effect is interrupted if the ward is destroyed. Increases Nether Ward cast range by 350. Interesting. So you put the ward down. You can ulti it. You can decrep it. So you put it down. They want to kill it. Then you ulti it. That sounds really fun. You have to buy Shard for it, but sounds interesting. Because if it's refracting, you're getting more damage and more heal. That sounds really, really fun. 70% for each person that's hit by it, probably. It probably does life drain cast range from the Nether Ward, and then everybody gets hit by it. And all of that damage probably goes back to Pugna. And if they try to kill it, you just decrep it. Shard can be about 15 minutes. I mean, sure, like, yes, you could argue, like, wow, I can put Nether Ward down on top of enemies and then life drain. That is pretty cool, by all means. But decrepping the ward means you don't do bonus damage to enemies. It just means that the ward is protected. So it's going to do damage, but it's not going to be super, super incredible necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily still justify buying it that fast, but against certain heroes, it's definitely going to be good, right? Like against illusions, that's one really good place, actually. Against like PL or Naga illusions, it's going to be excellent. Because you can put the ward down and then instantly life drain. It's going to spread out and hit everything. And it's going to one-shot all the illusions. That part's really good. So Pugna counters illusion heroes much better, whereas before he was just like hard countered by illusions. That part's really good. I like that. Alright, we'll do them really quick. But I'm ready to hustle through the rest of the patch. Let's do it. Does it refract to... I don't know if it'll hit invis. Probably not, I assume.
Prepare for battle.
Out of my way. You wish.
Cast range is not that long, but we'll probably do this anyways, right? Yep. So that's level 1. That took a long time for them to die. And keep in mind that decrep, it increases the ulti damage by 60%. It's really, really high. So not having this on them is kind of a big deal. But certainly you could do like some E-Blade shit. It's a stack. Let's check their magic resist. Why did that cast so easy? What the fuck? You don't have to cast anymore? They broke it. They fucking broke Decrepify. This is not how it's not casting anymore. It's like once I have Shard. It's like once you have Shard, it doesn't have an animation. That's really powerful. Look at this. I don't even have to turn. Oh, JK. That time I did. I didn't even turn though. Like if you're in range, it's got to be a bug. If you're out of range, it forces you to cast it. See? But if you're in range, you can just do it.
I'm going.
I mean, you can cast her in channeling, but that doesn't mean that it should remove the animation. Maybe it's like working as intended or whatever, but anyways, while we are doing things, minus 19. Oops. Okay, yeah. So they don't actually stack. So it is not good to E-Blade on this hero. That's still the same.
Oh, I'm gone.
You can't turn while channels. They make it cast without turn. I suppose so. Okay. Does it amp if you ult the ward? No, it does not. The person that is decrypt is the one that takes bonus damage, so it will not work.
Dare cross my path.
What letter am I on? P? Pugna. Alright. Queen of Pain. Blink shard damage reduced. That way, yeah, 175 was a lot. Queen of Pain, Scream of Pain, mana cost higher earlier. Baby nerf to Sonic Wave, so she's still going to be fine, basically. There's status resistance nerf to Sange, but as a whole, she'll still be an okay hero. She just won't be quite as good, I guess. Static Link cannot be cast on a target that is already linked. Oh, I did not know you could double link on the same guy. That's cool. And then Static Link duration replaced with 21% Storm Charge movement speed. Holy shit. That's a lot of movement speed. That's like 60 movement speed. That's really good. Okay, so you can make Razor like actually insane fast. Plus Eye of the Storm target replaced with 2 Static Link charges. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you could do 4 Static Links if you have a refresher. Plus 1 Eye of the Storm target's kind of bad because your Ags already does it, so I think it's fine that that's removed. It doesn't bother me much. 2 Static Link charges forces you into decision. Do you want more Static Link for free, or do you want attack speed? And that also kind of replaces the Static Link duration for 20. If you like really want to drain somebody, you can. But you just can't double cast on the same guy. Okay. Ricky, more strength gain. Keep in mind they nerfed Hammer. Hammer is how he's played sometimes, so he might get buffs. Mana cost rescaled for Smokescreen. Blink Strike now also slows enemies for a little bit of time. Okay. So just Ricky buffs across the bat. Mana cost increased slightly, but these are basically fine. Sleeping Dart dispellable. Strength gain replaced with Smokescreen anyway, so this is the nerf to him. He's losing his strength gain at 10. 20 attack speed replaced with Blink Strike slow duration. Blink Strike slow duration. Okay, so slows a little bit longer. That's a lot of slow. But basically it'll allow you to chase and get more right clicks in. And then 25 talent. Smokescreen AoE replaced with Tricks of the Trade applies a basic dispel. Tricks of the Trade. Okay, basic dispel. That's really good. So if you're dusted, you just Tricks of the Trade and you're dispelled. Okay. That seems quite good. But there's other dispels in too. You can also do it while you're rooted or leashed. So you just Tricks of the Trade and then you blink away. So it basically means the roots are not a huge deal for you anymore. That talent seems really good for late game to not force you to use BKB all the time, which is like something that really fucks up Ricky a lot. Just roots are so powerful against him because he's supposed to be super mobile to like survive. All right. I feel like Diffusal Ricky's back on the menu. Doesn't give as much agi, but the slow is better and you get slow from Blink Strike, so I don't know. Smokescreen Blink Strike stuff seems good. Why slow 100% and not root on Blink Strike? Because root is way too good compared to slow. That's why. Root would prevent other like defensive stuff, and that'd be too good paired with silences in my opinion. Slow 100% is still really good, but if it prevented like Ember from jumping away or something, or it just sounds too good. Batrider building Shard Manta. Sounds pretty sick actually. If the illusions get bonus damage from Sticky Napalm, that actually sounds really good. Alright, Rubik level 1 lift, yep, stun duration increased. Spell steal cooldown is way better late game. Aghanim Scepter no longer reduces cooldown. Ag Scepter now lets you steal 2 spells. Ooh. If you steal Sunray, it takes both of your slots. Tinker Rearm no longer stealable. Okay. This looks really fun. Definitely, you'll have to talk to some ability draft players to truly understand what the best shit here is, but there's definitely some really good combos. Rubik actually playing ability draft, yeah. A lot of the busted things in ability draft are things like passives paired with other damage skills or something like that. So this definitely seems good. But yeah, if you get like Fissure plus some other spell or something, like you can have like 3 stuns. Shouldn't Rubik be mid? No. It doesn't really, like, yeah, you could have better abilities and just hold them for a long time. That part's cool. Like if you got really good spells, you could like lift a guy, fade bolt, nuke, fade bolt again. Like it is a lot of burst damage certainly. And those could give you good moments, but you're still going to be like a squishy guy who has trouble defending himself. Soulbind plus another ulti is busted. That's true. You can steal Flesh Heap. That's true. RP and Echo. Yeah, I mean, sure. You could steal both of these and we'll see some cool shit like that. Where like pro players will steal 2 spells and then like use 2 ultis and they'll come back in 100 seconds or whatever, but... Anyways, early telekinesis duration, stun duration needed to work. Rubik is played, but usually only, or banned, but usually only against like Weaver. So not surprised to see him buffed otherwise. Sand King more base armor, damage general for Sandstorm goes up, so worse against Pudge, but way better against Refraction. Mana cost rescaled. Sand King's pretty shitty early, so he's kind of has trouble surviving. Remove health, replace it with Caustic Finale slow. Caustic Finale with Sleight of Hand, or Sleight of Fist, that shit's good, let me tell you. So adding more slow. What's the slow right now? Up to 25. Adding 12 is okay. Like, it's a pretty powerful slow, but... it just doesn't explode anymore, right? It just applies slow, but it does bonus damage if they die. Max health damage. Basically, everybody takes Sandstorm DPS, yeah. From what I've seen. Health, sometimes health maybe is good, but... Okay, slow replace with Caustic Finale damage, plus 100. That's kind of good. Sandstorm radius is really good, though. And then Caustic Finale damage at 20, replaced with Epicenter radius. That's not bad. Make Epicenter deal more damage to your enemies, but... What is this? Demonic Cleanse. And now granted as a secondary ability with Ag's Shard. That's the one that heals and nobody buys. Repeatedly applies a basic dispel on the target allied unit, removing negative buffs for the duration. Okay. At the end, they're healed. Units on their Affectionate Disruption can still be... Okay, so if you have the shard, you get Demonic Cleanse. So basically it is... Okay, so basically the heal that currently exists, it's not tied to your ultimate anymore. It is tied to Demonic Cleanse. So if you don't have Ag's Scepter, you can just buy the shard, and then you can cast this on your ally. Because the problem is you never want to use Demonic Purge on an ally. It's so good against enemies that you would never want to use it on an ally. Nor spend money to be forced to use it. You lose the ability to use it on an enemy, and you paid money to get that ability. Now you just get the ability for the money, which is justified. So now you can actually heal your ally and cleanse them for 7 seconds, which is godly in certain circumstances. Basic dispel for 7 seconds, and they get healed at the end. And then if you buy Ags, you get extra charges to Demonic Cleanse like you would have if you... So this is pretty good, potentially, against certain heroes. Being able to... I think Bristleback comes to mind. Bristleback Ags, this would be a really nice solution against that. Batrider, it's obviously incredible against Batrider. It's really good against maybe Silencer or something. There's a couple examples. I am still going, that is true. Shadow Fiend Necromastery. Shard now also fears the target for half a second. That's kind of good. This is actually kind of good. Some players have used it in pro games. It kind of fell off a bit. I've played against it in a pub recently, and it was a lot of damage. Giving a little bit of a fear is kind of cool. It's like a little bash every 3 seconds. Requiem now also debuffs enemies with magic resistance after dealing damage. That's really good. Very good stuff. And then level 10 talent, Spell Amp replaced with Shadow Rise stack damage. Okay. Shackles damage reduced. Shaman was used in NADPC effectively when Meander played it a lot. Now heals Shadow Shaman over its duration. Oh, okay. That's really nice. I really like that. That makes it a lot better. Much easier to justify skilling it for damage increases. Because right now, like getting more than like a couple points. The build that Moon often went was like 2, 4, 2 or something. He'd get some zaps. He would get mostly Hex, and he would get a couple Shackles. Because most of the time, you can't really expect to level it up all the way, at least in a pro game. In pubs, absolutely, you can justify more. But now when you're standing there dying while you're shackling, you're actually getting heals as well. So this is going to help a lot in terms of trading. Like, it's basically like Brain Sap. It's actually turned into Brain Sap. It does damage to them, and it heals you. That's a huge trade, and it makes support Shadow Shaman way better if you justify skilling it a little bit. The raw damage it does isn't that incredible, but a skill's fine. You're getting 60 damage. 60 damage? No, 70 per level. So, which is fine. So in terms of trading, it's not bad. That's quite good in the laning stage. Attack a bit, zap them, use shackles. It's a lot of mana, but you could definitely help trade out lanes. You never got shackles for damage anyways. Yeah, that's basically true. Some people do at level 10. They would get more damage. That was weird, but creep hits to kill serpent wards increase from 2 to 4. I like that. Because creep waves would kind of slaughter them pretty quick. But towers and heroes still being low is good. It's going to help them stay alive. Silencer Arcane Curse mana cost is increased. Shard now also grants intelligence stolen at kills. Oh, okay. So if you buy Shard, you get extra int stolen. So you can go up to 4 int stolen per kill if you get the Shard. Arcane Curse damage reduced to 12. Yeah, that one was like way too good compared to the 20 attack speed. And nobody really plays Silencer as a right clicker right now. His glaives is just like a lot of mana, not that much damage, I feel like. And the Shard, I don't think I've ever seen a Silencer go right click and be happy about it personally. Just compared to like Arcane Curse Silence, it's like so much better offensively. 400 health talent replaced with Global Silence cooldown talent. That's probably needed. 400 health is like kind of insane. Last word int multiplier is good, but Global Silence cooldown is good too. What is the global cooldown? 100. It's pretty solid. Minus 20 is pretty great. Considering that late game Silencer ulti kind of sucks because everyone has BKBs and stuff. You have to like wait till they use BKBs to drop it. So lowering the cooldown a little bit is nice. That means with Octarine you'd be down to 60 seconds. It's pretty often. All right. Arcane Bolt damage multiplier increased. I feel like I haven't seen Sky in so long. Concussive Shot, 20 more damage. Keep in mind, Nil Talismans don't do Spell Imp anymore, and those were really common on Sky. So he's definitely getting hurt a little bit by the Null Talisman nerfs, because that was a direct item that you would buy. You can spam spells more often, so maybe maxing Arcane Bolt makes more sense now with Nulls. It's 0.5 of a Null. Or 0.1 of a null, not much. 10% of a null is half of a damage point. So, getting half more damage from your null. But if you get 10 int, you're getting 10 more damage, right? 1 more damage. Anyways, Concussive Shot being 20 more damage is great. It's a pretty solid skill at 1 skill point right now. I don't know. Maybe there's some value in Sky spamming Arcane Bolts again, but probably not. I don't know. Nulls probably help. Hard to say. And then Ancient Seal is much weaker. Much less damage. And then Mystic Flare is more damage by a little bit. I mean, Mystic Flare is still amazing. It's just an absolute shitload of damage. But it really does kind of require... I don't know. This just seems like... Like, if you're just spamming spells, you're definitely stronger between these two. Ancient Seal losing 10% damage amp kind of hurts, but it's probably, like, They probably had to nerf all this shit because of E-Blade. Is probably it. E-Blade is probably way too good with this hero because it slows movement speed. It gives you mana regen. It gives you spell amp. Null Talisman's nerfed to make Sky weaker, yes, but it's probably the E-Blade. E-Blade with all this shit is just like really strong. That's probably that's why they reduce the percentage heal, because there's so many sources of magic resistance or spell amp increase, and those combo really well with magic resistance. So Sky's win rate probably shot up a lot. So they're reducing the percentage so it doesn't combo as extreme, and they're buffing his like base stuff to make it a little bit better, is my guess. And E-Blade gives mana regen too, exactly. So it helps solve a lot of Skywrath's problems. You get 2 Null Talismans to decrease the mana gain. Like, he probably just works a lot better as a mid hero, I would assume. Go mid, get some Null Talismans, buy an E-Blade, go around fucking people up, is my guess. Flesh Heap reduces flare. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, Flesh Heap is going to be really powerful against certain heroes, that's for sure. He's already a mid hero? I mean, not really. I haven't seen a pro player play him mid in ages. Support, sometimes, yes. He got played at TI, for God's sake, in the grand finals. But I haven't seen him played as a core in eons, like frickin' forever. It's been a long time. Tops and Sky mid. I mean, he probably plays it as he played in pro games. I feel like it's been a long time. Pudge core good now? It's better. For sure. His ulti still kind of sucks, but it's it'll be better in lane without a doubt. Slaughter sprint passive river speed reduced. Targets leave water trails for 8 seconds behind him. That's cool. Oh, I really like that. So that way if you ulti a guy and run after him, you're actually getting a lot of bonus movement speed. So that's really nice once you hit 6. It doesn't require you as much to like have a massive movement speed advantage. You actually just get a little bit of passive one while you're chasing people. I think this is really nice. It also means that buying like a Blink Dagger isn't quite as... You're still going to want to get Blink Dagger probably, but you could arguably skip it a little bit less. It also means Ags is a little bit easier. You don't always have to crush to get it. You could like blink and ulti at a guy and you should have a benefit. Yeah, you could buy that new Witchblade upgrade on Silencer without a doubt. It would be decent on him. You wouldn't necessarily want on Sky, but you can follow Jukes better. Yeah, that's probably true. But that's probably irrelevant because they're corrosive hazed and therefore you can see them anyways. So no. And then Slither crush damage increased to 150. The talent's actually not that bad. I wouldn't be surprised if it has a higher win rate. Alright, Slark. Base strength reduced by 1. Pounce deals 40 damage, so we'll interrupt. I mean, it wouldn't be able to blink anyways. But good for you, 40 damage. And then latch radius increased, so it's easier to latch people. And then agility replaced with Pounce Leash. Shadow Dance attack speed replaced with more Shadow Dance regen. Pounce Leash replaced with Shadow Dance attack speed. So they swap those. Leash goes down. Shadow Dance goes up. What else? Shadow Dance regen gets invented, I guess. That's the new one. And then Essence Shift duration reduced a little bit. Okay. 1.5% Shadow Dance regen. Alright. Whatever. Snapfire, very strong support. Let's see how he gets nerfed. Scatterblast is buffed early because it's not picked very often, but cooldown goes up. Mana cost is barely increased. Shard now increases point blank damage by 35% instead of 125 flat damage. This probably works out nice once you get the talent, because you get the talent that increases the scatterblast damage, so it'll probably increase it more then. Because he gives a 125. Which is around 35%, but you can increase Scatterblast by like another 100 or something. So it'll probably be better as like a single target kill, I would guess. Shard stun duration slightly decreased. Little Shredder nerfed. It's been drafted pretty often and skilled, so much less armor reduction per point. Gobble up mana is reduced. That's the Shard or the Ags. And then health replaced with Cookie Snap Stun. That's needed because the hero was a little bit too hard to kill. And then Fire Snap Cooking restores health. They put that at 10. Which I imagine will be what people grab, but we'll see. And then health replaced with little Shredder attacks. That's kind of good. And then Scatterblast damage increased to 80. Yeah, that's the one. So 80 plus 280 puts you up to 360. 125 flat. Let me just do the math really quick. What did I say? 360? 360 times 0.35. So 126. It's actually the same numbers between the 35% and the 125. I don't know why they do that. Oh, maybe because of spell amp or something. If you have spell amp, then maybe the 35% is higher or something, is my guess. But I'm not sure. Anyways, yeah, +2 Little Shredder attacks will help offset the armor loss, but you do more damage. Little Shredder uses your attack damage builds are better now because you get bonus Little Shredder attacks. Anybody like Phoenix Eggs and Tombstones are more sad. D-Warders because now you get more Little Shredder attacks if you want it. So buffs the way that people don't really play Snapfire, more like core stuff, but support stuff is a little bit weaker. Because the Little Shredder minus armor. Roshian's going to be a little bit weaker. It's fine. You will still see Snapfires. Sniper mana cost increase for take aim. Woo! Why? Why? But why? Why bother? Does it matter? Probably doesn't matter. Concussive grenade cooldown reduced by 6 whole seconds. Impact damage reduced by a lot. But now you can just throw it around all the time every 10 seconds. You can disarm 3 out of 10 seconds. That's pretty good. To account for the fact that you get it 5 minutes earlier now. I mean, the cooldown is very low. You could use this very... People don't like take aim as it is. I mean, I think take aim is fine, but the mana cost increase, whatever. It doesn't matter. He's got lots of mana. This is a buff. Like, they're really trying to say, like, guys, fucking get concussive grenade. It solves a lot of snipers' problems, and it does. It gives him movement speed effectively. It's like a 4-staff for 1,400 gold. It doesn't do as much damage anymore, but, like, it's really good. It's like it's a Hurricane Pike for 1,400 gold. It's really solid. Disarms enemies that are on top of you, pushes them away. It being a 10-second cooldown is really reasonable, I think. Anyways, Spectre, Desolate Search Radius reduced. Yeah, it was kind of weak. Damage is increased. Haunt mana cost is down. Health talent nerfed. The slow is reduced as well, so they're changing his power spike a little bit. Spirit Breaker mana cost goes up. Bulldoze movement speed reduced. At late game, the status resistance is worse late game, basically the same early. Greater bash damage is going down by just a little baby bit. I mean, the biggest issue, the biggest nerf here is the mana cost for charge, certainly. Unless you always die when you charge, then you're fine. I will not have any trouble. And then Charge of Darkness, movement speed reduced a little bit. Actually, not that big a nerf to the hero. Very similar. Mana cost is going to hurt the most in the early game. Maybe mid game it'll be tough too, but it's really not that changed. Storm Spirit, agility gain gets better. Base mana regen increased. Base attack speed increased. So 3 storm buffs here. Pretty small, but still. Static remnant damage replaced with 20 attack speed. Okay. Mana regen reduced a little bit. That's the one most people got, I think. And then attack speed talent replaced with static remnant damage. Did people get the 25 attack speed? I do not remember. I don't know which one people got. Static remnant damage. I feel like Storm's talents kind of all suck. You still get them, obviously, but like they're kind of mediocre, I feel like. For whatever reason. And the stream, you could just turn it off. You don't have to. I'm going to keep going. We're almost done. I don't think I ran an ad at the last hour. I'm not sure. I feel like I skipped it. Sven, agility gain increase. Scepter now also dispels the target. Okay, so you don't have to buy Shard. What does Shard do? Warcry is undispellable and passively grants 5 armor to all allies in a 1200 radius. That's kind of cool. So buy Shard, get 5 armor. Warcry is now undispellable. So you always have the armor and the speed. Means that buying Shard as Sven against a Shadow Demon is really good. Because then Warcry doesn't get removed. So you don't lose the movement speed as bad. I guess you'd still be really slowed, but hey, you keep the armor. That's kind of good. And then Lifesteal talent replaced with God Strength cooldown. I think the ulti's like, what, 100 seconds or something, 80. And then movement speed replaced with Warcry movement speed. Okay. Puts the bonus speed up to 28%. So do you want more movement speed from Warcry or do you want more armor? That's the choice. Great cleave damage, or do you want God Strength? What's the cooldown? 110. Oh, it actually got increased a lot. It used to be 80 back in the day, but it's been buffed a lot, or nerfed a lot. So 95 on that baby. Techies, we already read him at the start of the day. If you guys would like a summary of my impression of Techies, I think Techies is going to be a great mid. I did him at the start of the day, but I think Techies is going to be a great mid and a great support. You could probably play him as like a core in other lanes too, but I think he'd work best in mid because he's got really good mobility. E-Blade on him is really good. I think the Shard on him is really good. He's not going to be the same, but he has some of the similar abilities. Proxy Mines is good. Blast Off is in some ways better. You can't suicide with it. So, but his other skills I think are pretty solid. I think he's a pretty good core. I think he's a good mid. Is my expectation. And then gank side lanes, and then transition into like E-Blade and other like int type utility items is what I would do. Maybe you get the Witchblade eventually. I wouldn't buy Witchblade on him though. I think it's probably just better to go like E-Blade Rush. Thompson's loving Techies mid. Absolutely believe it. Yep. He's really good. His combo is insanely good. Templar Assassin side blades. Spell range rescaled from 1.5 times to a set amount. Okay. You'll probably still get Dragonlance, but this is going to make it less insane. Okay, so this 15 talent will increase your range and the spell range by a set amount instead of like a huge amount. Evasion talent's buffed. And then refraction reduced a little bit because everyone always gets that one these days. Agi gain reduced for TB. Base attack speed increased to help offset that a bit. Mana cost for Conjure Image is reduced early on. And then meta is buffed slightly. Makes the numbers nicer. That's all. And then evasion talent, Conjure Image outgoing damage. Okay. Attack speed replaced reflection slow. And the other one is health. So do you want HP or reflection slow? Okay. And then all stats is buffed. Conjure duration is buffed. Just TB buffs. I feel like, I mean, it was banned against EG a bunch. Maybe it's just an EG thing, but maybe the hero's not touched right now. Damage block rescaled for Kraken. It is just better. Worse early, better later. Shard bonus damage reduced. Interesting. Why has that happened? Nobody buys it. But why? Is there some like broken Tide build that meant Shard was too good? I'm not sure. I'm surprised. Don't know why they removed this, but maybe there's some like build that makes it broken as fuck. Oh, because you can buy Shard earlier. Good point. Because if you buy it at level 15, it was probably somebody who was like, hey, why don't I just fucking buy the Shard at level 15? It gives me 90 damage, which is insane for 1400 gold. And then they just go around like killing people all the time. So maybe that's arguing that Shard on Tide was already broken. Maybe I should have bought this the other day when I played Tide. I should have bought Shard at 20 minutes plus damage items. Perhaps. Hard to say. All right. Timbersaw Whirling Death. Damage increased. Primary attribute reduction is reduced, so better against non-strength heroes. Cooldown is increased, so just a little nerfs to Whirling Death. Buffs and nerfs. Flamethrower cooldown increased. Damage per second reduced slightly. Tinker, let's see how they change him. Tinker's win rate was really high. A lot of players were complaining about him. Base damage reduced by 2. Status resistance reduced by a lot, so before you level it up, it's pretty weak. Ream channel time is increased late game. Laser damage reduced a decent amount late game. Warp Flare, new ability by Shard. Shard used to do March of the Machines. March of the Machines is dead. Throws a grenade towards a unit, dealing 50 damage, teleporting it 600 units away from Tinker, and reduces their cast and attack range by 40% for 3 seconds. Mana cost 150, cooldown 15, cast range 700, projectile speed 1900. This is really fast projectile speed. I think like sniper attack is like 2000, isn't it? Maybe it's higher. 50 damage, teleports it 600 units away from Tinker. So it's basically like the headband, the psychic headband, like pushes them away from you. And so basically if they get on top of you, you just like push them away for shard. Huh. Okay. Conveyance cooldown replace with that. So that means your cooldown time for teleporting is going to be gone. People used to use that. And then defense matrix absorb damage replaced. Okay, they just delay it to 20. So getting that 15 timing is going to delay your hero's value. Okay. How many we got left? Couple left. Quite a few left. Tiny avalanche stun duration per interval is increased. So stun duration is going to be a higher uptime. And then bonus damage multiplier to toss units reduced a little bit. So Ava will do less damage. And then damage is rescaled for toss. Ooh, these are like big nerfs to Avatos. Avatos is going to do way less damage now. Where you're losing half damage from Ava. And the person tossed doesn't deal 30% bonus damage. And grab radius is increased a little. Oh, it's kind of like old Avatos. You used to get bonus toss damage from being growed for your size, basically. So now you just get bonus damage to toss. That means toss is just way better with grow. So if you are level 6, your toss damage just goes up by 100, so it does 400. Bonus damage is increased by 50% when carrying a tree. So if you have a tree and you Avatos somebody, they take way more toss damage. So basically this means that toss by itself is going to be a shitload of damage if you have a tree. So if you just grab a tree and you toss a guy, they're going to take a shitload of damage. So you don't necessarily have to Avatos anymore is what this basically means. But if you're 18, your toss will do 600. That's increased by 50% if you're holding a tree. So that does 900 damage for toss alone, which is a lot late game. If you Ava on top of that, the damage is doubled. So Ava can do 600 to, whatever if you get that talent. But if you just want to toss a guy, it's still going to do a lot of damage. But you don't have to Ava toss to do a shitload of damage. You basically had to use them together for the hero to feel good, but now it's not necessarily like that. And then tree grab, bonus damage rescaled from 20% to 20 flat. Bonus building damage reduced. So tree grab is just like way worse. Tree throw now also slows an enemy's movement speed and attack speed by 20%. And then, so you can use this to slow people when you're chasing if you want. And then 50% talent. Tree grab bonus using damage replaced with 50%. So 20 plus 20 is 40. Basically, if you want tree grab to do good damage, you have to wait until you're 15, which is kind of weird. So basically, tree grab kind of sucks now. It's really good against buildings still. Not as good as it used to be. It does more damage early, though, because if you do... At level 1, if you tree grab, your damage is like 60, right? So you're getting 12 damage from tree grab, now you're getting 20. So it's going to be better at last hitting early game. Late game, it's way worse. Well, let's say you have 100 damage, it's only giving you 20. I guess that's still 20%. So I guess it's actually just better in laning stage. And until your damage reaches above 100, it does the same. But once you get above 100 and before you hit level 15, it's worse. So better early. Mid game, it's about the same. Late game, once you hit level 15, it's going to be way more. It'll be 10% more, like basically at TI levels. Actually, better. Because you're getting 20 damage plus 50%. Or you get avalanche damage, which is only doubled, not 2.5s for Avatos. So I feel like you always get the 50% tree grow bonus damage. Since toss does so much damage by itself, you can basically like just like having a tree and tossing a unit in the air is gonna like almost clear an entire creep wave by itself. You don't even have to Avatos anymore. I don't know. It's interesting. We'll see how it plays out, I guess. But basically it's the same. You can also throw the tree obviously to slow movement speed, so that'll be kind of nice for chasing reasons or whatever, but between Ava and Toss. Damage is probably about the same. Skill build, you probably just max Toss now to lower the cooldown. Get your ulti at 6. Maybe not. Maybe still better to max Ava first. Hard to say. Mistaking the grow bonus as a toss bonus instead of a tree grab bonus. I don't think I am. I'm rereading this. That's how I interpret it. Did I misspeak? It grants bonus damage to toss. That means when you toss somebody, they don't take 300 damage. They take 300 plus 300. The bonus damage is increased by 50% when carrying a tree. And this is 50% bonus attack damage? Let's demo it. The second line implies that the toss, to me it looked like toss does 50% more when you have a tree, right? That's what it looked like to me. So let's do 7.
Prepare for battle.
300 damage, which makes sense. Okay, so you are right that it does not increase the toss bonus damage. That part I got wrong. Oops. But bonus damage increased by 50%. Okay, so the bonus damage, it means the bonus damage from grow, this bonus damage here. This 30 becomes 45. Basically, grow will increase the other benefits of your skills. It makes your toss better, and it makes your tree grab better, tree throw better. That's what it means. So at level 1 grow, it does 45 damage with the tree versus 30 without a tree. And at level 12, it does 105 damage with tree versus 70. And at level 3, it does 165 damage with the tree versus without the tree. The tree itself gives you 20 damage. Why have they changed it like this? Probably because they don't want tree throw to be abuse of tree grow bonus damage. Basically, okay, the reason they did this is because they don't want you buying a Daedalus to be increased by tree throw. This damage that you buy from Daedalus becomes broken when it becomes increased by 50% like it was at TI. Because now your Daedalus isn't an 88 damage item. It's a 130 damage item or whatever it is. 30 something damage item by having damage bonus from tree throw. So you are increasing your grow damage. And yes, you still have Daedalus, but tree throw won't increase your right click damage item bonus anymore. So going right click will still be potentially doable. It's just not going to be as abusable with big damage items. Is how I am interpreting this. So Ava toss will still be dependent on Ava. But that was like significantly less damage.
Your middle tower is
I feel
under
like.
attack.
So still probably want to get avalanche damage, or I can get the plus 50% tree grow bonus damage. That would be another 15 damage at level 1, 35 at level 2, or 55 at level 3. But again, that's only with the tree. If I don't have the tree and I get 50% tree grow bonus, I guess it was the same before. If you didn't have the tree up, you're losing damage, but yeah. Okay. Toss bonus damage still goes up. Tree grow bonus damage. Does that increase it for toss? 375. Okay, yeah, it's just for the right click, as I suspected. Okay. Thank you for the correction, guys. Sorry, I didn't. That was not super clear to me. This is referring to the bonus damage. No, I am confusing myself again. Yeah, this is the bonus damage that Grow gives you. From Grow's bonus damage. The raw bonus damage it gets, that's increased by 50%. I just got confused because it said bonus damage right here. So I assumed it was the same bonus damage, but it's referring to two different sources of bonus damage. That's why it was confusing. All right, so Tiny as a carry with physical damage is going to be less viable, which means that this allows them to buff his right click and stuff like that in other ways that aren't going to end up making it broken with things like Bloodlust or crit from Lycan. So they're going to be able to like make the right click potentially viable without it being like a mega amplifier kind of a thing. That will help things a little bit, is my impression. I could have that wrong. All right, Treant Protector. Cooldown for living armor is increased. Duration for living armor is increased. Wow, 30 seconds. 30 seconds of armor. Wow. Cooldown is 15. So you could have 2 living armors active at a time. That's really cool. And then the bonus armor is rescaled. So it's weaker at level 1, but it lasts for 15 seconds. So 3 armor at 15 seconds. The total heal is still going to be like small, medium. But you can basically you're going to be able to armor buff your allies for a lot longer. So in terms of... So here's the first negative. Your ability to heal a tower is worse, right? Because the duration that it's on a building to heal 180 is a lot higher. So it needs to stay on the target a lot longer. So your ability to... So basically, if your enemies jump in and damage your tower a shitload and you fend them off, it's going to take longer to get the HP full. But while they're attacking it, your uptime on the armor is going to be way easier to manage, and it's going to cost you less mana, basically, to fend off the survivability on the tower, because the physical damage being dealt to the tower is going to be a lot less over this course, because the armor is going to be higher, and you're not going to have to like recast it. You're just going to slam it on there, and you're fine. Then you can also armor a hero and a tower. So you can potentially armor 2 heroes during a fight, which I think is cool. It's going to make the skill more interesting, and it's going to be easier to like react, in the sense that like you can just have armor on a guy, he gets initiated on, and doesn't necessarily like have to be on it in time. It's like it's already on it on 2 people. So I think that's cool. You can also armor a tower and heal a carry, or vice versa. Just the downside is that you can't like pump heals into somebody, which is fine on heroes in my opinion, but it's definitely weaker on buildings. So better as an armor skill, worse as a heal, but that's fine, I think. It's just going to make the value of the hero a little bit different, but clearly it's been abused a little bit too much maybe in terms of like its sustain of buildings. And yep, on Lone Druid it'd be cool too, because you can apply armor to, frankly, both of them, and then they could give each other more armor. I think that's cool. Troll Warlord Battle Trance now grants phased movement. I like that, because before you could get blocked into creeps, or you could get ward trapped or something like that. You can still be fissure blocked, but other than that, it'll be fine. Evasion talent replaced with minus 15 cooldown. I like that. Lower it a little bit. I think that's fine. The other talent is damage, yeah. 20 evasion is fine, but I feel like it wasn't grabbed very often. Most people grab damage, but lowering battle trance cooldown I think is nice. Because hypothetically, if you have like an elongated fight, or if you have like 2 fights at a low duration, you could battle trance multiple times. Because once Troll runs out of his ulti, obviously it's not always perfect, but having it on a lower cooldown could be nice, because it's still very controllable. Okay. And then 25, the +2 battle trance duration replaced with Whirling Axis Pierce Magic Immunity. That's really good. You can slow people through Magic Immunity, and you can blind them through Magic Immunity. That seems really, really good, especially if you get an Ags. Like, forces... I mean, you're a level 25 at that point, so if people have BKBs but they don't have MKBs, it's kind of their fault, you know? It's like, come on, dude, you have to buy an MKB eventually. I'm a Troll Warlord, but... You got to give up strong dispels, though, and able to cast it while stunned. Oh, I see what you mean. That you could battle trance while stunned. That's true, but like... being able to blind people through magic immunity is really good for troll. In terms of carry versus carry matchup, Whirling Axe's Pierce magic immunity is godly, especially if they don't have an MKB. If they don't have an MKB, it's godly. If they do, less important. But still being able to like damage and slow people with axes is not bad either. I could see that being... Also, you could dispel. Like, if you have Ags, the Whirling Axe's Pierce's magic immunity is really good. That's said, nobody buys that on troll these days, but it's kind of cool. Alright, Tusk movement speed reduced. Ice Shards buff damage. Snowball buffed, so more nuke. Walrus Punch cooldown reduced. Mana cost is rescaled. Crit damage is reduced a little. Okay, maybe more nuke base, less of punch and tag team. Walrus kick cooldown increased. Cooldown's reduced by 50% if you kick a creep. Okay, so if you want to kick creeps, you can. Now also deals 350 damage to all the units within 250 radius of the landing area. Okay. It's now unit and vector targeted. Okay, so that means that rather than be close to somebody and kick them, like if you're in a group of creeps, you can't control who you kick. Now you can click on them and vector them. So you could vector them before, basically you could decide where they go, but it was based on who was on top of you. So now it's going to be a little bit easier to use. You could blink, click on the guy, and kick him back where you want him to go. So it's going to be easier. And upping the cooldown, I think, is a good compensation. Using it on a creep is fine. This would have been fine as a buff anyway. So just another buff to Walrus Kick. I like it. And wherever that creep lands, it'll deal more damage, which is fine. But probably not that. Because the distance you kick is not that controllable. It's a set distance. So like if it happens to hit units there, sure, that's cool. But it's not exactly something. These are like cool buffs. Both of these two are cool buffs. Cooldown is fine. And unit and vector target, it should make it easier and clump stuff. Yeah, and you can kick behind you. But you could do that in the previous version as well. You just had to like blink on the guy and then kick them back. So Eggs is definitely good on Tusk in some certain situations. All right, Walrus Punch stun duration increased, and Walrus Punch crit damage reduced a little bit. Okay. Remove Dark Rift. Oh shit, they're forcing us, dude. So Underlord's old ulti that's been in the game forever is gone. Shard no longer reduces cast point. Shard now also reduces wave and burn intervals and duration by 25%. So it still does more shards. It just means they come down faster and you burn faster. So it basically means that the damage that Firestorm does over time is going to come out quicker, which kind of, doesn't it reduce or it adds shard or adds yeah, it does 3 more waves, but they burn a little faster. So it should mean that you deal damage more rapidly with Firestorm, which is cool. I like that. Removing the ultimate to add Fiend's Gate to force people to use it, I think it is unfortunate, but it's necessary. They tried to force people to use it. They're like, hey guys, this is how it works in Ag's lab. Please, God, somebody buy it. But buying an Ags for it just always felt bad. So now it's his ultimate. Open 2 portals, one next to Underlord, one at a target location with global range. Destination portal has to be at least 2,000 units away. So it has to be far. Heroes can channel a portal for 3 seconds to teleport to the other side. Allies that pass through the portal temporarily gain damage reduction and movement speed. Casting it will cause Underlord to immediately start teleporting. So it basically allows you to TP away without dying. Mana costs 100. You get damage reduction. Could be seen as very good against Venomancer. Take a bunch of damage, go through, get damage reduction, come back. Keep reducing. Go away, heal a little bit, come back with movement speed. It's kind of cool. Or you can portal to your teammates. They can come through to join you. People are forced to use this now. It is his ultimate. What's the duration? I don't even know. Isn't it strictly better than it was before? I agree. I mean, it's better than his ultimate. It's better than Dark Rift, largely. Dark Rift is historically not used very fancy. The coolest ways that we ever saw Dark Rift use, OG Seed, they would, I remember one series at, I think it was the Summit or something, they would use it when, like, against the Faceless Void. He would Dark Rift into his base, and he would blink into Chronosphere to save people from Chrono. I thought that was really cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. So that was one of the really cool ways to use it. But as a whole, Dark Rift has always been like an underwhelming ultimate. It's fine. Duration, 20 seconds. So it's pretty good. You can definitely go back in and out of the fight. I think it'd be really useful for supports to use this. Channel for 3 seconds if you're not stunned. If you can survive for 3 seconds, the carry's not going to be able to find you. And then when you need to come back into the fight, you can come back after 3 seconds. 3 seconds is a long time. It's like a TP, but it could make it easier for supports to survive. And certainly easy for Underlord to disengage into a safe point, for example. But you can't any longer just pop the ulti and bring your whole team back when the fight's going bad. It's more like get farther away than TP once you're there, maybe. But people can follow. Allies get damage reduction and movement speed at least, so a better chance to escape, I guess. But this should be fine. It's definitely going to be an improvement, I think, over Dark Rift as a whole. Yep, enemy can follow. They just don't get damage reduction and movement speed. Heroes can channel a portal. That's how the ags worked. Yes, enemies can go through. It would be way too good otherwise. Because then every time somebody's low, they could just go through it, ideally. And then the enemies can follow them. And then they could come back when they're ready. You know, it's like kind of broken, I feel like. Alright, Undying Soul Rep max units rescaled to 10 at all levels. Damage is rescaled. Total damage heal rescaled from this to this. Basically the same. Just more consistent maybe. And then mana cost rescaled. It's fine. Cooldown is better early. Whatever. Shard cooldown reduction increased by 5 seconds. Lowers the LT. It's fine. Ursa. Urshock range replaced with -3 Urshock cooldown. So instead of the giant Urshock, it's going to be lower cooldown Urshock, which I think puts it down pretty close to perma, isn't it? Oh, it's 8, so it'd put it down to 5. Does Shard reduce it too? No, it used to. So I'd reduce Urshock to 5-second cooldown with 1.5 second rage. It's pretty good. Kind of sad that like... Oops, I'm jumping way too far. I was like, hey, we're almost done. Kind of sad that your 25 talent makes your basic ability minus. It seems so stupid. With Shard, it's really good, obviously, and it's basically saying like you're gonna have Shard as Ursa, therefore this is good. But if you don't have Shard, -3 Urshock cooldown, garbage as a 25 talent. The worst 25 talent in the game, without a doubt. If you don't have Shard, even though Chase and Escape is a little bit good, it's not good enough to justify it. But if you have Shard, it's good. You should have Shard for free because you're Ursa, correct? 20 talent, 10 enraged status resistance increased to 15. Yeah, that one's not that good, but it's not terrible. The status resist is 50, right? So if you get 15 extra status resistance, you're truly you're increasing your status resistance by 30. Because if a stun only lasts 1 second on you, if you get an extra 15%, it's like you're reducing it even farther. It goes down to like 0.7 or something like that, right? So it's pretty good. 10% I thought was a really underwhelming. 15 is more reasonable. I always forget the status resistance is only 50 and not 80. So it's actually pretty okay to still stun Ursa. You just don't do that much damage. Anyway. Yes. Wouldn't the status resistance talent be better since they nerfed status resist overall as a whole? I mean, I guess you can argue that. Are you talking about like Sange and stuff like that? Because the Sange nerf was small. It was like 2%. There's still a lot of status resistance in the game. It just depends on the lineups, right? Like if you are against a lot of disables, it might be worth they get that. The Fierce Swipe's damage talents were really good though. But if they do have a lot of disables and you're like leaping in and getting stunned, then having more status resistance might be nice. Because it's going to proc more often on jump. Yeah, I know SNY used to be 30, but like I wouldn't necessarily argue that this 5% difference means that you should get it over like your Fury Swipes being so much better. Because 12 Fury Swipes damage is insane. That's like so much more. Rework Shard, bounces once on an enemy prioritizing heroes. Sick. So and increase cast range by 100. That's good. The previous Venge Shard was just kind of garbage, unfortunately. 25% of base damage and armor removal was just like really mediocre. Magic Missile bouncing is great because you almost always grab Magic Missile talents. Increasing cast range is great. Keep in mind the talents are lower cooldown. So that puts it down to a 6.25 second cooldown. It's going to bounce once, prioritizing heroes. There's also the magic missile damage talent. So that's going to do up to 560 damage. And it can pierce spell immunity. So really, really good shard, I think. Would a support buy it? Maybe. It's still really solid. Bouncing to heroes is not bad. But certainly if you buy Ags, I would want every Venge to buy this, because you're going to be throwing a lot of stuns. Throw a stun, die, throw a second stun. That's like 4 hero stun instead of just 2. Kind of good. Anyways, Venomancer base attack damage increased by 4, so last hitting is going to be easier. Poison Sting no longer deals damage on the same tick it applies the debuff. So it will deal slightly less damage in the long run. It also means that, okay, this probably means that that's why they increased its base damage by 4, because it means that if you have Poison Sting, it was increasing your base damage basically by 8 to 32. So kind of interesting. But I think this is good because it means that Venomancer without Poison Sting is going to be better at last hitting. It also means, what else? That's the main thing, I guess. Like, you're not going to go right-click Veno and justify this. It's not often you're hitting something with magic resistance that's going to make it harder to last hit, so this is fine. And then damage per second increased a little bit as well, so this also compensates that. So just 2 damage buff, total damage rescaled from 36 to 40 at level 1. Does basically the same late game. Why is that less? Does that mean it does like 1 instance less of damage? That's what's happening, because the instance goes up, but it's kind of what it looks like or something like that. So basically it's the same, but you have 4 more base damage. That's what it seems like. Slightly more magic damage. More base damage. Better for Veno, I feel like. Poison over radius is rescaled. Okay, and the travel speed increased. All right, slightly bigger as you level it up. More travel speed. And then 25 talent. Nova AoE replaced with Poison over reduces 100 attack speed. That's quite good. That's really, really good. Because now if you get Poison duration, I liked the AoE. I thought it was cool. But I gotta say, I didn't play Veno that often. And most of the time you like blink in anyways. But it was cool to like be able to hit the whole enemy team. But being able to reduce enemy attack speed for like the whole team fight, it lasts 20 seconds already. When they're BKB'd, it's not going to do damage or reduce their attack speed. But when BKBs run out, and they will because it's a 20-second ulti, could be up to 25, reducing attack speed by 100 is pretty significant. And it's kind of a cool another way to like protect Veno, right? Because Veno is a hero that wants to stay alive. So being able to get a talent like this is really interesting in my opinion. 100 attack speed is bonkers good. Drop that shit on a carry. And yeah, he might kill you during his BKB, but if you can protect yourself during your BKB, then 100 attack speed reduction is going to offset a lot of what a carry's offering. I think that's cool. It is a 25 talent by all means, but it's making Poison Nova better. If you land that on the whole enemy squad, like imagine getting Poison Nova and then trying to kill a Phoenix Egg or some shit, or kill Tombstone, or kill Nether Wards. Like, minus attack speed can be really, really powerful. I think it's a little underestimated by a lot of players. It's bugged. It's giving 100 attack speed right now. Dude, that's pretty funny. Oh, that's so funny. We are at the hour of 9 hours and 20 minutes. Speaking of which, I'm going to run ads really quick. I know we're almost done, but I haven't run ads in a while. Like an hour and 20 minutes or something, I think. So we'll be right back. Okay. News. Still reading news, sorry, I guess. Waiting for ads to finish. And then we will finish up. Okay, let us continue. Sorry about that. All right, Viper. 8% spell life still replaced with corrosive skin damage. Interesting. Okay, Nether Toxin max damage replaced with Nether Toxin min and max damage. Okay, so it means that Nether Toxin would be more useful at the start as well as at later stages. Still effective. I think the health talent on Viper is still really, really good though. It's hard not to ever get that. Because you already have so much magic resistance that with just a little bit of armor, 300 health ends up going so far and keeping you survivable. But by all means, Nether Toxin damage is really solid, but in terms of farming and stuff like that. But it feels like with Nether Toxin the way it is, it's already so good. But certainly in like team fights, you'd be doing better damage. I just feel like it's better for you to be survivable so you can force kills on people versus like, it's not like you're playing support and you just want damage or something. It's like the core aspects of health are just too good, I feel like. 70 attack damage replaced with 8% poison attack magic resistance reduction. That's insanely good. That's insanely good. Your right click's gonna be less good, but I believe poison attack does 4% base. Oh no, it's actually a lot higher. I was thinking of Agslab. It does 10% per stack. Stacks up to 5, that's 50. If you get an extra 8, we're doing 18% per stack. That's 2 times 5. That's 90% magic resistance reduction with 5 stacks. If you buy Shard, you get an extra 3 stacks, which is insane. So 18 times 8. 144% magic resistance reduction you could put on one guy. That guy dies. E-Blade. Witchblade. E-Blade upgrade on Viper. That's a lot of magic damage, dude. I gotta try it. That's gonna be so much. It's gonna be so much damage. And yeah, 144 on towers is like insane. E-Blade. Kaya recipe, okay. Dummy target. Dummy target at 25. Alright. Let's try this. So here it is, minus 12. If I buy Shard. Now it's minus 34. Is that what's the Witchblade item? And then you have to use this, right? Does that do more? It doesn't do more, right? It just allows you to attack ethereal units. So it just allows you to like apply it more, right? So if your ally has an E-Blade, you can still Revenant Brooch them. Just gives you True Strike. Your attack steal magic damage. So when you use it, it's going to probably deal more. Did I use it 5 times already? So you can see it looks like blue or whatever. Because without that, the raw damage is just 120. See these like little 100 ticks? And then when you do this, especially if I do something like rapier, right? So 300 or whatever, but
I glide on.
can't see. What did that say? Yeah, it's done. It's doing like 50% more damage. So, yeah, if you have a lot of magic resistance reduction and you have a lot of damage, and you E-blade them, and you Revenant Brooch, you can do a fuckload of damage. Certainly, it's pretty good. Yeah, I was looking at the white text. Anyways, so kind of interesting. You probably wouldn't buy that because it's a lot of int items for Viper. Maybe the Viper is bad too. Viper, the E-blade's probably bad. You probably shouldn't buy those items on Viper. There's gonna be better heroes for it, but the magic resistance reduction would be really good because you're gonna do like insane damage against towers. You can kill towers with shard really, really easily. All right, Visage, summon familiar, vision range, increase the acquisition range. Increase, that means if you A-click, it's gonna be easier for them to go to the targets you want them to. 25 attack damage replaced with +8 damage to Visage and familiars. So Visage gets 8 and the familiars get 8. Okay, rather than 25 going to Visage. That's nice. Okay, and then 15 talent. Corruption replaced with 1.5 to Visage and 1.5 to each familiar. So you can have 3 different sources, so a little bit more minus armor. If it's just the familiars hitting, it's -6. If you help out, you're getting more. Corruption from different sources. Stack. Yep, I got this. That's cool. I like that. So making him more about the bats. If you have them all together, you're stronger. Apes together stronger or whatever. Familiar movement speed replaced with 30 movement speed all. Okay, that's cool. These talents are cool. So they're basically just making you and your familiars a lot better. I like this. It basically means that Visage himself is going to be a lot stronger, in my opinion. Like, you're losing damage and stuff. Corruption comes from you, but it's like, if you lose your familiars, you're actually still fast as a hero. And you still do, I don't know, it just feels like, as a whole, better. You're stronger together, but if you're separate, you're still pretty strong too. The movement speed is going to help a lot for him to get out of fights. And Tranquils with Drum is really good, I would say. Maybe not the best because you already get a lot of attack speed from Grave Chill, but you could probably argue that that build's pretty good. I think the thing that's underbought right now in Visage is Shard. Because almost always Visage dies when they like hard commit to him, if his team can't back him up, and the Shard really does give you a little bit of reset. I think Shard can be quite nice on the hero. It does cost money, obviously. Gravekeeper cloak stacks replaced with Gravekeeper's Cloak, or also grants +10 armor. So does that mean if you have Gravekeeper's Cloak, you have 10 more armor for you and all of your allies and your birds? I think that's what it means. It's just like 10 armor, basically. It's like, would you like 10 armor? So basically helps with staying alive, even when your cloaks go away. Basically, if you're against a lot of damage over time, you still have 10 armor, which is probably going to help them a lot in terms of survivability. Does it stack? I don't think that's what that means. I think it just means you get 10 armor. That was a 25 talent, yes. Yeah, the familiar is really good, obviously.
Prepare for battle.
Yeah, you just get 10 armor. What I am curious about... Oops. Does he get armor? He does not. But these guys get armor, surely. So those guys get armor. And then one thing I'm curious about. too low. Doesn't do enough damage. They just always have 10 armor. So even if you lose it all, it's literally just a play mill. It's kind of interesting. I mean, it basically means like, because part of the issue is that like once your Gravekeeper's cloaks are gone, your bats die really easy. That's part of the issue. It's not easy to give them more EHP. The HP is entirely based on your cloak stacks. So rather than it being like you just have a shitload of cloak stacks, it's like just fucking have 10 armor no matter what. It gives you like more of a base layer to make them survivable. They're not going to have that armor if they're away from you, but like if they are near you, even if you're getting hit by damage over time, they're going to die less easily, without a doubt. So it kind of looks goofy, but it's like math-wise probably effective to make them stronger and for them to die less snowbally. Yeah, basically, it's a more of an even thing. Yeah, link to the aura, so it only helps birds. Yeah, exactly. So it doesn't actually help your other allies, but okay. Void Spirit, Astral Step. Max distance is increased, so a buff there. Shard bonus damage reduced by a little. So a little bit less damage from Assimilate. Okay. Warlock Upheaval, mana cost reduced. Level 10 talent, movement speed replaced with +2 Shadow Word duration. Okay. And then they nerf Shadow Word a little bit. I think that's a pretty good talent, Shadow Word talent. Not bad. Especially if you get Shard at a reasonable time. Like, you could actually play Warlock and get a 15 Shard. I think. Like 15 minutes by the Shard, get an AoE Shadow Word. I think offensively that's really strong too, actually. I could definitely see that more justified. Like, play Warlock, 15 minutes in, you buy the Shard, and you just slap Shadow Words on people. Because it does, like, a shitload of damage. The cast range is 900 for God's sake. Like, I actually think that's pretty good. It's like Ignite, basically, on Ogre. You ignite people and does a bunch of damage. Well, shit, dude. Slap that on people. And it lowers their movement speed by 10%. So they lose 30 movement speed for 12 seconds. And they take, like 540 damage. 150 mana. That seems quite good to me. Obviously, if you gap close on Warlock, it's a little different. But like 900 range, you just slap that on people. 15 minutes and on. If there's any kind of like a slow siege or something, it just seems easy. Seems quite good. And that's like early enough where maybe some people have Spirit Vessels, but if you're pumping out 45 HP per second for 12 out of 14 seconds on your cores and pushing heroes, like how do people win that fight? That seems good. All right, Warlock, we're almost done. We're almost done. Weaver, Swarm attacks, hero attacks to destroy reduced from 4 to 3-3-4-4. I think that's really needed. Yeah, the bugs were like 4 hits was a lot for the early games. The 3 is a lot more reasonable. Big fan of that. Scoochie cooldown even worse, 15 at level 1, so you cannot use it nearly as often, and much easier to punish afterwards. And then time lapse Agnum Scepter no longer reduces cooldown. Okay, yeah, it used to reduce to like 25. That all seems fine. The biggest one is certainly the hero attacks. Scoochie cooldown is going to hurt a little bit because it's going to be harder to be aggressive on Weaver if you have to worry about dying. Hero will still function completely fine as a core, I think. Losing the bug, hero attacks is a little bit tough, but you can get there pretty quick. Not that carry Weaver is that great, but we'll see. Gale Force Shard now has a 1500 cast range, so it's no longer global. Cooldown's reduced by 10. That's probably fine. 1500 is still pretty far, so if you're close to the area, you can use it more often. See what else. Focus Aura damage reflection reduction rescaled, so it's 30% all levels. Bonus attack speed is rescaled though, so this means that buying attack speed items are going to be better on Wind Ranger number 1. They could be justified as damage increasers, and yeah, that's basically it. So you can buy either damage or attack speed items. It might help you to diversify from just like a Maelstrom build, potentially. Javelins are probably still better because the attack speed you get is still really high, I imagine. But maybe you can better off just go like a crit item, for example. Increase your damage by, get like a lesser crit, get a Crystallis, and then start focus firing people. It might be okay in the right circumstances. But as you level up focus fire, I suppose it still does increase the attack speed by a lot. Rework Scepter, Windrun Undispellable, slow increased by 20. Enemies affected by are blinded as well. So you get evasion and they're blinded. Does that mean they have to double True Strike? I don't think so. Oh, it just means that you could wind run in the middle of enemies and they will miss on your allies as well as not be able to attack you. So it's not just I'm invulnerable. It's also like good luck attacking my allies as well. Losing 2 charges is a little tough. Making it undispellable is fine. They're putting it behind a paywall instead of a talent, because I assume it's not here anymore. Yeah, replace it with wind run radius. Oh. So you would wind run your allies. That's pretty cool. So you'd give your allies tons of evasion and movement slow, or huge movement speed and slow enemies and blind. So you could use it as a save, basically. And it's undispellable. You can still attack through it, I suppose, in the right circumstances, but it makes Ags something you can buy that will help your allies instead of it just being like solely for you as like a solo killer. So that part is good, I think, because it allows it basically like support Windranger is really lacking itemization right now. You can buy like 4-step blink, Aether Lens, Shard, shit like that, but like, and maybe you can go damage, but scaling damage doesn't work very well. But now you could buy Ags to like protect your allies, for example, and I think that's fine. Definitely makes it a lot worse as an offensive item, though. It makes it undispellable, which is good, but other than that part, it's pretty weak. So playing Shadow Demon against Windranger is good again, I would say, because now he has to buy an Ags if he wants it, and it's going to kind of, it doesn't feel very good to me. Like defensively, it's obviously situationally good, but as a whole, slows increased by up to 50%. I mean, that's okay, but the blind is like all right, not that great. I don't know. I think the Ags generally sucks, but could be situationally bought by a utility. Anyways, mana regen talent replaced, thank God, by less power shot damage reduction per unit. I gotta look at the numbers there. Power shot damage replaced with -3 wind run, -3 wind run. Okay, so the duration is to be pretty high. 6 out of 9 seconds. Without buying Octarine, so you actually can get pretty close to 100% uptime. That makes wind run Ags kind of good. Because if you're going 9 and then Octarine, we're talking like 6.75, so almost permanent Scepter or wind run on your allies, which is busted. So I can stand next to my carry and give my carry, right? At 20, no, it doesn't actually. I'm crazy. I don't think it doesn't, no, it's just slow radius. It doesn't affect your allies, does it? All right, I got it. I figured it out. Sorry, guys. But it will do more slow. More slow AoE. And the blind AoE is good. The AoE is good for blind as well. Oh wait, but you can't do wind run radius and cooldown. Oh, it says right here it's -4 wind run, but it says right here -3. I don't know which one it is. That puts it at 8, which means Octarine is 6, so it's perma uptime. So if you buy Ags and get the shard, it would be perma uptime. Or you can have the radius be really high. 500 some. 550 radius. Everyone gets slowed by 30% and gets blinded. That seems kind of good. With Ags, of course. So I don't know. Adding some like blind stuff in is kind of cool, I gotta say. But not sure how good it would be. I guess it's against some lineups it'd be really good. If you just like buy Ags and you're just like blinding. Again, you can't blind permanently, but you could blind. if you got the big AoE and the cooldown is still like 12 out of 6, you could still blind for the majority of fights. It could be really good. Kind of cool. All right. Winter Wyvern. Winter's Curse cast range is better later. That's fine. Paralyzing cast. Stun duration on non-hero units reduced from 5 to 1. Damage on non-hero units rescaled from 75 to 2 times hero damage. Okay. So basically, killing creeps is more about the damage dealt to them. So it is going to be less of a hard counter against neutrals and illusions. So good for Chaos Knight right there. Because he doesn't just get hard countered by this. Good for Chen as well. Chen doesn't have to worry about his creeps just being stunned for 5. So it takes away like one-way Witch Doctor was very useful, but it was kind of a occasional thing. And now they can remove the tooltip. Creep stun duration. Goodbye. It will just say deals 2 times damage against creeps or something. And then Death Ward cooldown buffed. It's fine. Base agility for Wraith King nerf. Lifesteal reduced a little bit. Kills from units under Wraith King's control and within 1200 range of Wraith King also get progress for Skeleton. Okay, so now if last hits are gained by your Skellies, then you get the Skeleton charges as well. So now you don't have to like last hit against your creeps, which is fine. That looks fine. Allied heroes revived by the Scepter upgrade now have a health bar for allies only. Is that just to help make track of where your heroes are or something? I'm not sure. Probably. Arc Lightning mana cost increased. Damage increased by a little bit. Okay, sure. No longer a basic ability. Now granted by a shard. Oh, that's right, because I did see this icon. I just didn't click on it. I was like, oh, it must be like a... I assumed it was like a cosmetic or something that I got. So, static field is granted by shard. Whenever Zeus attacks, so they swapped them. Whenever Zeus attacks, it deals 9% of the current HP and damage. So static fields are going to be a good way to deal damage. This is actually a big change. Zeus performs Heavenly Jump, shocking the visible enemy with 700 to 1000 range, reducing their movement by 100, attack speed by 100, increasing their cast time by 50% for up to 2.5 seconds. So slows them. Zeus gets unobstructed vision around him for 3 seconds. That's very good. Can't be cast while leashed. Mana cast up to 80. Okay. So, your single target damage until you buy shard is going to be significantly worse. But in the early game, it's probably fine anyways because your damage should be high. You will almost certainly want to buy shard eventually. There's like no way to get around it. The current HP damage is just like way too high. Change Heavenly Jump target. How much damage does this do? Does it do damage? It used to do static field damage. So now if you jump Heavenly Jump, it doesn't do damage, it just slows people and cast time counters. Does it get distance on it? I gotta test it out. It does damage when you have shard. Yeah, that's what I figured. It's a big change. Oh god, it's almost 3 a.m. Okay, so it does launch you forward. 450. Wow, look at this vision, dude. Wait, is that true? What if I do it like this? Okay, it's only here. The vision stays where you jumped. So basically you can use this to get in or out. But it does 0 damage. So skilling this up is probably ass. You get more slow duration, but there's like no way you level it up. You probably just always go like this basically. Max out your damage as soon as you can. And then you get 1 point Heavenly Jump so you can chase or escape. interesting. I think if you're 4, you take a jump. I mean, you do want the jump. You're gonna probably want 1 point in jump, but the slow's pretty ass, guys. Like, yeah, sure, being able to jump up and down cliffs is cool, but like, that's fine. But this is a skill point that does no damage. It slows for 1 second. That's not good. 1 second for a skill, 1 second slow for a skill point, and yeah, you can leap or whatever, but like, sir, you're gonna want it when they go on you as a 4, so that you're not just fucking dead every time they go on you. Like, by all means, you'll want it. But I don't even know if you want this as a 4, to be honest. I think you're gonna have too many mana issues. But it will certainly solve the problem of like dying too much. I don't know. Until you buy shard, your damage is gonna start falling off really bad, I feel like. I would not be surprised to see Zeus's win rate go down from this. But it is gonna help fix the hero a lot, to be honest. Because you're gonna die way less when you get ganked. Your hero's too vulnerable. Not having Heavenly Jump is just like too hard. In the laning stage, you just die for like by any mobile core. It's too rough. So +1 Heavenly Jump target, that's fine. It'll allow you to slow 2 people instead of just 1. The slow once it levels up is quite good, but that's why I guess getting the cooldowns kind of low is really nice though, because then you're at like 2.5 seconds of slow out of 10. That part is pretty good. Allows you to basically arc lightning bolt, Heavenly Jump, keep them in place, arc lightning bolt. But getting the shard is certainly going to be good, I feel like. Zeus position 4 broken? No, I would not say that in the slightest. I don't necessarily think it's good. Your mana needs are still high. Your damage is lower. Your mana needs are really high. It's going to take a while to get Arcane Boots. Why would you get attack speed Zeus, guys? Yeah, like the cast time slow is definitely solid, but like you'd basically use it to initiate, and then you're going to be able to cast bolt before they cast their stun, most likely. Like, it's not bad, but again, it's only 1 second, and you're not going to want to put multiple skill points into this early game. It's a huge waste, in my opinion. It costs more mana. The duration barely scales. It doesn't give you damage. It increases the zap damage, which is fine, but that's basically it. It's not worth the skill points until you've already got Arc Lightning. You need Bolt maxed out, and you need Arc Lightning to have some skill points, without a doubt. You're getting 30 damage for Arc Lightning, so it's okay, but like, static field triggers on attacks. What? Oh, you're right, it does trigger on attacks. I see. I did not know that was attacks. Okay, that's kind of cool. That sounds fun. That's fun. Would you still buy attack speed as a hero, as a Zeus? Probably not, but attacking occasionally is going to be worth it. But yeah, if you want to fuck around, you can get like a moon shard or something, but it's not going to be good. But that's true. Mjolnir Zeus is finally slightly not garbage. Okay, that's the patch. Thank you for being here with me, guys.